Chapter 440. The dust settles. Lingji Bodhisattva was somewhat taken aback. He could hardly believe that the Buddha would audaciously exchange a sage's treasure for mere cigarettes. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that the Buddha was employing a strategy akin to empty-handedly capturing a wolf. Yet, he pondered the possibility that the sage might suddenly summon the colorful miraculous tree back, leaving Tang Seng to discover the absence of the treasure. What if he were to harbor resentment against himself? After a moment of reflection, he concluded that the colorful miraculous tree was already in his possession, and even if it were lost, it bore no consequence for him. Should he be questioned, Lingji Bodhisattva had his justifications prepared. Resolute, he decided to descend to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, the Buddha emerged from the chaos, accompanied by his bald companions, puffing on a cigarette, preparing to return to Ling Mountain. This grand endeavor, filled with pomp and circumstance, ultimately yielded nothing. The Buddha flew ahead, cigarette in mouth, his furrowed brow revealing his discontent, causing the assembly of Buddhas behind him to hold their breath in silence. They had initially awaited treasures from the heavenly emperor's treasury to remedy the economic plight of the Buddhist community. At the very least, they hoped to reclaim Ling Mountain, preventing the Buddhas from being cramped into such a minuscule space. The vision was idyllic, but the reality was harsh. Much like the journey to the West, they had begun with unwavering confidence, believing in the inevitable success of their expedition and the flourishing of Buddhism. Yet, what transpired? The Buddhist community had suffered greatly due to the unpredictable challenges of the journey. It could be said that their decline stemmed entirely from the unforeseen complications of this very quest. Some Buddhas even contemplated the notion of a second chance. How splendid it would be to relive those moments. Once, a tremendous opportunity lay before them, which they failed to cherish, only to lament its loss later. Such is the most frustrating plight of humanity. If the celestial order were to grant them another chance, they would beseech the heavens with 3 words: journey to the West. Never again. One by one, the Buddhas returned to Ling Mountain, their spirits dampened. The Buddha stepped outside, evidently seeking the warmth of the sun, without even a small stool. He reclined against a tree, cigarette in hand, his eyes gently squinting, appearing utterly content. Due to the matters concerning the heavenly emperor's treasury, he had not paid attention to the journey of the pilgrims for quite some time. The ancient Buddha of light waved his hand, eager to observe their progress. Not far ahead lay the lair of the horned serpent. However, due to the reemergence of the calamity faced by Kwemu Wolf, the once confident ancient Buddha of light felt a pang of anxiety. He could only hope that this trial would not introduce further complications, for this was the last opportunity for the Buddhist community. The great Thunder Sound Temple had even been mortgaged. The Buddhists had little of value left to offer. Could the Buddhas devise a solution to this trial? The ancient Buddha of light inquired of the assembly below. The Buddhas exchanged glances, remaining silent. In response, the ancient Buddha of light sighed deeply. Amitabha, great endeavors are difficult to achieve. Can you accomplish great things? You have even lost the great Thundersound Temple. Of course, these were merely the thoughts of the Buddhas, which they dared not voice aloud. In the presence of the ancient Buddha, even the completion of these tribulations scarcely aligns with the trials of the journey to the West. I must inquire, does the ancient Buddha have any plans for the future? Maitreya Buddha stepped forward, prompting a moment of difficulty for the radiant lamp Buddha, as he had yet to contemplate the subsequent matters. Amitabha Buddha, from the perspective of this humble monk, once these tribulations are fulfilled, and we behold the hope of the journey to the West, there will inevitably be a chance for completion. The radiant lamp Buddha spoke slowly. As for future plans, there will always be a way. Those destined for greatness may not seek immediate gains, but only by accomplishing the tasks at hand can one ponder the next steps, thereby achieving significant endeavors. Maitreya Buddha, with a half-smile, remarked, regardless of how great the achievements may be, our sacred mountain still lacks the resources to undertake any actions. Are you suggesting we abandon the journey to the West? In regard to the journey to the West, the celestial path has bestowed great fortune upon us. Allowing the Buddhist sect to flourish, such a golden opportunity cannot be squandered. The 2 sages behind us hold the journey to the West in the highest regard. The radiant lamp Buddha cast a profound glance at Maitreya Buddha. Well then, if the sages have been invoked, what more can Maitreya Buddha say? He reluctantly withdrew to the side, no longer wishing to intervene in the matters of the journey to the West. In fact, he contemplated emulating the Buddha and basking in the sun. Let the radiant lamp Buddha toil as he may. Yet, Maitreya Buddha harbored some concerns, uncertain of what the aftermath of this turmoil would render the Buddhist sect. Alas, can it be any worse than it is now? The radiant lamp Buddha gazed at the Xianguang mirror, pondering how to successfully navigate this challenge. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Tang Yu had not forgotten the task entrusted to him by the mother of Mount Li. Once they came to terms with the fact of being robbed again, it would be time to unleash another thunderous strike upon the Great Sound Temple. Even Tang Yu felt a pang of reluctance. A brilliant light flickered, and the Bodhisattva Lingji appeared in the heavens. Yet, at the moment of his emergence, he was taken aback. Oh no! He vividly recalled the extortion by Tang Seng against the star of white jade and Maitreya Buddha, and the brazen nature of it. By appearing voluntarily, he feared he might suffer a loss. Ah, Xiaoji! Tang Yu exclaimed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a Buddhist figure to request some elixirs, to treat the little girl as if they were candies, or at the very least, to enhance her constitution and bolster her resilience. The Bodhisattva Lingji wore a gentle smile as he descended beside Tang Yu, chuckling, third brother, third brother." Tang Yu picked up the little girl and pointed at the Bodhisattva Lingji, saying, "Come, Shui call him Xiaoji Gij." Xiaoji Gij. The little girl chirped with wide, sparkling eyes. The Bodhisattva Lingji's heart skipped a beat, for such a scene felt all too familiar. Tang Yu beamed at him. "Xiaoji, this is my sister, Ling Shui." The Bodhisattva Lingji's face was alight with joy. The little fairy is indeed adorable. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a small bell from his palm. "This little bell is a gift for the little fairy as a token of our meeting. Third brother, do not underestimate this bell. It is a protective treasure. Rather than waiting for Tang Seng to extort, it would be more prudent to take the initiative, thus demonstrating one's own resourcefulness." "Xiaoji, what are you doing?" "There's no need for such courtesy," Tang Yu remarked, extending his hand to seize the small bell. He then fixed an intense gaze upon Lingji Bodhisattva, causing the latter's heart to race. In an effort to prevent any further mishaps, he was about to speak, but Tang Yu preempted him. "Xiaoji, my sister is a mortal, frail, and often ill, and as her brother, my heart aches for her." Tang Yu expressed his sorrow. "After all, she is also the sister of third brother. If we call each other brothers, then my sister must be your sister as well. Is that not so? Third brother speaks the truth, does he not?" Yes," Lingji Bodhisattva replied, and upon uttering those words, he felt a sense of unease. "But what shall we do about our sister's poor health?" Tang Yu continued. "Xiaoji, third brother is merely a mortal and lacks the means to help. Now that she is indeed your sister, should you not endeavor to improve her constitution? Furthermore, as the Bodhisattva, it would be quite embarrassing if word got out. Would it not?" Chapter 441. Exchanging the colorful marvel tree to enhance Ling Shui's constitution. Tang Yu had numerous strategies at his disposal. Not to mention the peaches of immortality he had pilfered from the heavenly court. He had quite a stockpile. However, he hesitated to present them recklessly. Besides, with the support of the Buddhist order, why would one not take advantage of the situation? Lingji Bodhisattva stared at Tang Yu in astonishment. It was only now that he comprehended the true meaning behind Tang Seng's intentions. This was blatant extortion. The three disciples turned their heads away. Zhu Beiji blushed deeply, seemingly fearful of bursting into laughter. Sun Wukong, flipping his golden staff, leapt far away, laughter echoing back. As for the dim-witted one, he dared not laugh. "Third brother, I, Lingji Bodhisattva, have been pondering for some time, and I wish to convey something. It need not be overly precious. A few basic elixirs would suffice to improve her constitution. After all, she is still a child with the innocence of youth. If you were to provide her with top-tier elixirs, she might become overly spirited and playful, soaring through the clouds, and I would truly struggle to catch up." Tang Yu interjected, speaking with righteous conviction. "I must remind you, Bodhisattva, that you must not indulge the little girl with high-grade elixirs. Third brother, you should heed my warning. I understand your intentions. It is crucial not to give her anything too advanced. Simple ones will do, like the Peiyuan pill or Dayuan pill. Just 100 or so will suffice." Tang Yu interrupted him again, pointing at Lingji Bodhisattva with a serious demeanor. "I tell you, do not give too much. Do you understand? Do not think that third brother is being harsh on our sister. 100 or so is more than enough. If you give her more, do not blame us brothers for our displeasure. I will be quite vexed. Surely, you have reversed the narrative. It should be that if I do not give, you will be the one to be vexed," Lingji Bodhisattva countered. "Peiyuan pill, Dayuan pill?" The Though they are indeed somewhat less expensive than the precious 9-turn golden pill, their cost is still considerable. Are you intending to treat her to these pills as if they were candy? After consuming these elixirs, even a girl devoid of any power could potentially ascend to the celestial realm. Lingji Bodhisattva's face flushed crimson, and after much hesitation, she stammered, "Third brother. There truly isn't any." Tang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he inhaled sharply, scrutinizing Lingji Bodhisattva closely. "I had thought you might offer more. It turns out you are quite stingy." "Alas, I see now, it is my fault for overthinking. But how can a bodhisattva of your stature be so miserly? Your character is questionable. If you are so harsh with your own sister, how can you treat outsiders any better?" Tang Yu lamented, "Little G, I have always believed you to be commendable, but I did not expect this flaw in your character." Lingji Bodhisattva appeared bewildered, her mind buzzing. "No, third brother, that wasn't my intention." As Tang Seng grew agitated, Lingji Bodhisattva hastily clarified, "It's not that there are none, it's just that there aren't that many. Third brother, these elixirs are not something you understand. It's truly not that simple." With a sigh, she continued. "Oh," Tang Yu replied, "but how can a bodhisattva of your caliber be short on pills?" "It's not that I'm short. It's just that there aren't that many," Lingji Bodhisattva said, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. She had initially thought that by taking the initiative to present a gift, it would suffice, yet she found herself embroiled in extortion instead. "How many do you possess?" Tang Yu frowned, evidently displeased. 5 Pei-yuan pills and 3 De-yuan pills. "Third brother, that's all I have. These elixirs have taken me countless years to accumulate," she explained. However, Lingji Bodhisattva's current status was quite elevated. If she desired, she could redeem more at any time. "Is this enough for a meal?" "This is hardly sufficient," Tang Yu exclaimed with wide eyes. "Hardly enough for a meal?" Lingji Bodhisattva nearly stumbled, realizing that they were indeed being treated as sustenance. Ultimately, after much pleading and bargaining, they settled on a transaction of 20 pills each. However, Lingji Bodhisattva did not possess that many on her person and would need to visit the Do Shua Palace to redeem more from Taishan Laojun. Even as she flew far away, Lingji Bodhisattva remained bewildered, entirely unsure of how she had acquiesced to such terms. Nevertheless, she could not afford to offend Tang Seng. "Well, I can only hope for a few extra packs of cigarettes for myself," she thought, feeling somewhat content. Just as she was about to reach the Do Shua Palace, Lingji Bodhisattva halted in her tracks, blinking a few times, her eyes suddenly gleaming with wisdom. She then plunged straight into the underworld. Although she had no means to counter Tang Seng's extortion, she could take advantage of this little girl. What if the girl were to suddenly meet her end? That would certainly save her some money. Of course, she would still need to redeem something later and put on a show. In that moment, Lingji Bodhisattva's face lit up with delight as she admired her own cleverness, diving headlong into the underworld. Before Yin Wang could emerge to offer his greetings and bow, Lingji Bodhisattva dashed out once more, heading back to the heavenly court. What was this young man up to? Was he merely wandering between the heavenly court and the underworld? The reason for his return to the heavenly court was that Lingji Bodhisattva deemed his initial plan impractical. If he were to proceed in that manner, given Tang Seng's virtuous nature, he would undoubtedly seek the 9 revolutions golden elixir for himself. There was even a possibility that Sun Wukong might carry him to the underworld, causing great upheaval there. Thus, after careful consideration, he concluded that the plan was untenable. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had no choice but to rush back to the heavenly court. Well, if he were to be extorted, so be it. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. At the very least, due to the intermediaries profiting from the transactions, Lingji Bodhisattva had become quite affluent. His 3 disciples stared in astonishment at their master. Was he truly so easily deceived by Lingji Bodhisattva? The primary reason was that Lingji had a firm grip on the lifeline of the Buddhist realm, incense. Tang Yu chuckled softly, placing the young girl on the ground. Lingji Bodhisattva returned swiftly, handing a pill to Tang Yu and hurriedly stating his business. He feared that Tang Seng might be up to some mischief, which could lead to dire consequences. Upon seeing the 7-colored wonderful tree, Tang Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. Lingji Bodhisattva could not openly present it, fearing exposure of the heavenly secrets, so he discreetly revealed it. "Third brother, how much can this be exchanged for?" Chapter 442. Another theft in the heavenly court. As Tang Yu beheld the 7-colored wonderful tree that Lingji Bodhisattva had produced, he stood completely still, utterly astonished. He could clearly see that this was genuine. Lingji Bodhisattva was indeed audacious to bring forth the seven-colored wonderful tree of Zhuan. However, Tang Yu soon realized Lingji Bodhisattva's intention. It appeared he intended to exchange a treasure for incense, but in truth, he sought to obtain something for nothing. How curious. Once something was in his possession, would there be any chance of relinquishing it? The Buddhist realm had suffered a tremendous loss this time. Communicating with the system, based on previous valuations, Tang Yu successfully exchanged for several packs. He even generously provided a few extra, having extorted quite a number of pills and other items from Lingji. Suddenly, Lingji Bodhisattva's face lit up with joy. With so much incense, it seemed he wouldn't need to make exchanges for some time. Moreover, Tang Seng proved to be quite commendable. Initially dissatisfied due to the extortion, Lingji Bodhisattva felt he had profited as more incense was offered, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Third brother, thank you. Tang Yu waved his hand, taking the seven-colored wonderful tree to examine it closely, muttering to himself, "What is this? I can't shake the feeling that I might have been shortchanged." Lingji Bodhisattva's heart raced, unable to suppress his excitement. Third brother, this is the treasure of Saint Zhuan, a remarkable item, he explained mysteriously. Seeing it was quite pleasing to the eye, Tang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Perfect for the little girl to play with. Lingji Bodhisattva chuckled inwardly. After all these years, it seems that Tang Seng has finally faced a setback, a rare occurrence indeed. Tang Yu waved his hand, beckoning Ling Shui over, and produced a pill. Come, Shuer, open your mouth. The little girl wrinkled her nose and muttered, "It doesn't taste good." "If it doesn't taste good, you can give it to me. I won't mind," sighed Lingji Bodhisattva inwardly. "My dear girl, do you have any idea how many people long for such a pill yet cannot obtain it? And here you are, complaining about the taste. Truly, one is oblivious to their own fortune. Even if it doesn't taste pleasant, you must eat it obediently, understand?" Tang Yu said, feigning authority. "I understand, big brother." The little girl replied, opening her mouth. "Look, big brother, I've eaten it." "Very good," Tang Yu said, gently patting her head. As the pill dissolved, Ling Shui seemed to radiate an ethereal aura, resembling a fallen celestial being poised to ascend. The little girl blinked and examined herself, exclaiming, "Big brother, I feel so comfortable. Tomorrow, I'll give you another one," Tang Yu replied softly. Lingji Bodhisattva gasped in astonishment, even feeling a twinge of envy towards the little girl. Upon reflection, he considered how Tang Seng had been this gentle with anyone else. "Ah, that little one is indeed fortunate. Third brother, I must take my leave now," he said hurriedly. Upon realizing how much he had received from Tang Seng, his face broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Tang Yu secretly smiled as well, directly handing the seven-colored marvel tree to the system in exchange for fortune points. Of course, he retained the one he had nurtured, as it might prove useful in the future. After all, the system had spent considerable fortune points cultivating it. How could he redeem those points again? Soon, the system transformed the seven-colored marvel tree into fortune points, over 18 million of them. Truly, a saintly treasure, it was extraordinary. Now, with these fortune points, albeit not in abundance, he could at least elevate himself to the status of a saint. Tang Yu resolved to set forth promptly towards Ling Mountain, planning to settle at its foot. As for subsequent matters, he would ponder them later. Given that the Great Ling Temple had been mortgaged, the Heavenly Court had dispatched personnel to assist the Buddhist sect in overcoming their tribulations. However, Tang Yu found this of little consequence. What truly warranted contemplation was how to maximize the benefits from this situation. He even considered flying directly to the foot of Ling Mountain, as the Heavenly Court's personnel were merely putting on a show. Their concern regarding the completion of the tribulation was negligible. Summoning a few disciples, Tang Yu embarked on his journey, deep in thought. In the Heavenly Court, as the Jade Emperor returned with the assembly of deities, they approached the southern heaven gate, only to observe the celestial soldiers bustling about in haste. "What has transpired?" inquired the Jade Emperor. "We pay our respects, Your Majesty." The celestial soldiers quickly knelt before him, yet they dared not disclose the nature of the events. The Heavenly Court had been robbed once more, and this time it had been thoroughly plundered, including the Lingshao treasure hall, which had also undergone a cleansing. Even the celestial palace of the gods had been stripped bare. Everything of even the slightest value placed within its confines had vanished. The heavenly soldiers knelt upon the ground, stammering with trepidation, beads of sweat cascading from their brows, too fearful to disclose the dire situation to the Jade Emperor. Instantly, the Jade Emperor's heart raced, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Something had evidently gone awry. He hastened towards the Lingxiao Hall, but upon entering, he was left bewildered. The assembly of deities behind him mirrored his astonishment. Their faces etched with disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. The entirety of the Lingxiao Hall stood desolate. The emperor's dragon throne had been taken. Were it not for his familiarity with the surrounding architecture, he might have doubted whether this was indeed his Lingxiao Hall. Who can enlighten me as to what has transpired? The Jade Emperor suddenly bellowed, regaining his composure. The celestial soldiers, who had been stationed in the heavenly court, remained silent, prostrated on the ground. Who can inform me of the events that have unfolded? The emperor repeated, his body trembling slightly, the aura of impending authority enveloping him, barely contained. Your Majesty, we beg for your forgiveness, the trembling heavenly generals pleaded, bowing before him. A long, anguished cry from the Jade Emperor echoed throughout the heavenly court. The entire Lingxiao Hall had been completely emptied. If this were to spread, he would lose all face as the sovereign of the three realms. Especially the followers of Buddhism would undoubtedly mock him behind his back. Calm yourself. Remain composed. The Jade Emperor forced himself to steady his nerves. Truly, he was the sovereign of the three realms. Such a calamity could not unravel him for long. Soon, the guardians of the heavenly treasury rushed over, trembling as they knelt before him, saying, Your Majesty, there has been a mishap at the heavenly treasury. No sooner had the words left their lips than the Jade Emperor's figure flickered, appearing at the heavenly treasury. Upon witnessing the desolate state of the treasury, he paused, his breath hitching. Blood surged through him, nearly causing him to collapse. The last theft had already been a disgrace for the emperor, yet this time was even more severe. The treasury had been completely emptied, and even the Lingxiao Hall had been thoroughly plundered. Your Majesty, Tai Jingxing fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Please, grant justice for your loyal servant. Chapter 443, The Heavenly Court Erupts. Tai Jingxing had certainly sensed the theft of his modest establishment. Not only had his little shop been completely looted, but even the belongings within his chambers had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the other deities began to investigate their own quarters, their faces paling as it became clear they too had suffered similar misfortunes. The heavenly court had faced an unprecedented, widespread theft, leaving the gods feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. Yet the harsh reality lay before them. Their chambers were utterly bereft. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened to an extreme degree, his body trembling slightly. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag, then fell into deep contemplation. What on earth had transpired? If I am not mistaken, it must surely be the same individual who previously pilfered the treasures of the heavenly vault. This person is none other than the one who infiltrated the celestial treasury. If this is indeed the case, then this individual is truly formidable, having managed to escape the grasp of the venerable Hongjun. Nevertheless, it appears that all these events are inextricably linked to Tang Seng, who likely possesses an intimate understanding of this person. Once this individual is located, all the treasures of the heavenly vault will undoubtedly return. Furthermore, if it is indeed him, and he has not perished, the treasures of the celestial repository must still be in his possession. The Jade Emperor, as the sovereign of the three realms, observed the other's composure and began to analyze the situation in his mind. Cursing under his breath, the Jade Emperor waved his hand, summoning a doppelganger, and with a heavy sigh, he wearily made his way toward the Lingxiao Palace. His first order of business was to ascertain the extent of the losses incurred by the heavenly court. Upon investigation, it became evident that the losses far exceeded the expectations of the deities. The Lingxiao Palace stood desolate, the heavenly treasury had been looted, and the chambers of the gods had been thoroughly ransacked. Anything of even slight value that had been housed in the heavenly court was now gone. Even the garments crafted by the gods had vanished, including their undergarments. The great white star erupted in a torrent of invective, displaying a complete lack of decorum. His face flushed with rage, he longed to rend the thief into pieces. This was more audacious than mere banditry. After stealing so many treasures, did the thief truly require the meager possessions of others? Even leaving behind a single cigarette would have sufficed. Fortunately, some precious artifacts remained on his person, else he would have been left with naught. Others among the deities were not so fortunate. Their belongings, once safely stored in their chambers, had vanished entirely, rendering years of status utterly worthless. Some deities, unable to withstand the shock, fainted on the spot, while others wept quietly, just as the deities were steeped in their sorrow. A cacophony of explosions rang out, relentless and deafening. In an instant, the Lingxiao palace collapsed, and the residences of the gods were reduced to ruins. Some celestial soldiers were obliterated by the sheer force of the onslaught. The once ethereal heavenly realm was now engulfed in thick smoke and swirling dust. All the deities held their breath, their earlier lamentations abruptly silenced. One by one, they coughed and crawled from the debris, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The deities struggled amidst the rubble, emerging disheveled and covered in grime. The Jade Emperor held his breath, his crown shattered, now merely hanging by two threads, radiating a final vestige of defiance. Cursed be it! A voice filled with gritted teeth escaped the Jade Emperor's lips. Did they truly believe that Tang Yu's arrival was merely a simple act of thievery? Having already incurred his wrath, it mattered little. Let them provoke him to the utmost. The last time, only half was stolen. The Jade Emperor would not express gratitude, and indeed, he might wish to flay him alive. Moreover, during their previous candid conversation, Tang Yu discerned that the Jade Emperor was not particularly admirable. Given this, there was no need for restraint. It was time to conclude matters decisively. Your Majesty, Tai Bai Jinxing stammered, his voice barely a whisper. At that moment, his Taoist robe appeared tattered and worn, his visage covered in dust, rendering his original appearance nearly unrecognizable. What is this? Such overwhelming power. One must remember that his robe was also meticulously crafted. Yet, under such tremendous force, it had been utterly torn apart. The Jade Emperor remained remarkably calm, though his gaze grew increasingly profound. He observed the Lingxiao treasure hall and the palaces of the gods, now reduced to ruins. He held his breath. The magnitude of this loss left some deities in a state of bewilderment. Memories of the battle between the demon clan and the heavenly court years ago resurfaced. Undoubtedly, the losses at that time had been even more catastrophic. However, at least the heavenly court had been relatively prosperous back then. Now, the entirety of the heavenly realm lay desolate. It was difficult to ascertain whether this loss was greater than the last. The Jade Emperor's face was as placid as a still lake as he trembled slightly, producing a cigarette and lighting it without uttering a word. The assembled gods below remained silent, ensconced in a chilling atmosphere that seemed almost terrifying. The only sounds were the drifting dust and the occasional low cough from the deities. In the mortal realm, Tang Yu strolled leisurely. Ling Shui rode atop the yellow lion spirit, occasionally dismounting to frolic beside Tang Yu or Zhu Beiji, only to return to her perch on the lion's back. This caused the yellow lion spirit considerable stress, as it was evident that Tang Seng doted on the little girl. He feared that any jolt might displease her. The pressure from this little girl was even greater than that from Tang Seng. The yellow lion spirit endeavored to maintain a steady gait. Suddenly, the surroundings for Tang Yu seemed to blur, as if the very fabric of space was twisting. The Jade Emperor appeared before him, expressionless, scrutinizing him intently. Sun Wukong and the others remained oblivious to any anomaly, continuing their journey ahead. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Tang Yu inquired with a light chuckle. Where's the person? What about the items? The Jade Emperor's voice carried a hint of frost. The person referred to was undoubtedly the quasi-saint. As for the items, the treasures from the heavenly treasury, Tang Yu was well aware, yet he feigned confusion, gazing at him with an innocent demeanor. What are you referring to, Your Majesty? Aren't our 4 disciples right here? As for the items, oh, do you mean this? As he spoke, Tang Yu handed over a pack of cigarettes. The Jade Emperor did not take it, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Tang Yu. Old 3, let us speak plainly. I know that person is certainly not dead, is he? Where is he? Or rather, who precisely is this individual? With the heavenly treasury having been robbed and several palaces destroyed, despite the Jade Emperor's calm facade, turmoil raged within him. Beneath his composed exterior lay an ocean of fury. Brother D, what exactly are you saying? Tang Yu scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. The Jade Emperor explained for a moment, then shifted his gaze to Ling Shui, who was peacefully sleeping on the yellow lion spirit. The third prince holds great affection for this little girl, he remarked, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, this child is quite endearing. Tang Yu's lips twitched involuntarily, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 444. The Jade Emperor's Threat at First Glance. The Jade Emperor's words appeared to be praise for the little girl's charm. However, they carried an underlying threat that Tang Yu easily discerned. Indeed, she is adorable. Naturally, my sister, Tang Seng, is charming. Tang Yu replied in a somewhat subdued tone. I too hold great fondness for this little girl. He gazed intently at the Jade Emperor, the sovereign of the three realms, an individual whose casual words could determine the fate of others. Yet at this moment, Tang Yu found it somewhat laughable. He had once thought the Buddhist sect to be despicable and unscrupulous, but now it seemed the Jade Emperor was not much different. Third Prince, I do not wish to dwell on the matters of the Heavenly Court. Just inform that person to return everything lost by the Heavenly Court intact, and I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred, the Jade Emperor said softly. Return it? That is impossible, for it has already been exchanged for fortune value. There is nothing to return, Tang Yu retorted, expressing his bewilderment. Brother D, I truly do not comprehend what is happening. I am unsure how this situation relates to me. Tang Yu, it baffles me why you would seek me out in light of the Heavenly Court's troubles. The Jade Emperor's gaze turned cold as he regarded Tang Yu. Third Prince, I do not wish to say more. I simply hope that person will return everything lost by the Heavenly Court in its original state. He then glanced at Ling Shui, his hands clasped behind his back, her attire flowing gracefully, her figure ethereal and otherworldly. I also harbor great fondness for this little girl, the Jade Emperor murmured softly. After a brief silence, Tang Yu chuckled. Since Brother D holds such affection, surely a token of our meeting is in order? The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a bemused smile. My tokens are not so easily obtained, and I doubt the Third Prince would appreciate them. I trust that your token will not be lacking, Tang Yu replied gravely. After all, she is my sister, Tang Seng. It is precisely because of the Third Prince's fondness for her that I believe you may not favor my token. The Jade Emperor laughed heartily. Nevertheless, I shall temporarily keep my tokens to myself. Tang Yu's lips curled slightly upward. Is that so? Yet, I am convinced that the token you provide will not be meager. Moreover, I believe there are certain things that you, Brother D, may not be able to offer. Oh. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow. Is there anything in this three realms that I cannot provide? While it is true that as the sovereign of the three realms, he could offer much, Tang Yu added. However, my return gift may not necessarily be to your liking, your majesty. He chuckled, looking into the Jade Emperor's eyes. The Jade Emperor chuckled softly, shaking his head as he remarked, as a mere mortal, the concept of a return gift from you, my third, is rather unnecessary. Besides, I never anticipated what kind of gift you might offer. No matter how precious, the possessions of an insignificant mortal hold little value in my eyes. I trust that any gift presented by you would not be something distasteful to me, the Emperor. Tang Yu replied, if that is truly the case, then I assure you, my return gift shall indeed be something you would not appreciate. The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Scrutinizing Tang Yu, I wonder why you are so confident in your ability to present a gift to me? Is it a matter of reciprocity? Tang Yu laughed heartily, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Of course, if the Emperor doubts, he may put it to the test. With that, his voice grew colder as he turned to Ling Shui, declaring, she is my sister, and I shall protect her for a lifetime. Should anything befall her. He chuckled ominously and strode forward. Throughout this, the Jade Emperor remained by his side, walking together. Yet, due to the veils of fate, Sun Wukong and the others were oblivious to any unusual occurrences, not even noticing the arrival of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor regarded Tang Yu's retreating figure with a glimmer of curiosity. The more he contemplated the unpredictable nature of Tang Seng, the less he understood him. Nevertheless, he had faith in his words. After all, the sudden emergence of such a formidable quasi-saint with stealthy abilities left them all in the dark about who might be backing Tang Seng. The Jade Emperor's figure gradually faded away. The Heavenly Court, having suffered considerable losses from theft and explosions, was in disarray. The Jade Emperor commanded an investigation into all quasi-saints across the realms, seeking to uncover who stood behind Tang Seng. However, upon conducting his inquiry, he found no singular suspect worthy of suspicion, yet numerous individuals sparked his doubts, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. In the lower realm, the calamities faced by Jiao Mu Jiao and his companions were effortlessly bypassed by Tang Yu. To put it simply, he soared past them. The descent of the heavenly beings was merely a business arrangement with the Buddhist sect, lacking the diligence characteristic of their counterparts. Thus, upon witnessing Tang Seng glide past his cave's entrance, they could do nothing but return to the heavens. Consequently, the tribulations set forth by the Western Paradise appeared to be utterly failing. Within a few days, the group of master and disciples would reach Lingyundu, subsequently arriving at the foot of the Spirit Mountain. In the west, the ancient Buddha of Light observed everything closely, striving to salvage each trial. However, with strategies in place, Tang Seng and his companions, upon spotting a demon, hastily mounted their lion and took flight. Such tactics left the ancient Buddha feeling a profound sense of despair. Would he truly witness the cessation of the journey to the West? He continued to ponder potential plans, seeking any means of salvation. Yet, Tang Seng and his companions were swiftly approaching Lingji, rendering any remedy seemingly too late. The Buddha, with a cigarette in his mouth and a smile upon his face, seemed to predict everything that was unfolding. He reached down to adjust the small stool beneath him before settling back onto it. Following the previous loss of the stool, the multitude of Buddhas on Mount Ling, united in their efforts, had crafted several new wooden stools. Although only a diminutive portion of land remained on the back mountain, the supply of timber was plentiful, more than sufficient for their needs. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of light, murmured a chant, his aged visage etched with profound weariness. To accomplish great deeds, one must not be at a loss. How can one achieve greatness in such a state? The Buddha perched upon the small stool, crossing his legs and gently swinging his foot, chuckled. I have faith that the ancient Buddha surely possesses a solution. How could one be without a plan? In my eyes, the ancient Buddha is indeed one who accomplishes great things. Those who aspire to greatness must not easily yield, correct? Ancient Buddha. In response to the Buddha's sarcasm, the ancient Buddha of light remained silent, lost in contemplation as he pondered strategies. After a brief moment, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his eyes. What if he instructed Tang Seng and his companions to return to the Tang dynasty and embark on their journey to the West anew? Lighting a cigarette, a hint of amusement danced in his gaze. Chapter 445. The journey to the West approaches its conclusion. The ancient Buddha of light felt a surge of admiration for his own cleverness, deeming this a splendid plan. As Tang Seng and his party drew ever closer to Mount Ling, any attempts at reparation now seemed futile. Thus, it would be wiser to allow them to return to the Tang dynasty and start afresh. The assembly of Buddhas below fell silent, gazing in disbelief at the ancient Buddha of light, some regarding him as if he were a fool. Lage flicked the ash from his cigarette, chuckling. What a brilliant idea. But does the ancient Buddha truly comprehend the timeline of the journey to the West? This old monk is well aware that the celestial decree dictates the merits and schemes of the journey, fostering the flourishing of our Buddhist order over a span of 19 years, the ancient Buddha of light proclaimed, his expression solemn yet tinged with pride. Was such a minor issue truly capable of stumping the old monk? Absurd. The meticulous planning by the Buddhist order over centuries was all for this 19-year period. Yet the tribulations within this journey had proven far more arduous than anticipated, fraught with obstacles. The celestial decree had granted them opportunities, yet they had failed to seize them. Suddenly, the smile on the ancient Buddha of light's face faltered, as if he had come to a realization. Lage continued, May I inquire, ancient Buddha, how many years have passed since Tang Seng and his companions departed the Tang dynasty? Over 17 years, nearing 18, the ancient Buddha of light replied, his brow furrowing. This meant that only a year remained. Regardless of whether Tang Seng and his party reached the great Thunder Sound Temple, the tribulation would conclude. However, attempting to rectify all calamities within a single year was akin to chasing phantoms. It was utterly impossible. To have Tang Seng return to Chang'an and start anew would not be an easy feat, as the Buddha chuckled softly, given Tang Seng's virtues. Returning to the Tang dynasty and setting forth again would surely not prove to be a simple task. Even if Tang Seng truly embarks on the journey to the West as you desire, upon his return to Chang'an, he would surely need to linger for a while. At the very least, a span of 3 months. Thus, how much time remains until the calamity is fulfilled? Lai Gu, with a cigarette in hand and eyes slightly squinted, began to analyze. Moreover, the ancient Buddha might consider what the current Lingshan can offer for trade with the heavenly court. If there is anything, it would pertain to these bald heads below. Surely, the ancient Buddha would not pawn these bald heads to the heavenly court, meeting the gazes of the other Buddhas. The lamp-illuminating ancient Buddha recited a sutra and quickly remarked, Amitabha, how could this humble monk act in such a manner? The assembly of Buddhas is the very foundation of my Buddhist order. How could I, as a mere mortal, resort to pawning to hasten the completion of the calamity? However, if it truly could facilitate the calamity's resolution, he would not mind such a method. After all, is he not a Buddha? With but a thought, he could select from the devout followers below at any moment, sealing as many as desired. Does the Buddha have a countermeasure? The lamp illuminating ancient Buddha inquired of Lai Gu. Those who achieve great deeds often lack means. What could I possibly offer? Lai Gu replied. The lamp illuminating ancient Buddha furrowed his brow slightly. Buddha. While the proposal of using the Great Thunder Sound Monastery as collateral was indeed made by this humble monk, it was primarily for the completion of the journey to the West. Moreover, much time has elapsed. A person of great capacity must possess a measure of tolerance. Otherwise, how could they accomplish great things? He was well aware that the collateralization of the Great Thunder Sound Monastery had already caused some dissatisfaction among the Buddhas and even the Buddha himself. Furthermore, during this period, he was in charge of the journey to the West, which naturally exacerbated the Buddha's discontent towards him. Lai Gu rose, cigarette in mouth, hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth in the small space. From my perspective, it is exceedingly difficult to fulfill the journey to the West under the current circumstances. It would be better to allow events to unfold naturally, as Tang Seng and his companions enter Lingshan, then return to the Tang dynasty with the Buddhist scriptures, propagating our Buddhist teachings. I believe the heavenly Tao will, to some extent, elucidate some merits. In my view, this is the only viable solution. It must be so. Speaking of the Buddhist scriptures caused the Buddha to frown slightly. It seemed that writing had yet to commence. After a brief contemplation, Lai Gu issued his command. Ananda, Kasyapa. The Buddha and Kasyapa stepped forward. As Tang Seng and his companions draw ever closer to Lingshan, the scriptures remain unwritten. The Buddha, cigarette in hand, with his gaze deepened by the swirling smoke, remarked, "You two should work overtime tonight and scribble something together. Write more. It might come in handy for deceiving others in the future." Acknowledging the Buddha's decree, Ananda and Kasyapa exchanged glances, each recognizing the bitterness on the other's face. The last time they penned the scriptures, they had expended a considerable amount of mental energy. Must they write again? But how should they compose it? Inspiration eludes them. Kasyapa's eyes brightened with an idea. There is no need to rewrite from scratch. Instead, they could take the existing scriptures, copy segments, and then combine them into a new text. If it appears too obvious, they could make minor adjustments to a few words in each segment. This way, they would save themselves quite a bit of trouble. Kasyapa smiled broadly, admiring his own cleverness. Truly, he was a little trickster. The lamp illuminating ancient Buddha pondered the Buddha's words. It seems that apart from the Buddha's approach, there are no other options available. After several centuries of planning, it has all come to naught. A sense of reluctance lingers within him, yet faced with the current reality, he must reluctantly accept it. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha, with a sigh, remarked that if no alternatives exist, then it must be so. However, the Buddha fell into deep contemplation. Must he truly confront the situation so directly? If a suitable opportunity does not present itself, then he may have no choice. In the heavenly realm, the collapsed palace has been rebuilt. Yet, due to the theft from the heavenly treasury, the realm now faces an economic crisis. Originally, the Jade Emperor had dispatched individuals to the mortal realm, but they have all returned to the heavens. He had anticipated that the Buddha would come to the heavenly court to discuss their collaboration, hoping to secure some financial relief for the realm. However, events have unfolded unexpectedly. The Buddha did not arrive, leaving the Jade Emperor perplexed. Had the Buddhist sect truly abandoned the journey to the West? Upon further reflection, this possibility cannot be dismissed. Gazing into the Xiangui mirror at the figure of Tang Seng, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened. Once they reached Mount Ling, he could promptly dispatch troops to invade the kingdom of 10,000 demons. As for the fate of the monk and his disciples, he cared little. Yet, how to address the variable that is Tang Seng? When they returned to the Tang dynasty to disseminate scriptures, he could seize Tang Seng and announce this unforeseen circumstance, imprisoning him for eternity within the heavenly realm. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor felt a sense of uncertainty regarding this variable. Who, after all, stands behind him? From their last conversation, he is convinced that there are far greater powers concealed behind Tang Seng than merely that one quasi-saint. As for the assault on the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the Jade Emperor pondered for a moment before delving deeper into the chaos. I seek an audience with the two saints. The sudden request for an audience caught the saint's attention. Is there a matter of importance? The voice of Zhuanti resonated in the Jade Emperor's ears, treating him with far more deference than they would show to lesser beings. After all, the Jade Emperor is a disciple of Hanjun and the sovereign of the three realms, deserving of some respect. Your Excellencies, the Jade Emperor began thoughtfully. I come regarding the affairs of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. It has now become a formidable force. Should they interfere in the matters of the three realms, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. My master's intention is to maintain balance within the realms, and after the journey to the west, to eradicate the demons of the kingdom once and for all. He paused before continuing. If we were to confront the kingdom of 10,000 demons solely from the heavenly realm, it would not be an easy task. However, my master insists that the eradication of these demons is imperative. Demons are inherently malevolent. If they enter the world, they will surely bring about unimaginable consequences. They have all gathered in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, which may not be an entirely unfavorable development. We can ensnare them all at once and eradicate them completely. However, considering the strength of the celestial court, the complete annihilation of the kingdom of 10,000 demons is no simple task. Thus, I propose an alliance with the Buddhist sect to vanquish the myriad demons and obliterate their kingdom. Moreover, my esteemed teacher shares this sentiment. Should the demons descend into the mortal realm, it would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable chaos across the three realms. The mention of Hanjun has been recurrent, and there are hints that this is indeed his will. Naturally, the two figures of Junti and Jiayin comprehend the emperor's intentions to join forces with the Buddhist sect against the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Furthermore, it is implied that this aligns with Hongjuan's desires. Even if the two brothers wish to decline, it would be an impossibility. Their purpose is clear: to confront the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Junti remarked, when it comes to the demons in the lower realm, we must exert our utmost to eradicate them. Such a grand act of merit will not go unnoticed by our Buddhist sect. That is well, the Jade Emperor replied. In that case, I shall take my leave. With that, he exited the chaos, secretly amused. The Buddhist sect's desire to remain aloof is utterly unattainable. Otherwise, relying solely on the celestial court's strength to assault the kingdom of 10,000 demons would inevitably incur losses. It is absolutely unacceptable for the celestial court to suffer while they merely watch. Thus, the Jade Emperor is determined to involve the Buddhist sect. As the Jade Emperor departed, the depths of chaos fell silent once more. Regarding the assault on the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the two brothers regarded it as a trivial matter. Yet, as the journey to the west unfolds, it seems to be nearing a catastrophic conclusion, with hope all but vanished. The brothers have made earnest efforts, yet to no avail. Tang Seng and his companions are on the verge of reaching Lingyun Crossing, but the distance to rectify those calamities is akin to a fool's errand. The brothers feel utterly drained, yet are left with no recourse. At the very least, from their perspective, the journey to the west appears to be nearing its end. Brother, it seems that hope has faded from the journey to the west. Junti sighed heavily, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. How many years has the Buddhist sect prepared for this calamity? Yet, here they stand at this juncture. The brothers had pinned their hopes on the journey to the west to repay debts, thus leading to the flourishing of the Buddhist sect. Before it even commenced, the brothers, along with the Buddhist followers, brimmed with confidence, believing that the calamity would conclude with the sect's resurgence. Yet, before they could bask in their joy, reality delivered a harsh blow, leaving the Buddhist sect in a state of bewilderment. Jain responded calmly with his eyes closed, his voice tranquil. Brother, we must devise a strategy, Junti urged, primarily fearful that the heavenly Tao might suddenly demand accountability from them. Let us take it step by step, Jain replied. At this juncture, it is evident that the calamity is unlikely to be resolved. What shall we do now? Junti sighed heavily once more. Jiayin remained silent, eyes closed. Only Junti's lamentations filled the air as he lit a cigarette, his brow furrowed, embodying a visage of deep concern. After taking a drag from a cigarette, a sudden thought struck me regarding my vibrant, miraculous tree, which I had entrusted to Xiao Lai to manage unforeseen circumstances. Yet, it ultimately went unused. In my haste to depart, I failed to reclaim it. With a flicker of intent, I sought to summon the colorful tree back to me, but I felt not the faintest trace of its presence. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Instantly, my heart raced, and my countenance shifted, consumed by ominous foreboding. I attempted to sense its essence multiple times, yet not a hint of familiarity emerged. It was as if my vibrant tree had vanished completely from existence. This was impossible, utterly inconceivable. Even if it had been destroyed, I would still perceive its essence. Yet now, there was nothing, as if it had utterly dissipated. Disciple, what troubles you? Noticing my disquiet, Jane inquired. I remained silent, my hand moving to calculate the situation. Upon completing the calculations, my expression darkened, and my breath caught in my throat. Astonishingly, my vibrant tree had been taken by the Tathagata's command and exchanged by Lingji for cigarettes. Although Lingji Bodhisattva had indeed obscured the heavenly secrets, secretly seeking to barter with Tang Yu, his cultivation was such that even a simple calculation by a quasi-saint could unravel the truth. Not to mention a saint like myself. Cursed be this. My face turned ashen. I directly channeled immense power to transfer the Buddha into the chaos. The Buddha remained seated on his small stool, cigarette in mouth, eyes squinting as if engaged in conversation with the other Buddhas. Despite being displaced into the chaos, his demeanor remained unchanged, still resembling his form at Ling Mountain. The Buddha glanced around, only then realizing he had been transported into the chaos. What is happening? A strange chill crept over him, prompting him to adjust his robe. Before him, I regarded him with a cold gaze. Lai Gu was taken aback, hastily adjusting his posture, appearing rather innocent as he reached into his robe, producing a cigarette and offering it to me. Here, have one. My eyes hardened further as I continued to regard the Buddha. Instantly, Lai Gu grew anxious, rising respectfully. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck him. His head rang, and he stumbled, seeing stars. Had I just slapped him into the galaxy? Before Lai Gu could comprehend, I seized him by the collar, delivering a series of rhythmic slaps. His face reddened and swelled visibly, blood streaming from his nostrils as he staggered in the chaos. His gaze vacant and bewildered. After a few moments, he ultimately collapsed. After some time, he regained his senses, shaking his head, standing up, yet utterly bewildered. What had he done? Why was he met with such a barrage? Where was my vibrant, miraculous tree? The voice of Zhuan Ti resounded in Lai Ji's ears, filled with a biting intensity. Chapter 447. The preparation to retrieve the colorful wonder tree. Lai Gu was momentarily taken aback. He had instructed Lingji Bodhisattva to exchange the colorful wonder tree for some cigarettes. However, being a sacred treasure, reclaiming it was not merely a matter of thought. Why are you hitting me? Lai Gu felt a deep sense of grievance. Rubbing his swollen face, he squinted and remarked, if it were so easy to retrieve a sacred treasure, wouldn't it be just a matter of thought? With a sharp slap, Lai Gu received another backlash. Zhuan Ti, exasperated yet mocking, retorted, if it were truly that simple, would I be so enraged? Let me tell you, I am well aware of what you have done with the colorful wonder tree. Immediately seek out Tang Seng and retrieve my colorful wonder tree, or I shall skin you alive. As she spoke, Zhuan Ti approached and delivered another barrage of strikes. Lai Gu collapsed to the ground, consumed by growing anger. Zhuan Ti, in her fury, unleashed a flurry of kicks upon him, her feet striking like a whirlwind. Lai Gu curled up like a shrimp, attempting to shield his vulnerable head. After a prolonged assault, panting heavily, Zhuan Ti pointed at him and declared, if you do not return my colorful wonder tree, I will skin you alive. Now begone. After a considerable time, Lai Gu managed to rise, filled with grievance, but even more, he harbored a growing hatred for the old rascal Zhuan Ti. Rebellion was an inevitable consequence. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Amidst the chaos, the Buddha had completed his healing and returned to the back mountain of the great Thunder Sound Temple. He had not forgotten to take his small stool with him. Yet his mind was filled with curiosity. What was truly happening? A sacred treasure could be reclaimed with a mere thought, yet Zhuan Ti's frantic demeanor indicated otherwise. Could it be that an unforeseen variable had intervened? This possibility loomed large. After all, only an unpredictable variable could achieve such a feat at this moment. The Buddha regarded the three simpletons with newfound respect. They possessed a method that even the saints could not perceive, rendering their own treasures undetectable. Such a strategy was beyond the Buddha's capabilities. The means of the variable, combined with the powerful backing of the saints, implied a connection to the forces behind them. Moreover, he had previously inquired whether Sha Wujing had been in contact with the saints, and the implication was clear. He had conveyed his intentions to his powerful allies. With an enigmatic variable and formidable saints backing him, success seemed inevitable. You two old rascals, wait for me. Upon returning to the back mountain of Lingshan, the Buddha entered his meditation chamber and summoned Lingji Bodhisattva. Greetings, my Buddha. Lingji Bodhisattva greeted with a slight bow. Go to the lower realms and seek out Tang Seng to retrieve the colorful wonder tree, the Buddha instructed, frowning. Lingji Bodhisattva looked at the Buddha in confusion, unsure of the sudden directive. Even if they were to retrieve the colorful wonder tree, they would need something of equal value for the exchange, wouldn't they? The Buddhist realm now stands desolate. The Buddha, with a sigh and a cigarette in hand, remarked, "Withdraw the cigarette, and have a proper discussion with Tripitaka. If it can be returned, let it be returned. If Tripitaka disagrees, then find a way to appeal to him." The Buddha braced himself for the worst, believing that Tripitaka might not acquiesce. "I am aware of your considerable private savings. Utilize them as if they were borrowed from me." Lage let out a weary sigh, placed a comforting hand on the shoulder of Lingji Bodhisattva, and spoke earnestly, "I have witnessed all your efforts. In future endeavors, I shall certainly ensure that you are duly rewarded." Lingji Bodhisattva wore a troubled expression, yet with the Buddha's words, he felt he could not refuse. "It is only right to assist the Buddha," he replied. "Very well, go forth." Lage waved his hand, a trace of fatigue evident in his demeanor. Lingji Bodhisattva hurriedly descended to the mortal realm. Upon arrival, Tang Yu furrowed his brow at the sight of Lingji Bodhisattva. What nonsense! They wished to return the goods? Nevertheless, Tang Yu began to piece together the situation. Initially, the exchange of the colorful miraculous tree for cigarettes was clearly a ploy to indulge in free smokes. However, having directly traded the colorful miraculous tree, the absence of its essence had been felt by Xuan. Thus, Lingji Bodhisattva descended to retrieve it, seeking to reverse the transaction. In small transactions, once sold, there is no return, Tang Yu asserted. "Brother San, truly, it is of no consequence if it cannot be returned. How much was that colorful miraculous tree I exchanged last time?" "Name your price." Lingji Bodhisattva pondered for a moment before responding. "Last time, I took 11 cigarettes from you. Would it be acceptable to exchange the colorful miraculous tree for the price of those 11 cigarettes? Tang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Lingji, the deal is already concluded. Your request is excessive. Should there be any issues with the cigarettes, inform me, and I assure you, I will facilitate a return. However, there are no issues at hand. Moreover, as for that colorful miraculous tree, I am not even certain of its purpose or usage. I merely found it visually appealing and intended to enjoy it for a few days." Lingji Bodhisattva grew anxious. "Brother San, please name a price. This artifact holds immense significance." The Buddha insisted on sparing no effort to reclaim the colorful miraculous tree. Given Xuan Ti's temperament, failure to retrieve it would certainly lead to repercussions. "Lingji, I truly cherish this tree. I would like to keep it for a few more days before exchanging it," Tang Yu replied. "Brother San, that is simply unacceptable," Lingji Bodhisattva pleaded, presenting a collection of treasures. "Brother San, do these suffice?" Lingji Bodhisattva's heart felt heavy. Tang Yu glanced at the offerings, furrowing his brow in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Lingji Bodhisattva produced additional treasures. "Brother San, these are all I have. Do they meet your needs?" Tang Yu sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. "Very well, Lingji, since it has come to this, I shall return it to you. However, I must admit, I truly adore this colorful miraculous tree. It is quite beautiful, and I had intended to plant it in my courtyard after my pilgrimage. Oh, since you assert that it is of paramount importance to the Buddhist realm, and as a member of this sacred order, I feel compelled to contribute in some way." The Bodhisattva Lingji's lips twitched subtly in disbelief. "Do you truly believe you can offer anything to the Buddhist community? Let us be thankful that you do not bring misfortune upon it. Wait for me a moment. I shall retrieve something." Tang Yu approached his suitcase, feigning a flurry of activity, before extracting the colorful miraculous tree. Throughout this, the Bodhisattva Lingji observed intently. Curiously, he sensed no aura from the tree until Tang Seng presented it. He cast a deep glance at the suitcase, pondering whether its nature had shifted due to unforeseen circumstances, transforming it into a treasure that veils the secrets of heaven. Yet, oddly enough, he could discern the contents within the suitcase with clarity. This was indeed perplexing. "Here, Xiaoji. This is for you," Tang Yu said with a pained expression as he handed the colorful miraculous tree to the Bodhisattva Lingji. Chapter 448. Movements of the Celestial Court. Gazing at the colorful miraculous tree, the Bodhisattva Lingji exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, fearing that Tang Seng might refuse to part with it. To his surprise, Tang Seng was quite agreeable. Of course, a significant part of this was undoubtedly due to the high value of the item in question. The thought of those magical treasures caused him a pang of regret and even a fleeting urge to laugh. The colorful miraculous tree had been exchanged for incense within the Buddhist community, and now it was being returned with an abundance of magical artifacts. It felt almost like a jest. Fearing that Tang Seng might change his mind, the Bodhisattva Lingji eagerly accepted it. "Thank you, third brother, thank you," he expressed repeatedly, anxious to avoid any delay that might alter the situation. He exchanged a hasty greeting with Tang Yu and departed in a flurry. Tang Yu smirked coldly to himself. As for the colorful miraculous tree belonging to Zhuan Ti, it had already been converted into fortune value. How could he possibly return it? The tree he had just given was one he had nurtured through the system. Initially, he had intended to keep it for his own purposes, knowing he could easily shift the blame to Zhuan Ti if necessary. However, given the sincere intentions of the Buddhist community, he felt obliged to return it. As a person of kindness and integrity should. Too soft-hearted. He excelled in many aspects, yet his excessive kindness was a flaw that needed correction. Alas, such innate goodness was not easily altered. Tang Yu shook his head, reflecting on this for a moment before approaching the yellow lion spirit. Casting a glance at the sleeping girl on its back, he draped a garment over her. In truth, the girl had consumed numerous elixirs, rendering her resilient to both heat and cold. Moreover, there was a surge of magical energy within her. Was he nearing Ling Mountain? But what to do about this little girl? She could not remain by his side indefinitely. Furthermore, both the Jade Emperor and the Buddhist order had hinted at the potential threat she posed to him. Should he leave her unattended, danger might well arise. Tang Yu found himself in a quandary. In his heart, he had devised a plan to entrust her care to the mother of Mount Li. The venerable lady of Lishan possesses profound cultivation, further augmented by the backing of the celestial sage, known for his fierce protectiveness. It is reasonable to assume that no one would dare to confront her. Having resolved himself to this reality, Tang Yu sighed, accepting the circumstances as they were. The simple-minded disciple gazed at his master with flickering eyes, having just witnessed the master present the resplendent seven-colored marvel tree to the Bodhisattva Lingji. In his naive perspective, such an act was utterly inconceivable. For once an item entered his master's possession, it was unfathomable for it to be relinquished. Instantly, the disciple sensed that his master harbored a scheme. Indeed, the treasures of the back mountain of Ling Mountain have yet to be detonated. With this thought, Tang Yu chuckled softly. There was no rush. At worst, he could trigger the explosion at the foot of Ling Mountain, allowing himself to enjoy the spectacle of a grand celestial display. "Master, let us rest here for a while," the simple-minded disciple suggested. Feeling fatigued and needing a moment to recuperate, panting as he spoke. His endurance seemed rather lacking, perhaps a result of the arduous journey. Tang Yu regarded him with disdain, questioning the disciple's stamina. Yet, upon reflecting on the disciple's emotional entanglements, his brow furrowed slightly. Regarding the ceiling issue, he could effortlessly unravel the first layer. However, it was intertwined with the magical essence extracted from the weak water's primordial spirit. A slight misstep could lead to severe injuries or even the destruction of the soul. Moreover, should he truly break the seal, the ensuing consequences would certainly demand consideration. The weak water had already been plunged into the abyss of the nine nether, enduring the torment of icy flames upon its spirit. If the simple-minded disciple were to reclaim his emotional ties recklessly, the repercussions would be utterly unpredictable. If he were aware of all this, yet chose inaction, Tang Yu would hold him in contempt. This was reminiscent of the ancient demon king, who, for the sake of a woman, mobilized the entire demon kingdom to assault the heavens. For a ruler, this was a grave transgression, and for the myriad demons, having such an impulsive king was a misfortune indeed. However, from a man's perspective, Tang Yu did not believe that Sun Wukong had erred. After contemplating, he decided to postpone deliberations on the simple-minded disciple's emotional issues for another time. "Let us rest for a moment," he called to his disciples, settling down in place. Suddenly, Tang Yu's consciousness stirred, and a figure ascended into the heavens. The Bodhisattva Guanyin, seated upon her lotus throne, turned her gaze towards him. Concerning the matters of the journey to the west, the Buddhist sect has resolved to let things be, for they can no longer withstand the turmoil. Even the Great Lane Temple has been mortgaged. As she spoke, a trace of a smile flitted across her lips. The Buddhist sect, once esteemed, had fallen to such depths due to a single Tang Seng. Tang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder he had sensed an unusual tranquility these past few days. It appeared that the Buddhist sect had indeed prepared to capitulate. How astonishing! He still eagerly anticipated the actions of the Buddhist community, yet he surrendered so easily. TSK. Does he possess no resilience at all? Is this how it shall be? Tang Yu silently scorned this notion. To relinquish hope so readily? Tang Yu remarked. With such a lack of fortitude, this Buddhist community is destined for ruin. Guanyin Bodhisattva rolled her eyes in disbelief. Look at what the Buddhist community has become. To claim it lacks resilience is rather hypocritical. It is easy to speak from a position of comfort. Moreover, the multitude of Buddhas from the Lingshan have fundamentally prepared to follow the Buddha in independent endeavors. Although it appeared that the Buddha had been idly delegating the issues of the journey to the West to the ancient Buddha of Lamp, he was, in fact, working diligently behind the scenes, the only thing lacking being a suitable opportunity. Guanyin Bodhisattva stated, however, I believe that if a fitting opportunity does not present itself, the Buddha will undoubtedly confront matters head-on. His collaboration with Sha Wujing, coupled with his own presumption of having a connection to the sage behind the scenes, leads him to believe he possesses the means to contend with this entity. As she spoke, Guanyin coughed softly twice, her lips twitching at the thought of the entire Buddhist community being treated as a variable by Sha Wujing. The most amusing aspect was that the Buddha himself had sought Sha Wujing for confirmation, and Sha Wujing had confidently declared his wisdom, thus endowing the Buddhist community with this belief. Opportunity? Tang Yu's gaze flickered as he pondered deeply. He could effortlessly create opportunities. But how could he ensure that his own interests were maximized? This was worth contemplating. Observing his shifty eyes and cunning smile, Guanyin felt a shiver run down her spine, a premonition that the Buddha's time might be drawing to a close. Is there anything else? Tang Yu inquired after a moment of reflection. The Heavenly Court is currently mobilizing its forces to attack the kingdom of 10,000 demons, Guanyin Bodhisattva continued. Moreover, based on my conjecture, with the Jade Emperor's cunning intellect, it is unlikely he would undertake this mission solely with the Heavenly Court. He must surely intend to involve the Buddhist community as well. Chapter 449. The Return of the Seven-Colored Wonderful Tree. Tang Yu's expression froze, as the visage of the Jade Emperor suddenly appeared before him. Why would they attack the kingdom of 10,000 demons? And why at this particular moment? Although the kingdom of 10,000 demons has made significant advancements over the years, it still stands no chance against the combined forces of the Buddhist community and the Heavenly Court. Bai Susu, the butterfly spirit, and the woman associated with the Monkey King remain there. If they truly launch an assault on the kingdom of 10,000 demons, it would indeed be a troublesome affair. Tang Yu felt a sense of impending conspiracy. Yet, what exactly was the Heavenly Court scheming? He could not ascertain. Logically, attacking the kingdom of 10,000 demons would have been more prudent before it had grown so formidable. Why choose now? This aspect eluded Tang Yu's understanding. Yet he had an inkling that it was undoubtedly a scheme. Are you certain the Heavenly Court intends to attack the kingdom of 10,000 demons? Tang Yu asked. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara nodded. Indeed, this matter was already well known among the celestial beings. However, the delay in action after the army was assembled remains a mystery. Moreover, I find it peculiar that the attack on the kingdom of 10,000 demons is occurring at this juncture. With the influx of demons from the Lion-Camel Kingdom, the kingdom of 10,000 demons has transformed significantly. It is no longer a simple feat for the heavenly realm to annihilate it completely. The previous hesitance to strike, only to do so once the kingdom of 10,000 demons had grown stronger, is quite strange. Even Avalokiteshvara sensed the oddity. Tang Yu increasingly sensed the presence of a conspiracy. Yet, what exactly is the heavenly realm plotting? He could not comprehend it. Do you also find it curious? He mused softly. Perhaps the attack on the kingdom of 10,000 demons is not what it seems, and the heavenly realm might have ulterior motives. Looking downwards, Tang Yu cautioned, during this time, it would be wise not to return to Mount Ling recklessly. Avalokiteshvara cast a surprised glance at Tang Seng. Although she did not understand his reasoning, she knew it was wise to heed her brother's words. Understood, she replied. Furthermore, you are on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, are you not? Tang Yu remarked. Once you achieve that peak, I will find a way to help you ascend to quasi-sainthood. Avalokiteshvara's eyes gleamed with joy. I understand. Casting one last glance at her, Tang Yu's figure gradually faded, disappearing from her sight. In the Western Paradise, Lingji Bodhisattva returned with the prismatic, wonderful tree, lamenting to the Buddha about the arduous effort and numerous treasures wasted in retrieving it. Little G, everything you have done is etched in my heart. Rest assured, you will not be wronged, the Buddha assured, patting little G's shoulder with sincerity. Await the moment I venture out on my own. You and Avalokiteshvara are my trusted confidants, as you surely perceive. Thank you, Buddha, Lingji Bodhisattva replied, examining the prismatic, wonderful tree closely. The Buddha then vanished into the chaos. Come forth, saint, he called, and Zhuan-Ti appeared before him, his gaze icy and piercing. I report to the saint that the prismatic, wonderful tree has been retrieved from Tang Seng, the Buddha said hastily, presenting the tree. To think that you would use my prismatic, wonderful tree to exchange for mere cigarettes. It almost slipped away, never to return. The thought filled Zhuan-Ti with rage, a desire to strike him again rising within. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the impulse. Consider this a warning. Should you act so recklessly again, I shall flay your skin, Zhuan-Ti growled. Additionally, the heavenly realm intends to launch an attack on the kingdom of 10,000 demons. As the two major powers of the three realms, our Buddhist order and the heavenly realm must lend our support, for this is indeed a matter of great merit. The Buddha was taken aback. The heavenly realm seeks to attack the kingdom of 10,000 demons? I have established a partnership with them, anticipating the day I can venture out independently and have the kingdom of 10,000 demons as my ally. But should they attack, would that not spell disaster? The Buddha was left utterly bewildered. It feels as though all my grand plans have been utterly shattered in this fleeting moment. Why has reality struck me so harshly? The severity of this blow has left me momentarily stunned. Without the support of the Wanyao kingdom, how could I possibly rise? It is essential to recognize that collaborating with the Wanyao kingdom was perceived as my vanguard, essentially a sacrifice on my behalf, allowing me to seize the chaos to my advantage. Yet now, with the assault on the Wanyao kingdom, does this not signify the complete collapse of all previous schemes? At this moment, I am engulfed in regret and frustration for not having instigated a rebellion sooner. Had I done so, none of this turmoil would have arisen. There is a saying, those who strike first will prevail, while those who hesitate will suffer. This sentiment resonates deeply within me now. I lament not having acted decisively. I ponder aloud, O sage, why does the celestial court launch an unprovoked attack on the Wanyao kingdom? Yet, my mind races with thoughts of whether I should initiate a rebellion. If this continues, the Wanyao kingdom is in grave danger. Should it falter, the loss of this ally would make any future endeavors exceedingly challenging. Instantly, my mind becomes a tumultuous storm, hearing that it is the will of the higher authorities, and knowing that allowing the Wanyao kingdom to persist could eventually lead to disaster, I feel compelled to act. With a sharp glare, Zhuan-Ti admonishes, enough with the idle chatter, do as instructed, and be gone. With a slight bow, I prepare to retreat from the chaos. The specifics of the matter should be discussed with the Jade Emperor. If indeed this is the will of the higher powers, we have no choice but to acquiesce. Just as I am about to withdraw from the chaos, Zhuan-Ti's words echo in my ears. I can sense that he, too, wishes to avoid entanglement with the Wanyao kingdom, as the pressing concern lies with the journey to the west. However, if this is the higher authorities' directive, refusal is not an option. My thoughts drift as I exit the chaos, wishing to steer clear of the Wanyao kingdom's affairs, for they are my partners. Yet, contemplating a rebellion at this juncture leads me to believe I should consult with Sha Wujing. Within the chaos, Zhuan-Ti gazes at the seven-colored marvelous tree in his hands. Bewildered, how could the essence of this tree vanish so suddenly? Moreover, this one seems somewhat different from the previous one. After a meticulous examination, I discern no apparent differences. Yet an odd sensation lingers. A brief flourish reveals no distinction. It appears I have been overthinking. In the 450th chapter, the heart endures, the soul persists. Zhuan-Ti inspects the seven-colored marvelous tree closely, having nearly lost his beloved treasure forever, almost exchanged for mere incense by those misguided disciples of Buddha. Truly, it is infuriating. He promptly stows the seven-colored marvelous tree away, feeling a wave of relief upon its return, as he finds solace in the presence of his cherished possession. The myriad Buddhas of the Buddhist realm ceased their restless endeavors regarding the events of the journey to the west, and a palpable sense of relaxation enveloped them. Their work ethic became notably lax, with some even opting to take leave, indulging in deep slumber. The Buddha himself even brought forth a game of mahjong, albeit for mere amusement. However, after a brief period, he found the activity rather dull. Ultimately, he proposed a game of smoking, albeit with modest stakes, 1 stick per round, regardless of the magnitude of the win or loss. This at least held more allure than aimless play. The ancient Buddha of light observed Zhuangguangjing and Tang Seng, who remained deep in thought, a cigarette between his lips, pondering whether a final salvation was within reach. With a resigned sigh, he approached the mahjong table and addressed the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra. Amitba, allow this old monk to partake in a few rounds. Samantabhadra hastily vacated his seat. Upon hearing the impending assault on the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the Buddha's mind began to wander. He struck several cannons, losing multiple sticks in the process. After a while, the thrill had waned. The brother rose and retreated to the meditation chamber, settling onto a small wooden bench, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and his disciples pressed onward, drawing ever closer to Lingshan. Their journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any fiends or malevolent spirits. However, as they neared Lingshan, Tang Yu felt an increasing weight of pressure. "Let us rest for a moment," he suggested. The dim-witted disciple instantly discerned his master's preoccupation. "Master, is something troubling you?" "Nothing of great concern," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. His gaze fell upon the slumbering young girl nearby. It seemed prudent to send her to the Lady of Lishan. Tang Yu had a foreboding sense that once they entered Lingshan, circumstances would unfold that warranted her absence. For the sake of safety, he resolved to escort the young girl away first. A figure made its way toward Lishan. The Lady of Lishan was meditating in her chamber when she noticed Tang Yu's sudden appearance, momentarily taken aback. "How did you arrive so stealthily?" "I had little choice," Tang Yu replied with a wry smile. "Had I made my presence known, I would have been discovered long ago." The Lady of Lishan regarded him intently. "Speak. What brings you here this time?" "I am nearing my journey to the west, as you must be aware," Tang Yu continued. "Yet, I am troubled by a young girl in my care and cannot rest easy." The Lady of Lishan raised an eyebrow. "You wish for me to assist you in taking her?" "Indeed, I fear for her safety if she accompanies me," Tang Yu sighed. "Thus, I must leave her in your care, for I trust that no harm will come to her under your watch." "Very well," she replied, regarding him thoughtfully. "It seems the Buddhist realm has relinquished its pursuits in the journey to the west. For the sake of a grand cosmic tribulation that has been in the making for years, it is unfortunate that it has come to this, due to one Tang Seng." A smile, both charming and enigmatic, graced the Lady of Lishan's lips at this thought. "From what I gather, the Bodhisattva Guanyin seems to echo this sentiment of abandonment within the Buddhist circles." Tang Yu spread his hands in disbelief, astonished that the Buddhist sect could be so fragile, yielding to such minor setbacks. How disappointing. Was this truly a trivial setback? What has become of the Buddha's domain? Even the Grand Lane Temple has been mortgaged. Is this considered a mere inconvenience? The Lady of Mount Li chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is a small setback. Otherwise, how could one describe them? The Buddhist sect is nothing but a group of ineffectual beings. Once one enters the fold, it seems one becomes inexplicably bound." With a slight furrow in her brow, the Lady of Mount Li expressed her concerns. "Moreover, your unpredictable identity cannot remain concealed for long." Tang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "It matters not. At worst, I shall endure the tribulations at Ling Mountain." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "In fact, I have discovered a method to attain sanctity. I am capable of achieving it." The Lady of Mount Li gazed at him incredulously. His cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the De Luo golden immortal stage, not even having reached the threshold of the quasi-saint tribulation. How could he confidently proclaim that he could attain sanctity? If anyone else had uttered such words, it would have seemed a mere jest to her. Yet, from the lips of Tang Yu, this variable, she found herself inexplicably convinced. Hearing that the heavenly court was mobilizing its forces to attack the kingdom of 10,000 demons, Tang Yu remarked, "I sense a conspiracy brewing. However, I cannot ascertain the true intentions of the heavenly court." After a moment of reflection, the Lady of Mount Li replied, "Though the kingdom of 10,000 demons is populated by numerous creatures, how many can truly capture the attention of the heavenly court or earn its favor? Are you suggesting that the heavenly court's objective is the demon queen?" Tang Yu furrowed his brow. "That is indeed a suspicion. Yet it could also indicate the heavenly court's desire to eliminate demonic beings from the lower realms." The Lady of Mount Li pondered, uncertainty creeping into her voice. The prospect of the heavenly court launching an offensive against the kingdom of 10,000 demons at this juncture seemed exceedingly strange. Tang Yu fell into deep contemplation, and after a pause, he speculated, if this is the case, could it be that even Wukong is implicated? Although Sun Wukong has not yet awakened, he has begun to grasp certain truths. If he were to learn of the attack on the kingdom of 10,000 demons, his nature would compel him to intervene. The Lady of Mount Li offered a wry smile. "It is indeed possible. They may seize the opportunity to eliminate Sun Wukong. However, he will ultimately become a figure of the Buddha's domain. If the heavenly court were to act in such a manner, would they not fear inciting the discontent of the Buddhist sect? Tang Yu furrowed his brow, inquiring further. Unlikely, the Lady of Mount Li countered, shaking her head. The original intent of the restraining spell was to control Sun Wukong, but due to your interference, it was mistakenly placed upon the Black Bear spirit. Thus, Sun Wukong has always been beyond control. The former demon king, she sighed deeply, was undoubtedly the most formidable being beneath the saints, having followed the path of strength to enlightenment. Though he is now fragmented and sealed, should he suddenly awaken, it would spell trouble for both the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Especially now, the kingdom of 10,000 demons is not what it once was. If he were to awaken and return, rallying the demons once more, it would be a formidable challenge. If the heavenly court truly harbors such intentions, it is conceivable that the Buddhist sect may refrain from intervening, for uncertain pawns are difficult to control. Moreover, this particular piece possesses unparalleled strength. If an opportunity arises to eliminate it, it may indeed prove beneficial. Do you know the sole condition for disposing of Sun Wukong? The voice of the mother of Mount Li grew somber. Through Zixia, one can cause his heart to wither, as long as his heart remains unbroken. His soul cannot be extinguished. Tang Yu spoke earnestly. Is it not the same for Zixia? The mother of Mount Li nodded slightly. You are correct. To eliminate these two, it must occur in this manner, as they are mutually dependent. Chapter 451. Let him return to his pinnacle. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, pacing the room deep in thought. If it truly comes to this, what will you do? The mother of Mount Li inquired, observing him. Tang Yu paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. I will unseal the barriers and restore his combat prowess to its zenith. Once he regains his peak strength, I believe no one beneath the saints can rival him. After a brief pause, he continued. As for those saints, should they intervene, I will devise a means to delay them. If saints indeed become involved, it will likely be 3 in total, the 2 from the west and the Yuan Shi Tianzun. The mother of Mount Li gazed at him, astonished. How do you plan to delay the saints? Entering sainthood, transcending tribulations. Tang Yu articulated each word with precision. You are mad, the mother of Mount Li exclaimed. Even if you were to successfully delay a saint and ascend to sainthood, how much strength would remain after transcending tribulations? It is impossible to emerge unscathed from a saint's heavenly tribulation. Should this occur, your identity as a variable would be exposed. Have you considered the consequences? The mother of Mount Li fixed her gaze upon him. Tang Yu smiled faintly, shrugging his shoulders, and replied with resignation. If it truly comes to this, then it is the only way to delay the saints. As long as they do not intervene, Sun Wukong shall not be defeated. The mother of Mount Li opened her mouth, seemingly hesitant to speak further. There is no need for you to say more. I comprehend your meaning. However, should the Tongtian Patriarch intervene, this would no longer be a battle between the heavenly court and the kingdom of 10,000 demons. It could even spark a conflict among the saints. Furthermore, the Jade Emperor's preparations to strike against the kingdom of 10,000 demons may very well align with the wishes of the higher-ups. Should they choose to intervene, it could bring misfortune to the Tongtian Patriarch. Tang Yu sighed. Therefore, this matter must be resolved by me alone. The mother of Mount Li gazed at him, stunned, before finally saying, but in doing so, you place yourself in peril. It matters not. Tang Yu casually picked a piece of fruit from the platter on the table, consuming it absently while chewing. These are merely our conjectures. Perhaps it is not as we surmise. Although it is speculation, Tang Yu believed it was quite close to the truth. Otherwise, the heavenly court would have no need to mobilize against the kingdom of 10,000 demons at this juncture. After a considerable time, Tang Yu departed from the premises. The mother of Mount Li moved swiftly, appearing the next day along Tang Yu's pilgrimage route. Observing the young girl, she remarked that she possessed exceptional insight and intelligence. If Tang Yu did not mind, she wished to take her back for cultivation. Of course, this was a prearranged narrative between the two. After exchanging numerous elixirs from the system, they were entrusted to the venerable mother of Lishan, intended for the little girl's future ascension. As for the possibility of being discovered, that was utterly improbable, for at that moment, Tang Yu had bestowed upon her a grand formation to obscure celestial secrets while they were engaged in matters at Ling Mountain. The little girl, reluctant to part ways, wept openly in Tang Yu's embrace. His heart, too, was heavy with sorrow. If it were within his power, he would have cherished the opportunity to keep her by his side, watching her blossom into adulthood. Once she departed, Tang Yu lingered for a brief moment before beckoning his disciples to continue their journey. In the heavenly realm, witnessing this scene, the Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. The mother of Lishan happened to pass by and noticed the girl's innate wisdom. Had he not been aware of Tang Seng's unpredictable identity, he might have been inclined to believe it. Yet, it was evident that Tang Seng had orchestrated the entire affair with intention. His concern for the little girl was palpable, and the Jade Emperor even contemplated making some manipulations concerning her. However, he was taken aback when Tang Seng had preemptively sent her away. Now that she was under the care of the mother of Lishan, any attempt to act at this juncture would, he mused, result in more losses than gains. For the mother of Lishan was backed by the renowned Saint of Heaven, known for his fierce protection of those he cherishes. The Jade Emperor had long sensed the profound connection between Tang Seng and the mother of Lishan, and it was entirely possible that the Saint of Heaven stood behind them. Nevertheless, the emergence of such an unpredictable element had already disturbed the balance of the three realms. Regardless of the circumstances, this variable could not be allowed to persist. Of course, the Jade Emperor would never truly contemplate killing him. After all, how would he enjoy his smoke thereafter? Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to confine him eternally within the heavenly realm, providing him with endless supplies of cigarettes and liquor, which he could even market to the Buddhist sect in the West. The mere thought of this filled the Jade Emperor with excitement as he envisioned the Buddha humbly negotiating with him for the sale of cigarettes. The gods below grew increasingly solemn, fully aware that the Jade Emperor would soon take action. Yet, they remained uncertain about the scale of military mobilization and its purpose. Some speculated it was merely against the Buddhist sect or the 10,000 demon kingdom. An assault on the Buddhist sect was inconceivable, leaving only the 10,000 demon kingdom as a potential target. It appeared that the Buddhist sect had entirely relinquished its ambitions regarding the journey to the West. With a sigh, the Jade Emperor lamented, initially intending to extort some resources, now realizing that opportunity had slipped away. Habitually reaching for a cigarette, he prepared to light one, only to discover that his pack was completely empty. Following the recent theft incident, the entire economy of the heavenly realm had entered a state of decline. Some gods below could scarcely afford to indulge in smoking. The little shop of the Silver Star had been robbed, complicating the acquisition of cigarettes even further. However, at that moment, Li Jing demonstrated remarkable cleverness. Having purchased an ample supply of cigarettes from the Silver Star, he ensured that such a precious commodity was always on his person, thus avoiding the risk of theft. In the absence of smoke that even the gods cannot procure, he unwrapped an entire pack, selling the cigarettes one by one at an exorbitant price. Nevertheless, the gods had no choice but to accept this predicament, for the craving was relentless. Without a single puff, they found themselves restless and uneasy. Thus, Li Jing managed to make a small fortune. Naturally, this situation did not sit well with the Jade Emperor. However, due to pressing matters concerning the celestial army, he could not spare the time to descend to the mortal realm to seek out Tang Seng for an exchange. Gazing at the empty cigarette box, the Jade Emperor instinctively called out, "Tai Bai Jinxing. Your Majesty, I too have run out of stock," Tai Bai Jinxing quavered. "I longed to find the time to venture down and procure some cigarettes from Tang Seng, but due to various intricate matters, a suitable moment eluded me." The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow and assigned the responsibilities of Tai Bai Jinxing to the barefoot immortal, instructing Tai Bai Jinxing to promptly descend and seek out Tang Seng for the exchange of cigarettes. "Your command is my duty," Tai Bai Jinxing replied, hurrying down to the mortal realm. "Your Majesty, I still have a few here." Li Jing stepped forward, offering the cigarettes. Upon taking a puff, the Jade Emperor felt his mind clear and his thoughts became more comprehensive. The deities below, witnessing the Jade Emperor's grave and serious demeanor, anticipated that he was about to address a significant matter. To their surprise, the Jade Emperor stood and waved his hand, declaring, "The workday is over." With that, the Jade Emperor's figure vanished, appearing in the 33 heavens, outside the palace of Doshui. He bowed slightly. The Jade Emperor seeks an audience with the Supreme Lord. The gates of the palace slowly opened, and the Jade Emperor stepped inside. The Supreme Lord sat on a mat, eyes closed. Only upon the Jade Emperor's entrance did he open his eyes and inquire, "What brings you here, Jade Emperor?" "To report, esteemed Lord. I have discerned the variable in the journey to the West," the Jade Emperor said, casting a discreet glance at the Supreme Lord. "It is Tang Seng." The Supreme Lord remained unperturbed, his expression tranquil. The emergence of a variable affects the grand trend of the heavenly Tao, disrupting the balance of the three realms. Thus, you have come to seek guidance on how to address this matter? The Jade Emperor, having already contemplated the situation, questioned the need for further inquiry. The Supreme Lord replied nonchalantly, "Since you have given it thought, why seek the advice of an old Taoist?" The Jade Emperor offered a wry smile. Although he had pondered the matter, he was still filled with confusion and concern. He paused before asserting, "From where does this variable originate? Is there someone orchestrating events behind the scenes? Moreover, if we were to eliminate this variable, would it disrupt the three realms in any way? Furthermore, as Tang Seng is a figure of the Buddhist faith, my interference may incite discontent among them. They might even attempt to resolve the variable in their own manner." The Jade Emperor's worries deepened, particularly regarding Tang Seng's identity as a Buddhist. He feared that any rash action to imprison him within the heavenly court would provoke the ire of the Buddhist sect. The crux of the issue lay in the cigarettes. Merely due to this trivial matter, the Buddhists felt compelled to intervene in the affairs of the variable. The Jade Emperor, sovereign of the three realms, surely contemplates his actions and the manner in which to execute them. The Supreme Old Lord rose and proceeded towards the inner hall of the Duoshui Palace. The Jade Emperor lingered in place for a moment, for his visit to the Supreme Old Lord was likely a trial of sorts. Confronting uncertainties was merely a matter of time. Tang Seng, entwined with the Jiajiao, posed a potential complication, should the Supreme Old Lord also have ties to him. Addressing the enigma that is Tang Seng would indeed become a troublesome endeavor. At this moment, it was apparent from the Supreme Old Lord's demeanor that he had no intention of intervening in such matters. The Jade Emperor's purpose was evident to the Supreme Old Lord, who could not help but shake his head and chuckle softly. Regarding the issue of Tang Seng as a variable, he would not take action, nor would he concerning the heavenly court. Thus, their conflicts were of no concern to him. The sudden revelation of Tang Seng's identity as a variable was not particularly surprising to the Supreme Old Lord, even exceeding his expectations. After all, he had anticipated that this should have been disclosed long ago. The fact that it remained concealed until now was remarkable. The Buddhist sect, the heavenly court, Tang Seng, and the myriad of demons. Even if the Jade Emperor genuinely sought to act against Tang Seng, the Supreme Old Lord perceived it would not be an easy task, and could very well backfire. Tang Seng could ascend to quasi-sainthood at any moment, and he shared a profound bond with the mother of Li Mountain. Not to mention that monkey. Surely Tang Seng had grasped the entirety of this situation by now. Once that monkey achieved unity and returned to its zenith, it would be invincible as long as the saints remained absent. Furthermore, it had the support of the myriad demons, including a woman of quasi-saintly cultivation from the myriad demon kingdom. Yet, what concern was this to the Supreme Old Lord? Even should their battles rend the heavens and shatter the earth, even in times of celestial instability, perhaps it could present an opportunity. If I were to rely on another to catalyze my own transformation, dispersing the essence of the saint, could I perhaps undergo a metamorphosis? Might the saint descent elixir also resolve this predicament? The Supreme Old Lord sighed. Yet, dispersing the essence of the saint, how could one reassemble it? There exists a genuine risk of perishing, of losing all. Should I advance further, the saint descent elixir would undoubtedly facilitate my release from such a plight. Alas, I have reached the end of my path. Unless I seek an alternative route, there remains no possibility of survival. At that moment, the entire Duoshui Palace fell into silence. In the depths of Hell's 19th layer, an aura of power radiated, enveloping the 6 paths of reincarnation, though it was faint, so slight that it was nearly imperceptible. The Earth Mother closed her eyes, her entire being seemingly transforming into an ethereal essence, merging into the 6 paths. In an instant, her form coalesced once more. She opened her eyes, within which flickered the entirety of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Soon after, everything faded into obscurity, leaving only tranquility. Her body shimmered with specks of light, appearing to expand infinitely, yet simultaneously condensing to a minuscule point, nearly invisible. The entire 6 paths of reincarnation became integrated within her form. The 6 paths were her essence. She was the 6 paths. They fused completely into one, her body becoming translucent, revealing glimpses of all that comprised the 6 paths of reincarnation. One could even witness countless souls reincarnating and innumerable spirits surging forth, merging into her very being. Such clarity was evident. Her figure, radiant as light, reappeared in the depths of the 19th layer of hell. The cycle of reincarnation dissipated from her body, a phenomenon that merely hinged on a fleeting thought. She possessed the ability to encompass the 6 realms of reincarnation within her at any moment, or to extricate them at will. She was the 6 realms, and the 6 realms were indeed her. At last, she had refined the essence of the 6 realms, uniting it with her corporeal form. She could now unleash the might of a sage whenever and wherever she desired. In the past, the Earth Mother transformed herself into the cycle of reincarnation, a monumental act of great merit. The heavenly Tao permitted her ascension to sagehood. However, this sage was bound by certain limitations. Only within the underworld, amidst the 6 realms, could she manifest her sage-like prowess. Yet, the situation had changed. Having refined the 6 realms and fused them with her body, she could now wield the power of a sage in combat at any time and place. The 6 realms of reincarnation and the 18 layers of hell appeared to be one, yet they were, in truth, distinct. For when the cycle of reincarnation was first established, it encompassed only the 6 realms, devoid of hell. Later, the 10 kings of hell were appointed to govern the underworld and manage reincarnation. Subsequently, Buddhism dispatched Ksitigarbha to the underworld, seeking to usurp the merits of the Earth Mother, thereby establishing the 18 layers of hell, determined by the deeds of mortals in life, leading them to the underworld, descending into hell, and entering reincarnation. Thus, what she refined was the 6 realms of reincarnation, while the 18 layers of hell naturally remained separate. As for this place, the 19th layer of hell, it was merely an independent space she had excavated, concealed beneath the 18 layers of hell. Henceforth, it came to be referred to as the 19th layer of hell. Due to the emergence of variables, the pace of refinement only began to accelerate in recent years. The Earth Mother furrowed her brow. Her actions, which could be deemed as defying the heavens, raised the question of why the heavenly Tao had not reacted. What was the heavenly Tao truly plotting? She lifted her gaze towards the endless darkness of hell. Chapter 453, The Wisdom of the Buddha Years Ago. The Earth Mother had already been contemplating this step, to refine the 6 realms of reincarnation and merge them with her essence. Although there was some effectiveness, the progress was excruciatingly slow, to the point of stagnation. Yet, with the emergence of new variables, the speed of refining the 6 realms unexpectedly accelerated, leaving the Earth Mother astonished. The act of refining the 6 realms and merging them with herself could be seen as disrupting the balance of the 3 realms. Logically, the heavenly Tao would need to devise a plan or design to thwart such an endeavor. However, no such interference had occurred. The Earth Mother sensed that behind all of this lay a scheme of the heavenly Tao. But what was the heavenly Tao truly aiming to achieve? While the heavenly Tao could not control the variables, it could employ others to orchestrate actions or even eliminate those variables. Yet, this had not transpired. Instead, there was a passive observation of the unfolding strength. Was it truly employing the guise of variables to eradicate something? If this is indeed the case, then the ultimate variable will arise and break through the heavens. What means will it employ to confront this variable? Is it Hongjun? Yet, once the variable truly matures, it is likely that even the Tao of heaven would retreat in trepidation. However, one cannot simply stand by and watch it ascend. There must be measures in place to counteract it. In the depths of the 19th layer of hell, Lady Hutu furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. In the mortal realm, Tang Yu and his companions were on the verge of crossing Lingyun Bridge. Once they crossed, they would find themselves at the foot of Spirit Mountain. Master, are we almost at Spirit Mountain? Pigsy inquired. Indeed, Tang Yu replied with a nod. Noticing Tang Yu's demeanor, Pigsy appeared hesitant, as if he had something on his mind. What is it you wish to say? Tang Yu asked. Once we arrive at Spirit Mountain, we might find ourselves at the mercy of others, Pigsy whispered cautiously. At the mercy? Do you think those bald monks intend to do something to us? Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff. Tang Yu ignored the monkey-s antics, fully aware of the implications of Pigsy's words. Who said I intended to ascend Spirit Mountain? Tang Yu exclaimed suddenly. Pigsy looked at his master in confusion, only to see Tang Yu smile slyly. I've heard that the scenery at Spirit Mountain is quite delightful. It should be an ideal place to set up camp. Realization dawned on Pigsy. I understand now. Master has already devised a plan. Tang Yu shook his head. However, this approach cannot evade the inevitable for long. Sooner or later, we must enter Spirit Mountain. After a pause, he continued. Nevertheless, as for ascending Spirit Mountain, I shall go alone. I will retrieve the scriptures, and we shall depart. As for becoming a Buddha, let that be. His thoughts were rather simplistic, as he envisioned merely ascending to collect the scriptures. Yet, he suspected it wouldn't be so straightforward. Never mind. What will be, will be. I shall deal with whatever arises when the time comes. Sun Wukong blinked his lively eyes, perplexed. Master, what are you talking about? It's nothing. Just follow my lead when the time comes, Tang Yu instructed. Rising to his feet, he gazed into the distance where the mist surrounding Spirit Mountain could be faintly discerned. It seemed as if the sacred sounds were emanating from above. The explosive pills he had arranged had yet to be detonated. Should the situation allow, he planned to ascend and retrieve the scriptures, then detonate the explosives midway. If he failed to locate the Grand Thunder Monastery, he would simply turn back. San Lungzi blinked a few times, then began surveying his surroundings. Seemingly in search of something to eat, a wild chicken landed not far off, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he kicked a small stone from the ground. With a swift sound, the wild chicken fell. Quick, precise, and ruthless, San Lungzi rushed over with exuberance, beginning to prepare the meal. His culinary skills had significantly improved along the journey, and he could now handle various ingredients with ease. After feasting, the group settled down to rest. As night fell, San Lungzi found himself in a state of bewilderment as he slept. In the depths of his slumber, he seemed to glimpse the Buddha, mistaking it for a dream. He turned over and continued to sleep. Though there was a tinge of dissatisfaction within Lingji, he chose to overlook the unreasonable behavior of Sha Wujing. Recognizing him as an unpredictable variable, Sha Wujing, startled, suddenly sprang to his feet, rubbing his eyes to dispel his confusion. He hastily prostrated himself, proclaiming, Sha Wujing pays homage to the Buddha. Casting a glance around, he observed that his fellow disciples showed no signs of anomaly. Upon reflection, he grasped the situation. Buddha had obscured the heavenly secrets. Yet, the reason behind such grand maneuvers by the Buddha remained elusive to him. Tell me, have you established contact with the sage behind, conveying my intentions? Lingji inquired, puffing on a cigarette. Sha Wujing wore a bewildered expression. For this was not the first time the Buddha had posed such a question. He had also been asked previously, but the identity of the sage remained unclear to him, as he had yet to fully comprehend the Buddha's intentions. Yes, the Buddha is indeed wise, he stammered, kneeling in trepidation. Having served as the curtain-lifting general by the Jade Emperor's side for many years, he possessed a fair understanding of certain matters. At times, when faced with incomprehensible statements, it sufficed to acknowledge the Buddha's wisdom. This was a matter of experience. Very well, Lingji declared, his spirit buoyant. He lit another cigarette, pacing thoughtfully. Everything was in place. They merely awaited the favorable winds. However, should the heavenly court launch an assault on the kingdom of 10,000 demons, it would be detrimental to Ling's plans. Yet, with astute maneuvering, it could also present an opportunity. As for collaborating with the heavenly court against the kingdom of 10,000 demons, a smirk escaped him. He could let the ancient Buddha of lighting handle that. He could do as he pleased. It would be most ideal if he met his demise within the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Then it would be utterly perfect. Uncertain of the Buddha's true meaning, Sha Wujing felt a surge of enlightenment. As for the matters concerning Lingshan, I shall not hold them against you, Lingji remarked, if this endeavor succeeds. You shall not be treated unfairly. What had Sha Wujing done concerning Lingshan? He remained in a state of confusion, increasingly aware of the Buddha's profound depth, his words imbued with Zen wisdom. However, Buddha, could you elaborate with more specificity? Casting a nervous glance at the Buddha, Sha Wujing continued, Yes. The Buddha is indeed wise. Lingji nodded. You maintain a close relationship with the mother of Lishan and certain individuals from the Jiejiao, do you not? On that day, outside the heavenly treasure vault, the mother of Lishan openly supported that quasi-saint, who had significant ties to the variable. Thus, it was natural for Lingji to draw parallels to Sha Wujing. During his time as the curtain-lifting general in the heavenly court, he had indeed fostered a good rapport with Kuei-mu Wolf. However, Sha Wujing believed he was not particularly familiar with the mother of Lishan, causing him to overlook Lingji's preceding statement. Yes, there were some past connections, Sha Wujing admitted, referring to his relations with Kuei-mu Wolf. The Buddha chuckled softly. With the collaboration of variables and the sage behind them, along with Jiejiao as partners due to these variables, what was there to worry about in achieving their aims? Zhuan Ti and Jieyin, you two ancient beings, shall you find yourselves at leisure? Do not think to provoke me. Await your reckoning. Chapter 454. The journey commences. Lai Gu could not help but caress his own face, faintly aware of the lingering pain that resonated within. With a quiet grunt, he mused that once the uprising began, it would be a matter of whether he would choose to retaliate against Zhuan and Jiayin. San Lungzi knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably, too fearful to lift his head. All he could perceive were the colossal feet of the Buddha pacing before him. After a considerable time, the great feet vanished from view, and San Lungzi remained kneeling for a while longer before finally daring to glance around, only to discover that the Buddha had long since departed. A sigh of relief escaped him, but as he contemplated the Buddha's words, their meaning eluded him. He decided it best not to dwell on such perplexities, for they would only serve to burden his mind. Thus, he lay back down and succumbed to slumber once more. Upon awakening the following day, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, unable to discern reality from the realm of dreams. Had he truly encountered the Buddha, or was it merely a figment of his imagination? In his confusion, he resolved to share a brief account with his master. Simply stating that he had seen the Buddha and heard some nonsensical utterances, the significance of which remained lost on him. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Lai Gu and the others seemed to believe that San Lungzi was the variable in the equation, even seeking his confirmation. They inquired whether there was any connection between him and the sage behind him. It appeared that Lai Ji's rebellion was truly imminent. Initially, Tang Yu had pondered whether to create an opportunity for him if he hesitated to act. However, it now seemed unnecessary, for Lai Gu was evidently prepared to rise against authority. Nevertheless, the uprising warranted his support, as he had shared several cups of wine with Lai Gu. A smile broke upon Tang Yu's face, causing his 3 disciples to shudder involuntarily, a chill running down their spines. They could not fathom the ulterior motives behind their master's sinister grin. Enough. Let us embark, Tang Yu commanded, his smile fading as he beckoned his 3 disciples to prepare for the journey. Master, do you have something in mind? Zhu Beiji cautiously inquired. He recalled the numerous occasions when his master had cunningly outmaneuvered him. Thus, he sought to remain vigilant, ensuring he did not fall prey to his master's schemes. More importantly, he understood the necessity of being astute and cooperative with his master's plans. Let us travel without indulging in idle chatter, Tang Yu scolded the dawdler with a sharp glare. Yes, Zhu Beiji replied sheepishly, though his mind remained alert. Instead of returning directly to the Western Paradise, Lai Gu made his way to the heavenly court. Upon arriving at the Lingxiao Palace, he was momentarily taken aback. The once magnificent and ostentatious dragon throne had been replaced by a mere ordinary chair. Although it retained an air of grandeur, it was but a shadow of its former self, a stark contrast to what had once been. Moreover, the many things surrounding them had imperceptibly undergone changes, leaving Lai Gu somewhat perplexed. The deities below gazed at the smoking Buddha who had just manifested. Each offering a slight bow, we pay our respects to the Buddha. The Buddha, cigarette in tow, walked forward a few steps through the void. Simultaneously, the Jade Emperor appeared before him. Noticing the Buddha's less than pleasant expression, the Jade Emperor was perturbed. Why? It was due to the recent theft incident in the heavenly court, which had cast a shadow over his mood. The sudden appearance of the Buddha was an unwelcome surprise. He wondered if the Buddha had detected any anomalies. The entirety of the Lingxiao Palace had been redesigned according to the Jade Emperor's recollections, albeit with numerous substitutions. For example, his dragon throne, a crafted artifact, could not be recovered, so he had resorted to using a mere chair as a replacement. Additionally, some treasures of the Lingxiao Palace had been lost and were hastily substituted with ordinary items. Should the Tathagata notice discrepancies and inquire recklessly, the Jade Emperor would find himself at a loss for an explanation. The idea of the heavenly court being robbed? If this news reached the ears of the Tathagata, he would likely revel in the misfortune, and soon the entire Lingshan would be aware. At that point, would the heavenly court retain any semblance of dignity? The Jade Emperor believed he could not afford such disgrace. He recalled that in the chaos, the Tathagata had informed him of the emptying of the great Thunder Sound Temple, which had elicited an uncontrollable laugh from him. Now, however, retribution had come, and it was their turn to face a similar fate. What brings you to my heavenly court, Tathagata? The Jade Emperor inquired sternly, his voice laced with trepidation over the possibility of the Tathagata discerning the anomalies within the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor, a seasoned figure, was caught off guard by his own tone. Lai Gu, puzzled, flicked the ash from his cigarette and furrowed his brow, responding, I have come to discuss matters concerning the 10,000 demon kingdom, having heard of its developments. Should you find no use for the Buddhist path, I shall take my leave immediately. Upon realizing this, the Jade Emperor silently exhaled a sigh of relief, having feared the Tathagata was here to mock him over the theft. With this understanding, he felt at ease. The surroundings shifted, and in an instant, the two found themselves amidst the chaos. Instinctively, the Jade Emperor reached for a cigarette. But since the arrival of the planetary star, who had descended to seek Tang Seng, he found himself devoid of any. After a moment's hesitation, the Jade Emperor extended his hand, saying, "Bring me a cigarette." Li Gu was taken aback, but complied, offering one. As he had taken several half-boxes of cigarettes from the Jade Emperor in the past, and felt it inappropriate to refuse now. Lighting the cigarette, the Jade Emperor spoke slowly. The Heavenly Court is preparing to dispatch troops to attack the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. It has grown formidable, and if allowed to develop unchecked, it could easily disrupt the balance of the three realms, possibly leading to turmoil. Thus, an assault on the 10,000 Demon Kingdom is of utmost urgency. The Jade Emperor approached the matter from a standpoint of righteousness, driven by the duty to maintain balance in the three realms. Li Gu, cigarette in mouth, frowned, appearing somewhat troubled. What is troubling you? Does the Buddha believe there is anything amiss with the Heavenly Court's assault on the kingdom of 10,000 demons? Inquired the Jade Emperor. There is nothing inappropriate. I firmly believe it is the right course of action. The kingdom of 10,000 demons has indeed gained significant power, and if left unchecked, it will inevitably become a calamity, replied Lage, his words devoid of sincerity. However, the Buddhist sect is currently entangled in a tumultuous period, and with Tang Seng and his companions soon journeying to Ling Mountain, it seems that even if the Buddhist order wishes to lend assistance, their hands are tied. With a heavy sigh, Lage expressed his sorrow, lamenting, "The series of misfortunes befalling the Buddhist sect is disheartening. Even the great Thunder Sound Temple has fallen. I sometimes find it hard to believe that the once thriving Buddhist order has deteriorated to this state. It can no longer withstand further turmoil. While I naturally concur with the decision to attack the kingdom of 10,000 demons and find the Jade Emperor's concerns quite valid, the Buddhist sect is truly powerless at this moment." Chapter 455. The Jade Emperor's intricate schemes. The Jade Emperor cast a penetrating gaze at Lage. He had already conferred with the two saints behind Lage, and it was evident that Lage's presence was influenced by the Western saints. Would the Buddha dare to defy them? Certainly not. Thus, Lage's remarks were clearly an attempt to extort some advantage from the Heavenly Court, feigning reluctance while agreeing to the plan. The Jade Emperor's mind raced, swiftly discerning Lage's intentions. His speculation was correct. Lage indeed sought to extract benefits from the Heavenly Court. Yet, he misjudged one aspect. Lage was genuinely contemplating defiance against the saints, even considering dispatching aid to assist the Heavenly Court in its campaign against the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Initially, he intended to send support to Randang and address certain unpredictable factors. As the conflict between the Heavenly Court and the kingdom unfolded, it could present a unique opportunity. Lage even contemplated whether he should inform the kingdom in advance, allowing them to prepare, or perhaps unite with Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong could regain his peak combat prowess, the kingdom would surely not face defeat, and the saints would inevitably intervene. At that moment, Lage could rise amidst the chaos and establish his own faction, having already conferred with Sha Wujing. Even if later on, the saints intended to take action against him, he would possess sufficient means to counter their moves. In the meantime, although it appeared that Lage was indifferent to the affairs of Ling Mountain, and while the journey to the west was managed by Randang, he was secretly making significant preparations. The great Buddha formation, empowered by the collective might of the multitude of Buddhas, might enable him to contend with a saint. Thus, Lage had been preparing in the shadows, and it could be said that with a mere word from him, he could summon countless allies. For most of the Buddhas of Ling Mountain were already at his beck and call. Oh, is Ling Mountain not preparing to participate in this campaign against the kingdom of 10,000 demons? Mused the Jade Emperor, his tone laden with implications. Li Gu sighed and remarked, "The Buddhist sect also wishes to annihilate the kingdom of 10,000 demons, thus achieving a lasting peace, a deed of great merit. However, the current state of the Buddhist sect is one of earnest intention yet feeble capability. I believe the Jade Emperor can discern this. Even the great Thunder Sound Temple has been pledged to your Heavenly Court. The Buddhist sect can hardly withstand further devastation." The Jade Emperor, with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking, replied, "In that case, I shall duly inform the two saints of your request to exclude the Buddhist sect from this undertaking. I trust that the two saints behind the Buddha will comprehend the situation, as the Buddhist sect indeed cannot endure additional turmoil. A pang of anxiety struck Li Go, who felt a sense of treachery from the Jade Emperor, utilizing the saints as leverage against him. Observing the swirling smoke from the cigarette in the Jade Emperor's hand, Li Gu regretted ever granting him that indulgence. Taking a deep breath, he stated, I must deliberate on this matter further. The Buddhist sect is no longer what it once was. Li Gu became lost in thought, reminiscing about the bygone days of the Buddhist sect, the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The clandestine accounts of devotees, the flickering pink candles, and the revered Buddhas seated upon their lotus thrones. The accounts of devotees danced and fluttered, gliding over the bald heads of the Buddhas. The trembling flames of the burning candles reflected in the eyes of the Buddhas, rendering everything so beautifully serene. Yet now, the accounts of devotees had been consumed in the flames of the Great Thunder Sound Temple's explosion. The once radiant pink candles had extinguished with the passage of time. Presently, the Buddhist sect was reduced to a mere small hill at the back of the mountain, appearing utterly ludicrous. Li Gu pondered repeatedly in his heart, questioning how the revered Buddhist sect had devolved into such a state. Why had this come to pass? What sins had he committed? The Jade Emperor chuckled softly. I trust that the Buddha will provide me with a satisfactory answer. Li Ge's expression darkened as he inwardly scoffed, feeling as though the Jade Emperor held him firmly in his grasp. Consumed by profound frustration, Li Gu vanished from the chaos and returned directly to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Watching the Buddha's departure, the Jade Emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Li Gu might discover that their heavenly court had also been compromised. Upon returning to the heavenly court, he gazed into the Xian Guang mirror, deep in thought while clutching the cigarette. Once Tang Seng and his companions entered the Spirit Mountain, he would mobilize his forces to march towards the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Regardless of whether Tang Seng and his party succeeded in their quest, attaining Buddhahood was now inevitable. The journey to the west had utterly failed. The sole recourse was to have them return to the Tang dynasty with the scriptures, thus providing a modicum of restitution. How fares the heavenly army? The Jade Emperor inquired. Li Jing stepped forward, his hands poised in a gesture of report. Your Majesty, the 30,000 heavenly soldiers have been fully assembled and are prepared for deployment. After a pause, he continued, only the river of heaven's naval forces remain beyond my command. With 30,000 heavenly soldiers, along with the aid of the Buddhist sect, they should be more than sufficient to confront the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The river of heaven's navy could be set aside for now. I shall personally oversee the rest, the Jade Emperor declared. And what of the marshal of the heavenly pig? Is he still with Zhu Beiji? At that time, Zhu Beiji was banished to the mortal realm to undergo tribulations, having forgotten to reclaim the decree of Marshal Tianpa. However, this was of little consequence. Reclaiming it in the future would be a trivial matter. Yes, Your Majesty, Li Jing replied as he withdrew to his designated position. In the mortal realm, Tang Yu unconsciously slowed his pace, appearing leisurely and unhurried, for he understood that once he stepped into Ling Mountain, this tranquility would be irrevocably lost. Thus, he relished this moment of peace. Sitting by the riverbank, he removed his shoes and socks, allowing his feet to soak in the cool waters. He gazed at the crystal-clear river, watching the occasional fish leap from the depths, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of serenity. Master, we'll have fish for dinner, Sen Lingzi said, holding 2 fish in his hands. Without turning his head, Tang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. In a flash of light, the star of Venus appeared not far away, a smile instantly gracing his face. He had grown accustomed to smiling in the presence of Tang Seng, even from a distance. Third brother, he called out, yet the trio of disciples seemed oblivious, not sparing him a glance. Approaching Tang Yu, the star of Venus attempted to make small talk. Third brother, soaking your feet? Tang Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the setting sun slowly sinking beyond the horizon. The star of Venus observed him, a peculiar sensation stirring within. Tang Seng appeared burdened by unspoken thoughts. It had been quite some time since he had seen him smoke. Even his indulgence in cigarettes had become rare. The star of Venus found this puzzling, though it was of no concern to him, as he had come to exchange for cigarettes. Third brother, look at this, the star of Venus said, his demeanor obsequious as he crouched slightly, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Withdrawing his feet from the river, Tang Yu donned his shoes and socks. Finally casting a glance at the star of Venus, How much for the exchange? He had previously emptied the Star of Venus's small shop and was prepared to do so again. Chapter 456. The pathetic Li Jing. The Star of Venus lingered awkwardly beside Tang Yu, acutely aware of the silence that hung between them. He dared not speak further. Upon hearing Tang Yu finally break the silence, he hastily presented some treasures, a sycophantic grin adorning his face. He, third brother. After several collaborations with Tang Yu, he had come to understand the pricing of cigarettes and erguotu quite well. In the Star of Venus's eyes, Tang Seng was rather agreeable. He had never shortchanged him, and on occasion, in moments of good humor, would even bestow an extra pack. It was worth noting that, even if Tang Seng had indeed shortchanged him, the Star of Venus would not have dared to voice any complaints. However, such a scenario had never transpired, and thus, the Star of Venus had always regarded Tang Seng favorably. After the exchange of cigarettes, the Star of Venus departed, thoroughly satisfied. Yet, the thought of Tang Seng as a variable in the grand scheme of things brought a sigh of sympathy to the Star of Venus's lips. As the favored subordinate of the Jade Emperor, he was well aware that the variable in question was indeed Tang Seng. However, he understood that a variable capable of disrupting the balance of the three realms could never be allowed to remain. Indeed, the Jade Emperor harbored thoughts of utterly incapacitating Tang Seng, subsequently confining him for eternity within the celestial prison of heaven. Amidst his fanciful musings, the silver star of the Great White entered the heavenly realm, organizing a few individuals to commence a thorough cleanup. The Grand White Star's small shop reopened, and news of this event spread like wildfire throughout the celestial domain, causing a tremor in the heavens. Consequently, the Jade Emperor permitted the deities to leave work early. The Silver Star, known for his industrious nature, prioritized preparing several packages for the Emperor upon his return. Outside the small shop, a lengthy queue formed, with patrons eager to purchase tobacco and spirits. However, some individuals found their magical treasures pilfered, rendering them unable to afford even a single cigarette, relegated to enviously watching those in line. Fearing a recurrence of misfortune and the inability to smoke, everyone stocked up significantly this time. However, when Li Jing arrived to make a purchase, the Silver Star glanced at him with indifference, as if he were invisible. Li Jing, unrefined as he was, sensed the Silver Star's displeasure and sheepishly smiled, aware of the underlying tension. "Oh, isn't this King Li? Have you abandoned the art of selling cigarettes to grace my humble shop?" The Silver Star, cigarette in mouth and eyes narrowed, spoke in a mocking tone. "If you have no pressing matters, my lord, it would be prudent for you to leave, as I am about to close." The audacity of Li Jing attempting to seize business during the theft incident irked the Silver Star, leading him to question Li Jing's character. Previously, while selling cigarettes, he had subtly advised against engaging in such ventures, cautioning that the waters ran deep and were difficult to navigate. Yet, after the theft, the shop lay desolate, while Li Jing boldly entered the fray. What a peculiar turn of events. "Silver Star, what are you up to?" Li Jing chuckled awkwardly. The recent cigarette-selling incident unveiled to him a vast reservoir of profit, prompting him to contemplate whether he should establish his own branch. However, the Silver Star's business model was already firmly established, and given his less-than-ideal rapport with Tang Seng, the prospect of purchasing from him seemed unlikely. Thus, Li Jing reluctantly abandoned this notion. "I am closing soon. If there is nothing else, please take your leave, King Li," the Silver Star said with a smile. "I presume you did not come here to purchase goods, considering you are already in the tobacco trade, correct?" This remark left Li Jing somewhat embarrassed, his mouth opening as he contemplated a response, but the Silver Star paid him no heed and promptly shut the door. Without any cigarettes, Li Jing felt perturbed as he lowered his head and departed. Not far from his exit, he spotted the barefoot immortal standing nearby, smoking and gazing contemplatively at the lotus pond below. "Barefoot immortal," Li Jing greeted with a smile as he approached. "Ah, it is King Li," the barefoot immortal replied with a nonchalant nod. Li Jing, feeling a bit awkward, sought to make conversation. "What brings you here, barefoot immortal?" "Just wandering about out of sheer boredom," he responded. Inhaling the faint wisps of smoke that lingered in the air, Li Jing felt a surge of desire. "Ah, does the barefoot immortal still have cigarettes?" Upon hearing this, the barefoot immortal turned, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Li Jing. "What? Is it possible that the heavenly King Li finds himself lacking in cigarettes? Not long ago, were you not selling them in the heavenly court?" Li Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Barefoot immortal, you jest. Discarding the cigarette but onto the ground, The barefoot immortal turned to leave. Watching the smoldering remnant, Li Jing surreptitiously glanced around. No one in sight. Eagerly, he crouched down to retrieve the butt, taking a couple of puffs. With each inhalation, he felt invigorated, yet soon realized that such indulgence was fraught with complications. Offending the illustrious Tai by jinxing by not selling his own cigarettes. What a predicament. It is well known that the absence of cigarettes is a most grievous plight. Within the three realms, there are only three places where cigarettes are sold: the manufacturer, Tang Seng, the distributor, the Buddha of the Western Paradise, and Tai by jinxing of the Heavenly Court. At this moment, Li Jing found himself regretting his past decisions. When Tai by jinxing was selling cigarettes, he should have seized the opportunity to establish his own little shop as the Heavenly King Li. Alas, he let the chance slip away. How many have found themselves in such a predicament, missing an opportunity, only to watch others prosper and lament their choices when it is too late to intervene? After some contemplation, Li Jing resolved to seek out Tang Seng. He believed he had not truly offended him. A few kind words should suffice to procure some cigarettes. Furthermore, Tang Seng's prices were significantly lower than those of Tai by jinxing's shop. After all, he was the manufacturer. Meanwhile, in the Western Paradise, a figure sat upon a small wooden bench. Wrapped in a robe, cigarette in mouth, brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He paid no heed to the silhouettes of Tang Seng and his companions reflected in the Xianguang mirror, his focus instead fixed upon the ancient Buddha of light, who seemed to be contemplating how to salvage the situation. However, Tang Seng and his group were soon to arrive at Lingyun Crossing, and it appeared that no strategy could avert the impending bankruptcy of the journey to the west. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha murmured a prayer, sighing as he spoke. To accomplish great deeds, one must possess the courage to accept failure. A single setback does not define one's path. True achievers fear not failure, but rather the absence of the courage and confidence to start anew. Start anew? The figure scoffed, flicking ash from his cigarette. How does the ancient Buddha propose we restart the journey to the west? Chapter 457. The dragon subduing Arhat. The figure regarded the ancient Buddha with disdain, sensing that his lofty ideals were somewhat fanciful. Amitabha, venerable monk, I do not speak of restarting the journey to the west, but of seeking future opportunities to revitalize the Buddhist faith. To achieve great things, one must accept failure, yet never lose the courage to begin again. The ancient Buddha replied slowly. Yet, venerable Buddha, are you aware that sometimes, after a single failure, one may find it impossible to rise again? The figure countered. What has become of the Buddhist community in these times? If things continue to be stirred up, it may lead to the demise of these bald monks below. The ancient Buddha Randall raised his brow slightly, seemingly displeased with La Ji's remarks. He recited a Buddhist chant, but chose not to elaborate further. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the ancient Buddha Randall, despite the setbacks faced in the journey to the west and the impending conclusion of the calamity, as long as everyone perseveres and does not give up, there will eventually be opportunities to revive the Buddhist faith. Lago lifted his gaze towards the Shuangguang mirror. They were now only a few hundred miles away from Lingyun Crossing. According to the virtues of Tang Seng, riding on a lion would allow him to travel the distance in an instant. However, curiously, Tang Seng seemed to have slowed his pace. I report to you, O Buddha, the scriptures have been completed, announced Ananda and Kasyapa, stepping forward with dark circles under their eyes. They had tirelessly penned the scriptures. Even if it was merely transcribing a segment, it was still a monumental task. With a wave of his hand, Lagu summoned the scriptures into his grasp, feeling the need to examine them briefly to ensure they were not overly verbose. After a moment of scrutiny, he found himself perplexed. This was precisely the desired effect. If even he could not comprehend it, how could the mortals? The more inscrutable it was, the more they would perceive it as profound wisdom. Thus, they would ponder and interpret it in accordance with their own understanding of the Buddha's intent. Indeed, this was a commendable outcome. The ancient Buddha Randall inspected 2 volumes as well, and, finding them inscrutable, dismissed it with indifference. After all, they had no need for such texts. It was merely a means to bewilder others. As for the believers in the mortal realm, let them interpret it as they wish. Amitabha, he mused. Once Tang Seng and the others reached the Western Paradise, bringing these scriptures back to the Tang dynasty to propagate the teachings of Buddhism, it is believed that the heavenly principles will also elucidate some merits. The ancient Buddha sighed, acknowledging that these merits could only be described as marginally beneficial. Additionally, The dragon subduing Arhat must also find ways to transcend and be saved. The ancient Buddha Randall declared, for Tang Seng and his companions were indeed nearing the Western paradise, and all Buddhas must return to their rightful places. As for the deceased, such as the golden-headed Jeti and the joyful Buddha, they would not return. Lagu cast a glance at the ancient Buddha Randall and silently scoffed. Originally, the little dragon subduing Arhat was on the verge of maturity. Yet due to the ancient Buddha Randall, he had been reincarnated. However, they could still prioritize the ascent of the dragon subduing Arhat, thereby strengthening their future endeavors. Ancient Buddha, do you have any thoughts? Lagu inquired. The ancient Buddha Randall pulled out a cigarette and lit it, gesturing as the Xuanguang mirror shifted to reveal the dragon subduing Arhat in the mortal realm. At that moment, the dragon subduing Arhat was already 13 years old and had been reborn into a prosperous family, namely Xu Yuan in this life. Since childhood, he had an unwed fiancée and was soon to be married. Given the dragon subduing Arhat's reincarnation, he naturally felt a connection to Buddhism and often visited temples, even contemplating becoming a monk. After a moment's contemplation, the radiant lamp Buddha spoke. The dragon subduing Arhat is a pivotal figure in the Buddhist realm. Since we wish to guide him towards enlightenment, it would be prudent for our order to intervene and create opportunities for him to renounce worldly ties and embark on a monastic journey. However, the objections of his parents and the matter of his fiancée present significant obstacles. Taking a slow puff from his pipe, the radiant lamp Buddha continued, in my humble opinion, it is best for our order to bear the consequences of these circumstances. The Arhat's parents in this life can be repaid in the next, allowing them to be reborn into auspicious circumstances. Kylie glanced at him, a slight furrow forming on his brow, sensing that this old monk had recently taken a turn towards the sinister. Amitabha, the radiant lamp Buddha, chanted softly. Those who achieve great deeds must be willing to give and take. There are times when special measures are necessary. Kylie suppressed a scoff, thinking, if that is the case, then let the ancient Buddha take charge. The radiant lamp Buddha turned his gaze towards the family of the dragon subduing Arhat and remarked, the steward of their household can be influenced. He then glanced at Silverhead Jeti. However, due to the previous incident involving an explosion, Silverhead Jeti was left with only a soul and had been adrift for several days without any attempt at rescue. Now, under the scrutiny of the radiant lamp Buddha, he managed a smile that was more pitiful than a cry, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Shifting his gaze, the radiant lamp Buddha declared, let Samantabhadra descend and sway the steward. As you wish, revered Buddha. Samantabhadra accepted the command and descended to the mortal realm, contemplating how best to proceed. As he drew ever closer to the spiritual mountain, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Previously, he had acted with reckless abandon, relying solely on his identity as Tang Seng. Yet upon reaching the spiritual mountain, that identity would lose its significance. Of course, he could attain sanctity at any moment, which should render him unafraid of anyone. Nonetheless, a sense of unease began to creep in. Only 100 miles ahead lay Lingyun Ferry. Rather than hastening his journey, Tang Yu opted to rest. Beiji, once we reach the spiritual mountain, let us rest at the foot of the mountain for a few days. Then I will ascend, and you shall wait for me below. Tang Yu reminded with concern. Beiji gazed deeply at his master, then asked, Master, what about you? I will retrieve the scriptures from Kylie and return swiftly. Tang Yu replied with a smile. Master, will you still be our master then? Beiji inquired with a hint of significance. Tang Yu paused, then chuckled, of course. With a sigh, he continued, Beiji, I have come to realize that you are indeed the most astute among us. In the past, Monkey King was also quite clever. Beiji cast a meaningful glance at Sun Wukong. After a brief silence, Tang Yu asked, Beiji, if your beloved were to be harmed by the heavenly court, what would you do? I don't know. Beiji scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Indeed, one who is devoid of romantic attachments cannot fathom the taste of love. And what do you believe about your elder brother's actions at that time? Were they right or wrong? Tang Yu continued to probe. The simpleton pondered for a moment and remarked, for a superior being, the king of all demons, to be swayed by emotions is a grave folly, unbefitting of a true monarch. However, from a man's perspective, I believe my senior brother has committed no wrongdoing. Tang Yu quietly nodded in agreement. You speak wisely. After the master has completed his pilgrimage, where do you intend to go? Zhu Beiji inquired abruptly. Tang Yu, with a half-smile, replied, Do you think there will be any freedom left for me at that time? I have faith in my master. Zhu Beiji gazed at him and said, "Just as the master has proclaimed, you shall remain our master even then." Chapter 458. The Bewitching Dragon Subduing Arhat. Tang Yu chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. This simpleton truly possesses remarkable wit. Although devoid of emotional ties, it has not diminished his intellect. Conversely, Wu Kung appeared somewhat subdued, lacking a fragment of his soul. Nevertheless, Tang Yu comprehended this distinction well. The absence of emotional ties and the soul are entirely different concepts. After sitting in contemplation for a moment, a figure soared towards the southern Hainan Lojia Mountain. Approaching Ling Mountain, it was imperative for Guanyin Bodhisattva to ascend to the threshold of sanctity. This was a personal matter. The stronger one's capabilities, the greater the assistance one could offer. Ascending into the sky, Tang Yu paused momentarily, a meaningful smile gracing his lips before descending. Not far below, a monk knelt before several graves. Torrential rain poured down, blurring his vision, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was raindrops or tears that fell. He allowed the rain to drench him, striking against his form, remaining perfectly still in his posture. Thunder roared, and lightning cleaved through the overcast sky, illuminating the surroundings with a flickering radiance. A woman approached from the side, her gaze vacant, her form soaked by the downpour. The monk regarded her, as if struck by lightning, rendered motionless. "Father-in-law, let me wash your garments," she uttered in a disjointed manner, tugging at the monk's robe and repeating her words incessantly. The monk stared at her, bewildered. The deranged woman released her grasp and wandered to the side, continuing to mutter to herself. "Heavenly Father," the monk howled, his voice rising to the heavens as thunder crashed and the rain fell in torrents. "Why has this come to pass?" The dragon subduing Arhat, hidden in the shadows. Tang Yu immediately recognized the monk's true essence. Indeed, the dragon subduing Arhat had been reincarnated. As for the reasons behind this transformation, it was merely a consequence of the Buddhist sect's intervention. At that time, the Bodhisattva Puxian descended to the mortal realm on the orders of the ancient Buddha of the lamp, coinciding with the dragon-subduing Arhat's wedding night. How could an Arhat of the Buddhist order possibly marry? However, Puxian Bodhisattva had no effective means to address the situation. Ultimately, it was essential to prevent him from consummating the marriage. Thus, on the wedding night, the dragon-subduing Arhat fled, seeking refuge in a nearby temple to ordain as a monk. Following this, the Bodhisattva Puxian ensnared their household steward, having plundered wealth, driven his parents to death, and even sent his fiancée into madness. The intent was to sever his ties to the mortal realm, dedicating himself entirely to the path of Buddha, and ultimately leading him to enlightenment. Understanding all of this, Tang Yu let out a quiet sigh. The fate of the dragon-subduing Arhat is indeed quite tragic. The figure kneeling on the ground became indistinct in the pouring rain. "Do you still not comprehend?" Concealing the secrets of this world, Tang Yu spoke from the shadows. The dragon-subduing Arhat lifted his head, his face drenched in rainwater. Looking around, "Who are you? Do you still not understand?" Tang Yu continued, posing his question with a tone imbued with Zen wisdom. The dragon-subduing Arhat appeared somewhat bewildered. "Understand what? Why have you chosen to renounce the worldly life?" Tang Yu inquired. "To renounce the worldly life and dedicate oneself to Buddha, distancing oneself from the conflicts of the mundane world, embodying the compassion of Buddha to save sentient beings," the dragon-subduing Arhat replied without hesitation. "Nonsense," Tang Yu scoffed. The dragon-subduing Arhat, feeling discontent, lowered his head again and fell silent. "Why must you save the sentient beings?" Tang Yu pressed on. "How do you intend to save them?" This left the dragon-subduing Arhat in a state of confusion. To dedicate oneself to Buddha, what purpose does it serve? To flee from worldly strife is not without its own form of evasion. By renouncing the worldly life, you evade the mundane, severing your emotions and desires, leading your lineage to extinction because of your choices. This is unfilial. The rise and fall of the nation rests upon the shoulders of every individual, even the common man. In times of national calamity, would resolutely charge into battle, even if it means shedding blood on the battlefield. Monks, governed by the law of karma, believe that everything is predetermined, standing idly by as nations crumble, families disintegrate, and the smoke of war rises, with the populace displaced by the greater good of the nation. You are unjust. Your rhetoric of benevolence and morality, believing that by becoming a monk you can save sentient beings? Tang Yu gestured aside. "Look at that old man. He is on the brink of death. Why do you not go to his aid?" Is he not one of the sentient beings? Not far away. A woodcutter had fallen to the ground due to the torrential rain, heavy firewood pinning him down, burying him in the mud. The relentless rain and filthy mire seemed intent on completely engulfing him. The dragon subduing Arhut was utterly perplexed, and after a long pause, he said, "All karmic retribution is predetermined. In past lives, one may have done evil, and thus in this life, one suffers." "Ha ha," Tang Yu laughed, his laughter dripping with disdain. "So, are you implying that everything you encounter in this life is a consequence of your misdeeds in a past life? Is that so?" The dragon subduing Arhut swallowed hard, wiping the rain from his face. "Yes, it is so. Yet, does this apply to your parents as well? To your fiancé?" Taking a deep breath, the dragon subduing Arhut replied, "It is so." "Very well. Do you know who you were in your past life? What wrongs you committed?" Tang Yu inquired. "I do not know, but my current plight surely stems from grave sins of my past. In this life, the compassion of the Buddhist path has allowed me to become a disciple. To cleanse myself of sins," the dragon subduing Arhut spoke softly, though his voice trembled slightly. Tang Yu disdainfully curled his lips. "Very well, since you hold such beliefs, allow me to unveil the entirety of your past actions." A wave of consciousness penetrated the mind of the dragon subduing Arhut. The Arhut's body trembled as visions of his past life as a devoted disciple of Buddhism, unwavering in his righteousness, unfolded before him. He recalled being cast into the cycle of reincarnation, yet the reasons for his death and rebirth remained elusive. Subsequently, Tang Yu illuminated the deeds of Puxian within the Arhut's consciousness. The dragon subduing Arhut's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being vibrating with trepidation as his breath grew heavy. "Is this determined by karma? Did you ever commit any wrongdoing in your past life? You claim your parents' fates are determined by karma. Should we not also examine whether they were malevolent?" Tang Yu proclaimed loudly. "Is this the self-righteous notion of Buddha you cling to? As the dragon subduing Arhut, you wish to sever worldly ties, yet you have fashioned this entire narrative. Where is the compassion of Buddhism?" The dragon subduing Arhut let out a cry, feeling his faith collapse entirely at that moment. He stumbled into the mire, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How could the Buddha be like this? It must be false." "False." Tang Yu chuckled. "If you deem it false, then so be it. The Buddha deceives the world, misleading humanity, and as a disciple of Buddhism, your self-deception is hardly surprising." The dragon subduing Arhut stared vacantly, motionless, allowing the rain to drench his eyes. Chapter 459. The dragon subduing Arhut goes mad under the profound teachings of his brother. The dragon subduing Arhut's faith utterly crumbled, rendering him a motionless puppet, bereft of spirit. Observing the Arhut's condition, Tang Yu recognized that under his guidance, the Arhut had fundamentally found his way back to the righteous path. Taking a deep breath and wiping the sweat from his brow, he mused on the exertion of enlightening others. It was truly a taxing endeavor. He pondered how the likes of Jane and Juni had once managed to inspire so many, ultimately founding Buddhism and realizing such a monumental undertaking. Indeed, it was admirable. "What is Buddha?" the dragon subduing Arhut asked, his eyes devoid of clarity. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu replied, "I cannot define what Buddha is. However, whether it be Buddha or Tao, it ultimately cannot escape the essence of humanity. The Buddhist principle of emptiness, does it truly embody complete emptiness? Moreover, each individual's interpretation of Buddha differs. My concept of Buddha may not align with yours. Given the existence of a Buddha heart, why retreat into the void? The world itself offers countless avenues for spiritual cultivation." After a moment's reflection, Tang Yu added, "When the day comes that you comprehend the principle of self-sacrifice for righteousness, you will inevitably grasp the meaning behind my words." The dragon subduing Arhut erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. He rose and, in a frenzy, ran towards the horizon, his melancholic laughter echoing in Tang Yu's ears. Before long, the world gained a new mad monk, one who indulged in wine and meat, yet roamed the mortal realm with what he deemed compassion, striving to enlighten all beings. Tang Yu clicked his tongue in admiration. Unbeknownst to him, his mastery of the Buddhist path was remarkably profound, to the point of self-admiration. His figure appeared beside a woodcutter who had fallen into the mud. With a gentle pat on the man's shoulder, Tang Yu departed from the scene. The woodcutter sprang to his feet, suddenly feeling invigorated, as if rejuvenated by several decades, and, with firewood on his back, he hastened home with remarkable speed. By evening, he felt a sense of accomplishment that left him utterly perplexed. In the Western Paradise, atop the back mountain, Bodhisattva Samantabhadra had returned, satisfied with the completion of his tasks, all carried out in accordance with the directives of the ancient Buddha of the lamp. On the night of a wedding, he had seduced the dragon subduing Arhut into fleeing to the temple. Subsequently, he manipulated the steward, driven by greed, leading to the demise of the Arhut's parents. The only unforeseen occurrence was the madness of his fiancée, an eventuality that Bodhisattva Samantabhadra had not anticipated. Nevertheless, it was not of great concern. The dragon subduing Arhut had since renounced worldly life, and soon, with a suitable opportunity, he would be guided to enlightenment. Upon hearing the report from Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, the ancient Buddha of the lamp flicked away some ash from his cigarette, placing it back to his lips, nodding in approval as he uttered, "Amitabha, indeed, this is splendid." Due to a series of unforeseen events in the Western Paradise, the collective fervor among the Buddhas had waned. The imminent enlightenment of the dragon subduing Arhut was anticipated to restore some enthusiasm among them. As for the Arhut's parents, their existence had been intertwined with the Buddhist path, and thus their fate would also be determined by it. I kindly asked Bodhisattva Samantabhadra to make another trip to the underworld to arrange for the rebirth of the Arhut's parents into a noble family. Such would be a great virtue for our Buddhist community. The ancient Buddha of the lamp spoke slowly. To accomplish great deeds, one must have a comprehensive plan. Lai Gu's lips twitched slightly, letting out a scoff. It seems I am increasingly baffled by the ancient Buddha's methods of achieving greatness. To bring the dragon subduing Arhut to enlightenment through such means? A great person, when necessary, may employ special tactics. Our Buddhist order is in need of capable individuals, and the enlightenment of the dragon subduing Arhut would indeed bolster our strength, the ancient Buddha of the lamp asserted with conviction. Though the methods may be somewhat unseemly, the compensations made through the merits of past lives can rectify karmic ties. Thus, what is there to disapprove? Lai Gu replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The ancient Buddha is indeed a figure of great accomplishment. I concede that I cannot compare. I hold this in high regard. Perceiving Lai Ji's sarcasm, the ancient Buddha of the lamp joined his palms in prayer, his visage radiating compassion as he softly recited a Buddhist chant. Amitabha, my heart is devoted to the Buddhist order, and I see no fault in my actions. After all, the karmic ties of this life and the blessings of the next are intertwined. In this regard, what wrong have I committed? You are not at fault. It is I who am mistaken, Lai Gu retorted, lighting a cigarette with a mocking tone. My error lies in believing the ancient Buddha to be in the wrong. I extend my apologies. The ancient Buddha, being a person of great accomplishment, surely does not share my trivial grievances. With a wave of his hand, Brother Lai seemed to wish to dismiss the chaotic discourse, adopting a serious demeanor. The heavenly court, unbidden, plans to assault the kingdom of 10,000 demons? What insight does the ancient Buddha possess? The ancient Buddha of light exhaled a plume of smoke, slightly squinting his eyes. The kingdom of 10,000 demons is predominantly populated by various demons. Thus, their eradication is not without merit. Furthermore, should the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court join forces, it would be entirely feasible to eliminate them once and for all, annihilating the kingdom of 10,000 demons and severing future threats. A cloud of smoke billowed from the ancient Buddha's lips, his expression imbued with compassion, brows gently furrowed, as if pitying the plight of humanity. Brother Lai quietly scoffed. Very well, since the ancient Buddha has spoken thus, let him lead the charge when the time comes. The ancient Buddha gazed quizzically at the Buddha. As the supreme leader, I must remain stationed at Mount Ling. Brother Lai straightened his back on the small stool. After a brief contemplation, the ancient Buddha recited a mantra. Amitabha, so be it, so be it. It is best to let the ancient Buddha venture forth alongside the heavenly court to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, with the hope that the woman from that kingdom might bring about his demise. Should the ancient Buddha refrain from fleeing in a one-on-one confrontation, he would undoubtedly be no match for the demon queen. At this moment, Brother Lai fell into deep thought. Should he unleash the remnants of that monkey's soul? If that monkey could be reintegrated, it might be capable of delivering a fatal blow to this ancient Buddha. Brother Lai decided it prudent to wait until they mobilized. Assessing the situation then. After work, Brother Lai was soundly asleep in bed. The incessant turmoil within the Buddhist sect had left him utterly exhausted. He had not enjoyed a proper rest in quite some time. He was weary and in need of respite. for only with restored vigor could he face the challenges ahead. Suddenly, the door was flung open. Startled, Brother Lai tumbled from his bed, gazing at the intruder with a slight frown, his expression tinged with displeasure. Bodhisattva Lingji appeared anxious. The Buddha is in peril. With a great yawn, rubbing his eyes, Brother Lai lit a cigarette to awaken his senses. Then calmly inquired, "What calamity has befallen us now?" "The dragon subduing Arhat has gone mad." Bodhisattva Lingji's face was fraught with urgency. Chapter 460, Approaching Mount Ling. Brother Lai stared at Bodhisattva Lingji in astonishment, scratching his ear, and queried once more, "What did you just say?" He doubted his own hearing. "The dragon subduing Arhat has indeed lost his sanity," Bodhisattva Lingji reiterated. Brother Lai sprang to his feet with a start, involuntarily yawning. Being the leader is exhausting. Even sleep eludes him. He hurried towards the grand hall. The assembly of Buddhas congregated in the hall, engaging in fervent discussions. The dragon subduing Arhat has gone mad? A renowned Arhat of the Buddhist sect has transformed into a lunatic. This is monumental news. Observing through the mystic light mirror, the erratic figure of the dragon subduing Arhat appeared, clad in tattered robes, utterly disheveled, devouring a chicken leg with abandon. It was evident that the dragon subduing Arhat had indeed lost his mind. Brother Lai's brow furrowed instantly as he glanced at the ancient Buddha. The methods of the ancient Buddha, indeed, are extraordinary, having driven the dragon subduing Arhat to madness. I am filled with admiration. After a moment of calculation, he contemplated further. Upon his arrival, Brother Lai grasped the gravity of the situation. The devastation of losing his family and his fiancée's descent into madness had left the dragon subduing Arhat utterly shattered, unable to withstand such overwhelming grief. A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Brother Lai's mouth. Inexplicably, he felt a strange impulse to laugh. The radiant lamp Buddha furrowed his brow, reciting a mantra after a prolonged silence. Amitabha. This was a circumstance he had not anticipated. To achieve greatness, one must inevitably endure trials. Yet, he was astonished by the dragon subduing Arhat's fragility, unable to rise from such a minor setback. How could he aspire to accomplish anything significant? In light of the dragon subduing Arhat's current predicament, what counsel could the ancient Buddha offer? Brother Lai pondered briefly before the radiant lamp Buddha responded, "As he is one of my disciples in the Buddhist order, and given that our community is in need of capable individuals, it may be prudent for the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra to descend and investigate the Arhat's condition. Should there be a chance for recovery, the Buddhist community might acquire some elixirs from the Tishita heaven." The Bodhisattva Samantabhadra bore a troubled expression, silently extending heartfelt greetings to the ancestors of the radiant lamp. It was evident that the radiant lamp Buddha's reputation had waned considerably on Mount Ling. The great Thunder Sound Temple had been pawned, leaving the multitude of Buddhas in dire straits. Furthermore, the demise of the noble steeds, the blue lion and the white elephant, could not be dissociated from the old lamp's influence. Brother Lai waved his hand dismissively, conveying his disinterest in these trivial matters, and cast a glance at the Xianguang mirror before rising and retreating to his meditation chamber. Having not rested well, he sought to rejuvenate himself with sleep. Only by replenishing his energy could he face the challenges ahead. The radiant lamp Buddha exchanged a meaningful glance with the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, his intent clear, "Go forth, old Pooh." The Bodhisattva accepted the divine mandate and descended to the mortal realm. In the earthly realm, the dragon subduing Arhat was indulging in a feast of chicken legs, washing them down with occasional sips of wine. Many kept their distance from this seemingly mad monk. The Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, emanating a luminous aura, materialized before him. Yet, the dragon subduing Arhat did not lift his head, continuing to eat and drink unabated. "Have you truly lost your sanity?" the Bodhisattva inquired with compassion. "As a former disciple of the Buddhist order, you must not allow a moment of impulse to obliterate your practice." The dragon subduing Arhat guzzled another mouthful of wine and erupted into laughter. "I am not mad. It is you who are deluded," he exclaimed, staggering away with his gourd of wine. His tattered robe, stained and filthy, bore witness to his disheveled state. He wandered through the mundane world, cultivating his own version of enlightenment, grasping his own truths, and clarifying his own heart. In his unique manner, he sought to address the injustices of the world. Though he dwelled outside the monastic life, indulging in meat and wine, his heart remained within the realm of compassion. He was not a Buddha, yet he embodied the essence of one. With a Buddha's heart, We are all Buddhas. However, when the purity of that heart becomes tainted, the consequences can be dire. The Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, left with no recourse, returned to the Western paradise to report to the radiant lamp Buddha. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp found himself utterly confounded, unsure of how to proceed. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to postpone the matter of the dragon-subduing Arhat, hoping that perhaps one day he would return. Maitreya Buddha cast a disdainful glance in his direction, for the transformation of the dragon-subduing Arhat was largely due to him. Gazing towards the Xingui mirror, he observed that Tang Seng and his companions had already crossed the Lingyun Pass, nearing the foot of Mount Ling. However, aside from this small area at the back mountain, the entirety of Mount Ling belonged to the celestial realm. To encroach upon it hastily could easily attract scandalous rumors. Was it truly acceptable for Tang Seng to seek scriptures in this insignificant place? Moreover, the road here was still in disrepair. Ultimately, the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp decided to consult with the Jade Emperor regarding the temporary occupation of celestial land. At the very least, a proper road should be constructed leading directly to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The Jade Emperor was quite amenable to this notion and, with a wave of his hand, agreed to the construction. However, he insisted that any encroachment upon celestial territory must be accounted for, and recompense would be based on merit. With no other choice, the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp reluctantly acquiesced and returned to the Western paradise in a state of dejection. As Tang Yu and his companions approached Mount Ling, the entire three realms focused their attention on their journey. Some sighed in despair, while others reveled in misfortune. The ones lamenting the most were the brothers Jian and Zhuanti. For years of meticulous planning were on the verge of unraveling. Previously, the primordial heavenly venerable had proposed to re-baptize his disciples and set them once more upon the journey westward. In hindsight, it seemed preferable to have followed the primordial heavenly venerable's suggestion. The reason for not doing so was due to the overconfidence of the young one, who claimed to possess a method to alleviate all calamities. Yet, unexpectedly, he had managed to complicate matters further. Not only did the calamities remain unresolved, but the Buddhist sect also suffered considerable losses. Now, as they approached Mount Ling, even a rebaptism would be futile. At this moment, the brothers sighed heavily, burdened with anxiety over the impending famine owed to the way of heaven. What if heaven suddenly demanded repayment? Could they afford to be untroubled? Alas, it was all in vain. Zhuanti sighed deeply, reflecting on how many years of scheming had come to naught. He was loath to accept this reality. Yet there was little he could do. Tang Seng and his companions had already crossed the Lingyun Pass and were nearing Mount Ling, leaving no means to salvage the situation. Although Jane remained silent, the furrow in his brow revealed his own frustration. Damn that young one, Zhuanti muttered through gritted teeth. It's all his fault for being so overconfident, yet he has muddled everything. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Zhuanti unleashed a great spell, banishing the young one into chaos. However, upon witnessing this, his rage only intensified. The young one, cocooned in a vibrant red quilt adorned with embroidered flowers, slept soundly, blissfully unaware of the turmoil surrounding him. Chapter 461. In my dreams, I still fear you. At that moment, the anger of Zhuanti surged. The journey to the west was drawing to a close. Yet, it seemed that Xiao Lai was utterly unfazed, sleeping soundly. We could hardly lament about being irritable or restless. However, sleeping at such a time was utterly unthinkable. Grasping the collar of Lai Gu, Zhuanti delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, Lai Ji's face rapidly swelled, marked by 5 distinct fingerprints. This blow left Lai Gu momentarily dazed, instinctively sitting up and covering his face, gazing in bewilderment at the furious Zhuanti. His expression turned peculiar. What on earth was happening? Had he been dreaming? In reality, he would never strike himself like that. Not even in his dreams could he find peace. He was being struck even in slumber. As he looked at Zhuanti, Lai Ji's countenance fluctuated between various emotions. Zhuanti glared at him, questioning his conduct. Did he dare to confront the very essence of his being? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lai Gu let out a wild cry. In my dreams. I will not allow you to bully me. Am I to fear you even in my own dreams? With that, Lai Gu unleashed his full power. A golden Buddhist palm expanding instantaneously, aimed directly at Zhuanti. After all, it was merely a dream. Harm was impossible. Even if he were to lose, the pain would awaken him, and all would be inconsequential. In that moment, Lai Gu erupted completely, heedless of the consequences. Zhuan Ti's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Lai Ji's audacity to strike. The outcome was predictable. Instantly, the chaos was filled with Lai Ji's cries of anguish, pleading for mercy. Spare me, spare me. Lai Gu was on the verge of tears. It was not a dream, but reality. With each resounding thud, his body visibly swelled, particularly his face, with blood streaming from his nostrils, and his eyes barely able to open, revealing only a narrow slit. Lying on the ground, he trembled, unsure whether from pain or fear. Zhuan Ti gasped for breath, then delivered another couple of kicks to Lai Gu, exclaiming, "How dare you lay hands on me? Spare me, spare me." Lai Gu pleaded repeatedly, curling his body. Blood flowed profusely, rendering his face a ghastly sight. Such a tragic scene. Humph. I do not blame you for your attack, but for your audacity to sleep so soundly while the journey to the West nears its end. Have you not considered the gravity of the Buddhist path? No wonder the journey has faltered. With a Buddha like you, how can the teachings flourish? Zhuan Ti pointed at Lai Gu and commanded, "Get out." Rising unsteadily from the ground, Lai Ji's heart only grew heavier with resentment. "You shall wait for me." Wiping away the blood from his nose, Lai Gu momentarily hesitated at the threshold before glancing at the expression on Zhuan Ti's face. He bent down and carefully cradled the quilt adorned with red flowers in his arms. Instead of stepping directly into the chaos, he began to tend to his wounds amidst the tumult. After a brief interlude, he took a deep breath. The quilt lay spread upon the ground as Lai Gu sat cross-legged upon it, cigarette in mouth, brow furrowed in thought. He peered into the depths of the chaos and let out a quiet hum. Once he had finished his cigarette, he slipped out of the chaos, appearing in the grand hall with the quilt still in his embrace. This sudden entrance left the assembled Buddhas momentarily stunned. What was the Buddha intending? Was he planning to sleep in the hall? Without uttering a word, Lai Gu made his way to a small stool and sat down. However, he lost his grip, and the quilt fell to the floor. After a moment's contemplation, he draped the red flower quilt over himself, remaining silent. The Buddhas of Lingshan exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Wasn't the Buddha supposed to be resting in his meditation chamber? In the heavenly court, the atmosphere grew tense as they observed Tang Seng and his companions drawing ever nearer to Lingshan. A palpable sense of foreboding filled the air. "Li Jing," the Jade Emperor called out, only to realize that Li Jing was conspicuously absent. "Where has Li Jing gone?" The gods lowered their heads, silent. "Damn it," the Jade Emperor muttered under his breath, no longer needing to query the others, for he had spotted Li Jing's figure through the Xian Guang mirror. At this critical juncture, he had descended to the mortal realm to procure cigarettes from Tang Seng. Abandoning his post at such a crucial moment was inexcusable. With Tang Seng's party on the verge of reaching Lingshan, the moment they set foot within its bounds, he could dispatch his forces to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. "Your Majesty, Tang Seng and his companions are about to enter Lingshan. How should we proceed?" asked the illustrious Tai by Jing Xing. "How should we proceed?" The Jade Emperor chuckled softly. "The journey to the west is utterly futile, no need for concern. Our primary focus now should be the eradication of the myriad demons in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. As for that monkey, he likely has not fully awakened yet, but he does possess a vague understanding. Once he realizes the troubles befalling the kingdom of 10,000 demons, he will undoubtedly rush in recklessly. And Tang Seng is merely a mortal. Upon entering Lingshan, the Great Thunder Sound Temple will have no choice but to await the Buddha's decree. Without Sun Wukong, the pilgrimage becomes inconsequential. Even if Tang Seng proves to be an unpredictable variable, it matters not. At that time, while he returns to the Tang dynasty to spread teachings, we shall seize him. Should the Buddha demand his return, the Jade Emperor would not hesitate to reveal the nature of this variable, for the quest has already failed. Tang Seng's identity holds little significance now. Instead, he could be presented as a variable disrupting the balance of the three realms, and as the sovereign of the three realms. I cannot allow such chaos. Regardless, Tang Seng is not to be surrendered, for if he were to be given up, how would I smoke in the future? The Jade Emperor's mind was racing with schemes. Upon the exalted dragon throne, he sat with a slight curl of his lips, exuding a disdainful confidence that seemed to mock the realms. The smoke curling from the cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth caused his eyes to narrow slightly, embodying a sense of supreme assurance that the entire cosmos lay within his grasp. Your Majesty speaks truly. This old minister comprehends, remarked the illustrious Taibai Jinxing. With the alliance of the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court against the kingdom of 10,000 demons, it should prove to be a trivial matter. He cast a glance at the Jade Emperor's countenance and continued, "Yet, that monkey, the memory of that battle remains vivid. The monkey's momentum was formidable, wielding its iron staff with might. The entire heavenly court suffered considerable devastation, though much time has elapsed. The recollection of that confrontation still instills fear in the hearts of some. The old minister understands. Once that monkey enters the great Thunder Sound Temple and is embraced by the Buddhist teachings, it will become inconsequential." As he spoke, Taibai Jinxing raised his gaze towards the Jade Emperor, who bore a knowing smile. After a moment's contemplation, Taibai Jinxing uncertainly inquired, "Could it be that your majesty has devised a strategy to contend with that monkey?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as clarity struck him. The old minister understands. Chapter 462. The frustration of Li Jing. The Jade Emperor smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Taibai Jinxing offered a slight bow and withdrew. The other deities, unaware of the underlying circumstances, exchanged glances, puzzled. From Taibai's insinuations, it appeared that while the emperor publicly targeted the kingdom of 10,000 demons, he privately sought to address the threat posed by that monkey. Some gods felt their legs tremble, haunted by the shadows of the past, which had lingered far too long. Thus, every time Sun Wukong ascended to the heavenly court, unease coursed through them. There is no need for concern. The collaboration of the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court will easily subdue such a trifling entity as the kingdom of 10,000 demons, confidently proclaimed the Jade Emperor. Do you suppose we fear the minor demons of 10,000 demons? Our trepidation lies with Sun Wukong. Moreover, there is that woman from the kingdom, a quasi-saint, who also elicits some apprehension. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled, the gods responded in unison. In the mortal realm, Tang Yu and his companions crossed the Lingyun Bridge. With the foot of the sacred mountain not far ahead, they had already stepped within the borders of the sacred mountain. Gazing ahead, they could faintly discern the majestic peaks shrouded in morning mist, as if the sounds of sacred hymns resonated from the mountain, echoing in their ears. High above, Li Jing had already arrived, yet he was uncertain how to confront Tang Seng, or what demeanor to adopt in his presence. Thus, he lingered in the shadows, hesitating to reveal himself. As the esteemed heavenly king, his stature was revered. He found it difficult to adopt a sycophantic attitude akin to that of Taibai Jinxing. Addressing Tang Seng as third brother with such familiarity, could he leverage his position as the heavenly king? Yet, Tang Seng seemed impervious to such tactics. Throughout their journey, he had indulged no one. The more he pondered, the more agitated Li Jing became, a consequence of his prolonged absence from indulgence. Ultimately, he resolved to make his presence known. His hand still dragged, his face cold, as if everyone owed him money. Tang Yu was slightly taken aback and tapped the yellow lion spirit, signaling it to halt. He looked at Li Jing with confusion, unsure of his intentions. Tang Seng. Li Jing regretted his choice of words as soon as he spoke. He was the one in need, seeking someone to exchange for cigarettes, and his tone was inappropriate. Taking a deep breath, Li Jing endeavored to soften his voice. Yet as the king of heavenly kings, he was accustomed to a commanding tone that, even when tempered, remained discomforting. Tang Seng, I have come to you to exchange for some cigarettes. Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. Truly, the king of heavenly kings had a way with words. As if his mere request was a grand favor bestowed upon him. Beiji, let us rest here for a while. Tang Yu spoke without glancing at him. Addressing the dim-witted one, he leapt down from the yellow lion spirit. Wukong, how far do you think we are from Lingshan? Sun Wukong somersaulted into the sky. Tang Seng, noticing Li Jing's sour expression, felt a twinge of discomfort at being disregarded. How could a dignified heavenly king, revered in the celestial realm, be so overlooked by a mere mortal? Taking another deep breath, Li Jing attempted to steady his voice. Tang Seng, I have come to exchange for some cigarettes. The dim-witted one glanced around for something to eat. Master, I'm a bit hungry. Tang Yu settled under a large tree and instructed the dim-witted one. In a flash of brilliance, Sun Wukong descended, scratching his head. Master, I checked, and we are not far from Lingshan. At our current pace, we should arrive in less than 2 days. If we ride the lion, we would be there in an instant. Tang Yu absent-mindedly nodded, casting a glance at the yellow lion spirit. He could not ride the yellow lion spirit to Lingshan, nor could he bring it with him. He had long contemplated the fate of the yellow lion spirit, originally intending for it to go to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. However, with the heavenly forces preparing to attack, that plan was no longer safe. Thus, it was best to send it to Mount Li. The teachings of the Jiao are inclusive. Yet before that, it must make a trip to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. It was uncertain whether the kingdom of 10,000 demons was aware of the impending heavenly assault, but it was imperative to deliver a warning. Furthermore, there were still Bai Susu and the butterfly spirit to consider. Perhaps they could be rescued from the kingdom of 10,000 demons as well. As for others, he had no authority over them, especially the woman associated with the monkey, whose apparent military actions were merely a facade for her. Tang Yu felt weary. He despised such treacherous intrigues. Tang Seng. Li Jing's irritation bubbled to the surface, his voice rising involuntarily. If you do not leave, I shall have Wukong deal with you. Tang Yu furrowed his brow and spoke softly. Originally, the mood of the third brother was rather grim. However, at that moment, Li Jing was still frolicking about, truly believing that as the heavenly king of the tower, everyone ought to show him some respect. Li Jing's expression shifted as he covertly cast a glance at Sun Wukong, speaking in a softened tone. Tang Seng, I have come to exchange for some cigarettes. None. Begone. Tang Yu dismissed him without even a glance. Li Jing's face flushed with a mix of colors as he turned his gaze towards Zhu Beiji. Asserting with an air of authority, Zhu Beiji, the decree of Marshal Tianpeng still lies with you. I intend to reclaim it and present it to the emperor. Faced with Tang Seng's indifference, it seemed that his cigarette exchange was doomed. He swiftly redirected his focus towards Zhu Beiji, seeking to salvage a bit of his pride. Moreover, returning the decree of Marshal Tianpeng would indeed be a significant achievement. As for the matter of cigarettes, perhaps he should consult Tai Bai Jinxing and discuss it further. The dim-witted one froze momentarily, realizing that the decree of Marshal Tianpeng was indeed still in his possession. Casting a glance at his master, he noticed a hint of disdainful laughter at the corner of the master's mouth. The decree of Marshal Tianpeng is indeed with me, the dim-witted one spoke slowly. That is well, you are no longer Marshal Tianpeng. If you do not relinquish the decree, it will be taken back by me to present to the emperor. Li Jing declared with utmost authority. The emperor shall decide your fate. The dim-witted one chuckled and revealed an oval-shaped token, the decree of Marshal Tianpeng. To reclaim the decree. Do you bear the emperor's edict? He inquired. I am no longer Marshal Tianpeng, and I do not possess the right to occupy the decree. However, I will not hastily hand it over to another unless they come bearing the emperor's command. Wukong, strike him with your staff, right on the head. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry, Tang Yu instructed, his brow furrowing. Chapter 463. The intervention of a sage. Li Jing, this treacherous fellow, realizing he could not intimidate them, turned his aggression towards the dim-witted one. At those words, Li Jing involuntarily took a step back. Sun Wukong waved his golden staff back and forth. With a huff, Li Jing slinked away, for this monkey truly dared to lay hands on him. He had initially intended to exchange for a couple of packs of cigarettes, but was met with utter disdain from Tang Seng. Even Zhu Beiji had disregarded him. Not only did he fail to acquire the cigarettes, but he also left with a belly full of anger. How could the illustrious towering King Li endure such humiliation? Yet, he found himself too intimidated to act. Next time someone dares to flaunt in front of you, just strike them down. Tang Seng's words echoed clearly. Li Jing hastened his departure, feeling an intense frustration with no outlet, as if he were about to explode. Watching Li Jing's retreating figure, Tang Yu secretly scoffed. An unseen figure stealthily pursued him. Let us see if I can't deal with you. Li Jing soared through the skies, muttering something under his breath, as if cursing Tang Seng and the others. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, and he let out a mournful howl akin to a wolf's cry. A piercing ow as a stone rod pierced his posterior, still quivering. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Li Jing lost control of his cloud, plummeting heavily to the ground. The impact reverberated, as if the very earth trembled beneath him. Before Li Jing could regain his senses, a fist struck him with ferocity, sending him into unconsciousness. Time slipped away, and when a gust of wind brushed by, he felt a chill that slowly roused him from his stupor. As he awakened, a sharp pain in his backside caused him to gasp, his body trembling. Upon seeing his condition, Li Jing let out a heart-wrenching scream. No wonder he felt cold. All his garments had been stripped away, and to his horror, he discovered he had lost his magical powers. In that instant, the sensation of pain dissipated. His powers were gone. Reluctantly, he attempted to conjure them back. But the harsh reality confronted him. This was no dream. His abilities had truly vanished, and even his clothing had been taken. Enraged, Li Jing unleashed a torrent of curses. Resembling a furious harpy, completely exposed and bereft of his powers, reduced to a mere mortal. After a lengthy tirade, he finally calmed himself. In dire situations, one must maintain composure. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself deep within a jungle, feeling dazed. He recalled that during his fall, it didn't seem like a forest. How had he ended up here? Two possibilities arose. Either he had misremembered the fall and truly landed here, or someone had deliberately abandoned him in this place. The latter seemed more plausible. As the realization sank in, Li Jing erupted into another fit of curses. His clothing had been taken, garments that were once magical artifacts, along with all his treasured possessions. How despicable! They had even left him without a shred of dignity. Who could be responsible for such treachery? Surely, it was the same individual who had repeatedly betrayed him, the only one capable of such vile acts. A wave of pain surged through him, causing him to gasp once more. Lying on the ground, he crouched, shivering from the chill. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, a testament to his suffering. Soon, anxiety about his predicament crept in. He was now powerless, as defenseless as any ordinary person. Stripped bare in this jungle, what if ferocious beasts emerged from the shadows? Especially at night, when predators roamed. As if to confirm his fears, a wolf's howl echoed from within the forest. Li Jing shuddered, momentarily forgetting the pain in his backside. The entire figure instinctively recoiled slightly, leaning against the great tree, casually picking up a branch from the ground for self-defense. The journey to the west was drawing ever closer for Tang Seng and his companions. Thanks to the benevolence of the Jade Emperor, a road had been constructed directly leading to the back mountains. At that time, the ancient Buddha of Light had conferred with the Jade Emperor regarding the situation in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The ancient Buddha had shared his insights with Leish. However, Leish squinted, puffing on a cigarette, remaining utterly silent as if he had not heard a word. The ancient Buddha let out a quiet huff, choosing to remain taciturn. After work, Lei's figure flickered into existence at the mountain of flowers and fruit. Within the water curtain cave, the walls gradually parted to reveal the imprisoned injured monkey. 5 massive iron chains bound him, emanating a terrifying force. Hearing the commotion, the injured monkey lifted his head to gaze forward. A slight smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of defiance, exuding an air of arrogance, almost imperious. If there is nothing of importance, then leave me be, do not disturb my rest. After uttering this, the injured monkey lowered his head once more and closed his eyes. Leish lit a cigarette and paced back and forth. The heavenly court is about to launch an assault on the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The injured monkey trembled slightly. You must understand, the kingdom of 10,000 demons stands no chance against the heavenly army, Leish stated, gazing at him. You might be referring to certain individuals. But what about your Buddhist sect? The injured monkey chuckled. The Buddhist sect does not represent me, Leish replied, his gaze laden with meaning. You know that, for you wish to establish your own dominion, do you not? Without you, the kingdom of 10,000 demons is doomed to defeat, and even that woman could perish. The chains clanked ominously as the injured monkey suddenly raised his head to meet his gaze. Leish smiled faintly. I can grant you your freedom. What are your conditions? The injured monkey's eyes sparkled, tinged with apprehension. To establish my own dominion, I require your assistance. Agreed. The injured monkey responded without hesitation. Leish stepped forward and examined the stout iron chains, pondering momentarily before speaking. For now, I cannot completely restore your freedom. However, that day shall not be far off. Pausing, Leish continued, the Xiantian chain, which torments the soul, I will unshackle one link for you, alleviating some of your suffering. The injured monkey remained silent. Yet a remarkable light ignited in his eyes. Observing the thick iron chain around the monkey's waist, Leish extended his hand, his lips moving as if reciting an incantation. Magical energy flowed from his palm, surging towards the Xiantian chain. Suddenly, a powerful backlash of magical force emanated from the chain. The entire mountain of flowers and fruit shook violently. Without the formation in place, the mountain could have been leveled by the collision of such formidable powers. Caught in the midst of this force, the injured monkey could hardly contain a low groan of pain. Leish stumbled back a few steps, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Xiantian chain had been tampered with, and another sage had intervened. Chapter 464. The pitiful monkey, both the injured monkey and the Buddha, were momentarily taken aback. The Xiantian chain had become an unsolvable conundrum for Lingji, as it was interwoven with the powers of other saints, having been tampered with by unseen hands. But who could it be? What was their motive? Lingji furrowed his brow. A visage of concern etched upon his face. His initial intention was to forge an alliance with the injured monkey, to lend support in his rebellion. Yet he had not anticipated that even the Xiantian chain would be meddled with. Could it be the two saints in the shadows? Unthinkable. It could not possibly be them. For they were the very creators of the Xiantian chain, which had ensnared this injured monkey. They would have no reason to interfere, confident in their creation, having no need to reinforce it with additional power. Thus, it must be other saints who had intervened. But what could their purpose be? Suddenly, the injured monkey burst into laughter. Who else could it be but those shameless two from the West? A terrifying light ignited in his eyes. One day, should I escape this fate, should I ascend to sainthood, I shall bury you in the West. His howl was filled with anguish and a hint of resentment. He was not yearning for freedom. He was worried for that woman. The celestial court was preparing to dispatch forces against the kingdom of 10,000 demons, and surely the Buddhist sect would intervene. How would she contend with the armies of the celestial court and the Buddhists? A chilling laughter erupted from the injured monkey, the chains around him clattering ominously as he feigned madness. Abruptly, he ceased his laughter, gazing at the Buddha as if he were a drowning man clutching at the last lifeline. Save her. If you save her, I will grant you anything, even to serve as your loyal hound. His pride, his dignity, his unyielding spirit, all were cast aside in this moment. For the sake of that woman, he lowered his head. Even his gaze was imbued with desperation, a look he had never worn before. Even in the face of death, he had laughed gallantly. Even against formidable foes, he had wielded his iron rod defiantly. Yet, for her, he bowed his head, nearly pleading. Had he not discovered the issue with the Xiantian chain recently, Lingji would have unhesitatingly acquiesced to his request. However, with the chain compromised, the injured monkey found it nearly impossible to escape. Thus, he bore little value. Moreover, with Hongjun also involved, it was evident that the motivation behind this interference was that woman. How could Lingji take the risk to rescue her at such a perilous moment? A misstep could spell disaster for himself. Even he had his own plans to consider. Thus, regarding the woman from the kingdom of 10,000 demons, he found himself powerless, especially now that the injured monkey was ensnared. With a sigh, Lingji spoke slowly. I will strive to find a way to break the Xiantian chain for you. Having said this, he turned to depart. Behind him, the injured monkey roared in despair. Buddha, save her. If you can save her, I will agree to anything. As the chains clinked with a resounding clatter, the injured monkey began to sob softly. If you were to perish here, a flicker of tenderness shone in his eyes. I would accompany you. In the lower realms, the steadfast Sun Wukong suddenly halted his steps, instinctively turning to gaze at the distant flower and fruit mountain. In that fleeting moment, he was overcome by an inexplicable ache within his heart, akin to the sharpest steel needle piercing through him, causing him to furrow his brow. Tang Yu regarded him with curiosity. Wukong, what troubles you? Sun Wukong snapped back to reality and shook his head. It's nothing, master. Yet, he found himself drifting into a daze, his mind wandering. Tang Yu, still somewhat skeptical, cast a glance at him but chose to remain silent. Lifting his gaze to the horizon, there, the majestic peaks of Ling Mountain loomed in the distance. He paused for a moment, pondering, before gently patting the head of the yellow lion spirit. The yellow lion spirit transformed into a human form, kneeling before Tang Yu. I pay my respects, master. Tang Yu offered a faint smile, took a couple of steps forward, turned his back, and waved his hand. You may go now. The three disciples looked at him in confusion. The yellow lion spirit bowed deeply. Yes, master, I shall depart. After casting a lingering glance at Tang Yu, he vanished from sight, hastening towards the kingdom of all demons. Tang Yu had informed him to relay a message to the demon queen. The heavenly court was preparing to launch an assault on the kingdom of all demons, urging them to prepare in advance. He was also instructed to rescue the two women, by Susu and the butterfly spirit, and lead them to Mount Li. The second fool glanced at his master, then sighed quietly, as if grasping the underlying sentiment behind his master's actions. Tang Yu shrugged and smiled. We are nearing Ling Mountain. There is no need to accompany me further. The second fool regarded his master, his eyes flickering with a hint of self-deprecation. Indeed, we are almost at Ling Mountain. Sun Wukong, the third fool, looked at the two in confusion. unable to comprehend their exchange. Yet, he understood that some questions were best left unasked. Bluntly, the third fool inquired, "Master, what are you discussing?" "I am contemplating certain matters and emotions," Tang Yu replied thoughtfully. "What matters?" Sun Wukong questioned, perplexed. Tang Yu shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, and continued to stride ahead. Ling Mountain. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged puzzled glances. What was Tang Seng orchestrating? How could he let the yellow lion spirit escape? The ancient Buddha of light, smoking his pipe, furrowed his brow. Initially, he had thought that the yellow lion spirit's presence alongside Tang Seng at Ling Mountain would be a great merit. The compassion of the Buddha could have elevated him to the status of an arhat, thus injecting new vitality and strength into the Buddhist order. However, he was taken aback by Tang Seng's unexpected decision to release the yellow lion spirit, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha murmured. Perplexed by Tang Seng's actions, the congregation of Buddhas fell silent, primarily reluctant to engage in conversation with him. In the present day, the Buddha of light has found himself in a desolate situation upon this sacred mountain. His connections have dwindled, and he stands alone. The pursuit of great achievements has led to various distractions and disruptions, turning the once serene sacred mountain into a realm of turmoil. The loss of the Great Thunder Monastery can even be attributed to him. The Buddha of light, indeed a person destined for greatness, feels no embarrassment in speaking to himself. As he observes, perhaps this sacred mountain has become tainted by my presence as a monk, accompanied by a demon, which might have driven away the yellow lion spirit. Amitabha, he muses, if this is indeed the case, then perhaps Tang Seng does possess a heart of compassion, at least showing consideration for the Buddhist path. Those who aspire to greatness must possess profound wisdom. In the Buddha's eyes, Tang Seng is undoubtedly a person of significant potential. Chapter 465. The Fall of King Li. All the Buddhas remained silent, dismissing the words of the Buddha of light as mere folly. Aspiring for greatness. Aspiring for greatness, they thought, feeling disdainful of the need to articulate their thoughts. How could they suggest that Tang Seng has a heart of compassion? Had the Buddha of light truly misjudged? Throughout their journey, when had Tang Seng ever demonstrated such benevolence? The unexpected release of the yellow lion spirit by Tang Seng left Brother Lai perplexed as well. Sitting on a small stool, cigarette in mouth, he appeared burdened with thoughts, primarily pondering the identity of the mastermind behind the Xintian chain and their ulterior motives. This sudden twist had disrupted his plans. He initially believed he could utilize the strength of that monkey to eliminate his rivals and, at a crucial moment, establish his own dominion, possibly even receive assistance. However, he had not anticipated that the Xintian chain had been tampered with. Now, Brother Lai felt he had exhausted all avenues regarding the Xintian chain. Nonetheless, the uprising was inevitable. He instinctively touched his face, still sensing a lingering pain. Is it just the yellow lion spirit? If it has fled, so be it. What is the big deal? He stated with an odd calmness while puffing on his cigarette. Amitabha, the words of the Buddha ring true, the Buddha of light intoned softly. It is merely a yellow lion spirit. Although it has aided Tang Seng in his pilgrimage to the west, should it turn malevolent or become an eyesore, it could easily be dealt with. At that moment, Brother Lai, along with the Buddha of light and Maitreya Buddha, simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the distant horizon, specifically the direction of Mount Luojia. They beheld ominous clouds gathering around the mountain. The aura of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva emanating powerfully, felt throughout the three realms. Has Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva ascended to a quasi-saint level? Maitreya Buddha exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, Avalokitesvara seemed to be merely at the intermediate stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, yet now has advanced to quasi-saint status. This progression is astonishingly swift. Brother Lai's eyes sparkled with delight. No wonder Avalokitesvara had been secluding herself on Mount Luojia recently. He had previously harbored some reproach in his heart, but now he realized that she had quietly achieved this tremendous advancement. Avalokitesvara is an ally. Her elevation in power would greatly benefit his cause, with the prospect of a formidable ally on the path of rebellion. Brother Lai's figure flickered and he appeared on Mount Luojia, just as Avalokitesvara had completed her tribulation. With eyes closed, it seemed as though she was sensing the surging power within her. The heavenly tribulation was confined to the individual. If not, beneath the tribulation of a quasi-saint, not only would her Mount Luojia be at risk, but the entire vicinity would likely be obliterated. Moments later, Avalokitesvara opened her eyes, hastily rose, and offered a slight bow to the Buddha. "Greetings, Buddha." "Excellent, excellent," the Buddha replied with immense joy. "I never expected you to have ascended to quasi-saint. This significantly bolsters my grand plan." At that moment, she felt as though it was divine assistance. A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Avalokitesvara's mouth. Yet she increasingly admired Tang Seng's prowess. Merely a single elixir had allowed her to directly ascend to quasi-saint. Furthermore, Tang Seng had mentioned that he could achieve sainthood at any time, which deepened Avalokitesvara's sense of his profound capabilities. Fortunately, her wit had led her to ally with Tang Seng earlier. With a contented expression, she remarked, "Now that you have ascended to quasi-saint, it instills even greater confidence in me. Dare I inquire, Buddha, as our journey to procure scriptures approaches Mount Ling, it seems the pilgrimage is nearing its end. I wonder when you intend to act independently?" He lit a cigarette and replied slowly, "Heavenly Court has not yet dispatched troops to attack the kingdom of 10,000 demons. I have decided to send the ancient Buddha of the Lantern along with a few individuals." A glimmer of understanding flickered in Avalokitesvara's eyes. The Buddha was eliminating dissent. "Moreover, I have reached an agreement with Sha Wujing," he added with a confident smile. Upon hearing this, Avalokitesvara lowered her head and cleared her throat. "So, that moment will be our opportunity." "Alas," she sighed. He then recounted the situation of the injured monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain. "If we had his assistance, it would be even more advantageous. However, I find myself unable to unravel the Xintian chain. Strangely, I cannot fathom who is meddling in this matter, nor their intentions." He flicked the ash from his cigarette, furrowing his brow slightly. Enveloped in smoke, his gaze was inscrutable. "Nonetheless, I suspect it may be related to the heavenly court. Now that you have ascended to quasi-saint, this move can be relinquished." He smiled with confidence, believing that his uprising would undoubtedly succeed. After a considerable time, he left feeling satisfied. Avalokitesvara watched his departing figure and sighed with a hint of sympathy. The heavenly court was in utter turmoil. Why? Because the revered Li Tianwang had vanished. His whereabouts were beyond calculation, only traceable to the moment he sought cigarettes from Tang Seng, who did not acquiesce, leading to his furious departure. Thereafter, he disappeared without a trace. Gazing at the figure of Tang Yu in the Xianguang mirror, the Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, lifted a cup of exquisite jade nectar to his lips, and savored it, as if relishing an exquisite taste. Li Tianwang is lost, he pondered, unable to discern the circumstances. Such feats could only be orchestrated by unforeseen variables. A projection of himself descended. At this moment, Tang Yu was leisurely making his way. When he noticed the sudden appearance of the Jade Emperor by his side, he slightly furrowed his brows and chuckled. Truly, the sovereign of the three realms seemed rather unhurried. "Where's Li Jing?" the Jade Emperor inquired directly. Tang Yu shrugged. "What are you talking about, Your Majesty? Li Jing is the esteemed King Li of the Heavenly Court. Why are you inquiring about him with me?" "Third, I shall ask once more, where's Li Jing?" The Jade Emperor's voice deepened, tinged with suppressed anger. "Your Majesty, I genuinely do not know. As the sovereign of the three realms, with your vast powers, surely you could deduce his whereabouts with a mere calculation?" "Humph. If I could ascertain it, why would I need to ask you?" The Jade Emperor scoffed, yet a sense of curiosity began to stir within him. How could Tang Seng, a mere mortal, achieve such feats? Indeed, he was accompanied by a quasi-saint, whose mastery of stealth was exceedingly profound. Until now, the Jade Emperor had yet to discern his true identity. However, this individual, cloaked in secrecy and shrouding the celestial mechanics, could effortlessly cause Li Jing to vanish. "Your Majesty, if you cannot divine his location, how could I, Tang Seng, a mere mortal, possibly know the whereabouts of the Heavenly King?" Tang Yu met the Jade Emperor's gaze unflinchingly. "Third, I have said that regardless of your antics, you must not harm those of the Heavenly Court." The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Tang Yu smiled. "Your Majesty, is this a threat?" The title shifted from Your Brother to Your Majesty. Chapter 466. Preparations of the Demon Kingdom. The Jade Emperor shook his head. "Third, this is not a threat. Rather, as the ruler of the three realms and the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court, I must take responsibility for my people. How could Li Jing, the esteemed King Li of Heaven, simply disappear without a trace?" The Jade Emperor fixed his gaze upon him. "If this were to spread, I, as the sovereign of the three realms, would be rendered a complete laughingstock." With a serious demeanor, the Jade Emperor stated, "Third, tell me where Li Jing is. I shall overlook everything else. Your Majesty, I truly do not know, Tang Yu replied with a bitter smile. How could a mere mortal like me possibly influence King Li? You cannot do anything, but the quasi-saint hidden by your side can, the Jade Emperor replied gravely. Tang Yu shook his head, smiling. In truth, I have no knowledge of what your Majesty speaks of regarding the so-called quasi-saint by my side. I am genuinely unaware of such a person. He naturally remained oblivious. For that person was he himself. Yet, both the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect believed that this individual was closely tied to him and the unfolding uncertainties. Casting a penetrating glance at Tang Yu, the Jade Emperor coldly remarked, "Third, I do not wish for any harm to befall King Li." As he spoke, his figure gradually faded, disappearing from Tang Yu's side. Tang Yu's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Ahead, several disciples awaited their master, puzzled as to why their mentor had suddenly slowed his pace, moving so leisurely. Tang Yu hastened his steps, catching up with several disciples. Let us proceed swiftly. We are nearing Ling Mountain. It would be prudent to press forward with unwavering determination until we reach its base, where we may rest. During our idle moments, we can meander about Ling Mountain, and when there are no scriptures to retrieve, I shall simply wander. Merely for amusement. It is imperative that the Buddhist sect remains vigilant. While I descend once more, they relax, only to ascend later. When the time comes to approach the entrance, I shall obliterate the small temple on the rear mountain, ideally destroying the scriptures within. Let us see how they respond. Tang Yu schemed wickedly. In the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The heavenly court was mobilizing its forces, preparing to assault the kingdom of 10,000 demons, a reality that the demon queen was all too aware of. Although the kingdom of 10,000 demons appeared to have transformed considerably, it still struggled to withstand the might of the heavenly army. The arrival of the yellow lion spirit aimed to abduct by Susu and the butterfly spirit, yet both women resolved to remain in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Choosing to share its fate, the yellow lion spirit, resigned, ultimately decided to stay as well, contributing what little he could to the kingdom's cause. The demons were fervently honing their skills, striving to enhance their strength, even if only marginally. The demon queen wandered towards the rear mountain. Not far off, a grove of peach blossoms bloomed in a splendid cascade, petals dancing in the air, showering upon her head and garments. Adorned in a purple robe, she appeared even more exquisite amidst the pink blossoms. The woman stood deep within the orchard, surrounded by a flurry of petals, resembling a celestial being, ethereal and transcendent. "How wonderful it would be if you were here," she murmured, a profound longing evident in her eyes. As she stepped out from the peach grove, the ancient demon Qinjia awaited nearby. "I pay my respects to the demon queen. Is there something amiss?" she inquired softly. After a brief pause, Qinjia replied, "Your Majesty, the kingdom of 10,000 demons has 37,600 elderly demons. We are nearing the end of our lifespans, our powers waning, rendering us incapable of aiding the kingdom. We elders have deliberated, and should the heavenly army encroach upon us, we shall leap into the grand formation of 10,000 demons. With our lives and souls, we shall activate the formation to protect our realm." The demon queen spoke calmly. "They are merely the heavenly army. I possess my own strategies to counter them. There is no need for your concern." She deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further on the matter, her voice gentle yet imbued with authority. Having spoken, the demon queen departed the scene. The grand formation of 10,000 demons was a powerful array devised by the former demon king. However, it required the essence of 100,000 demons to awaken and operate. Thus, it had remained dormant throughout the years. Qinjia and the other elderly demons, now frail, yearned to make a final contribution to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Once activated, even a quasi-saint would find it insurmountable, ensuring the kingdom's protection. Qinjia lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed upon the departing figure of the demon queen. The seemingly chaotic land of the myriad demons is indeed a sanctuary, the last refuge for the creatures of the night. Are they inherently malevolent? They did not choose to be monsters at birth. Though they are demons, they have never engaged in senseless slaughter nor harmed the innocent. Yet, despite this, the celestial court remains relentless in its pursuit of them. Sometimes, the circumstances of one's birth dictate the entirety of one's existence. In her hand, Lan Shuling held a blade as delicate as a cicada's wing, gently polishing its edge. The blade reflected her icy visage, devoid of any emotion. The indifference in her brow and eyes appeared sharper and colder than the very steel she wielded. Soft footsteps approached from behind, but Lan Shuling did not turn. Continuing her meticulous task, "What assurance do you have?" she queried. "None," the Queen of Demons sighed. "Although the myriad demons' kingdom has transformed, we remain powerless against the might of the celestial army." "Leave," Lan Shuling stated coldly. The Queen paused, a bitter smile crossing her lips. "Where would I go? To seek him, or perhaps return to the realm sea. But escape is not an option." The Queen chuckled softly. "Are you asking me to abandon the myriad demons and flee? I cannot do that. Moreover, do you not think the celestial court has acted too late? Why, of all times, are they willing to assault the myriad demons' kingdom at any cost?" Lan Shuling furrowed her brows slightly, remaining silent. "Thus, I cannot leave. If I were to flee, the celestial court would effortlessly eradicate the myriad demons' kingdom," the Queen said solemnly. Lan Shuling gazed at her blade and slowly declared, "Then let us fight to the death." "Your Majesty," a voice interjected. Turning, the Queen saw Bai Susu standing nearby. "I report to you, Your Majesty, that all demon troops have been assembled. Here is the detailed roster." The Queen regarded her for a moment before asking, "Why do you not leave?" "As a denizen of the myriad demons' kingdom, I must stand with my kin in life and death, vowing to fight fiercely in defense of our home." Bai Susu replied softly. The Queen sighed gently, taking the roster from her hands. It contained a comprehensive tally of the demons and their respective powers. This force appeared formidable at first glance. However, when compared to the celestial army, it fell woefully short. Perhaps the lower ranks were not lacking, but the disparity in the upper echelons was stark. Chapter 467. A vow to defend. Emerging from Lan Shuling's presence, the Queen's brows knitted in deep contemplation. Bai Susu followed closely, both enveloped in silence. The Queen's lack of confidence regarding the celestial court's sudden assault on the myriad demons' kingdom was palpable. Even among the lower ranks, anxiety took hold, with some contemplating a stealthy escape. Yet, before they could venture far, a brilliant flash of blade light cut through the air, and several fleeing demons fell to the ground. Instantly, a wave of panic surged among the demons, the fear of life and death evident in their eyes. The instinct to survive is not exclusive to humans. In truth, any being endowed with life and thought harbors a trepidation of death. The blade did not cease its relentless arc, targeting a few smaller demons nearby. A few beguiling little demons were instantly torn asunder. Should anyone dare to spread rumors and incite unrest among the populace, they shall not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lan Shuling's voice resonated coldly across the skies of the demon realm. Witnessing this scene, the Demon Queen remarked, "As for the affairs of the demon realm, I believe you have all heard the news. Each has their own aspirations. Those who wish to depart are free to do so. The demon realm shall never compel anyone to stay." The decisive intimidation from Lan Shuling had left some of the demons who wished to leave in a state of trepidation. Yet, even so, those with ulterior motives dared not make their exit. In the demon realm, it was not the Queen who instilled fear among the demons, but rather Lan Shuling, for she was too cold, too ruthless. "My fellow beings of the demon realm, we shall remain here. Without the Queen, there would be no demon realm. We are willing to fight for the Queen, willing to battle for the demon realm. To perish within the demon realm, safeguarding our homeland, is our honor. In the past, we did not follow the demon king to battle the heavenly court. Now let us vow to defend the demon realm unto death." A roar erupted from the multitude of demons, echoing through the heavens, lingering long after. The majestic mountains loomed nearby, their sacred sounds enveloped in mist. Tang Yu raised his gaze upward. They had indeed arrived at the foot of the spirit mountain. "Rest," Tang Yu instructed, sitting down at the mountain's base and beckoning his disciples to take a pause. Sun Wukong and San Lingzi exchanged puzzled glances. Why was their master resting at this moment instead of ascending the mountain to seek the true scriptures? Daizi set down his rake and plopped down beside Tang Yu, breathing heavily. "San Lingzi," Tang Yu glanced at Daizi. San Lingzi blinked a few times, grasping the meaning, and hurriedly began to scavenge nearby for ingredients, hoping to find something edible. Meanwhile, Tang Seng and his companions had reached the foot of the spirit mountain. Instantly, the assembled Buddhas grew tense, straightening their posture on their small stools to welcome the scripture-seeking party. The ancient Buddha of light had led the other Buddhas in a thorough cleansing of the spirit mountain not long ago. Now, the pilgrims were mere moments away from entering the temple. Yet, In the midst of the Buddha's anticipation, Tang Seng surprisingly chose to rest on the spot. Sha Wujing began to roast wild chickens. Such audacity at the foot of the spirit mountain was a profound disrespect. Nevertheless, who would dare utter a word of reproach at this moment? After longing for the arrival of Tang Seng, like waiting for stars and moons. What if they offended him now? He might turn away. Ba, the ancient Buddha of light, murmured a mantra, laced with a curse. It's just a few steps. If he walks over, it will be done. Why is he stopping to eat? What astonished the Buddhas even more was yet to come. They watched as Tang Seng directed Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing to begin chopping wood, swiftly constructing a makeshift shelter. Tang Seng then crawled inside and promptly fell asleep. The assembled deities exchanged glances, then turned their eyes towards the Buddha, and then to the ancient Buddha of the lamp. Lage, with a cigarette in his mouth, squinted slightly, his brow furrowed as if he were contemplating some profound matter of the Buddhist realm. However, the nearby Bodhisattva Lingji faintly discerned the sound of snoring emanating from the Buddha's nostrils. Moreover, Lage's leaning posture suggested that, had it not been for Bodhisattva Lingji standing beside him, he might have toppled to the ground. Buddha, do not slumber, awaken, Bodhisattva Lingji gently called, shaking the Buddha from his slumber. The sound resonated like a mother's voice, bringing a sense of calm to Lage, who sank into a deeper slumber. The ancient Buddha of the lamp cast a glance at Lage and took a deep breath. As the patriarch of the Buddhist faith, it was disconcerting that he was asleep at such a critical juncture. No wonder the two saints were fanning him. Even the ancient Buddha of the lamp felt a surge of irritation at such indolence. He turned his gaze once more towards the Xinggui mirror. After a prolonged wait, Tang Seng and his companions remained motionless. Reluctantly, the ancient Buddha of the lamp lit a cigarette and commanded, "Old Pooh, go down and see what Tang Seng and his party are up to. Why have they reached the foot of Ling Mountain, yet not come to meet me?" After a moment's reflection, he added, "If necessary, carry Tang Seng up." This was to ensure that more unexpected events might unfold. Even if it meant carrying Tang Seng, it was of little consequence. Once this task was accomplished, he would send him back to the Tang dynasty to propagate the teachings of Buddhism, thus marking the conclusion of the journey to the West. Upon this thought, the ancient Buddha of the lamp felt a burden lift from his shoulders. It was known that since the onset of uncertainty, the Buddhist community had not enjoyed a peaceful existence. Now, it seemed, that era was finally drawing to a close. Heaven be merciful to the Buddhist faith. Had this continued, who could predict the dire straits into which the faith might descend? Puxian, with a troubled expression, accepted the Buddha's decree. In an instant, he appeared at the foot of Ling Mountain, enveloped in radiant Buddhist light. Initially, Puxian believed that Tang Seng would at least deign to acknowledge him, yet the trio of disciples merely cast him a fleeting glance before flipping over to continue their slumber. This left Puxian momentarily speechless and disrupted his carefully prepared lines. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Tang Seng." Tang Yu, eyes closed in contemplation, frowned in displeasure upon hearing Puxian's summons. Surely, it was the Buddhist figures urging him to ascend since he had not yet made his way up. Emerging from his makeshift shelter, Tang Yu glanced up at the towering figure of Puxian. "What is it?" he inquired. "Tang Seng, now that you have arrived at Ling Mountain, why do you not ascend to meet the Buddha? The opportunity for enlightenment is at hand. Will you truly let it slip away?" Puxian pressed, resorting to both persuasion and coercion. "Enlightenment?" Tang Yu scoffed with disdain. "Not interested." Suddenly, he gestured mysteriously towards Puxian. Puxian, puzzled, nonetheless approached Tang Yu's side. A package of cigarettes was handed over, instantly brightening Puxian's eyes. Tang Seng remarked, "Look at how high Lingshan is. I estimate it will take me 1.5 years to ascend. It's quite exhausting, especially since I currently lack a steed. Since I have already arrived at Lingshan, how about this? You fetch the scriptures for me, and then we can greet my brother. After which I shall return to the Tang dynasty and renounce my vows." Chapter 468. At the foot of Lingshan, Puxian was taken aback and glanced at the cigarette in his hand. After all, the ancient Buddha of light had mentioned that he could carry Tang Seng at a necessary moment. Furthermore, receiving a package of cigarettes was not entirely unmerited. Yet, it felt somewhat inappropriate for such a grand bodhisattva to carry Tang Seng. If this were to spread, it would not reflect well. "Brother San, do not worry. If you feel fatigued, I can carry you up," Puxian Bodhisattva offered. "As for handing over the scriptures, that is absolutely out of the question. The quest for the scriptures requires you to personally meet the Buddha and seek the true teachings." Tang Yu widened his eyes, gasping in surprise, and pointed at Puxian Bodhisattva, asserting, "What did you say? Carry me up? That is out of the question. You are a dignified Bodhisattva, and I a mere mortal. For you to carry me would be utterly blasphemous. Now you recognize blasphemy? Previously, I did not perceive your respect for the Buddhist order," Puxian thought with a concealed eye roll. Yet he replied, "Brother San, it is of no consequence. After all, as the one on a sacred quest, you possess great merit, and it is only fitting that I carry you." "Absolutely not," Tang Yu replied sternly. "As a bodhisattva, how could you bear the burden of a poor monk? I would never commit such an act of blasphemy." Poor monk? This title caused Puxian Bodhisattva to regard him closely. Dressed in a long black robe with flowing hair, he resembled a refined young gentleman. His self-identification as a poor monk struck Puxian as peculiar. "Brother San, you are a person of great merit. It is only natural that I carry you." With that, Puxian Bodhisattva bent down before Tang Yu. However, he mused internally, finally arrived at Lingshan. "Once I return to the Tang dynasty to spread the teachings, I shall return to Lingshan and see how to deal with him." Noticing the flicker in Puxian's gaze, which betrayed a hint of excitement, Tang Yu soon comprehended the situation. This rascal was eager for him to obtain the scriptures and had plans to deal with him afterward. "No, I absolutely cannot allow such blasphemy," Tang Yu declared, waving his hand. "Do not speak of it. I would never permit a bodhisattva to carry me up. Allow me a few days to rest, and then we shall discuss it." With that, Tang Yu retreated into his humble abode. Seeing this, Puxian Bodhisattva found himself at a loss. He sighed and returned to Lingshan. Upon hearing Puxian's report, the ancient Buddha of light uttered a Buddhist chant, "There is no solution. In that case, let us wait a few days. Once he has rested sufficiently, he will naturally ascend." Thud! All the Buddhas turned their heads in unison. Only then did Lai Gu rub his eyes and exclaim, "What is happening?" "Buddha." Now Tang Seng and his companions have arrived at the foot of Ling Mountain. Such a significant event seems to be of no concern to you. The ancient Buddha of light replied. Lai Gu stood up from the ground, pulled the small stool closer, and sat down with a thud. "Isn't it you, the ancient Buddha, who is overseeing everything?" The old monk, despite being the ancient Buddha of light, acknowledged that the Buddha is the true patriarch of the Buddhist realm. Lai Gu scoffed dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. In the heavenly court, following the disappearance of Li Jing, the heavenly king, the Jade Emperor dispatched emissaries throughout the three realms in search of him. Yet, no news surfaced. However, it was certain that Li Jing was not dead. He was merely lost, classified as a missing person. Meanwhile, Tang Seng had already reached Ling Mountain, and the heavenly court was poised to dispatch troops to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. At such a critical juncture, the commander of the forces had gone missing, which was rather absurd. The esteemed heavenly king had vanished without a trace. Nonetheless, this incident was undoubtedly connected to Tang Seng, for only unforeseen circumstances could lead to such a situation. "Your Majesty, there is still no word on heavenly King Li," reported the star of white Jupiter, a hint of anxiety in his voice. The reason for Li Jing's disappearance was not unrelated to his refusal to exchange for cigarettes, which compelled him to descend to the mortal realm to seek Tang Seng, ultimately resulting in his own absence. "I understand," the Jade Emperor replied, his brow furrowing. At this critical moment, the commander, Heavenly King Li, was missing. "Your Majesty, now that Tang Seng and his companions have arrived at Ling Mountain, should we inform the Buddhist realm of our plans to deploy troops so they can prepare accordingly?" The star of white Jupiter discreetly glanced at the Jade Emperor. After a moment of contemplation, the Jade Emperor nodded. "Indeed, since that is the case, let white Jupiter travel to the Western Paradise." Pausing, a knowing smile graced his lips as he continued. "Additionally, he may meet with Tang Seng and subtly inform them that the heavenly court is preparing to attack the kingdom of 10,000 demons." "Yes, Your Majesty." The old minister understands, the star of white Jupiter acknowledged as he took his leave. At the foot of Ling Mountain, Tang Yu and his disciples were still resting, alternating between eating and sleeping, occasionally wandering around the vicinity of Ling Mountain. I wander about without ascending. I'm at my wit's end." The star of white Jupiter materialized, a smile instinctively adorning his face as he addressed Tang Yu. "Congratulations, third brother, on your journey westward to the foot of Ling Mountain. You are about to attain the true scriptures and complete your mission." To Tang Yu, this sentiment felt far from congratulatory. At the very least, he did not perceive it as a joyous occasion. "You, lad, if you have nothing to do, kindly take your leave." The star of white Jupiter was taken aback. What was the matter? Why did it seem that Tang Seng bore some resentment? Reflecting on his words, he found no fault. Was he not merely here to extend congratulations? The star of white Jupiter forced a smile. I came primarily to visit Ling Mountain and discuss certain matters with the Buddha. He cleared his throat and, with an air of casualness, added, the heavenly court intends to attack the kingdom of 10,000 demons, yet that kingdom has been expanding unnoticed. In terms of the celestial court, dealing with the kingdom of 10,000 demons presents considerable challenges. Thus, His Majesty has dispatched me to inquire about the movements of the Buddhist sect. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended, causing the star of Tai Bai to bristle in alarm. Trembling uncontrollably, Sun Wukong cast a cold gaze upon him, tightly gripping his golden staff, as if ready to strike the moment Tai Bai uttered another word. What did you say? You intend to attack the kingdom of 10,000 demons? Sun Wukong's voice resonated with a deep, foreboding tone. To Tai Bai, it was akin to the thunderous roar of an impending storm. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he stammered. Why yes. The kingdom of 10,000 demons is home to numerous malevolent creatures that ought to be eradicated. Chapter 469. The terrifying dreamscape. Tai Bai's words came out haltingly, afraid that this monkey might suddenly go mad and strike him down with a single blow. Sun Wukong's expression fluctuated between darkness and light, as the tear-streaked visage of a woman from the kingdom of 10,000 demons flashed before his eyes, her smile as radiant as a flower. I am Zixia. I am waiting for someone. He has forgotten everything about the kingdom of 10,000 demons, and he has forgotten me, but it is all right. I remember. There was a person who once said to me, with heaven and earth as witness, the sun and moon as gifts, mountains and rivers as matchmakers, and the nation as a promise, will you stand with me, equal to the heavens? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, standing motionless, as if entranced. That voice, distant yet tender, echoed through time, resonating in his ears. Stealing a glance at Sun Wukong, Tai Bai felt as if he had narrowly escaped death, hastily addressing Tang Yu, third brother. I bear a heavy responsibility. I must take my leave. Without delay, Tai Bai departed, fearing that should this monkey suddenly lose his composure, he would be struck down. Could one not be terrified? Looking at Sun Wukong, Tang Yu gently called out, Wukong. Sun Wukong, returning to his senses, replied, Master. His expression was tinged with complexity. Master. This matter feels rather peculiar, he remarked. The simpleton interjected, it is inherently strange. Tang Yu, casting a glance at him, turned to Sun Wukong. Regardless of the decision you make, Master will respect your choice, but not at this moment, as the celestial court has yet to deploy its forces. Master, I understand. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Clutching his staff, he meandered a few steps away, lost in thought. Master, Tai Bai's visit was also rather odd. The simpleton whispered. Tang Yu huffed, remaining silent, as he retreated to his dwelling. As he had stated, whatever Sun Wukong chose, he would honor his decision. Should Sun Wukong truly decide to return to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, all he could do was transcend to sanctity, supporting those saints. His abilities as a master were limited. This was the sole course of action available to him. Tang Yu lay awake in his shelter, a nagging sense of unease enveloping him for reasons unknown. Eventually, he drifted into a restless slumber. In the realm of the three worlds, I wager against you. Should you transcend, the three worlds shall become void. Suddenly, he awoke from his slumber. He had experienced a dream in which he found himself engulfed in an abyss of nothingness, unable to escape, no matter how he tried. This dream felt strikingly vivid and profoundly terrifying. Even in retrospect, it invoked an overwhelming sense of deep-seated desolation and endless desolation, akin to his own cultivation level. Even a mere dream compelled him to regard it with utmost seriousness. To distill it simply, why can deities foresee the lives of mortals? It is not solely due to their mystical powers, but primarily because they adhere to the natural order, calculating according to universal laws. This is quite comprehensible. Sometimes, an event occurs unexpectedly, or one arrives at a certain place, and it feels eerily familiar, as if it had been dreamt before. This occurs when a person, while asleep or in a state of unconsciousness, subconsciously attunes to the rhythms of the cosmos, thus premonishing future occurrences. Occasionally, a jade pendant carried on one's person may unexpectedly shatter. Such an omen often portends great misfortune. Likewise, This indicates that the pendant has sensed the celestial laws ahead of you, reacting to alert you. Yet, it is challenging for mortals to grasp these underlying principles. After a considerable time, Tang Yu finally calmed himself, though the imagery from the dream lingered stubbornly in his mind. "Master, what is the matter?" Zhu Beiji inquired, observing his master's demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Tang Yu finally responded, "You simpleton, what do you believe a dream is?" One's daytime thoughts often manifest in dreams at night, reflecting fragments of reality that illuminate the past and future. Casting a glance at his master, the simpleton chuckled awkwardly and quickly amended, "Haha, indeed, it is more about daytime reflections leading to nighttime dreams." Tang Yu nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent for a while longer. He then lifted his gaze towards the sacred mountain. "You all wait here. I shall ascend for a brief stroll." With that, he stepped towards the sacred mountain. The assembly of Buddhas instantly grew tense. Tang Seng had finally regained his strength. He was about to enter the temple to seek the true scriptures. The Buddhas assumed a solemn posture, albeit with a hint of curiosity. Why was he ascending alone? If he sought the scriptures by himself, what of his disciples? The ancient Buddha Randolite furrowed his brow slightly, puffing on his pipe, his eyes narrowed, exuding an air of inscrutability. It was acceptable for Tang Seng to ascend alone. He could receive the scriptures and return to the Tang dynasty to disseminate them. As for the disciples not accompanying him, it was inconsequential. They could be summoned at will. If they proved obstinate, forceful means could be employed to bring them forth, guiding them towards enlightenment. The mirror of profound light reflected Tang Yu's figure as he ascended further, then settled down to rest. The assembled Buddhas exchanged glances. Randolite Buddha took a puff from his pipe and remarked, "Tang Seng must be weary. After all, as a mortal, traversing such a distance is no small feat. Is this truly considered a long journey? Achieving but 100 steps would be commendable. Puxian, descend and bring some water and offerings to Tang Seng." After a moment's contemplation, the ancient Buddha of light produced a pill. This is the Great Yuan pill, which should also be delivered to Tang Seng, enabling him to swiftly regain his strength and ascend to acquire the true scriptures. The assembly of Buddhas regarded this with a tinge of envy. What has become of the Buddhist order? Yet, investment in Tang Seng was still essential. At present, he was akin to a revered ancestor. The sooner he completed his pilgrimage, the sooner the Buddhas could find respite. Tang Yu gazed at Puxian Bodhisattva, who was attending to the delivery of water, food, and elixirs, momentarily taken aback. Is this the standard of service within the Buddhist realm now? Such attentiveness he had previously only experienced in brothels, and that was only upon entry. Yet, he too was bound for entry. However, upon exiting, it was likely they would no longer pay him any heed. What is this nonsense? Observing the meager offerings, Tang Yu expressed his disdain. There is hardly any substance here. Puxian Bodhisattva paused with a smile. What would you like to eat, third brother? No matter what Tang Seng desired, it would be fulfilled, as long as he ascended. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. I crave the osmanthus cake of the Tang dynasty. The black-boned chicken noodles from the kingdom of black chickens, the sauced beef from the kingdom of Baoxiang, and the steamed base from the kingdom of daughters. He casually listed a few delicacies from far and wide. Puxian Bodhisattva felt a wave of dizziness. It seemed Tang Seng had no intention of departing without satisfying his appetites. There was no choice but to return to the Buddhist order and report this to the ancient Buddha of light. Without a moment's hesitation, the ancient Buddha waved his hand, dispatching someone to procure the requested items. After all, the Buddhist community was currently abundant in numbers, with each person sent to a different location to fulfill Tang Seng's desires. Chapter 470. Master, I wish to return to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Did it seem as though Tang Seng was toying with them? Yet, they were soon to arrive at the great Thundersound Temple. Once he reached the temple and attained Buddhahood, all grievances could be repaid with interest. Especially for Lingji Bodhisattva, who had already begun contemplating his commercial strategies. Once Tang Seng became a Buddha, it would be imperative that he did not provide them with incense for free, otherwise, his business would face ruin. The most prudent course of action would be to devise a means to compel Tang Seng to establish a solemn vow, agreeing to sell incense solely to him. However, executing this plan remained a complex endeavor. This thought crossed the minds of the assembly. Tang Seng's journey to Ling Mountain also held benefits, at the very least. He would likely no longer need to spend money on incense in the future. The ancient Buddha of Light dispatched several Buddhas to procure food for Tang Seng. Tang Yu was astounded, utterly incredulous that the Buddhist order would genuinely send him such provisions. With the food in hand, he made his way downwards. Third brother, what are you doing? Hurry and eat. Finish your meal and ascend to acquire the scriptures, urged Lingji Bodhisattva. With so much here, could I possibly finish it all? Tang Yu retorted, somewhat annoyed, before scampering down with a trove of food, calling to his disciples to begin their feast. Such days filled Tang Yu with a profound sense of comfort. At the very least, he need not worry about food and drink. Whenever hunger arose, casually taking a few steps upward, he soon encountered a monk from the Buddhist realm who offered him water. Whatever he desired to eat could be provided. Even if it were meat, nothing was deemed too trivial. Life, in his view, was a form of indulgence. At least, it was perceived as such. Yet he was acutely aware that this state of enjoyment was fleeting. The monks, each Buddha appearing listless, seemed on the verge of madness. Serving Tang Seng during this period felt akin to catering to an ancestor. Any minor misstep could provoke Tang Seng's wrath, yet they dared not retaliate. All their hopes rested on the swift arrival of Tang Seng at Lingshan. Once he acquired the true scriptures, all their grievances would surely be repaid with interest. Particularly for Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, who had succumbed to temptation. Merely seeing Tang Seng settle down was enough. Without the need for the ancient Buddha's command, he would soar away, his face lighting up with a smile as he inquired of the third brother what was to be done next. Master, what should we do if the heavenly court truly attacks the kingdom of 10,000 demons? The simpleton furrowed his brow, revealing his conflict. Tang Yu cast a glance at him. What do you think you should do? The simpleton was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, he replied, I don't know. If Wukong returns to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, I shall engage in something grand. Tang Yu's expression bore a hint of madness. For reasons unknown. Witnessing his master in such a state sent a shiver down the simpleton's spine. In a remote part of an unknown forest, a savage man held a crude fork as a makeshift weapon. Adorned with a simple skirt woven from wild grass to shield his vulnerable areas, his face was grimy, rendering his original features unrecognizable, save for his blinking eyes. Emerging from the forest, he beheld the vast expanse of the world before him. Taking a deep breath, he erupted into tears. As he stepped out of the forest, his presence was sensed by the Jade Emperor, who, upon calculation, was struck with dismay. How had the esteemed heavenly King Li, the holder of the pagoda, fallen to such depths? He hastily dispatched someone to bring Li Jing back. Li Jing wept uncontrollably. No one knew how he had endured these past few days, having faced countless moments of despair that tempted him towards suicide, yet he lacked the courage to follow through. In the final moments, he relinquished the thought, and fortunately, he had emerged, seeing the light once more. The Jade Emperor inquired about the events that had transpired. Li Jing cursed vehemently, for it was this very person who had repeatedly betrayed him, demonstrating an alarming level of familiarity. However, he remained oblivious to the identity of this treacherous figure. The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the figure of Tang Yu through the Xian Guang mirror. All this was undoubtedly connected to the unforeseen changes, linked to the quasi-saint hidden behind him. Regardless, it was a relief that Li Jing had returned at this crucial juncture. Yet, devoid of his powers, even the Jade Emperor could not discern the cause of this predicament, leaving him without a solution. Ultimately, the Jade Emperor dispatched someone to deliver a message to Li Jing at the Yushu Palace, curious to see if the sage could resolve the matter. Should the sage prove incapable, he would have to seek out Tang Seng. The primordial heavenly venerable effortlessly restored Li Jing's powers. Instantly, Li Jing felt rejuvenated, returning to his former self. The once mighty King Li, who had traversed the heavens and the earth, now strode confidently into the hall, exuding an air of authority. Seemingly having forgotten the tears he had shed not long ago. I pay my respects to your majesty. Li Jing bowed, and then stepped aside. The Jade Emperor nodded in approval. Li Jing was back. Meanwhile, Tang Seng and his companions had arrived at the foot of Spirit Mountain. Yet Tang Seng lingered at the base, leaving the Jade Emperor somewhat perplexed. However, there was no rush. They would ascend in due time. The heavenly army was now fully assembled and ready to march against the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. At the foot of Spirit Mountain, Tang Yu and his companions remained still, though it would be inaccurate to say they were entirely motionless. Occasionally, Tang Yu would ascend a few steps, engaging in brief conversations with the Buddhist practitioners who emerged. Yet, Sun Wukong appeared troubled, his demeanor listless. "Master," he said, turning to Tang Yu, "I wish to return to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters." That realm held the woman he longed to protect. Though his memories had faded, an instinct to safeguard her remained. He could not bear to witness her demise beneath the advancing heavenly army. Although he had forgotten himself and the world around him, his heart still remembered the desire to protect her. Tang Yu sighed softly. "Have you made your decision? Do you understand what this journey entails?" "Yes," Sun Wukong affirmed gravely. "It means opposing the heavenly court and even the Buddhist sect." He nodded firmly. "If you have made up your mind, I will respect whatever choice you make." Tang Yu smiled, revealing his teeth. "What I can do is ensure the sages do not intervene." Sun Wukong gazed deeply into Tang Yu's eyes, knelt, and bowed 3 times. "Thank you, master." "Take this," Tang Yu said, producing a multicolored stone and handing it to Sun Wukong. "Take it and return to Huahua Mountain, where something awaits you. It has been waiting for you for a long time." Unsure of Tang Yu's meaning, Sun Wukong accepted the stone. He glanced at Tang Yu, then at Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, and nodded lightly before vanishing in a flash of light. Observing the winding steps leading down from Spirit Mountain, Tang Yu chuckled. "Wukong has gone. Now it is my turn to ascend." Chapter 471. The assault on the kingdom of 10,000 monsters continuing to evade this matter is untenable, and the time for avoidance has passed. Sun Wukong returns to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters, where he is no match for anyone beneath the sages. Yet, should the sages intervene, he would still be easily overwhelmed. Without having ascended to sagehood, he remains but an insignificant being. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. It was time for him to ascend as well. He inhaled deeply, turning to glance at his 2 disciples. "I shall ascend alone, you may disperse. If you aspire to attain enlightenment, then join me." The second disciple, Daisy, stood with his mouth agape, finally uttering, "I will wait for you here." Tang Yu shook his head, insisting, "Disperse, disperse." With his back turned, he waved his hand and ascended the path. The third disciple, Lungluan, appeared conflicted, his body slightly shifting. Yet ultimately, his feet remained rooted beside Daisy, both watching his retreating figure. The branches surrounding them quivered, emitting a mournful sound. The winding staircase stretched endlessly before him, and only Tang Yu continued his solitary ascent, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. In the rear mountains of Ling Mountain, the gathered Buddhas paid little heed, perceiving Tang Seng merely taking a stroll, anticipating his swift return. However, this time, their expectations were confounded as Tang Seng ascended the steps without a backward glance. Instantly, the entire Ling Mountain grew tense. "Hurry, ascend, and take your places." The ancient Buddha Randen commanded urgently. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears, causing him to pause momentarily. It was the voice of the Jade Emperor, who was also closely monitoring Tang Seng's party. With Sun Wukong's abrupt departure, he was undoubtedly heading back to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, while Tang Seng prepared to enter the Great Thunder Sound Temple. This was the opportune moment for action. "Go, go," came Lei's indifferent wave of his hand. "Take your men. I will oversee matters here." At that moment, Lei felt a surge of excitement. After such a long wait, the day had finally arrived. He was on the verge of independence, ready to establish his own domain. The era of being reprimanded was behind him, and a new era was about to dawn. The ancient Buddha Randen pondered momentarily, "Amitabha, so be it." As for those Buddhas accompanying him into battle, Lei had long since prepared for uncertainties. In Lei's estimation, many of them could easily perish in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. It would be preferable if the old lamp were to die as well. Once that occurred, Lei would celebrate with firecrackers. Yet, he recognized the improbability of this dream, for the old lamp possessed formidable power. Tang Yu sensed the presence of several Buddhas soaring overhead and couldn't help but smirk inwardly, yet he continued his ascent unfazed. In the heavenly court, the celestial army had completely assembled. Li Jing, the 28 constellations, the 4 heavenly kings, and the thunder and lightning deities were all present, accompanied by the Jade Emperor himself. This force was more than sufficient to confront the kingdom of 10,000 demons. "Let us depart," the Jade Emperor bellowed, stepping forward, with the dense ranks of the heavenly court following behind, casting an oppressive shadow as they marched toward the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The Demon Queen, clad in purple garments and draped in a flowing purple satin, stood with her dark hair cascading over her fair cheeks. Her expression was grave as she gazed toward the horizon. Lan Shuling gripped her short dagger, her face as frigid as ice, devoid of any discernible expression. Below, countless demons gathered, their countenances grave as they gazed towards the horizon. Dark clouds loomed ominously, pressing down upon the hearts of the assembled creatures. The sound of war drums echoed from the skies, accompanied by the thunderous crash of lightning. Boom, boom, the drums of war resounded. The heavenly army emerged above the realm of myriad demons. Amitabha, a solemn chant resonated, as golden Buddhist light illuminated the surroundings, heralding the arrival of the ancient Buddha. With a multitude of other deities in tow, "Bold demons, why do you not surrender at once?" commanded the Jade Emperor, his voice booming like thunder across the expanse of the demon realm. At this fierce proclamation, some weaker demons were utterly obliterated, their forms disintegrating into blood mist that wafted through the air. "If it is war you desire, then let it be war," the demon queen, unafraid, retorted, her gaze unwavering. "I had thought that after narrowly escaping death in that battle many years ago, you would have turned to enlightenment, yet here you are, unchanged, commanding the demons and wreaking havoc across the three realms." The Jade Emperor met her icy stare with a cold response. "If you wish to battle, then do not feign piety with your words." Lan Shuling, dagger raised, pointed defiantly at the celestial beings above. "Even if the realm of myriad demons meets its end today, I shall ensure that you hypocritical deities pay a price for your hubris. You overestimate your capabilities," the ancient Buddha scoffed. "Those destined for greatness must possess self-awareness. The innate wickedness of demons must be eradicated. As an ancient Buddha of the Western paradise, it is my duty to contribute to this cause." The heavenly forces and the Buddhist sect may have numbers comparable to the myriad demons, yet both the Jade Emperor and the ancient Buddha stood as quasi-saints. While the realm of myriad demons possessed but a single quasi-saint, the demon queen. "Since you remain obstinate, do not blame us," the ancient Buddha intoned, joining his hands in prayer, his expression radiating compassion as he chanted, "Amitabha." Boom, boom, the drums of war reverberated across the heavens. With a cold gesture, the Jade Emperor commanded the heavenly army to descend, unleashing a cacophony of battle cries that shook the very sky. In the Purple Cloud Palace, upon witnessing this scene, Hongjun narrowed his eyes slightly and, with a wave of his hand, isolated the realm of myriad demons. At the very least, this would prevent the tumultuous waves of magical energy from spilling into the neighboring lands, sparing countless mortals from certain death. In the Duoshui Palace, Taishang Laojun paced back and forth, his hands clasped behind him, seemingly lost in contemplation. "What is it that Tang Seng intends to accomplish?" he muttered, observing Tang Seng ascend the steps at a leisurely pace. With a sigh, he shifted his gaze to the woman in the 19th layer of hell. "Are you not yet awake?" This woman had reassembled her saintly essence, yet curiously remained in slumber, oblivious to the world. Even Taishang Laojun could not fathom this mystery. However, he speculated that perhaps it was all intertwined with the path of her transformation. Thus, even with her saintly essence restored, she continued to slumber, undergoing her metamorphosis. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the cosmos as the demon forces and heavenly army clashed fiercely, painting the world in hues of crimson. The demon queen, wielding a purple satin, gently waved it, causing the entire space to distort as her magical power spread in all directions. Wherever the satin passed, countless celestial troops disintegrated into ashes. With a cold snort, the Jade Emperor, crowned by a golden tower, stepped forward. The ancient Buddha of light uttered a mantra filled with compassion, his hands pressed together, and in an instant, the sky was illuminated by Buddha's light. The two advanced simultaneously towards the demon queen. "Kill!" Blue Snow Ling's icy voice pierced the air as she engaged in battle with the four heavenly kings. The resounding drums echoed, thunder roared, and lightning struck down. Each clash was accompanied by the sorrowful wails of the demon army dissipating into nothingness. In the 472nd chapter of the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons, the demon queen's satin billowed, her once charming face now shrouded in frost. The Jade Emperor and the Buddha of Light, both quasi-saints, unleashed their powers together. She struggled to hold her ground, refusing to retreat even a step. The air was thick with cries of anguish, the sounds of slaughter and curses as blood danced before her eyes, and bodies fell like autumn leaves. This scene transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Blue Snow Ling, clad in black, brandished her dagger with elegance, her cold visage accentuated by her attire. The four heavenly kings faltered in their advance. Seizing an opportunity, Li Jing descended, delivering a powerful blow infused with his entire magical force squarely into Blue Snow Ling's back. A hint of unnatural color flushed her pale cheeks, and her body lurched forward involuntarily. The four heavenly kings exchanged glances and struck simultaneously, joined by Li Jing. Blue Snow Ling staggered back 2 steps, a trickle of crimson seeping from her lips, further draining the pallor from her already ghostly complexion. Despicable, she remarked with an unyielding expression, though her eyes grew even colder. In the rear mountains, Chun Jia and a group of ancient demons watched with tearful eyes as their kin perished under the relentless assault of the celestial army. Their faces were stained with sorrow. They were all aging demons, too frail to join the fray. The kingdom of 10,000 demons, once a sanctuary, was now drenched in blood. Amidst the chaos, a demon with 2 goat horns clutched his weapon tightly, trembling with fear and a longing for life. With a primal scream, he charged into the battlefield like a madman. Ultimately, he fell, taking a celestial soldier down with him. Witnessing this, the horned demon, drenched in blood, laughed heartily. "Look at you bunch of cowards. Who dares say I'm timid?" Bai Susu fought fiercely among the celestial soldiers, her white attire soaked in blood. Biting her lip with fierce determination, she pushed the soldiers back. Turning to the horned demon, "You are the bravest." The horned demon continued to laugh, though his gaze slowly began to fade. "Buddhism, heaven, you lot of cowards," he declared. But the surge of magical energy enveloped him, and he vanished into ash, the words he left unspoken lost to eternity. He was timid, weak, and even scorned in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Yet, his death was valiant, courageous. Blue Snow Ling continued to retreat, blood cascading from her lips as if beyond her control. A horde of demons surged forward, momentarily hindering the 4 heavenly kings, including Li Jing. But it was merely a fleeting delay. "Damnable fiends, today, I shall rid the world of you," Li Jing declared with fervor. As the wind swept by, the blue-haired Shui Ling's locks danced, embodying a melancholic beauty, yet her gaze remained as frigid as ice. "Even in death, I shall take you along with me. Kill." The air was filled with the thunderous battle cries of the demon army. Boom, boom, an incessant clamor echoed, not the sound of war drums, but rather the explosive self-detonations of the demons. This sound, far more crystalline than the dull thud of drums, resonated within each heart. Some heavenly soldiers swallowed hard, their hands trembling around their weapons, yearning to flee. The countless demons of the demon kingdom faced death unflinchingly, pouring forth all their might to battle against the heavenly soldiers and the Buddhist order. Most perished in their own explosions. Yet this reckless zeal could not withstand the might of the celestial realm and the Buddhist order. The demon queen, her silken attire billowing, stood defiantly against 2 quasi-saints. It was evident to all that she was at a disadvantage, being pressed and battered by both. Suddenly, a string of Buddhist beads emerged from behind her. As the demon queen's ruby lips moved, blood spilling forth. The ancient Buddha of light beckoned, and the beads flew into his grasp. Simultaneously, the golden tower atop the Jade Emperor's head expanded in an instant, bearing down upon the demon queen. She swiftly retreated, deftly evading, until she found herself atop the walls of the demon kingdom, gazing defiantly at the Jade Emperor and the ancient Buddha of light. "If you command the demons of the demon kingdom to surrender, I will spare your lives," she declared. The Jade Emperor, exuding a formidable presence, traversed the air, the golden tower spinning rapidly above him, emanating waves of terror. The ancient Buddha of light, beads in hand, intoned a sutra and advanced. The two stood in the void, gazing at the figure of the purple-clad woman upon the walls. The demon queen looked at them, a hint of fatigue flickering in her eyes. Is this truly all the heavenly realm has to offer? Is the Buddhist order no different? What does it mean to be a demon? Pray, enlighten me. Demons are inherently malevolent, bringing calamity to the world. Thus, they must be eradicated. The Jade Emperor's voice resonated with authority, echoing through the heavens. The demon queen scoffed lightly, a smile blooming like a flower, yet her eyes betrayed a deep longing. The Jade Emperor's gaze hardened, as if her words had pierced his heart. In years past, the demon kingdom had assaulted the heavenly realm, leaving it in ruins. Ultimately, it was only through the power of the Buddhist order that the turmoil was quelled. Otherwise, the consequences would indeed be unimaginable. The Jade Emperor let out a snort, followed by a thunderous declaration. Today, the kingdom of 10,000 demons shall perish here." This proclamation seemed to bestow tremendous confidence upon the heavenly soldiers, who immediately erupted in unified shouts. "The kingdom of 10,000 demons shall perish here." Their voices reverberated through the heavens and echoed across the lands. The demon queen stood alone atop the city walls, her garments billowing, casting her silhouette as one of solitude. Her eyes increasingly heavy with exhaustion. Below, the cacophony of battle raged on, with countless demons disintegrating before her eyes. Blue Snowling, under the relentless assault of the four heavenly kings, Enli Jing, found herself reduced to mere defensive maneuvers, retreating step by step, yet her expression remained unmoved. Bai Susu wielded her sword with agility, sending several celestial soldiers flying before vanishing in a flash to stand beside the butterfly spirit. Together, they surged forward once more into the fray. Meanwhile, Chunjia and the other aged demons wept openly. They could no longer hold the line. Under the siege of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, the kingdom of 10,000 demons had seemingly lost all hope. Once, the kingdom had basked in glory while battling the heavenly court. Now it appeared as though the tides had turned, with the heavenly court and Buddhist sect tightening their grip. The kingdom of 10,000 demons, the last bastion, the final sanctuary for demons. Must it also be lost? Not far away, the great formation lay shrouded in a somber stillness, as if awaiting the blood of its denizens to awaken it. The elderly demons, frail and weary, began to move resolutely toward the formation. Their steps, though burdened by age and frailty, were imbued with unwavering determination. The purple figure atop the city wall slowly spoke, her voice resonating throughout every corner of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. "To the kingdom of 10,000 demons, we shall fight to the death." Chapter 473. Unity to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, we shall fight to the death. These words, though softly uttered, were crystal clear, reverberating in the air and echoing within the hearts of every demon. At that moment, all demons lifted their gazes toward the purple figure, raising their voices in unison. "To the kingdom of 10,000 demons, we shall fight to the death." Their voices thundered, overpowering the war drums in the heavens and drowning out the roaring thunder. In a single utterance, they conveyed their unwavering resolve to battle to the death. They vowed to defend this final sanctuary with their lives, to let their blood nourish this land. It was an honor, their ultimate privilege as demons. Perhaps after this battle, they would all fade into nothingness, becoming eternal echoes inscribed in the annals of history by the heavenly court, which merely sought to eradicate the demons that plagued humanity. In the end, they would likely be remembered only with revilement. Born into a world where they were scorned and feared by humans, looked down upon and purged by gods and Buddhas, they bore the burden of contempt. They were inherently demons, destined to endure such sorrows. They emerged from the ordinary, striving to cultivate themselves into demons, dreaming of one day ascending to divinity. Yet now, the gods and Buddhas stood before them, revealing themselves to be no more than this. Very well, since it is so, today the kingdom of 10,000 demons shall meet its demise. The Jade Emperor, adorned with a golden pagoda upon his head, stepped forward. The ancient Buddha of lighting uttered a sacred chant, clutching a string of prayer beads in his hand. Dimly, a flickering lamp materialized before him, its light feeble, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet, the aura it emanated swept across the realm, causing countless demons to wail and dissolve into ash. He advanced alongside the Jade Emperor, both intent on confronting the ethereal violet figure before them. The violet figure gazed into the distance, a fleeting smile gracing her lips, swiftly replaced by an expression of resolute determination. Grasping a purple silk ribbon, she danced gracefully forward, defiantly confronting the Jade Emperor and the ancient Buddha, the embodiment of justice. In the face of overwhelming power, she soared with elegance, her hair cascading freely, her attire tattered, bearing a hint of charred scent. Nonetheless, she did not retreat a single step. On the mountainside, the elder demons, including Chunjia, beheld her figure from afar, kneeling in reverence. They bowed their heads heavily, then rose, gazing at the lifeless formation before them, laughter escaping their lips. "We are powerless, unable to join the fray. Now, let our blood and soul scatter upon this grand array, contributing our final offerings to the kingdom of myriad demons." With a resounding thud, an elder demon leapt into the formation, shattering his own body. The sound of countless explosions erupted, the final echoes of life resonating through the air. The violet figure lifted her head, smiling gently, yet tears welled in her eyes. The purple silk entwined around the ancient Buddha's waist. The flames of the lamp suddenly intensified, reaching towards the heavens. The silk emitted a crackling sound as it burned. A golden tower, imbued with immense magical power, spiraled towards them. The great array of myriad demons? The Jade Emperor exclaimed in alarm. Buddha, I shall once again stand against this. And you must prevent the activation of the great array. Should it be set in motion, their quasi-saintly cultivations would be utterly incapable of breaching it. As the ancient Buddha retreated, the pressure on the demon queen diminished sharply. Yet, she was gravely wounded, continuously pushed back by the Jade Emperor's formidable might, her strength dwindling to mere defense. Helplessly, she watched as the ancient Buddha made his way towards the mountainside, unable to intervene any longer. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha lamented with compassion and sorrow. His colossal hand descended, enveloping the elder demons on the mountainside. Amidst their endless wails, the demons dissolved into nothingness. You, as demons, have failed to aspire to enlightenment, to benefit humanity, and to accumulate merit for your eventual transcendence. Instead, you have brought calamity upon the world. Today, I shall deliver you all. The elder demons glared at him with teeth gritted in rage. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, they remained powerless. They could only watch the prayer beads swirl, the lamp slowly burning, the trembling flame, and the compassionate hands of the Buddha descending with sorrow etched upon his face. This was the final scene witnessed by countless demons. As the prayer beads struck them, the burning lamp searing into their eyes, forever frozen in that moment. Yet, an indomitable voice still echoed forth. The myriad demons struggled toward the rear mountains, resolutely leaping into the grand formation, shattering their own bodies in the process. The entire array had been saturated with blood. A thunderous roar echoed forth, an overwhelming power emanating from the formation, as if it were on the verge of awakening. Yet, it was insufficient. Chun Jia howled, his eyes wide, blood streaming from the corners. Not enough, still not enough. The grand formation whirled, its booming resonating through the air. However, under the intervention of the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp, no more demons could plunge into its depths. The demon queen danced gracefully in midair, perpetually retreating under the relentless pursuit of the Jade Emperor. Lan Shuling, clad in black, was now drenched in dark crimson, her ebony hair clinging to her face. Drip, drip, blood trickled from her strands, cascading down her cheeks and falling to the ground. The kingdom of myriad demons fought to the bitter end. Some demons, exhausted from battle, shattered their own forms, self-destructing in a catastrophic display. The scene was harrowing, drenched in blood. The multitude of demons roared, exerting their final strength to fight and struggle. At Flower Fruit Mountain, behind a certain wall, it felt as though another world was sealed away. The wounded monkey suddenly lifted his head, erupting into a sinister chuckle. The grand formation of myriad demons. The grand formation of myriad demons. Years ago, he had set this formation in motion. At this moment, he sensed the grand formation was about to activate. Even the grand formation had been triggered. It was evident that the kingdom of myriad demons had reached a crucial juncture of life and death. The wounded monkey howled, frantically straining against the iron chains binding him. The chains rattled ominously. A powerful wave of magical energy surged from the chains. It seemed as though all his strength had been extracted, leaving him limp. Yet his mouth continued to emit a laugh that was both mournful and pleading. In a flash of light, Sun Wukong appeared. For reasons unknown, his heart raced. Gazing at the wall, his hand instinctively reached out and caressed its surface. An overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. Behind the wall, something was beckoning him. He retrieved the multicolored stone, which lay peacefully in his palm, suddenly emitting a radiant spectrum of colors. Sun Wukong squinted at the brilliance. The five-colored light permeated the wall, causing it to slowly part. He beheld within a wounded monkey, lifting its head to gaze at him, a hint of surprise in its expression. Then, the wounded monkey erupted into hearty laughter. Sun Wukong felt no shock. For many years, he had sensed something profound. Homeward bound. Sun Wukong calmly declared upon seeing the shadowy figure. Yes, homeward bound. It is time to return. The wounded monkey laughed in response. Chapter 474. The Uprising of the Brothers. The multicolored stone once again unleashed a devastating light, merging with the mysterious heavenly chains binding the wounded monkey. Simultaneously, the chains fell away from him, and the wounded monkey stood, looking at Sun Wukong. In a flash, he melded into Sun Wukong's body. Boom! An immense force surged through the three realms. A terrifying surge of magical energy radiated from Sun Wukong, spreading outward. In the 33 heavens, at the palace of Duishui, a faint smile graced the lips of the supreme Lord Laozi. The Xiantian chain was his handiwork, originally intended to manipulate Sun Wukong into disrupting the journey to the west. However, the unexpected emergence of Tang Seng complicated his plans. Yet, he still regarded Sun Wukong as a valuable pawn. By entrusting the colorful stone to Tang Seng, he knew that eventually, Tang would uncover the truth, leading to the unification of Sun Wukong. Once Sun Wukong achieved this unity, the so-called journey to the west would inevitably be rendered futile. Indeed, under Tang Seng's influence, the journey to the west had faltered. Overall, all of this unfolded within the intricate design of Laozi's scheme. Particularly, knowing Tang Seng possessed extraordinary abilities further reinforced his belief that Tang would inevitably learn of Sun Wukong's fate. Now, as Sun Wukong achieved unity, having traversed the cycles of life and death, he was more formidable than ever before. Without the intervention of a sage, he was invincible beneath the sages. He was rightly considered the foremost being across the three realms. With Sun Wukong's return, the involvement of a sage was inevitable. Laozi murmured, "Are you not yet awakened? If a sage intervenes, the kingdom of all demons will likewise face destruction." He paced thoughtfully. "If you awaken, he will surely intervene, which may not necessarily be unfavorable for me. Let us see how powerful he has become and how far you have transformed. Regardless of who prevails, there is great benefit for me along the path of seeking enlightenment." In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun gazed down upon the mortal realm. This overwhelming wave of energy, which shook the three realms, could not escape his notice. Observing Sun Wukong, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Unification may not be a negative outcome. Indeed, it could facilitate your complete eradication. Hongjun regarded the monkey. "You, that woman, seem to be the remnant of her transformation. If peril befalls you, I trust she will not remain indifferent." Yet, it puzzled him that although the origin of the sages had reassembled, they still remained in slumber. In the Western Paradise, Tang Yu ascended the steps with measured grace, sensing the formidable aura. Sun Wukong had unified. However, should he truly return to the kingdom of all demons, the sage's interference would surely follow. Seated on a small stool, smoking, Lai Gu felt invigorated. With a swift motion, he dashed out of the temple, gazing into the distance. An opportunity. This was the moment he had long awaited. With that thought, a grin spread across Lai Ji's face. He waved his hand, teleporting Sha Wujing from the mountains to the spirit mountain. The bewildered monk stared at Lai Gu, confusion etched on his face, before hastily kneeling. "I pay my respects to the Buddha." "Good, good, good," Lai Gu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Lingji Bodhisattva stood beside him. "Congratulations, Buddha." A smile that could not be contained illuminated Lai Ji's face. Once Sun Wukong returned to the kingdom of all demons, a great battle would ensue. This was his chance. In truth, Lai Ji's perspective was not misguided. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Now, with Sun Wukong unified, the stage was set. As Tang Yu prepares to transcend tribulation and hold off the saints, Lai Gu seizes the moment amidst the chaos to establish his own domain, yet finds little opportunity to do so. Furthermore, he believes he still possesses the formidable Sha Wujing, a trump card that renders him unafraid of the saints lurking behind. It must be said that the opportunity Lai Gu has grasped is indeed exceptional. As for the quest for scriptures, forget it. He intends to venture out on his own, to form his own brotherhood of bald heads. As for the trivial matters of the Buddhist sect, let them unfold as they may. They are no longer his concern. San Lungzi kneels trembling on the ground, completely oblivious to the Buddha's amused response. Within the temple, all the Buddhas rise, standing resolutely behind the Buddha. Maitreya hesitates momentarily before stepping forward. He is not particularly optimistic about the Buddha's decision to go solo. Yet he harbors some resentment from having been slapped by a saint. This grudge has lingered with him. Reflecting on Lai Ji's struggles and countless slaps endured, it is understandable why he seeks to venture out independently. Initially, Maitreya had hoped to remain aligned with the Buddhist sect, for if the Buddha's uprising were to fail, the position of Buddha might very well fall to him. However, witnessing the Buddha's brazen resolve, it is evident that a comprehensive strategy has been devised. Thus, after much contemplation, Mithriatu decides to step forward. Tang Yu, standing on the steps, is momentarily taken aback by the sight of the luminous bald heads shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Upon reflection, he comprehends the situation. Li Gu has long harbored intentions of going solo. With the heavenly court poised for a decisive battle against the myriad demons and Sun Wukong's return, the saints are certain to intervene. This represents a golden opportunity. Should this chance slip through their fingers, it may never present itself again. Since Li Gu wishes to pursue his own path, Tang Yu feels compelled to lend him support. Originally, he had contemplated igniting discord within the Buddhist sect to accrue some fortune, but it has become evident that such a course of action is no longer necessary. Time is of the essence. With Sun Wukong's resurgence, this power will ripple through the three realms, compelling the saints to act. Taking a deep breath as he gazes at the assembly of Buddhas above, Tang Yu acknowledges the time for transcending tribulation has arrived. Li Gu, observing the solitary figure of Tang Seng approaching, lights a cigarette and waves his hand dismissively. Old 3, return to the Tang dynasty. I am done. I will no longer engage with the Buddhist sect. What are you planning to do, Li Gu? Tang Yu feigns ignorance, fully aware of the answer. I am done. I refuse to endure this any longer. I am preparing to start my own venture, Li Gu replies joyfully, his delight evident. Finally, he is free from the oppression of those two ancient beings. You have taken pleasure in chastising me. Watch as I cut the roots from beneath you. I shall take all these followers with me. As for those taken by the ancient Buddha of light, they are inconsequential, even if 1 or 2 return. It would be fortunate. Now that Sun Wukong has awakened, it is possible that even the ancient Buddha of light cannot return. Yet this aligns perfectly with Brother Li's intentions. What has been taken are merely the indecisive. Those who remain are the ones he can trust. Brother Li, brimming with excitement, trembled involuntarily. At last, the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. Casting a glance at the dazed Lingji, Tang Yu once again turned his gaze upon Brother Li, grinning widely. Brother Li, since you harbor such ambitions, I am certainly inclined to lend you my support. Chapter 475. The return of the Demon King. Brother Li is indeed a commendable figure. Since he wishes to rise in rebellion, Tang Yu shall create an opportunity for him. Of course, it is chiefly because he has no other choice. Brother Li looked at Tang Yu in confusion, blinking rapidly. Tang Yu chuckled softly, took a deep breath, and released the restraints on his cultivation. Brother Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tang Yu. The three realms trembled. Initially, the tremors were caused by the unification of Sun Wukong, stirring numerous sages. Now, Tang Yu had completely revealed himself, recklessly breaking through in Ling Mountain to ascend to quasi-saint status. You, Brother Li stammered, trembling as he pointed at Tang Yu, unable to utter a coherent sentence. He then glanced over at Sha Wujing, nearly spewing blood in shock. How foolish he had been, thinking Sha Wujing was the variable. Even feeling smug about having established a sort of partnership with him, relying on the sage behind him for independent ventures. Yet, all of this was a grave mistake. The true variable was not Sha Wujing, but Tang Seng. Brother Li's mind buzzed, nearly causing him to collapse. All along, he believed that Tang Seng was merely a distraction devised to attract their attention. After all, to anyone's eyes, even a variable would not dare to act so brazenly and indiscriminately. Surely, it was because the variable was hidden behind the scenes, pushing Tang Seng into the spotlight. However, witnessing Tang Seng's exposed cultivation now filled Brother Li with a profound urge to weep. How the clever can be undone by their own cleverness. And what of Sha Wujing, who incessantly praised the Buddha's brilliance? Could he not provide some clarification? Yet, Brother Li felt a twinge of relief. Fortunately, he had maintained his composure and had not rashly embarked on an independent venture under the guise of Sha Wujing's brilliance. Had he done so, Brother Li dared not contemplate the consequences. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Maitreya Buddha's eyes widened in astonishment, and the entire congregation of Buddhas in Ling Mountain stood frozen, staring incredulously at Tang Seng. In the heavens above, 3 figures suddenly appeared: Yuan Shi Tianzun, Jiayin, and Zhuan Ti. The 3 gazed at Tang Yu, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. Tang Seng. The variable is indeed Tang Seng. They had spent considerable time analyzing the situation, yet had never suspected Tang Seng. They had effectively ruled him out from the outset. Tang Seng, you Yuan Shi Tianzun took a deep breath. Amidst the din, the figure of the celestial master emerged gradually, clad in flowing black garments, a smile gracing his countenance. He regarded the three saints with an expression rife with disdain, perceiving them as three great fools, utterly lacking in discernment. Beside him stood the mother of Mount Li, her gaze filled with concern as she cast her eyes towards Tang Yu. The sky was thick with dark clouds, signaling the impending calamity of the pre-saint's heavenly tribulation. In the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he spoke deliberately, enunciating each word, Tang Seng. He had long recognized Tang Seng as a variable, yet remained oblivious to the depth of his cultivation. This variable threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of the three realms, and to his astonishment, the individual harbored formidable power. Even far away in the land of 10,000 demons, the ancient Buddha of lantern light sensed the aura of Tang Seng, his expression shifting to one of profound significance. The Amitabha ancient Buddha muttered under his breath, lamenting, "A true achiever, yet I have misjudged." He then turned his compassionate gaze towards the multitude of demons below. His demeanor gentle, yet his actions were devoid of mercy. On Flower and Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong sat in quiet contemplation, his eyes closed. The convergence of his past and present surged forth like a tide. "Stone, stone, why do you remain silent?" He recalled the moment of his earliest consciousness, when he beheld the eyes of that maiden. She cradled him in her heart, her striking black and white orbs blinking gently. He was but a stone, imbued with her essence. Awakened to sentience. Yet, he remained a stone, unable to converse with her. The maiden often held him close, whispering sweet nothings. On the other side of the sea, it is bustling, Grandfather Willow would say. There are many people, yet I have never ventured there, never witnessed such liveliness. "Oh stone, you are my only companion here." Grandfather Willow had been ailing for many years, often speaking of his impending demise. "What shall I do if Grandfather Willow passes away?" He pondered. "I will accompany you. I shall be with you forever," he reassured himself. At last, the day arrived when he departed the seas of the realms, carried by the currents. He no longer wished to remain a stone. He yearned to be by her side, eternally accompanying her, sharing words with her. He was willing to sacrifice anything for the chance to converse with her. Through trials and tribulations, he traversed the seas of the realms. But what could a voiceless stone accomplish? Fear gripped him. Ultimately, the goddess Nuwa and that maiden appeared before him, and the queen began to instruct him in the art of cultivation. He began to take form. Once, during his time in the land of 10,000 demons, that maiden revealed to him that the name Sun Wukong was not bestowed by the patriarch Bodhi. Indeed, he had borne that name from the beginning. It was bestowed by the goddess Nuwa. Memories flooded his mind. By heaven as witness, by the sun and moon as witnesses, by the mountains and rivers as tokens. Can one stand with me as an equal? He grasped the maiden's hand beneath the peach blossoms, whispering tenderly. Peach petals danced in the air, settling upon them. He also recalled the final battle, where, for her sake, he disregarded all, leading the forces of the land of 10,000 demons into the heavenly court. In the end, he was vanquished. Falling into the lower realm of Flower and Fruit Mountain, he once again transformed into a stone. Memories surged forth, flooding his mind with clarity. He was the king of all demons, Sun Wukong. The demon kingdom lay cloaked in snow, consumed by a frenzy of battle. All the creatures of the night fought valiantly, risking their lives in the fray. The demon queen wielded silken purple ribbons, while the Jade Emperor stood beneath the towering Haotian pagoda, exerting his oppressive might. In an instant, the pagoda magnified several times, bearing down upon the purple-clad woman. Under the immense surge of magical energy, she was flung backward, her garments billowing like a butterfly with broken wings. Suddenly, a flash of gold streaked from a distance. The golden staff embedded itself into the walls of the demon kingdom, instantly reducing several heavenly soldiers to ashes. The ancient Buddha of light and the Jade Emperor exchanged solemn glances. A figure flickered into view. Upon seeing this silhouette approaching, the demon queen was overwhelmed with tears. Lu Shuling stood frozen, as if the world around her had vanished, her gaze fixated solely on that figure. He soared past the crowd, embracing the purple figure that had been thrown back, landing steadily atop the city wall. The golden staff flew into his grasp. Gripping the staff, he pointed towards the myriad celestial beings above. "I, Sun Wukong, king of all demons, dare anyone to challenge me." Chapter 476, Zixia. I have returned. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, and lightning struck down. The figure, wielding an iron staff, pointed defiantly at the celestial beings above. His presence crystallized into eternity, and a profound silence enveloped the world. All eyes were drawn upward to his form. The demon queen nestled in his embrace, her gaze unwavering and filled with awe. Zixia, I have returned, Sun Wukong uttered softly. With those words, tears streamed down the demon queen's face. The myriad demons of the kingdom, witnessing his arrival, erupted into thunderous cheers. Hail our king! Hail our king! Their voices resonated through the air, invigorating their spirits. Meanwhile, the heavenly soldiers instinctively retreated a few steps, clustering together with wary glances. The four heavenly kings and Li Jing also fell back, gripped by a palpable fear, as memories of a long-ago battle flickered before their eyes. Lu Shuling gazed at that figure, her lips trembling, as if she wished to speak. Ultimately, her expression hardened into indifference, though her grip on the blade remained fierce. Sun Wukong, the Jade Emperor pronounced each word with deliberation. The celestial beings congregated above, all eyes trained on that figure. Old Jade Emperor, how fortuitous. It is time to settle the score from years past. Sun Wukong's voice bore the rebellious tone of a demon king, tempered by 5 centuries of experience. He turned his gaze toward the woman, a gentle smile flickering in his eyes. Wait for me a moment. Please, hasten and drive them away. I am somewhat weary. The demon queen's pale visage held a haunting beauty, her lips still stained with crimson. Yet, her voice radiated unwavering confidence in Sun Wukong. Very well. It shall be done swiftly. With a wave of his hand, she descended from the city wall. Only the gaze remained fixed upon that silhouette. Not far away, another pair of eyes was intently focused on him. Yet she, with an expression as cold as ice, concealed herself entirely within an aura of frost, rendering her emotions inscrutable. Come forth. Sun Wukong let out a powerful roar, wielding his iron staff with authority. A formidable force reverberated through the air, shattering the very fabric of space around him. The ancient Buddha of light bore a grave expression, as the lamp above him ignited in a brilliant blaze, illuminating the heavens. The heavenly tower expanded, and the Jade Emperor channeled all his mystical energy. With a thunderous crash, the golden staff collided with the lamp, causing the flames to flicker precariously, as though on the brink of extinguishment. The ancient Buddha's brow furrowed, prompting him to retreat swiftly. The golden staff, seemingly imbued with sentience, danced gracefully in Sun Wukong's hands. The heavenly tower trembled beneath the weight of the strike, as if it were on the verge of collapse. The overwhelming might spread, engulfing the 3 realms. Had it not been for Hongjuan's immense power, sealing the kingdom of 10,000 demons away, their fierce battle would have shattered the mortal world. The golden staff shone resplendently, a tempest of vigor. Sun Wukong single-handedly confronted the ancient Buddha of light and the Jade Emperor, maintaining the upper hand against the 2 quasi-saints. Kill. The morale of the kingdom of 10,000 demons soared, the demons howling in triumph. In stark contrast, unease began to creep into the hearts of some within the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Kill. The demons cried out. With a resounding impact, the ancient Buddha staggered backward. The golden staff was hurled by Sun Wukong, meeting the heavenly tower head-on, while he deftly maneuvered toward the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha's expression shifted dramatically. This monkey walked the path of proving strength through might, his physical form remarkably resilient. In terms of raw physical power alone, the ancient Buddha believed he was slightly inferior. Though he was already retreating rapidly, Sun Wukong's speed was unparalleled, and in a blur, countless figures emerged, as if the entire cosmos was filled with his presence. The very fabric of space warped before him. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha cursed, helplessly watching as a fist emerged from the folds of time and space, striking heavily against his chest. Sun Wukong flickered like lightning, beckoning the golden staff back into his grasp. He turned his gaze to the Jade Emperor, whose expression was grave as he stepped forward, the heavenly tower swirling ominously, emanating a dreadful force. Is this all? Sun Wukong roared, his voice piercing the clouds. After all these years, you have made no progress. The golden staff expanded in an instant, sweeping forth. Wherever it passed, the heavenly soldiers cried out in despair. What had once seemed a certain victory for the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect now appeared to have shifted with his arrival. The morale of the entire heavenly army waned. Faced with Sun Wukong, they hesitated to advance. Sun Wukong had grown even stronger. This thought flickered through the minds of the Jade Emperor and the ancient Buddha. It was, in fact, inevitable. He had now fused his past and present selves, harmonizing his mystical powers and combat experience, ascending to a new pinnacle. Sun Wukong stood unfazed against two quasi-saints, maneuvering with effortless grace. From time to time, they would clear away the celestial soldiers below. The Jade Emperor and the burning lamp ancient Buddha wore grim expressions, particularly the Jade Emperor, who, in a moment of distraction, was struck by Sun Wukong's staff. Both were acutely aware of Sun Wukong's prowess. They were no match for him. In this era, with the saints absent, no one could rival him. At Ling Mountain, the onlookers gazed vacantly at the figure amidst the heavenly tribulations. The primordial heavenly venerable, alongside the guides and the provisional Buddha, exchanged furtive glances, each letting out a sigh of resignation. They had underestimated the situation. They never anticipated that Tang Seng would become the variable. Had they recognized this sooner, perhaps there would have been hope for the journey to the west. Yet, no one could have foreseen that Tang Seng, as a variable, would so brazenly execute various maneuvers. It was not their fault, for it seemed that anyone in his position would strive to conceal their true nature. However, Tang Seng appeared to revel in revealing his identity as a variable. Curiously, how had the golden cicada of Buddhism transformed into a variable? Suddenly, as if sensing something, the crowd turned their gaze towards the direction of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. As saints, with but a thought, they could grasp all that transpired. They sensed Sun Wukong's return, and he was relentlessly pursuing the Jade Emperor and the burning lamp ancient Buddha. A rumble echoed as the quasi-saint tribulation approached. Tang Yu stood resolutely amidst the tribulations, confronting the surging power head-on. However, it was merely a quasi-saint tribulation. Even after overcoming it, he would still be but a quasi-saint. Such tribulations are trivial, remarked provisional Buddha coldly. To them, quasi-saints were still akin to insignificant ants. Eliminating him would be effortless. Yet, if the saints did not intervene, the entire Buddhist order and the heavenly army would be swept away by that monkey. Primordial Tao brother. It would be wise for my brother and I to observe the variable from here, while you head to the kingdom of 10,000 demons to assist the Buddhist order and the heavenly forces in subduing that monkey, suggested the guide. The primordial heavenly venerable pondered for a moment before responding, "This is not advisable. It would be better for me to remain here while the two of you proceed to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The matter of the variable is of great significance. If we can indeed capture him, we might gain insights into a higher path through him." Chapter 477. The Earth Mother emerges from the underworld even amidst the heavenly tribulations. Tang Yu listened intently to their conversation. It was evident they regarded him as a test subject for their path to enlightenment. Did they truly believe he was merely facing a quasi-saint tribulation? Tong Tian, standing nearby, exhibited a hint of concern. Hadn't Tang Seng claimed he would ascend to sainthood? Yet, was this truly just a quasi-saint tribulation? Was there a misunderstanding regarding the distinctions between saints and quasi-saints? Even if he successfully traversed the quasi-saint tribulation, he would still be vulnerable before a saint. In the presence of the primordial, the guide, and the provisional Buddha, he felt no fear. However, the presence of the Supreme Old Lord lurking in the shadows was a source of unease. No one knew what schemes he was plotting. Most terrifying of all was the enigmatic figure above them, who, although not yet revealed, loomed ominously. Yet, Tong Tian is undoubtedly keeping a watchful eye on this place. Tang Seng, as a variable, stands in stark contrast to Hong Jun, who embodies the heavenly principles. It is inconceivable that he would be allowed to continue his growth unchallenged. The mother of Mount Li, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, evidently harbors her own concerns. Thunderous rumbles echo as calamity clouds descend. Tang Yu seems unfazed, appearing to regard the impending tribulation with utmost nonchalance. Were it not for the intervention of a sage, it is likely that none would rival that monkey. Jane chuckles, remarking that the annihilation of the myriad demon nations was a decision made by his master. With the return of that monkey and the presence of that woman, it presents an opportunity to eliminate them. Yuan Shi Tianzun quietly huffs, recognizing the critical nature of this variable. There must be no room for error. Zhuan Ti discreetly glances at Lage, who feels an unsettling flutter in his heart. What could this old fellow want from me? I am certainly no match for Sun Wukong. Yet, a sense of bewilderment lingers within him. Tang Seng just mentioned creating an opportunity. What opportunity? Lage remains perplexed, still grappling with the realization that Tang Seng, the very variable in question, was never suspected throughout the entirety of the journey to the west. Only a fleeting glance from Zhuan-Ti is needed before he averts his gaze, suggesting, perhaps we should send our avatars. With a sigh, he reflects that all are of the Buddhist order, and should they fail to act, they may well perish in the myriad demon nations. Immediately, Jane, Zhuan-Ti, and Yuan Shi-Tianzun each conjure an avatar. Tong Tian furrows his brow slightly, yet ultimately finds himself unable to intervene. Tang Yu remains composed, focusing intently on the tribulation. The underworld trembles, and the 6 paths of reincarnation manifest in the celestial firmament. Suddenly, the 6 paths vanish without a trace, transforming into a woman. She stands majestically in the heavens, obstructing the avatars of the 3 sages. Hutu, what is your intention? Jane questions loudly, though a sense of gravity weighs upon him. She has refined the 6 paths of reincarnation, and now they are one with her, granting her the capability to wield the power of a sage at any moment. Hutu stands before the 3, gazing at them calmly. To confront a mere myriad demon nation, 3 sages must simultaneously manifest their avatars. How absurd. Do you intend to thwart us? Zhuan-Ti inquires. Hutu gently shakes her head, speaking steadily. It is not to obstruct. She slowly advances, her imposing aura sweeping through the 3 realms. It is to annihilate you. The surroundings shift dramatically, and the individuals find themselves enveloped in chaos. You dare, Zhuan-Ti exclaims. But his expression changes abruptly. Hutu vanishes from sight, replaced by the 6 paths of reincarnation. The cycles of reincarnation churn, accompanied by the wails of countless vengeful souls resonating through the cosmos. Infants, children, youth, and the elderly, all creatures and lives, manifest before their eyes. The 6 paths gently rotate, revealing the journey of a soul from growth through life, only to be reborn and begin anew. Thus, this cycle continues, a perpetual recurrence. All of this manifests within the 6 paths of reincarnation. The primordial supreme being and the other 2 were taken aback. The formidable might present was such that even should their true forms arrive, they would likely retreat in trepidation. The 6 paths of reincarnation strengthened her being. At this moment, the formidable presence of Hutu instilled a sense of dread. The 6 paths of reincarnation swept forth. The 3 gazed at one another, contemplating retreat. Suddenly, a black vortex tore open in the sky. A gentle force cascaded down from the vortex, countering the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths faded, revealing Hutu. Hongjun, do you wish to engage me in battle? You govern the heavenly Tao, while I govern the earthly Tao. Now, empowered by the 6 paths of reincarnation, what can you do against me? If I perish, the 6 paths will shatter, and countless souls will surge towards the 3 realms, disrupting the balance of order. As the representative of the heavenly Tao, you may find your position rendered obsolete. From within the black vortex, Hongjun stepped forth, his gaze fixed upon Hutu. You have indeed refined the 6 paths of reincarnation? It seems the emergence of variables has altered much. Some heavenly secrets are beyond even my grasp. Do you truly see yourself as divine? Do you believe you can control all beings? Hutu spoke calmly. Hongjun's expression softened. Within the 3 realms, am I not the very embodiment of heaven? Why do you interfere in the affairs of the demon kingdom? Should I choose to, I shall intervene, Hutu replied. That monkey and that woman are her contingencies, are they not? Although I am unaware of the specifics, I suspect all this is indeed connected to her transformation, or perhaps to me. Ah, so you too sense fear? It is not fear, merely a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. The multitude of demons in the demon kingdom, should they spiral out of control, would spell disaster for me. Hongjun replied indifferently. Hutu's lips curled into a faint smile. Unless you take action yourself. Her gaze fell upon the primordial supreme being and the other 2, as she continued. Otherwise, they shall not pass, for I am here. You have refined the 6 paths of reincarnation. Do not think that mere projections of them could stand against you. Even if their true forms were to come, they may not be your match. Hongjun regarded her calmly. You, whom I have so easily overlooked, have now become so formidable. You never deemed me a threat, believing I would remain trapped in the underworld eternally. Hutu's gaze bore into the primordial supreme being and the others. Will you retreat, or face destruction here? The primordial supreme being's expression turned grim. All along, they had underestimated Hutu. Yet, they had not anticipated her ascendance to such strength. After a long, contemplative glance, Hongjuan's figure slowly faded from sight. The three exchanged glances and also vanished. At Ling Mountain, a flash of light heralded Hutu's arrival. Tang Tian, taken aback, clasped his hands in greeting. The empowerment of the 6 paths of reincarnation is indeed a cause for celebration. Initially, Tang Tian had harbored concerns, but upon witnessing Hutu's presence, he felt entirely reassured. Embraced by the cycle of reincarnation, the Earth Mother seemed to evoke a certain trepidation even in the formidable presence of Hongjun. She remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Tang Yu, who was currently undergoing his tribulation. The quasi-saint trial was nearing its conclusion, yet the skies above remained shrouded in dense clouds, the last vestiges of its formidable might yet to dissipate. The sacred spirit elixir stood ready, for once he traversed the final hurdle, he would promptly ascend to the rank of saint. Yuanshi Tianzun and the other two, aware of the Earth Mother's presence, refrained from any rash actions. As for the sudden appearance of the Earth Mother, Tang Yu had anticipated this. He understood that alone, he could not withstand the presence of several saints. Thus, he had previously conferred with the Earth Mother in secret. Now, he was assured that no saints would intervene. With the resurgence of Sun Wukong and the myriad beasts of the myriad beasts nation, defeat seemed impossible. His conjecture proved accurate. The myriad beasts nation, reinvigorated by Sun Wukong's return, surged with morale. From being suppressed by the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, the tide had seemingly turned. Sun Wukong, brimming with martial zeal, wielded his golden staff with ferocity. The overwhelming force he exuded swept across the battlefield, conjuring an array of phantom images that flickered through various realms of time and space. The Jade Emperor and the ancient Buddha of Light found themselves in a precarious situation, retreating amidst the chaos. And the thought of total surrender began to creep into their minds. Yet, Sun Wukong shadowed them relentlessly, offering no opportunity for escape. Even together, the two could barely withstand his might. At this moment, retreat was not an option. They were powerless against him, watching helplessly as the heavenly soldiers and Buddhist disciples were besieged and perished. With a resounding crash, Li Jing's corporeal form was shattered in the hands of the Demon Queen. Witnessing this, the Jade Emperor's countenance turned a ghastly shade of green. Before long, the 4 heavenly kings also succumbed to destruction. Sun Wukong, are you truly willing to disregard the myriad beasts nation, leading it to utter ruin? The Jade Emperor demanded with a fierce voice. Sun Wukong let out a hearty laugh. His iron staff raised high, its aura expanding. Your attempts to besiege my myriad beasts nation are entirely of your own making. With a single strike, the Jade Emperor's face paled, and he staggered back slightly. Namaste, a true achiever knows when to yield and when to stand firm, the ancient Buddha of Light advised. Seize the opportunity to retreat if possible. At this juncture, the saints were utterly unable to intervene. Should matters persist as they were, not only the heavenly court and the Buddhist disciples would be in peril, the ancient Buddha feared for his own fate as well. This monkey's combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. With no saints to oppose him, he reigned supreme across the 3 realms. The Jade Emperor, under the radiant beam from the Haoyan Tower above, deflected the sweeping iron staff. He too wished to withdraw, but at that moment, escape was unfeasible, particularly with Li Jing and the 4 heavenly kings already reduced to mere remnants. He even worried that if this continued, he might lose his very soul. The casualties of this battle had proven to be devastatingly grave. Cursed be it all, why does Hongjun remain inactive? Moreover, the audacity to assault the kingdom of 10,000 demons, in the eyes of the Jade Emperor, was justified even if Sun Wukong were to truly regain his pinnacle strength. As long as a sage intervened, it would be deemed inconsequential. Yet, events unfolded unexpectedly. To his astonishment, Tang Seng possessed formidable cultivation, and the Queen of Earth had emerged from the netherworld. This development precluded any sage's involvement. In the sacred mountain, the last vestige of authority dissipated beneath Tang Yu's magical prowess. In that moment, he unequivocally ascended to the ranks of a quasi-saint. The skies above slowly darkened, yet an overwhelming force suddenly emanated from Tang Yu, causing the onlookers to gasp in disbelief. The might of a sage had permeated his being, propelling him into quasi-sainthood and subsequently into full sainthood, an unprecedented occurrence. Gazing at Tang Seng, the spectators felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Hongjun's expression tightened, his composure faltering. To substantiate his path with strength, he had now transcended to the status of a sage. Taishang Laojun also paused momentarily. Before breaking into a smile, Tang Seng, you truly surpass my expectations. However, even if you evade the sage's heavenly tribulation, how will you contend with the likes of Kunti and the others? As you ascend to sainthood, I fear your master may inevitably intervene. Once he does, will you still have a chance? Taishang Laojuan's gaze remained fixed upon Tang Seng. At this juncture, the three realms trembled, while the battle in the kingdom of 10,000 demons seemed to fade into insignificance. This predicament weighed heavily on the Jade Emperor, the ancient Buddha of lanterns, and the denizens of the heavenly court. The sages remained transfixed on Tang Yu, struggling to regain their composure. Having traversed the quasi-saint tribulation, he had directly entered sainthood? Yuan Shi Tianzun's countenance was filled with astonishment. After a moment of shock, Tong Tian burst into hearty laughter. Observing Tang Yu, Ho Tu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Truly, a twist of fate. He had directly ascended to sainthood. The clouds above thickened ominously, only to gradually dissipate as sunlight broke through, casting its rays upon the land. An inexplicable chill coursed through Tang Yu, prompting an involuntary shiver. The crowd sensed the strangeness as if even the winds had ceased in that moment, rendering the universe silent. A thin veil of clouds slowly gathered above Tang Yu's head, pure and delicate like the gossamer threads of a maiden. Yet, a tingling dread coursed through him, compelling him to swallow hard. A faint crimson hue tinged the wispy clouds, reminiscent of the evening glow illuminating the sky. So exquisite, yet the clouds grew increasingly sinister and blood-red, resplendent and dripping with vibrancy. Tang Yu lifted his gaze toward the heavens, feeling as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious primordial beast, sending shivers down his spine. Everything around him seemed to recede into the distance. In the vastness of the cosmos, he felt utterly alone. A gentle breeze brushed by as Tang Yu remained fixated on the thin clouds above. The tribulation clouds seemed to converge from the entire expanse of the sky, pressing down with a palpable heaviness. Amongst them, the thin blood-red cloud stood out distinctly. The ninefold profound tribulation, Ho Tu intoned, his eyes narrowing, each word deliberate and weighted. The sages were momentarily taken aback. The ninefold mysterious calamity, an ancient occurrence believed to exist solely in legends. The expression of the old mother of Mount Li changed drastically. Master. Tong Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed anxiously upon the figure of Tang Seng, shrouded beneath the ominous clouds of calamity. The ninefold mysterious calamity, as legend dictates, is ever-changing and unfathomable, remarked Ho Tu gravely. At that moment, Tang Yu felt utterly detached from his surroundings. The people around him faded away, leaving him alone in a vast, bewildering expanse. The calamity clouds flickered ominously in shades of red, akin to the indifferent, unfeeling gaze of the heavenly Tao, scrutinizing him. Tang Yu's heart raced as he fixated on the swirling clouds of calamity, which seemed poised to crush him into oblivion. Chapter 479. The ever-changing calamity. This realm appeared to be entirely isolated, with increasingly dense dark clouds pressing down. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the heavens seemed to tear apart. The calamity clouds parted, unleashing a torrent of frigid water that surged from the skies, submerging Tang Yu in an endless deluge. The icy water sent a shiver through him, penetrating his very core. Before he could react, the surrounding water instantaneously froze, encasing him in a solid block of ice, rendering him akin to a lifeless sculpture. The biting cold made Tang Yu shudder incessantly. Crack, crack. A faint sound echoed as countless tiny insects spread across the ice sculpture, gnawing at it and producing a clear, crisp noise. Tang Yu could feel the sensation of the minuscule creatures enveloping him, evidently regarding him as a delectable feast, ravenously devouring his flesh. Despite his body having attained a saintly form, his flesh, under the onslaught of these insects, began to yield as easily as tofu. After being gnawed upon, an uncontrollable itch ensued. Tang Yu could not resist scratching, tearing his skin and piercing into the flesh, yet the itch persisted unabated. The insects swarmed over him, crawling into his ears and writhing through his nostrils. Tang Yu curled up on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, shielding his most vulnerable areas, his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. His magical energy surged around him, incinerating the swarm of insects into fine ash. However, before he could catch his breath, countless insects ascended once more, voraciously consuming him. If this continued, he would be reduced to nothing but bones. His body was already drenched in blood. The insects began to grow larger with each bite. They tore away substantial chunks of flesh, intensifying the itch. Tang Yu, like a madman, unleashed his formidable magical energy, creating ripples that seemed to make everything flash by in an instant. The insects vanished without a trace, leaving behind Tang Yu's mutilated form. A tempest arose around him, as if he had been transported to another realm. The howling winds carried a torrent of yellow sand, whipping up debris that made it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open. The swirling sands cascaded down, burying Tang Yu entirely beneath their relentless onslaught. The fierce winds continued to rage on. Beneath the layers of earth, a shadow slowly emerged, struggling to extend a bloodied hand, its fingers dripping crimson, revealing patches of stark white bone. Another gust of yellow sand swept over it. The figure continued to fight its way out, weary and exhausted. Tang Yu appeared particularly terrifying. His hands a grotesque mash of flesh and blood, with exposed bones. His entire body was gnawed upon by insects, drenched in blood, emanating an aura of horror. The fatigue weighed heavily upon him. A thought suddenly flickered in his mind, a feeling of surrendering to the struggle washing over him. This notion, like a spark igniting a vast expanse of dry grass, relentlessly consumed his will to fight. In an instant, everything faded away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease. The sound of instruments resonated in his ears, and a fragrant aroma filled his nostrils. Around him, several beautiful women gathered, draped in sheer veils, dancing gracefully to the music. Their movements exquisite. Their snow-white skin shimmered through the delicate fabric. The scented veils brushed past Tang Yu's nose as the women smiled alluringly at him. Enraptured, he stood and took a step forward, following them. Their enchanting laughter enveloped him, captivating his very soul. The silken fabric swirled gently, beckoning him onward. Suddenly, his steps faltered, and clarity returned to his gaze. He struggled to turn back, yet those enchanting figures and their flowing veils seemed to possess a will of their own, compelling him to move forward. No. Tang Yu fought to turn away, forcing himself not to look or listen. Yet, the alluring dance was etched in his mind, their beguiling laughter echoing from the depths of his being, inescapable and indelible. "Leave me be," he shouted, clinging to the last remnants of his clarity. Yet this voice sounded feeble. "Go, join them, to a place devoid of suffering," a voice resounded in his mind. A sense of bewilderment flickered in Tang Yu's eyes. He collapsed to the ground, desperately covering his ears, attempting to drown out the insistent voice. He understood that if he succumbed to them, failure would spell his demise. He could not die. There were still many unfulfilled tasks ahead. How could he perish? He must survive, must struggle to live on, even if it meant existing like a dog. For he had endured such a life before, grappling against fate, defiant yet unable to change anything. Still, he persisted in his struggle. "No, I will not go. I will not go." Tang Yu lamented, clutching his head in torment. "I seek enlightenment. I will transcend. I cannot fail." The graceful figures dissipated into yellow sand before his eyes. A fierce wind howled, swirling the sand into the sky. Tang Yu fought to rise, struggling against the tempest. The sand danced towards the heavens, ultimately tracing a line of chains that crackled with sparks of lightning. These were no mere chains. They were the very bolts of lightning, striking from the storm clouds above. With a crack, the lightning descended like a colossal whip, ready to strike. Tang Yu's back was raw and bleeding, faintly exuding the scent of charred flesh. In agony, he gasped for breath, his mouth agape, as the brilliant sky shone blindingly above. Countless luminous whips intertwined, striking down upon him with relentless force. Tang Yu curled into a ball on the ground, his body marred and bloodied, presenting a horrifying sight. He lay there motionless, an unprecedented weariness enveloping his spirit. Yet, that solitary figure trembled slightly, struggling to extend a hand, yearning to grasp something, but found nothing. His fingers dug deep into the earth, the sharp bones of his hand worn down. Nevertheless, he lifted his head, fighting against the pain, crawling forward. The bright whips continued their merciless assault. Heaven and earth, indifferent, treated all beings as mere fodder. Tang Yu had become numb to pain. At that moment, the suffering was so overwhelming that he felt detached. He raised his head, letting out a hoarse laugh, akin to the faint buzzing of a mosquito, an expression of his scorn towards the heavenly order. A dull thud emanated from him as a small box shattered beneath the heavenly tribulation. A golden light flickered before him, soon descending away. In the narrative of the foolish one's affections, Tang Yu had long pondered how to address the matter. Initially, he intended to attain sanctity before entrusting it to him. However, he had not anticipated that such a seal would fracture amidst the tribulation. At this moment, he could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. His entire being trembled in the face of the heavenly wrath, the luminous whips intertwining and lashing out mercilessly. In the realm of the Nine Nether, the fires and waters of that abyss existed in eternal darkness. The Nine Nether fire could scorch the soul, while the Nine Nether waters could freeze it. A figure, draped in pure white, sat alone within, enduring a torment that rendered life unbearable. She appeared exceedingly haggard, her once ethereal beauty lost to despair. Her spirit was at its nadir, utterly depleted. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and a faint sound emanated from her primordial spirit. She murmured softly, her gaze dimming in an instant. Her form helplessly collapsing to the ground, yet a trace of a smile flickered in her eyes. Years ago, the Jade Emperor had drawn power from her primordial spirit to reinforce the seal. With its breaking, that power rebounded, piercing her essence. It was fortunate that her spirit did not perish on the spot, nor did her soul scatter to the winds. Yet, even so, her primordial spirit bore signs of fracture, especially in the torturous depths of the Nine Nether, where souls were consumed. Perhaps she would dissipate entirely in that place, transforming into a mere droplet of water, drifting through the Nine Nether, only to be rendered into a wisp of mist beneath the abyssal fire, disappearing from existence. Born of weak waters, she would also return to them in death. The ebb and flow of life mirrored that of a single droplet of water, arising and perishing, ultimately returning to the depths. At the foot of the spiritual mountain, the fool was utterly astonished. Although he had long harbored suspicions about the unpredictable identity of his master, he could hardly fathom that his master possessed such formidable powers. The very fact that he had successfully transcended the quasi-saint tribulation left the fool in a state of disbelief. Even more terrifying was the revelation that he had directly ascended to sainthood thereafter. The fool stared agape, his mouth agape in shock, soon giving way to a sense of worry. As a variable, his master would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the situation. With the assembly of various saints, each harboring their own ulterior motives, the circumstances offered no advantage to Tang Seng. At this moment, the fool comprehended the true meaning behind Tang Seng's words to Sun Wukong. What I can do is to hold back the saints. It seemed his master had long harbored such intentions. Once Sun Wukong returned to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, he would strive to break through his tribulation, using this method to draw the saints' attention. His status as a variable was indeed crucial. The saints emerged in their avatars, and the Queen of the Earth descended from the underworld, managing to fend off only a few. This likely had something to do with his master as well. The fool furrowed his brows, his expression filled with concern. Should anything happen to Tang Seng, he would be powerless to intervene, lacking the strength to do anything. He would be unable to withstand even the slightest display of might from the gathered saints. A flicker of golden threads shimmered before him. The faint golden hue was difficult to discern unless one looked closely. The fool was puzzled as the golden thread suddenly penetrated his brow. A resonating sound echoed in his mind, and countless blurred images from the past surged forth. All that had transpired became vividly clear in his consciousness. I am Tianpeng. May I inquire your name, fair maiden? This was when he had just assumed the role of the Marshal of Tianpeng, arriving by the banks of the weak water. A figure clad in white emerged from the water, gazing at him with a curious expression, seemingly perplexed by how he had traversed the weak water unscathed. The weak water was notorious for its treachery, and the newly appointed marshal was naturally unaware of this. In fact, even some celestial beings in the heavenly court remained ignorant of the dangers posed by the weak water. After observing him for a moment, the maiden transformed into rippling waves and vanished into the depths of the weak water. The Marshal of Tianpeng shook his head in bewilderment. How strange it was that he had never heard of such a woman residing in the heavenly court by the weak water. Days later, the Marshal encountered the maiden once more. She appeared resplendent in white, floating gracefully above the weak water, her presence ethereal and pure. Hey, allow me to treat you to a drink, the Marshal declared, holding a jar of wine and gesturing towards her. This is a royal gift from His Majesty. Won't you sample it? Without waiting for the weak water to respond, he produced cups, pouring 2 servings, placing one before her while he downed the other in one gulp, smacking his lips in delight. Truly, it is as expected of royal wine, exquisite indeed. Weak water hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, gazing at the cup before her, which resembled water. Imitating Tianpeng, she drank it all in one go, causing her delicate brows to furrow, and she couldn't suppress a slight gag. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Tianpeng held the wine cup, gazing at her with an expression of infatuation. In the distance, the weak water river rippled, producing soft sounds, reflecting the glow of the setting sun. Fireflies flickered and danced, illuminating Tianpeng's eyes. How unpleasant, was weak water's first utterance. As her figure melded into the flowing waters. I still do not know your name, Tianpeng called out. After a prolonged silence, he began to drink from the wine jar again. Just as he was about to rise and leave, the surface of the weak water river began to undulate. And a voice emerged. Weak water. Weak water. Tianpeng murmured the name softly. He often visited this place, while weak water had been solitary for a millennium, her lonely heart seemingly beginning to melt unbeknownst to her. Tianpeng frequently shared tales of the outside world with her. Weak water rarely spoke, always listening quietly. Yet even so, Tianpeng felt content, for simply conversing with her was sufficient. The outside world was beautiful, but to Tianpeng, this realm was even more enchanting, for she was present. In time, they fell in love, which caught the attention of the Jade Emperor. He and Weak Water knelt beneath the Lingxiao Palace. Before them sat the figure on the dragon throne, embodying the supreme authority of the three realms, capable of altering the fates of all with a mere word. You dare, Tianpeng, to commit this transgression? What crime have I committed? Tianpeng replied, fearlessly raising his gaze towards the supreme being of the three realms. You have dared to defy celestial laws, are you not aware? The Jade Emperor pronounced with solemn authority. Tianpeng regarded him with an impassive expression, devoid of any remorse. What crime had he committed? Merely a desire to be with the one he loved. Initially intending to banish Tianpeng to the mortal realm, the arrival of the Western Buddha intervened. In the aftermath, he forgot Weak Water, forgot the woman he had once adored deeply. Though he often visited the banks of Weak Water, that woman always stood at a distance, watching him with eyes that evoked deep sorrow. Have we met before? He inquired, bowing slightly. I am Tianpeng. May I ask for the name of the celestial maiden? Chapter 481. The Trial of the Heart Demon at the foot of Ling Mountain. The foolish one wept profusely, trembling all over, sobbing, Weak Water, Weak Water. At that time, Weak Water had ventured into the forbidden grounds of the celestial realm, stealing away his emotional threads. Later, he helplessly watched as she was cast into the abyss. Gritting his teeth, the foolish one raged like a madman. At this moment, Tang Yu, under the heavenly tribulation, was bloodied and battered, with exposed bones in places. A truly terrifying sight. The ominous thunderous sound still reverberated in the sky. The ninefold mysterious tribulation, ever-changing and unpredictable, loomed with its final four formidable forces. Could he withstand it? At this moment, uncertainty filled the hearts of those present. They could only stare blankly at Tang Yu, who was struggling desperately beneath the tribulation. Every trial Tang Yu faced was clearly visible to them. Yet, Tang Yu remained oblivious to their presence, isolated by the celestial calamity. The mother of Lishan furrowed her brows, her face etched with concern. Even if Tang Seng could indeed transcend the Xuanjia, how much of his power would remain? He had once confided in her that after enduring the saint's tribulation, he would retain at least 50% of his strength. With the aid of the concealment of heavenly mechanisms formation, he could still escape unscathed. This thought brought her some solace. But she had not anticipated that Tang Seng would invoke the legendary ninefold Xuanjia. Whether he could survive it remained an enigma. The ninefold Xuanjia was as formidable as its reputation suggested, perhaps even more terrifying than the tales recounted. The countenance of Jane was grave. Tang Seng had already endured several trials, yet the final few were the most potent. Whether he would successfully navigate them was uncertain. Yuan Shi Tianzun remarked. At this moment, all eyes were upon Tang Yu. The three realms quaked in response. Great powers throughout the cosmos were watching intently. Under the heavenly tribulation, Tang Yu's body trembled slightly, but he continued to struggle to his feet. With unwavering defiance, he lifted his gaze to the supreme consciousness that governed the universe. A mocking laughter escaped his lips, a derision directed at the heavenly way. Thunder rumbled ominously, echoing like a voice resonating within the soul. A torrential downpour drenched the world, soaking everything in its path. Tang Yu held his breath, recalling the night he had been abandoned, when the rain had fallen with such intensity. The child, barely 6 years old, wept helplessly, running frantically through the downpour, repeatedly calling out, "Daddy." His father had claimed he would return shortly after using the restroom. Yet, he waited for what felt like an eternity. As the rain continued to pour, his father did not come back. That child, akin to a forsaken young beast, trembled in the increasingly darkening sky, his face drenched with rainwater. He ran desperately through the storm, while passers-by sheltered indoors, and vehicles occasionally splashed by, drenching him further with muddy water. Nevertheless, he persisted in his flight, incessantly calling out. Ultimately, he returned to the place where it had all begun, for it was here that his father had instructed him to wait, and so he remained. The world of adults was vast and expansive, while the child's world was minuscule, revolving solely around his parents. Beneath the cold heavens, he shivered in despair. Eventually, the small child was discovered and taken to an orphanage. There, he found joy in the company of other children. However, at the age of 15, the orphanage closed its doors, and he was once again left without a family. More accurately, he and a group of children had all become orphans. Ultimately, they were taken away by a group of traffickers who beat them and forced them to beg. Any misstep would result in harsh punishment. Life in the orphanage, when compared to this moment, felt akin to plummeting from paradise into the depths of hell. Nevertheless, he never relinquished the thought of escape, struggling time and again, facing failure repeatedly, yet the notion of freedom remained steadfast in his heart. At last, he broke free on a stormy night, laughter erupting from his lips as he embraced his newfound liberty. From that moment onward, he became a wandering beggar, for he had lost all skills save for the art of survival through begging. He sought employment, only to be oppressed by superiors, and resorted to pilfering scrap metal from construction sites, only to face further degradation at the hands of laborers. The cycle of relentless oppression seemed interminable, an endless struggle shrouded in darkness. Despair surged like an unyielding tide, but he held on to hope, for therein lay the light. Is not hope the most exquisite treasure of existence? Eventually, he transformed into a rogue, perceived by others as a scoundrel, a mere wretch. Yet, survival remained his only creed. Even if he were but a puddle of mud, he would persist, simply to exist, without purpose. For it is only through living that one can ponder the essence of existence. He was but a puddle, trampled by many, yet once they had stepped away, they would scorn his sullied state. The torment of his soul unveiled his deepest sorrows, invisible to outsiders. They could only witness his form, crumpled upon the ground, tears cascading down his face, a visage marred by anguish. This suffering stemmed from within, more profound than the gnawing of insects, the burying winds, or the lash of a whip. Gradually, his brow relaxed, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. Everything before him appeared as if woven from a dream. The figure in the rain was not his father who had abandoned him, but one who smiled and lifted him into his embrace, striding towards a distant home. The innocent laughter of a child echoed as he clung tightly to his father's neck. Their silhouettes radiated harmony and joy. A smile flickered on Tang's lips. Above, the sky rumbled ominously, thunder reverberating as lightning struck. It seemed as though all thunder converged into a singular, formidable force, crackling with energy, poised to descend. Yet, Tang remained oblivious, eyes closed, a serene smile resting upon his lips, enveloped in bliss. The inner demons whispered, "He is ensnared in his own torment, unable to escape." The venerable Lishan Laomu gasped in astonishment, glancing at Tang. "Master, the impending celestial calamity threatens to strike. If he remains oblivious, relying solely on his powers to resist, he will be utterly annihilated by the overwhelming force of the heavenly trial." Tang gazed at Tang Seng with a sigh. Those outside the storm could do naught but hope he would awaken from his inner turmoil in time to confront the impending lightning. Yet, Tang Seng remained still, eyes shut, a tranquil smile adorning his face, radiating an aura of profound contentment. One cannot fathom the depths of the torment that ensnares him, rendering him unable to extricate himself, even as a smile of bliss graces his lips. Chapter 482, Confronting the Inner Demon. The thunder rumbles, and dark clouds gather, shrouding the heavens and the earth. The rolling, dense clouds brew an overwhelming pressure, embodying the supreme consciousness that reigns between heaven and earth. The figure amidst the heavenly tribulation curls upon the ground, a smile lingering on his lips, utterly immersed in the world he yearns for, so breathtakingly beautiful. If one were to depart with such a smile, could it not also be considered a form of happiness? Perhaps all the hopes and desires within dreams will indeed come to fruition. Boom. A radiant light pierces through the clouds, as if tearing apart the very fabric of existence, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. The unparalleled might of heaven and earth descends, accompanied by a resounding roar wherever it passes. It seems as though the very cosmos trembles. It descends with the intent to obliterate the one lost in his self-created realm, destined for annihilation. The countenance of the mother of Li Mountain shifts dramatically. It appears that Tang Seng remains oblivious, and the opportunity has slipped away. He shall be shattered by the heavenly tribulation, enveloped in his own world of smiles. Tang Seng, the mother of Li Mountain, cries out, "Awaken! Rise quickly, the thunderstorm approaches." Tong Tian shakes his head with a wistful sigh. It is futile, he cannot hear you. Tang Yu lies motionless on the ground. His family lives together in bliss. On that rainy night, his father did not abandon him, and the subsequent tragedies ceased to exist. He is happy, content. This is the deepest yearning of his heart, now illuminated by the heavenly tribulation, ensnaring him within his own world, unable to escape. Yet suddenly, the child appears, bewildered, gazing at his dearest ones. "I had a dream of being forsaken by you, of becoming an orphan. Later, I entered an orphanage, only for it to close down." The child closes his eyes, and laughter erupts, yet tears stream down his cheeks, salty and bitter. "Then I was taken by human traffickers, but I escaped and became a beggar, scorned as refuse in the eyes of others, a vagabond. In truth, I long for you all. Do you ever think of me? Of the child you once abandoned? If you were to know of my transformation, even if you recognized me, I fear you would not acknowledge me. You would likely feel shame. After all, you are concerned with appearances. Do not claim you cannot accept this. I, too, struggle to accept it. Yet, there is nothing I can change. But it matters not, for I must survive. As long as I live, that is sufficient. In truth, my existence is fraught with difficulty. I am weary." He closes his eyes, his eyelids trembling, as tears continue to flow unabated. In the years that followed, when asked about my parents, their names, or their whereabouts, I vaguely remembered, yet I remained silent, telling them only that I was an orphan. At that time, I did not understand why I said so. But now I do, because I harbor hatred for you, and I also despise myself. I detest my own pitiable humility, yet find myself powerless to alter my circumstances. This self-loathing breeds an even deeper resentment towards you. I harbor a hatred for you, but simultaneously, I possess a profound love for you. Surely, you too are constrained by circumstance, are you not? Regardless of whether it is by necessity or choice, I shall regard it as inevitable. The pain concealed within the deepest recesses of my heart, long forgotten, resurfaces at unexpected moments, revealing the scars that remain, a testament to the suffering endured. Though forgetfulness eludes me, I can strive for acceptance. In this acceptance, the blossoms that emerge from these scars can obscure the lingering anguish. I have often pondered, should I ever encounter you, I would pose a singular question. Why did you forsake me? I was but 6 years old. What transgressions could I have committed at such a tender age? Yet now, I realize that all of it is inconsequential. Regardless of the reasons, you have cast me aside, have you not? My existence has been fraught with hardship, and I am weary. The child, eyes shut tight, weeps profusely. He is a beggar, a petty rogue, undesiring of this fate. It is time for me to depart. Upon opening his eyes, he gazes at those before him, tears streaming down his face, yet he manages a smile. I am aware that this is but an illusion, a fabrication, yet I yearn to experience the warmth of love, if only for a fleeting moment. With those words, the child instantaneously matures. In their astonished gaze, he transforms into the visage of Tang Yu. Now an adult, he rises, inhaling deeply, bending his knees to bow thrice. He lifts his head, looking at them with resolve, and softly declares, "I owe you nothing now." With great difficulty, he turns away, his back to them, and slowly begins to walk away, each step seemingly demanding every ounce of his strength. As he pushes open the door, the sunlight is exquisite, radiant and blinding, evoking tears. "Farewell, mother. Farewell, father," he whispers, not glancing back. His voice trembles, laden with sorrow, pain, and an emptiness that lingers. With a thunderous surge, powerful magic emanates from his being, cascading outward. The familiar house and faces from his memories dissolve into ashes, scattering before his eyes. The ashes dance gently around him, swirling into the forms of two benevolent smiles, identical to those etched in his memory. They smile and extend their hands, softly calling, "Little you." Everything shatters, yet everything remains within the realm of memory. In this state, all is well enough. Ah, Tang Yu releases a long, mournful wail as the surroundings shift rapidly. Simultaneously, he, who had been ensnared in the throes of inner demons, leaps from the ground. His intense rage and anguish coalesce into a formidable strike that collides with the heavens. With a singular, forceful blow, the scent of singed flesh emanates from his arm. The once mighty force of the heavenly tribulation begins to twist and tremble beneath the impact of Tang Yu's fist. Onlookers widen their eyes, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. Everyone believed he was ensnared in the torment of his own demons, destined for certain demise. Yet, at the last moment, he awoke, and with a fierce strike, the heavens and earth transformed, the ominous clouds trembling in response. While they could not fully grasp the magnitude of this blow, they could vaguely sense its terrifying power. The punch could shatter the sky and shake the earth. Beneath the ominous clouds stood a figure, bloodied yet resolute, emanating an aura of sanctity. Though appearing somewhat weakened, the raised head silently conveyed his indomitable spirit. Had he truly regained consciousness? The voice of the deity, filled with astonishment, echoed. No one spoke. They merely gazed at the battered figure beneath the celestial tribulation. Li Ji's mouth hung agape in disbelief, yet he faintly understood what Tang Seng meant by creating opportunities for him. Chapter 483. The Great Victory of the 10,000 Demons. Tang Seng, as a variable, had ascended to the status of a sage. The other sages would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him, and even the higher powers would intervene. Thus, once Tang Seng completed his tribulation, the sages would inevitably turn their attention to him, leaving no room to consider other matters. Wasn't this his opportunity? At that point, establishing his own brotherhood would be effortless. However, continuing down this path placed Lao San in perilous circumstances. At this moment, Lai Gu was deeply moved. Lao San, aware of his intentions for independence, had gone so far as to assist him, even at the risk of his own safety. Bodhisattva Guanyin, standing nearby, furrowed her brow. The current situation was evidently unfavorable for Tang Seng. However, as long as the higher powers refrained from intervening, he might still have a chance to escape. After all, Tong Tian and Huta seemed to be on his side. Yet, as a variable pursuing the path of strength to attain enlightenment, could Hong Jun truly remain uninvolved? If he intervened, it was likely that Tong Tian would hesitate to act. The issue of the Young Sheng pill loomed large. Thus, only Hutu remained. If Hong Jun could contain Hutu, how would Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Jian contend with Tang Seng? The ninth layer of profound tribulation still held two final formidable forces. How much combat strength did Tang Seng have left? Even if he were to survive the ninth layer of profound tribulation, retaining even a fraction of his power would be fortunate. Despite possessing enigmatic means to conceal his destiny, Guanyin could not shake her growing concern. In her view, they would not wait for the tribulation clouds to dissipate before taking action. It was highly likely that they would strike immediately after he crossed the tribulation, while the ominous clouds still loomed. After all, Tang Yu's ability to obscure destiny was likely already well known. If he were to escape, finding him again would prove challenging. Moreover, even if they could locate him, should he regain his strength, the sages would likely find themselves powerless against him. Therefore, they would not allow Tang Seng to escape at this critical juncture. After his tribulation, with a substantial portion of his combat capability diminished, this was indeed their best opportunity. In the realm of the 10,000 demons. At this moment, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Sun Wukong wielded his iron staff with formidable might, causing the Jade Emperor and the ancient Buddha of Light to retreat step by step. The appearance of Sun Wukong instilled a sense of dread among the denizens of the heavenly court, particularly the four heavenly kings and Li Jing, who had already been vanquished. This only heightened the fear among the celestial soldiers. In stark contrast, the myriad demons of the demon kingdom grew increasingly emboldened, especially with their queen, possessing a quasi-saintly cultivation. Leading them, her presence brought forth wails of despair from the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor's countenance darkened to an extreme. The ancient Buddha of Light, clad in his robes, appeared quite disheveled, secretly seeking an opportunity to retreat. Otherwise, he feared he might meet his end here. Thinking to escape, Sun Wukong discerned his intentions. Letting out a thunderous roar as he flickered into motion, appearing above the ancient Buddha's head and bringing his iron staff crashing down. "Amitabha, old monk, I shall fight you." The ancient Buddha's expression hardened with resolve. The lamp atop his head ignited in an instant. Simultaneously, the beads in his hand shattered, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful wave. Boom! The very fabric of the heavens trembled. The ancient Buddha was sent flying. The Jade Emperor's gaze sharpened as he swiftly retreated. A golden light flickered, and Sun Wukong reappeared, his golden hoop staff striking down heavily upon the heavenly tower. In the 33 heavens, within the palace of Duoshui, the Supreme Lord observed Tang Yu, who was undergoing tribulation, as well as the circumstances in the demon kingdom. Noticing that the forces of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect were at a distinct disadvantage, he furrowed his brow slightly, pacing back and forth within the palace. Although the heavenly court faced challenges, with even the Jade Emperor in peril, it was evident that at a crucial moment, Hongjun would undoubtedly intervene. After a moment's contemplation, the Supreme Lord waved his dust, causing Sun Wukong to involuntarily step back and gaze skyward. Seizing the opportunity, the Jade Emperor issued a command: retreat. The entire heavenly court fled in disarray, vanishing swiftly from the demon kingdom. No one had anticipated such devastating losses for the heavenly Buddhist sect. This calamity stemmed primarily from Tang Seng's ascension to sainthood at this critical juncture. Had a saint intervened, the annihilation of the demon kingdom would have been effortless. Sun Wukong did not pursue. Instead, he continued gazing upward into the heavens. "A saint," Lan Shuling remarked coldly. Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze and turned to her. Lan Shuling remained as frigid as ever, her thoughts inscrutable. "You have returned?" "I have returned," Sun Wukong replied, his voice tinged with bitterness as he cast his eyes upon the distant purple figure. He slowly approached her, as if the world around him dimmed, leaving only that purple silhouette in his vision. Zixiao was also watching him, a smile gracing her lips. "Zixiao, I have returned," Sun Wukong spoke with a hint of sorrow. Yet, as he recalled the moment he had struck her down on Whitebone Ridge, a wave of guilt washed over him. I know you would come back." Zixiao replied gently, her smile warm. "My colorful stone has returned." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, a shiver of emotion flickering in his eyes, as he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Casting a glance at the two individuals, Lan Shuling silently took her leave, step by step. The realm of myriad demons erupted in a chorus of calls, celebrating the triumphant return of the Demon King after vanquishing the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. The myriad demons roared in unison, their voices echoing across the land. "We pay homage to our king. We pay homage to our king." The demons knelt in reverence upon the ground. Sun Wukong glanced toward the myriad demons' kingdom, then shifted his gaze toward the direction of Ling Mountain, where Tang Seng was undergoing tribulation. He sensed it instinctively. He understood that had it not been for his master drawing the attention of all the saints in this manner, a saint would undoubtedly have arrived. Had a saint truly intervened at that time, the myriad demons' kingdom would have faced certain defeat. He stole a glance at Zixiao, declaring, "Now that my master is undergoing tribulation, I must go." With that, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, vanishing from Zixiao's sight. Zixiao watched the direction in which he had departed, and after a moment, instructed the assembled demons to begin clearing the battlefield. Although it appeared that the myriad demons' kingdom had achieved a resounding victory, the casualties were significant. Most of the fallen demons had perished in self-detonations, leaving nothing behind but a gruesome carpet of blood and the names of those who had been utterly ordinary. The ancient Buddha of Lantern, in a state of disarray, led the few remaining Buddhas back to Ling Mountain. Observing Tang Seng as he underwent tribulation, he muttered a Buddhist incantation. "Amitabha, those who achieve great things." The ancient Buddha of Lantern suddenly jolted, instinctively sidestepping, uttering a curse under his breath. Not far away, Sun Wukong's figure gradually materialized. No wonder the ancient Buddha of Lantern was trembling. Turning to Sun Wukong, Huta smiled and inquired, "Have you returned?" Chapter 484. Successful Transcendence. Sun Wukong offered a slight bow to Lady Hutu, saying, "I pay my respects to Lady Hutu and to the saint of Tongtian." He then raised his head to gaze at the two saints of the West, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had not forgotten how they had fragmented his soul, subjecting him to the torment of the Xiantian chain for several centuries. "Indeed, well done," Tongtian laughed heartily, his voice laced with admiration. Sun Wukong looked far below at Tang Yu, who was striving to overcome his tribulation, and remarked, "Were it not for my master, I might not have returned at all." The mother of Lishan nodded at Sun Wukong, her gaze once more turning to Tang Yu. At this moment, the skies above appeared increasingly dense with tribulation clouds, heralding the final two formidable trials. Surmounting these two would signify his complete ascension into sainthood. Yet, how could he extricate himself from this dilemma? Tang Yu, too, felt a surge of concern. His combat power had dwindled to half, and with the formidable might of the heavenly tribulation, he feared that should he overcome the last two trials, he might exhaust all his energy. The figures of the two saints, Kuan Yin and the primordial heavenly sovereign, loomed ominously, while the even more terrifying Hong Jun observed keenly. However, there was no time to contemplate further. He needed to focus on confronting the imminent heavenly tribulation. In the Eastern Sea, the four sea dragon kings had gathered, their attention fixed on the direction of Ling Mountain. Tang Seng had become a variable, having unexpectedly ascended to the status of a saint. If Tang Seng were to successfully navigate the tribulation of the saints, it might indeed present an opportunity for the Dragon Clan. The Heavenly Court has suffered considerable losses in its assault on the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. Yet even such devastation pales in comparison to the might of the Dragon Clan. Should he truly find himself allied with Tang Seng, it could very well represent hope for the Dragon Clan. Behind Tang Seng stands Sun Wukong, the kingdom of 10,000 monsters, and even amicable relations with the Jia sect. However, all these considerations hinge upon Tang Seng's ability to transcend the tribulation, for only then can they devise a plan. It is truly ironic that the one tasked with seeking the scriptures has become an unpredictable variable. The Dragon King of the West sighed, pondering the unexpected turn of events. Who could have foreseen that the reincarnation of the Golden Cicada, a virtuous being who has cultivated for 10 lifetimes, would become such a variable in this lifetime? Endowed with formidable power, the Dragon King of the East remarked, his path is evidently one of proving the Tao through strength. If he indeed survives the heavenly tribulation, it is likely that no one, save for Hong Jun, could stand against him. After a brief pause, he continued, yet, even if he were to safely pass the tribulation, escaping the grasp of figures like Jin and Zhuni would not be an easy feat. They would not afford him the time to recuperate, and even Hong Jun may intervene. The emergence of such a variable has repercussions across the three realms. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, he cannot idly watch as this individual grows in power. The Dragon King of the North nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. Perhaps he may survive the tribulation, yet the greater dangers lie beyond its conclusion. The Dragon King of the South, with a carefree demeanor, interjected, I wouldn't be so certain. Tang Seng has a good rapport with the master of the heavenly Tao. Should the master intervene, he might yet be safeguarded. Should it merely be a matter of a few saints acting against him, he would undoubtedly have no issues. However, let us not forget the presence looming above, cautioned the Dragon King of the East. You are correct. I had overlooked that aspect, he conceded. In light of this, Tang Seng's circumstances appeared decidedly unfavorable. The Dragon King of the East furrowed his brow and added, it is not merely unfavorable, it is dire to the utmost degree. To face the tribulation at this moment is indeed impulsive. He finds himself with no alternatives. If he does not attract the saints now, the kingdom of 10,000 monsters is doomed. To protect Sun Wukong and preserve the kingdom, this is the only course available. The Dragon King of the West remarked. He has chosen to use himself as bait, drawing all the saints to him. Precisely, that is his only option, affirmed the Dragon King of the East. The heavens roared incessantly, thunder reverberating and lightning striking down with fury. The figure, drenched in blood, stood defiantly beneath the heavenly tribulation, his head raised as if silently proclaiming his indomitable spirit. With a resounding roar, he ascended into the air, his entire being channeling overwhelming power into a singular, earth-shattering strike aimed at the supreme consciousness of the universe. The onlookers were taken aback. Has he lost his mind? He dares to confront the heavenly tribulation head-on, exclaimed Tong Tian in astonishment. Hutu, with a contemplative gaze, remarked softly, he has no choice. He is grievously wounded, and his combat strength has diminished significantly. The longer this drags on, the more severe his injuries become, with those around him watching with predatory intent. He must confront the tribulation with all his might, seeking to bring this ordeal to a swift conclusion. Within the tribulation, the figure soared skyward, his eyes resolute and proud. a fist radiating brilliance, as resplendent as a blazing sun, dazzles with its blinding luminosity. Thunderous roars echo in the air as the calamity of lightning descends. That figure's fist emanates an endless, magnificent might, confronting the tempest of thunder. With a resounding crash, it seems as if the entire storm cloud quivers, warping under the sheer force. The figure plunges into the thick tempest of thunder, gradually shrinking, as though being consumed by the insatiable darkness of the storm. The onlookers hold their breath, transfixed by the spectacle. A faint flicker of light appears within the pitch-black storm cloud, illuminating the eyes of the witnesses. This glimmer is feeble, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Yet, that small light begins to expand infinitely, like a spark igniting a vast prairie. Ultimately, the brilliance swells, illuminating the entire dark storm cloud. The cloud seems to emit a reluctant sound, yet the final force has dissipated. Although the storm cloud remains gathered above him, its power has waned. He has transcended the 9 layers of tribulation and has fully ascended to the status of a sage. Yuanshi Tianzuan, along with Zhuanti and another, exchanged glances and moved in unison, targeting Tang Yu, who was still enveloped by the storm cloud. At this moment, the storm cloud was dispersing, while Tang Seng lay grievously wounded beneath it. This was the opportune moment to strike. Most importantly, the storm cloud had lost its potency. Though not entirely dissipated, it was sufficient to shroud Tang Seng completely. Otherwise, his elusive methods of concealment would render him exceedingly difficult to locate. Tang Yu endured the fierce strikes from the 3, unleashing a roar filled with sorrow and fury. In an instant, he broke through the chaos, plunging deeper into it, fleeing at a rapid pace. "Primordial, you dare?" Hutu exclaimed, attempting to move, but an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the heavens, causing the 6 paths of reincarnation within him to tremble and lament, as if on the brink of shattering. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. The variables threatened the balance of the 3 realms. "You must capture him." A gentle voice resonated from the heavens. Tongtian Jiaozhu furrowed his brow, remaining motionless, for he sensed that Hongjun was watching him. Chapter 485. Hongjun acts. Tang Yu is crippled. In the depths of chaos, Tang Yu fled rapidly. At this moment, the obscuration of heavenly secrets had lost its efficacy, as the thunderstorm loomed above him, ever in pursuit. "Tang Seng, where do you think you're going?" Zhuanti wielded the 7-colored marvel tree, sweeping it towards him. Gazing at the marvelous tree in Zhuanti's hand, Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, yet hastened forward in flight. He had prepared extensively for this tribulation. Just a fleeting moment was all he needed to recover completely. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others relentlessly pursued him, leaving him no opportunity, no time at all. Perhaps the distance traversed in that fleeting moment could mean the difference between life and death. The storm cloud was gradually dissipating. As soon as the turbulent clouds dissipated, they would find it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint his exact location, allowing for an effortless escape. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan and his companions were acutely aware of this. Thus they pursued relentlessly. Waves of magical energy surged forth, seemingly enveloping the entirety of chaos. Tang Yu, already gravely injured from the heavenly tribulation, found his wounds exacerbated at this moment. His speed in fleeing had unknowingly diminished. Yet, he continued to struggle, propelling himself with all his might towards the distant horizon. If only he could escape, even a moment's respite would suffice. Sun Wukong penetrated the chaos, but, with his pinnacle cultivation, he was utterly incomparable to the saints. Those figures swiftly vanished from his sight. At Ling Mountain, Lai Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly causing him to leap in delight. This was an opportunity, a chance indeed. No wonder the 3rd brother had advised him to create such an opportunity and lend him a helping hand. The realization brought a radiant smile to Lai Ji's face. Taking a deep breath, he pointed at the ancient Buddha of light. "You can leave now." The ancient Buddha of light widened his eyes in confusion, gazing at Lai Ge. With a cigarette in hand, Lai Ge stepped forward, addressing the sky with a loud proclamation. "I am willing to lead the multitude of Buddhas away from the Buddhist path to establish the Bald Head Gang. And I hereby make a solemn vow to the heavenly Tao." The other Buddhas moved forward, echoing in unison. "We are willing to follow the Buddha and establish the Bald Head Gang." The ancient Buddha of light stared in astonishment. It appeared that the Buddha had rebelled. Although he had sensed the Buddha's discontent earlier, he had not anticipated such a decisive move that would lead the other Buddhas away. Boom. The sky resonated with two thunderous sounds. Strangely, the heavenly Tao did not respond, nor did it bestow any merit. Ligu began to panic. After a moment of silence, the absence of any sound left him utterly alarmed. The cigarette he had been holding slipped from his lips as he stared in bewilderment at the azure sky. What was happening? This was unexpected. Logically, upon making a solemn vow to the heavenly Tao, one should receive its affirmation and subsequently merit. Yet, apart from the initial resonant thunder, there was no further response. Li Ji's forehead began to bead with sweat as he struggled to comprehend where the flaw lay. Maitreya Buddha, mouth agape, found himself in league with the Buddha, yet was taken aback that the heavenly Tao had not acknowledged their vow, nor had it conferred any merit. This was dire. They had chosen the wrong side. Maitreya Buddha felt a surge of regret. The other Buddhas exchanged glances, turning their eyes towards the Buddha, their expressions filled with inquiry. At this moment, Li Gu was equally perplexed, unable to fathom the situation. The endeavor of the bald head gang had failed. Cold sweat streamed down Li Ji's face. Those two earlier reverberations were clearly the heavenly Tao poised to affirm their vow, yet for reasons unknown, it had suddenly faltered. Now, with his intentions laid bare, should the two saints from the west return, the repercussions would be severe. This was untenable. He could not remain idle in this place. Following my command, the multitude of Buddhas from Ling Mountain vanished into thin air. The remaining ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp and several other Buddhas exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Amidst the chaos, the three primordial heavenly lords relentlessly pursued, leaving him no respite, not even for a fleeting moment. The calamity clouds gradually began to dissipate, seemingly on the verge of vanishing entirely. "You shall wait for me," Tang Yu bellowed in fury, his spirit inadvertently easing somewhat. At that moment, the entire chaos seemed to tremble. High above, a black vortex slowly materialized. Tang Yu's body suddenly froze, an eerie sensation coursing through him, sending chills down his spine. An immensely powerful force seeped from the vortex, enveloping him entirely. A solitary finger emerged from within, its skin faintly adorned with wrinkles. The finger moved with an agonizing slowness, each inch of its advance distinctly visible. Yet, despite its languid pace, it was inescapable. Tang Yu's eyes widened in shock, rendered motionless. That finger gently pressed against his brow. A jolt coursed through Tang Yu, his eyes bulging. He stood there, frozen, until a heart-wrenching cry erupted from his lips. His entire essence surged forth like a torrent breaking through a dam, spilling chaotically from every part of his being. The very essence of a saint shattered into nothingness in an instant. A peculiar force began to meander through his body, wreaking havoc upon his meridians with each inch it traversed. This force reached his limbs, rupturing the tendons, and gradually released its grip. Strangely, a faint trace of power seemed to linger within him. Tang Yu let out a mournful howl, plummeting from the chaos. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, helplessly crawling on the earth, emitting a sound akin to a beast's despair. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, while the distant sea quaked, crashing against the rocks with a crystalline resonance. The three primordial heavenly lords materialized beside him in an instant. Tang Yu, consumed by sorrow and rage, struggled to rise from the ground, yet his body felt utterly feeble, as though every ounce of strength had been drained. He emitted a feral roar of defiance, collapsing once more, limp like a heap of mud. This state reminded him of a bygone youth he desperately wished to escape. Yet, he had failed to break free. Would mud forever remain as mud? Struggling, he had hoped to blossom from the mire in this lifetime. Lying on the ground, he gazed blankly at the sky. Snowflakes fell, and the sea trembled. In that moment, his heart felt more desolate than the falling snow, colder than the restless sea. A solitary tear trickled from the corner of his eye as he stared vacantly at the snow-laden sky, utterly still. Iron chains shot down from the heavens, binding his limbs, with one encircling his waist. The chains emitted a crisp sound as his body slowly began to levitate. Tang Yu stared blankly, powerless to alter whatever intentions others might harbor towards him. He was utterly defeated, stripped back to his essence. The world around him seemed to fall into a profound silence, with all sounds receding into the distance. A blurred yellow figure materialized before him, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. No. Chapter 486. Movements from all sides. Tang Yu's eyes were vacant as he gazed upwards. The thick iron chains constricted around him tightly. He twitched the corners of his mouth, appearing to smile, yet also to weep. A solitary tear fell from the corner of his eye as he closed them. Was Tang Seng rendered powerless? The three realms trembled once more. Some lamented, while others reveled in schadenfreude. The dragon kings of the four seas sighed in unison. Initially, they had hoped that Tang Seng's unpredictable nature might offer some glimmer of hope to the dragon clan, yet they had not anticipated such a turn of events. Ultimately, the dragon kings of the four seas faded into obscurity, likely too fearful to harbor even the slightest hint of dissent in the times to come. Master, Sun Wukong howled towards the heavens, traversing the three realms in search of his figure. At the foot of Ling Mountain, Dai was in tears. Whether it was due to the weak water or the fate of Tang Seng, he could not tell. He gazed at the sky, bursting into laughter, tears streaming down his face. His sorrowful laughter echoed far and wide, lingering in the air. Lingji descended from Ling Mountain, appearing somewhat disoriented. The events that had transpired left him bewildered. His master was the variable, and had ascended to sainthood? Just having survived the heavenly tribulation only to be incapacitated at the hands of Hongjun? He looked around in a daze, his heart a tumult of confusion. Second senior brother, he called out upon seeing Dai. The latter, with tears still fresh on his face, seemed oblivious to Lingji's presence. Staring vacantly at the sky, regardless of what Lingji said, Dai remained silent. Finally, with a deep sigh, Lingji departed. Yet, where could he possibly go? In the vastness of heaven and earth, within the boundless three realms, it felt as though there was nowhere left to belong. Eventually, he returned to the Lusha River, sinking into its depths, transforming into a demon of sand, secluding himself from the world. At the foot of Ling Mountain, Dai chuckled softly. His eyes were vacant as he knelt on the ground. Suddenly, a piece of oval-shaped talisman fell from him, producing a clear sound. The talisman of martial Tianpeng. At this moment, it seemed tinged with irony. The oval talisman resembled a mocking eye, coldly observing him. Staring at the talisman, Zhu Beiji's expression turned indifferent. He reached out, grasped the talisman, and slowly rose, his face devoid of emotion, frighteningly apathetic. Lai Gu sighed, leading the multitude of Buddhas towards the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The notion of establishing his own bald brotherhood had been thoroughly extinguished. Now, the revelation of descent loomed ominously. He had only the kingdom of 10,000 demons left as a means of self-preservation. At this moment, Lai Gu felt particularly astute. Fortunately, he had left himself a way out. Otherwise, he would have truly met his demise. As for whether the kingdom of 10,000 demons would accept him, Lai Gu was confident they would. After all, such a sudden surge in power was a gift handed to them. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not refuse it. Just as he was about to enter the kingdom of 10,000 demons, Lai Gu halted in his tracks, blinking a few times. The assembled Buddhas looked at the Buddha with confusion. Each one of them appeared dispirited, having initially believed that following the Buddha would lead to a bright future, only to find themselves in such a dire situation, seeking refuge in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Reflecting on this brought a tinge of melancholy. Tang Seng was indignant. How would he smoke in the future? Lai Gu pondered, lighting another cigarette for himself. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. In the bewildered gazes of the Buddhas, Lai Gu vanished without a trace. Due to the assault on the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the heavenly court had suffered grave losses. The small shop of the Venus Star was now deserted. Lai Gu glanced around and seized all the items from the shop before disappearing below. The Buddhas looked on in confusion as the Buddha reappeared. The voice of Lai Gu resonated through the skies of the kingdom of 10,000 demons, requesting an audience with the demon king, Sun Wukong. The demons of the kingdom of 10,000 demons congregated once more, their expressions dark as they regarded the assembly of Buddhas in the heavens. I come with no ill intent, Lai Gu explained with a smile. The demons gradually parted, allowing a path. Zixia and Lan Shuling stepped forward. The demon queen fixating her gaze on the Buddha. Our king is currently absent. Any matters can be addressed later. Lai Gu furrowed his brow slightly, chuckling lightly. No matter. In that case, let us wait here in the kingdom of 10,000 demons for a while. The demon queen regarded him silently before turning to leave. With an awkward smile, Lai Gu led the Buddhas down into the kingdom of 10,000 demons. At this moment, Lai Gu felt a strange amusement at how he had fallen to such depths, dependent on others. Yet, there was no alternative. The kingdom of 10,000 demons remained a safe haven for him. The powerful Hutu had emerged from the underworld, instilling fear in all. such that even the saints dared not recklessly challenge the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Tang Tian stood atop Ling Mountain, filled with bitterness. He had once believed that Tang Seng would fully ascend to sainthood, but little did he expect Hongjun to strike with such overwhelming force, shattering his saintly essence. In that moment, even Tang Tian felt powerless to act, sensing that Hongjun was monitoring him. Any attempt to intervene would surely provoke Hongjun's wrath. Hutu was similarly restrained by Hongjun's celestial power. If judged solely by cultivation, Hutu had refined the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if she could not match Hongjun, she would still possess the strength to engage in battle. However, if the power of the heavenly Tao overwhelms her completely, she has no room for resistance. Utterly suppressed by its might, Hutu gazed upward toward the vast heavens, her beautiful eyes blinking, her brow furrowing in concern. After a long while, she let out a soft sigh, and her figure gradually faded away. In the Doshui Palace, the Supreme Old Lord furrowed his brow tightly. Pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, he had initially believed that this variable would bring him some surprises. Indeed, it had provided him with many surprises, yet he never anticipated that it would ultimately descend to such a state. He lifted his gaze toward the heavens, pondering for a moment before his figure appeared in the Zixiao Palace. The Supreme Old Lord looked at that figure. Surely, the teacher is not faring well either? Hongjuan's eyes slightly narrowed, and the Supreme Old Lord continued. The likes of Rolai and others established oaths to the heavenly Tao, which had initially acquiesced, only to suddenly vanish without a trace. It must have been the teacher's own strength that severed all of this. Yet I presume the teacher has also suffered the backlash of the heavenly Tao's karma, correct? Subsequently, using the power of the heavenly Tao to suppress Hutu, and then incapacitating Tang Seng. Though it appeared as a mere flick of a finger, the teacher had already exerted all his strength. Am I not correct? The Supreme Old Lord's gaze bore a profound significance as he looked at Hongjun with a smile. Having endured the backlash of the heavenly Tao's karma, and then employing its power, I wonder how the teacher's injuries fare? Chapter 487 Awakened? Hongjun regarded him deeply and softly replied, Your assessment is flawed. I have indeed borne some backlash from the karma, but they are merely inconsequential minor injuries. Minor injuries, you say? The Supreme Old Lord smiled faintly. If I am not mistaken, it seems even the teacher's origin has sustained some damage, has it not? And what of it? Hongjun replied calmly. The Supreme Old Lord fixed his gaze upon Hongjun, who returned the look. The atmosphere around them inexplicably solidified. At last, the Supreme Old Lord sighed softly. I wonder how the teacher intends to deal with Tang Seng? As he spoke, the aura surrounding him dissipated without a trace. From my observations, the reason the teacher has not allowed him to perish utterly may be that he wishes to use him as a stepping stone to a higher path, Hongjun remarked. The variable affects the balance of the 3 realms. As for why I did not directly eliminate him, it is because I do not wish to entangle myself in excessive karma. The Supreme Old Lord smiled ambiguously. I see. I had thought the teacher sought to attain an even higher path. Hongjun remained silent, gazing at him for a moment before the Supreme Old Lord departed. Hongjuan's expression deepened, a flicker of unfathomable light crossing his eyes. The mother of Lishan searched throughout the 3 realms, but still could not find Tang Seng's whereabouts. Eventually, Tang Tian intervened, sighing. Even if you were to find him, what then? He has fallen into Hongjuan's grasp, and you are powerless to intervene. Moreover, he is already crippled and devoid of power. After a long while, the mother of Lishan cast a glance at the heavens before vanishing back to Lishan. Sister, you have returned? Lingxua blinked her adorable eyes, inquiring softly. She had consumed quite a number of elixirs from Tangyu, treating them as sweets. Furthermore, when she had been taken away by the mother of Lishan, Tangyu had also prepared a considerable amount of treasures for her. At this moment, under the guidance of the venerable lady of Lishan, she had unexpectedly ascended to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. However, all of this was primarily attributed to the elixirs bestowed upon her by Tangyu. Lady of Lishan managed a faint smile and inquired, Well, has Shuer practiced today? Of course, replied Ling Shui with a playful grin. I have become quite formidable. I have already mastered the wind control technique that my sister taught me. As she spoke, the little girl soared into the air, her pristine dress fluttering around her like that of a petite fairy. Yet, her aerial grace was short-lived, and she soon plummeted to the ground. With a swift motion, Lady of Lishan caught the child just in time. Sniffling, the little one expressed her discontent. Oh dear, I thought I had truly learned it. Shuer has already made great progress. Take your time, Lady of Lishan gently reassured her, stroking the girl's head. Nodding earnestly, the child's bright eyes crescent-shaped with determination. She declared, once I master the wind control technique, I can go find my big brother. A wave of bittersweet emotions washed over Lady of Lishan as she felt a pang in her heart. What troubles you, sister? Ling Shui asked, puzzled. Nothing. Just keep working hard, and you will be able to meet your big brother, Lady of Lishan replied with a smile. I understand. The little girl joyfully dashed away, her laughter echoing through the air. After giving instructions to her disciples, Lady of Lishan entered a state of seclusion. Days later, Sun Wukong returned to the kingdom of 10,000 demons and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Buddha and others. What brings you here? He asked coldly. Though a flicker of understanding ignited within him, it dawned on him that the Buddha had once attempted to forge his own path, establishing a gang of bald heads, but had failed. His dual intentions had been exposed, and neither Junni nor Jane would let him off the hook. Thus, the kingdom of 10,000 demons had become his last refuge, a place to conceal himself for the time being. Brother Lai lit a cigarette and waved his hand, signaling his entourage to retreat. With the smoke curling around him, Brother Lai squinted slightly and stated, Sun Wukong, throughout this entire ordeal, there has not been much conflict between us, has there? Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Let us not forget that hundreds of years ago, you were the one who shattered my existence. That is all in the past, Brother Lai dismissed with a wave of his hand. At that time, I had my own reasons for acting as I did. I had no choice. However, you are still intact today. Moreover, even when you were trapped by the Xiantian chain on Huahua Mountain, I offered you your freedom. Relative to that, I harbor no ill will toward you. In fact, I have always held you in high regard. Flicking off the ash from his cigarette, Brother Lai continued, Sun Wukong, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Let me be direct with you. You are undoubtedly aware of my current predicament. With a sigh, Brother Lai reflected on the inexplicable nature of his circumstances, unable to fathom where the error had occurred, leading to the failure of the heavenly Tao to respond or grant merit. Not long ago, he had been filled with joy and confidence, eagerly awaiting this opportunity. Yet, the harshness of reality soon enveloped him, forcing him to seek refuge in the kingdom of 10,000 demons alongside the other Buddhas. This esteemed figure can align with the 10,000 demon kingdom. Any matter concerning the kingdom will elicit my intervention. However, should the day arise when I require the assistance of the 10,000 demon kingdom, I hope you will offer your unwavering support. Brother Lai remarked, at present, I have brought a substantial number of the Buddhist deities here, which, in an intangible manner, augments the strength of the 10,000 demon kingdom. What do you think? Sun Wukong chuckled. What do I think? I think I want to expel you all. As he spoke, the golden staff materialized in his grasp. Brother Lai, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, if we consider our past grievances, expelling me and the disciples of the Buddhist order would suggest that you are not a worthy king, would it not? Despite Brother Lai's composed appearance, his heart raced with trepidation. Who could predict whether this monkey would cling to past matters and force their expulsion? If that were to happen, it would indeed spell disaster. Sun Wukong snorted, then sheathed his golden staff, rising silently to exit. Brother Lai secretly exhaled in relief. Clearly, Sun Wukong had indirectly acquiesced to the arrangement. At least, for the time being, there was a semblance of refuge. Endless darkness enveloped the surroundings. A figure lay ensnared in the profound gloom, bound by 5 colossal iron chains. Drip, drop. The sound of water echoed in the stillness. He trembled, slowly opening his eyes, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Gradually, the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a trace of a sorrowful smile. Hee. In the depths of the darkness, his laughter resonated, mournful and plaintive. With a slight movement, the chains clanked ominously. Boom. A dull sound reverberated in his ears, followed by a blinding light flooding in. He squinted against the glare, lifting his head to gaze forward with great effort. Figures began to materialize from the distance, approaching slowly. The Jade Emperor regarded him with a complex expression, softly uttering, "You have awakened?" Chapter 488. Take heed of your actions. Tang Yu gazed at him with tranquility. A subtle movement elicited a piercing pain throughout his being. He had lost his magical powers, rendering even the most basic healing impossible. In this moment, he appeared particularly fearsome. Dried blood clung to his form, accentuating the severity of his wounds. His innate essence shattered, meridians ruptured, even the tendons in his hands and feet severed. He could not even rise to his feet, his body languishing like a puddle of mud upon the ground. He lifted his gaze, staring blankly at the Jade Emperor. After a long moment, his hollow eyes began to regain a semblance of life, flickering with faint vitality. He glanced down at the chains binding him, coughed weakly a couple of times, and murmured, "What a grand gesture. Even in my fallen state, I am still ensnared by such chains?" So it is. Tang Yu comprehended the purpose of these chains. Any fluctuation of magical energy within him would be directly obliterated by the chain's power. Surely, this must be the handiwork of Hong Junham. It must have been prepared long in advance, crafted specifically for me from the very beginning. The Jade Emperor gazed calmly at him, sighing after a prolonged silence. From the very beginning, I never suspected you to be the variable, old 3. If given a choice, I would prefer that this variable were not you. The current state of affairs weighs heavily on my heart as well. However, as the sovereign of the 3 realms, I must consider the greater good, maintaining the balance of the realms and the cyclical order of heaven and earth. Your emergence as a variable has already altered too many things. Tang Yu offered a weary smile. Given my current state, what purpose does discussing this serve? I have fallen to such depths. A profound weariness emanated from him, as if an invisible whip relentlessly pursued him from behind. In his past life, that whip was named existence. In this life, it is known as the variable. He was left crippled and powerless, his innate essence shattered, reverted to his original form. Within him, a sense of resignation began to stir. The Jade Emperor regarded him with tranquility. What if you were to transcend your tribulation at this very moment? Transcending at any time yields the same outcome. As long as Hong Jun intervenes, I will have no opportunity, he replied, glancing at the chains binding him. He grinned wryly. The chains felt akin to restraining a disobedient dog. Sun Wukong had once been trapped in such a manner. Now it was his turn. Thus, I might as well reveal my identity as the variable to attract all the saints. Tang Yu gazed forward, where a dazzling light flickered in the distance. It was so near, merely a few steps away, yet it felt achingly far, perhaps an unattainable dream for him in this lifetime. The reason he remained imprisoned here, rather than being entirely eradicated, was simply that Hong Jun sought to explore greater paths through the variable. Once, Ho Tu remarked that although Hong Jun had synthesized the Tao of heaven, this very act had ensnared him, making further progress in this life exceedingly difficult. How could Hong Jun be content with this fate? Thus, it seemed he aspired to usurp the Tao of heaven, to replace it entirely with his own. Were it not for this ambition, he might have retained the variable, leading to an opportunity for the myriad demons. Indeed, the myriad demon kingdom has achieved a significant victory, the Jade Emperor stated. Yet they have also suffered defeat because of your failure, old 3. Their losses will be all the more devastating. Tang Yu chuckled softly. I have reached such a point that I can do nothing further. The affairs of the outside world no longer concern me. After a pause, he continued, however, I believe the myriad demon kingdom, at least for the time being, will not face defeat. For Ho Tu has emerged from the underworld with the strength of the 6 paths of reincarnation, intimidating all saints. Without their intervention, would you stand a chance against Wukong? Who among the saints can contend with Ho Tu after she has integrated the 6 paths of reincarnation into herself? Unless Hong Jun were to intervene, which seems unlikely. Thus, the myriad demon kingdom is undoubtedly safe for the foreseeable future. Tang Yu gazed upon the Jade Emperor's countenance, a gentle light illuminating his features, deepening the intensity of his gaze. Am I correct? Tang Yu inquired, his voice laced with a hint of challenge. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly, affirming, indeed. The kingdom of all demons shall face no immediate issues. After a brief pause, he continued, Third, can you surmise the predicament of the Buddha of the Western Paradise and his companions? Lao San has long harbored ulterior motives. I have crafted an opportunity for him, drawing in all the sages, and he shall undoubtedly seize it. Jane and Junti would never anticipate such a turn of events. Even their own home has been pilfered. You are correct, yet he has faltered, Tang Yu remarked, met by the Jade Emperor's inquisitive gaze. The heavenly Tao has not honored his vows, nor granted him merit. The Jade Emperor chuckled, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his expression. Pray tell, how do you think the Buddha and his followers fare at this moment? The kingdom of all demons, Tang Yu uttered, a mere 3 words. The Jade Emperor, taken aback, queried, how do you know? He had long established an alliance with the demon queen, even receiving resources from the Buddha in secret. At this juncture, The kingdom of all demons had ascended in power due to Wukong's return. Hutu's formidable presence instilled fear among the saints. With the sages absent, Wukong reigned supreme. Thus, Lao San had no choice but to seek refuge within the kingdom of all demons, which had become his last bastion. It is but a simple observation, Tang Yu noted. Why do you not believe that Sun Wukong would reject them? The Jade Emperor inquired. Tang Yu smiled softly. Had it been the former demon king, past grievances might have compelled him to shut them out. However, the current Wukong is unlikely to respond in such a manner. His voice grew somber. If he remains incapable of discerning the greater picture and acts on impulse, then my disappointment in him would be profound. As he spoke, Tang Yu shifted slightly. A wave of excruciating pain coursing through him, causing his brow to furrow. Lao San, accompanied by the Buddhas of the West, has entered the kingdom of all demons seeking sanctuary, inadvertently augmenting its strength, a truly fortuitous gain. Wukong should not deny them now. Oh, how ironic it is that those who once prided themselves on compassion, vanquishing demons and malevolence, now find themselves in league with them, reliant on others, Tang Yu remarked. Fatigue weighing heavily upon him. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Tang Yu, remaining silent for an extended moment. Eventually, he sighed softly. Take care of yourself. With that, the Jade Emperor departed, the faint light that accompanied him extinguished, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness. Alone, he struggled within the shadows, uncertain if that flicker of light would ever again be within reach. Chapter 489. Where lies the Heavenly River's army? Tang Yu bowed his head, his body limp and devoid of strength. Surrounding him was an oppressive darkness, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. For here, the concept of time had ceased to exist. He pondered the fate of Wukong and the others. He had done all he could. As for what lay ahead, he chuckled softly. Having fallen to such depths, he felt powerless to concern himself with further matters. An endless darkness enveloped him as he closed his eyes and gradually succumbed to slumber. The morning star returned to his humble shop, only to find it entirely deserted. Panic seized him instantly. Another theft had occurred. What could possibly be the cause? Hastily, he sought an audience with the Jade Emperor to report this alarming incident. Yet, the Jade Emperor was equally bewildered. How could such a theft transpire while Tang Seng was still imprisoned? He began to comprehend the myriad issues of loss within the celestial realm. All of it was orchestrated by Tang Seng. The notion of a hidden sage behind him was merely an illusion, a ruse conjured by Tang Seng to obscure the heavenly secrets and bewilder the masses. This led them to mistakenly believe that a powerful figure lurked in the shadows of Tang Seng. However, the Jade Emperor speculated that if Tang Seng could transform into the three pure ones, there must be some connection to the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. With this thought, the Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and dismissed the morning star. Now that Tang Seng was confined in the celestial court, there was no need to fret over trivial matters such as wine and tobacco. Nevertheless, a visit to the palace of Doshui was in order. Li Jing and others required elixirs, and it would also serve to gauge Lao Jun's stance on Tang Seng. With this in mind, the Jade Emperor vanished and reappeared in the palace of Doshui, seeking an audience with the Supreme Sage. The grand doors opened slowly, revealing Lao Jun seated cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed. Only upon the Jade Emperor's approach did he open them and speak softly. What brings you here? After a moment's contemplation, the Jade Emperor replied, It is astonishing that Tang Seng possesses such formidable prowess. Though rendered powerless by the ancestor and confined in the deepest abyss of the heavenly prison, his resilience continues to trouble me. He paused, then continued, What is your perspective, Supreme Sage, on Tang Seng's current predicament? He is now imprisoned and incapacitated, unable to stir significant turmoil. What further concerns could I possibly harbor? Lao Jun replied calmly, Indeed, he is confined and diminished. There is little to fear. The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement, yet expressed, I remain apprehensive regarding the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. Should that monkey discover Tang Seng's captivity, it is inevitable that he would rally his forces. The Jade Emperor had long sought to eliminate the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. And was this not an opportunity? Lao Jun, closing his eyes once more, clearly signaled his disinterest in further discourse. After a brief contemplation, the Jade Emperor offered a slight bow, sought elixirs from the golden and silver attendants, and returned to the hall of Lingxiao. In the sacred mountain, as the leader of the brothers departed with the assembly of Buddhas, the place fell into utter desolation. Only the ancient Buddha of light and a scant few other Buddhas remained, creating an atmosphere of surreal emptiness. The ancient Buddha of light was somewhat bewildered, unable to fathom such an occurrence. The vast Buddhist realm had dwindled to a mere handful of individuals, akin to a dream. Witnessing this scene, Jane and Juanti felt as if their heads were spinning, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. It was as though they had been dealt a devastating blow. For many years, the deceivers have been outwitted by the likes of Xiao Lai, who has taken their place. The student surpasses the master. Yet, the two sages would gladly eliminate this audacious Xiao Lai. How daring he is! Juanti gnashed his teeth, calculating his next move to confront him. However, as he delved deeper into his calculations, his countenance grew increasingly grim. The assembly of Buddhas had inexplicably allied themselves with the myriad demons of the myriad demon kingdom. Juanti took a deep breath, visibly trembling. Jie sighed heavily. Now that Xiao Lai has ventured into the myriad demon kingdom, there remains a chance for the disciples of the Buddha to bring them back to the light. If we do not redeem these former disciples of the Buddha, who will? Yet, Jie felt little concern for them. His foremost worry was the utter collapse of the journey to the west. What if the heavenly Tao suddenly demanded retribution? The two elder brothers, Jie and Juanti, vanished into the chaos. The ancient Buddha, Randang, and several other Buddhas exchanged glances. Let it be, they decided. Life must go on. At Bo Palace, upon hearing Zhao Gongming's report, Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Tang Seng was imprisoned in the deepest recesses of the heavenly prison. With no means of rescue, bound by the heavenly chains forged by Hong Jun, Tang Tian believed he could not break such shackles, and even if he could, what then? Tang Seng had been rendered powerless, reduced to his original form. I see, Tang Tian spoke solemnly. Do not inform Li Shan about this. Yes, master, Zhao Gongming replied. Li Shan is currently in deep seclusion, oblivious to the world outside. After a pause, he continued, however, it seems that Sun Wukong is already aware. That monkey is gathering the myriad demons, seemingly preparing for another assault on the heavenly court. Tang Tian paced thoughtfully, murmuring, without the intervention of the sages, that monkey could indeed turn the world upside down. But how could there be no intervention? Even Hong Jun would not stand idly by while chaos reigns. Master, then we. Tang Tian did not respond, but lifted his gaze to the heavens, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he said, inform that monkey to refrain from acting impulsively and to wait. Zhao Gongming cautiously suggested, waiting for her awakening? Tang Tian nodded. Now that Hutu has merged with the 6 paths of reincarnation, her power has greatly increased. If she undergoes further transformation, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Convey to that monkey to temper his actions and exercise restraint for the time being. Understood. Zhao Gongming retreated. In the heavenly court, by the banks of the heavenly river, Zhu Beiji, wielding his rake and clad in gleaming white armor, stood before the heavenly river's forces. He gazed upon the water army, who were all observing him. The former marshal of the heavenly pigs. Where are the heavenly river forces? Zhu Beiji bellowed, his voice thundering like a tempest, shaking the heavens. The heavenly river troops exchanged glances, none daring to speak. An oval token appeared in the hands of Zhu Beiji. To behold the token is to behold the great marshal of the heavenly canopy. He bellowed once more. Where are the heavenly river's forces? Chapter 490, Breaking the 9 Netherworlds. Observing the oval token in Zhu Beiji's grasp, the heavenly river's army fell into a profound silence, followed by a chorus of kneeling. We pay our respects to the marshal. Zhu Beiji governed his troops with strictness, maintaining clear rewards and punishments, and cherishing his soldiers as if they were his own children. He held an unassailable position among the heavenly river forces. Although he was no longer the great marshal, he wielded the token of the great marshal. To see the token is to see the great marshal himself. A resolute glint flickered in Zhu Beiji's eyes. Heavenly river forces, heed my command. We shall break through the 9 netherworlds. Yes, the soldiers rose, each filled with fervor for battle, as they led the heavenly river forces toward the 9 netherworlds. Your Majesty, we are in grave trouble. A celestial soldier rushed frantically into the Lingxiao Palace, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. What on earth has happened to cause such disarray? Questioned Tai Bai Jinxing. The great marshal, Zhu Beiji, has led the heavenly river forces toward the 9 netherworlds. Despite the celestial soldiers' attempts to intercept them, they were still overwhelmed. The celestial soldier spoke in desperation. The Jade Emperor's brow furrowed sharply. Damn it, could it be that Zhu Beiji is staging a rebellion? He pointed at Li Jing. Go and apprehend Zhu Beiji for me. Li Jing hesitated, stammering, for he knew he could not contend with Zhu Beiji, especially with the Heavenly River's forces under his command, known for their bravery and skill in battle. Yes, Your Majesty, Li Jing replied, a pained expression crossing his face as he accepted the imperial decree. The Jade Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glimmer flashing within them. The recent string of events had left him feeling utterly drained. In the 9 netherworlds, Zhu Beiji wielded his rake, striking down with great force. Boom! It seemed as though the entire 9 netherworlds trembled. Slowly, the realm of the 9 netherworlds parted. And Zhu Beiji instructed his forces, I shall descend into the 9 netherworlds. You shall guard this place. Should anyone attempt to intervene with malicious intent, show no mercy. Yes, a faint glow enveloped Zhu Beiji as he leaped into the depths of the 9 netherworlds. The 9 netherworlds were perpetually shrouded in darkness, with not a blade of grass surviving in the desolate expanse of hundreds of miles. Only the fiery inferno of the 9 netherworlds blazed brightly, and the waters flowed through, transitioning between fire and water. Even as Zhu Beiji ventured deeper, he felt as though his very soul was being scorched with pain. How much more so for that woman? With this thought, Zhu Beiji clenched his teeth tightly and let out a resounding cry. Weakwater, where are you? I have returned. I have come to rescue you. His voice trembled with emotion. Weakwater, Weakwater. He called out repeatedly. Weakwater, are you there? Concern washed over Zhu Beiji as he hastened his descent. In the 9 netherworlds, Li Jing and the Celestial Army arrived. The Heavenly River forces drew their weapons, standing guard. Halt! If you take one more step forward, we will show no mercy, the soldiers warned sternly. You dare? Li Jing scoffed. As the Heavenly River forces, how can you conspire with the former Great Marshal? Quickly confess your sins, so that I may report to the Emperor for leniency. The Celestial Water Army recognizes only the command of Marshal Tianpeng. Now that he bears the insignia of the Marshal, the Water Army naturally obeys his orders. Stepping forward, they declare in the name of the Marshal, we stand guard here. Should anyone advance another step, they shall face merciless execution. The entire Celestial Water Army roared in unison. It was well known that Zhu Beiji held an unassailable position within the ranks of the Celestial Water Army. Yet, this scene still left Li Jing in a state of astonishment. As the commander of the forces, achieving such loyalty was a significant accomplishment in his lifetime. Although Li Jing had always harbored doubts about Zhu Beiji, he could not help but feel a degree of admiration for the former Marshal Tianpeng. Casting a glance back at the heavenly soldiers, Li Jing's brow furrowed. If a confrontation were to break out, his heavenly troops would truly find themselves no match for the Water Army, especially as the latter's momentum reached a crescendo. Each soldier brandished their icy blades, exuding an air of cold indifference. Li Jing harbored no doubts that should he dare to take a step forward, the Celestial Water Army would undoubtedly charge at him. Being of the heavenly realm, an internal conflict would likely result in considerable losses. Most importantly, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Zhu Beiji had delved into the depths of the underworld, and should he emerge unexpectedly, Li Jing might not stand a chance against him. Yet, with the Emperor's command, he could not simply disregard it. Li Jing found himself in a quandary. How dare you align yourselves with Zhu Beiji, yet remain oblivious to the truth? He called out, remaining firmly rooted in place. This way, he neither advanced nor lost the dignity of Tian Wang, while still adhering to the Emperor's decree. The Water Army remained silent, their gazes fixed upon him with icy disdain. In the depths of the underworld, Zhu Beiji wept profusely, desperately calling out, Weak water, weak water. Beneath the seal of emotional entanglement lay the power of the weak water's primordial spirit. The seal was shattered, and weak water was met with a backlash. Her primordial spirit gravely injured, even facing the possibility of disintegration, even if she did not perish on the spot. How long could she endure in the torturous realm of the underworld? Weakwater, are you there? I have returned, Zhu Beiji cried out, his voice echoing mournfully through the depths of the underworld. As he descended further, the hellfire grew increasingly intense, while the waters of the underworld became more frigid. His very soul trembled, enduring the torment of both fire and ice. Zhu Beiji continued his descent, feeling he had reached his limit. If he were to descend any further, his spirit would surely be scorched. Yet at this moment, his heart was filled solely with thoughts of weak water, rendering him indifferent to all else. Suddenly, he halted, fixing his gaze upon a figure. The pure white silhouette amidst the sea of flames appeared so helpless, prostrate in despair. The sight of her sent a piercing pain through Zhu Beiji's heart. Once, her long hair, as dark and lustrous as silk, now lay transformed into a pallid hue. Even her face bore faint wrinkles, and her once bright eyes now seemed weary and aged. The backlash on her primordial spirit, sparing her from immediate disintegration, was a stroke of fortune. However, in the underworld, her soul continuously endured the agony of frigid flames. She could no longer withstand the torment. As the flames relentlessly consumed her vitality, she appeared to age before our very eyes. "Weak water, I have returned." The laughter of Zhu Beiji echoed through the air. "Don't come closer," a frail voice resonated from the depths of the 9 netherworlds. "Please, do not approach." She struggled to turn her head, unwilling for Zhu Beiji to witness her aged visage. "Weak water, no? Don't come near," she suddenly cried out. Zhu Beiji's steps halted. A look of concern etched across his face. "Weak water, what troubles you?" "It is I have returned. Please, do not come closer. I look dreadful." Weak water's voice trembled. At her words, Zhu Beiji was overcome with tears. "How could that be? In my eyes, you will forever remain the most beautiful." Chapter 491. A profound transformation within. Zhu Beiji stepped forward, advancing towards her silhouette. He traversed the flaming inferno and crossed the icy waters of the 9 netherworlds. Coming to her side, he knelt slowly and gently caressed her face. Weak water's aged countenance was streaked with tears, and Zhu Beiji embraced her tightly. "Do I look terrible?" Weak water asked, her voice choked with emotion. "No, you will always be the most exquisite," Zhu Beiji replied tenderly. "You must leave this place. To trespass the realm of the 9 netherworlds is a capital offense if discovered by His Majesty," Weak water warned anxiously. "I will take you with me." "No, that would be a death sentence." "It matters not. I have already committed a capital offense by entering the 9 netherworlds. I came solely to bring you back." "But I fear I am dying," Weak water murmured, biting her lip. Her soul was gravely injured, and after enduring such prolonged torment in the 9 netherworlds, she had suffered further wounds. Her essence was waning, and she knew she could not endure much longer. Zhu Beiji felt a surge of emotion, tears welling in his eyes. "No, that cannot be. It will not happen. Trust me." He rose, gripping Weak water's hand firmly. "Come, I will take you away. Together we shall transcend from spirit to demon." Meanwhile, Li Jing continued his impassioned discourse with the celestial army of the river, appealing to their reason and sentiment. Hoping they would lay down their weapons and surrender, he promised to intercede for them, seeking leniency from His Majesty. Yet, the soldiers remained silent, their blades drawn. Icy glares fixed upon Li Jing, prepared for battle. This left Li Jing inwardly cursing. What manner of beings are these? I, the illustrious protector of the heavens, have lost my tower, and yet, as the esteemed King Li, who in the celestial court would not grant me some measure of respect, why must I repeatedly face humiliation at the hands of the river's forces? A tremor rippled through the 9 netherworlds. Everyone turned to behold Zhu Beiji emerging, cradling Weak water. "We salute you, Marshal," the army shouted in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Li Jing and his companions instinctively took a step back. Zhu Beiji cast a fleeting glance at him before descending with Weak water. "I am indebted to you all for your vigilance here. It is indeed my fault." Saying this, Zhu Beiji knelt before the assembled soldiers of the water army. "Marshal," they gasped in astonishment and promptly knelt as well. "Today's events were driven by necessity. I am grateful for your assistance, and I shall forever remember this great kindness." Zhu Beiji gazed at the water army before him, sighing as he spoke. "I am no longer the former Tianpeng, unable to revel in merriment with you all once more. Yet, this kindness shall be etched in my memory. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to the Marshal. The Tianhe Water Army vows to follow the Marshal unto death. My intrusion into the realm of the 9 nether is a capital offense." Zhu Beiji cast a glance at Ruoshui and continued, "Though the heavenly court is vast, there is no longer a place for us." After a brief pause, he added, "I am deeply grateful for your assistance today." Zhu Beiji cast a lingering look at the water army before ultimately departing with Ruoshui. In gathering the Tianhe Water Army, the simpleton contemplated, should anyone obstruct him, he would not hesitate to lead the Tianhe Water Army into battle within the 9 nether. Yet, upon reflection, such concerns seemed rather unfounded. The Tianhe Water Army, too, was part of the heavenly court. If the Jade Emperor were to dispatch a great army to quell the unrest, it would likely precipitate a significant upheaval within the heavenly court, leading to catastrophic losses. Thus, The simpleton's command over the water army served merely as a deterrent. The Jade Emperor, surely, considered these implications. Otherwise, he would have merely sent Li Jing and others. For he understood that Li Jing could not possibly restrain Zhu Beiji. In this manner, the dignity of the heavenly court was preserved, and internal discord was averted. After all, the heavenly court had suffered grievously in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, and it could ill afford further losses. The marshal of the Tianhe water army watched as the two figures vanished from sight. Bold water army, why do you not quickly surrender? Li Jing bellowed with authority. The Tianhe water army lingered for a moment before returning to the Tianhe, leaving Li Jing with an expression of utter dismay. He reported the events to the Jade Emperor, embellishing the tale, asserting that the Tianhe water army must be disciplined for their insubordination and disregard for His Majesty. The Jade Emperor, however, furrowed his brow in contemplation, remaining silent. In the kingdom of 10,000 demons, Zhu Beiji descended alongside Ruoshui. Upon seeing the Buddha and others, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, soon followed by a moment of enlightenment. He merely nodded faintly to the assembly of Buddhas before departing, leaving them in a state of discontent. Once, Zhu Beiji had prostrated before them. Now, he seemed to regard them with indifference. Sun Wukong gathered the multitude of demons, preparing to launch another assault on the heavenly court. However, with the arrival of Zhao Gongming, he fell silent. As Zhao Gongming suggested, patience was the best course of action. Now was not the time for impulsive decisions. Yet, knowing his master was imprisoned deep within the heavenly prison, could he simply stand by and not attempt a rescue? What do you think, Beiji? Sun Wukong inquired. The simpleton remained silent for a moment before replying. My master calls me a simpleton, so do not ask me. He also refers to me as Wukong. With that, the two burst into laughter. Brother Monkey, I too am at a loss regarding this matter, the simpleton sighed. Do you truly believe our master is beyond recovery? Absolutely not. Sun Wukong replied with conviction. As he embodies the element of uncertainty, he possesses infinite possibilities within him. He will not be so easily vanquished. Deep within the heavenly prison, an abyss of darkness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of light or sound, rendering the passage of time utterly forgotten. Uncertain of how long he had been in this state, he had previously communicated with the system. However, with Hongjuan's single gesture, which obliterated the essence of the sage and left him spiritually wounded, it seemed that the system had also succumbed to a certain stagnation. Yet, he could still sense its presence. Tang Yu felt as if he were a mere shell of a human, numb and lifeless, akin to a living corpse. Initially, he would dream visions of Wukong, Beiji, Wujing, the old mother of Lishan, and even Leish, along with the Jade Emperor. But eventually, even dreams eluded him. The once familiar names and endearing faces grew increasingly distant and foreign. His heart resonated with a profound emptiness, desolate as an unkempt grave devoid of life. Yet, amidst this existence akin to death, a tumultuous change transpired within him. A faint ripple of magical energy surged forth, leaving Tang Yu astonished. It was crucial to note that due to the constraints of the heavenly lock upon him, any detection of magical fluctuations within his being would lead to its dissolution. Yet, this particular essence remained untouched. His eyes widened in disbelief as he sought to perceive this feeble magical wave. This energy was extraordinarily pure, as if forged through countless trials, exuding an aura of boundless power despite its diminutive nature. Suddenly, he recalled the moment when Hongjuan's finger shattered him, infused with formidable magic that disrupted his meridians and severed his tendons, leading to his essence overflowing. However, a fragment of that energy lingered within him. Undoubtedly, this faint magical pulse was that very remnant. It spread weakly, easily overlooked without careful attention. Yet, Tang Yu was on the verge of tears from joy. What had plunged him into despair was the inability to connect with the system and the absence of any sensation of magical energy within him. Even the slightest hint of magical fluctuation had been obliterated by the heavenly lock. Now, he distinctly felt the presence of this magical wave, albeit faint, barely perceptible. Remarkably, even the heavenly lock struggled to assimilate this power. He persistently reached out to this delicate magical essence, sensing its gentle rise and fall within him. Holding his breath in anticipation, he controlled his excitement, repeatedly attempting to feel its reality. However, as the energy flowed toward the severed meridians, it became stagnant. With his meridians irrevocably broken, the magic could not circulate within him, particularly as he had chosen the path of strength to attain enlightenment, rendering his physical form of utmost importance. Reluctantly, Tang Yu conducted numerous experiments, yet each time yielded the same result. A sigh escaped his lips. The voice of the system resonated suddenly in his mind, the essence of the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's body trembled. System, I thought you had perished. The system is bound to the host spirit. When the host spirit is gravely injured and in slumber, so too am I. Indeed, it was so. Tang Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. I must be the most inept host. Reflecting upon the novels I once perused, each featuring a protagonist endowed with a system, it is evident that they invariably rise to dominance, with even the most unfortunate among them returning to the Ming dynasty to become a prince. Yet here I am, incapacitated and powerless, ensnared like a dog in the deepest abyss of heaven's prison. After a considerable pause, I managed to compose myself and inquired earnestly, what did you just say about the essence of the heavenly Tao? Indeed, the thread of power within the host is the very essence of the heavenly Tao. At that moment, Hongjun harnessed the strength of the heavenly Tao to propel himself forward. However, for reasons unknown, the essence of the heavenly Tao did not fully escape his being, leaving behind a remnant. It is no wonder that the celestial lock could not refine this power. But why, I pondered, does the essence of the heavenly Tao accumulate within me? After much contemplation, I could not discern a reasonable explanation. Is there any way to restore my current condition? Tang Yu inquired softly, having lost all hope. Even if the system possessed the means to rejuvenate him, it would undoubtedly require an abundance of fortune points. It is worth noting that his current fortune points amounted to a mere 50 million. Suddenly, Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the fortune points, astonished to find them exceeding 300 million. This is due to the host's unification with Sun Wukong, leading to a resounding defeat of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, prompting the Buddha to establish his own dominion and ally with the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, the system elucidated. At that moment, Tang Yu grasped the situation. During that time, he was either undergoing tribulation or fleeing for his life, thus neglecting the system's notifications. What of my body at this moment? Tang Yu's eyes ignited with a flicker of hope. Unfortunately, the path the host has chosen, one of proving oneself through strength, has rendered the physical form extraordinary, and presently, there exists no method to facilitate a complete restoration. A hint of bitterness welled up within Tang Yu as he listened to the system continue. However, but what? Tang Yu pressed eagerly. However, it is possible to transform the host's body into the primordial body. Immediately, the system interface shifted, revealing a resplendent, blood-red gem, the heart of primordial chaos, requiring 400 million fortune points. Tang Yu chuckled ruefully, realizing his fortune points were woefully insufficient. Without adequate fortune points, redemption was utterly unattainable. The system merely offered various extraordinary options, yet all demanded fortune points for exchange, akin to currency. Only with wealth could one procure anything. And without it, all was in vain. What is the primordial body? Tang Yu, feeling despondent, asked in a bid to engage in conversation. Suddenly, a detailed treatise on the primordial body emerged in his mind. The primordial body, an ethereal form, is a harmonious unity, a blend of reality and illusion. There were further convoluted details, but Tang Yu found them unworthy of attention. The essence was clear. The primordial body was indeed remarkable, requiring no meridians to cultivate, as its power circulates throughout the entire body rather than being confined to mere pathways. Once again, Tang Yu fell into silence. After a brief moment, he endeavored to harness the essence of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps this was his solitary glimmer of hope. In his moments of leisure, he began to immerse himself in the study of various spells. Ultimately, he succeeded in harmonizing these spells into a singular, cohesive force. Concurrently, a thread of the primordial power of the heavenly Tao manifested externally. This meant that he could still wield this power in combat. After a mental calculation, he realized that in his current state, if he were to engage in battle using solely this power, he could contend with a great Luo Golden Immortal without facing defeat. A thunderous sound echoed in his mind, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain falling softly. As the scene shifted, the delicate rain transformed into a blanket of pristine winter snow. The surroundings were vast and desolate, evoking the frigid chill of midwinter. Before him, flames flickered, melting the ice and snow. All of this was merely an illusion conjured by the primordial essence of the heavenly Tao. His heart resonated with the cosmos, and all the elements around him morphed in accordance with his thoughts. Ultimately, he created a realm of his own, with the bright moon hanging in the sky and stars twinkling brilliantly. This was the manifestation of celestial phenomena. By integrating all spells, he charted a path uniquely his own, establishing a domain where he reigned supreme as both deity and heaven. Should he achieve complete mastery, he could even fabricate tribulations and conjure various celestial anomalies to engage in battle. Tang Yu found himself exhilarated, repeatedly experimenting to weave diverse scenes around himself. He even created some life forms capable of movement. However, these beings would vanish without a trace once they stepped beyond the celestial illusion, as the transition from his created realm to reality proved incompatible in both space and time, leading to their inevitable dissolution. The cosmos represents space, while the universe embodies time. When the cosmos and the universe intertwine in a state of equilibrium, they give rise to the very space we inhabit. One can sense the passage of time, yet cannot grasp it, feel the vastness of space, yet cannot transcend it. In the depths of the celestial abyss, once shrouded in endless darkness, Tang Yu's thoughts flickered, illuminating the surroundings as they shifted continuously. Eventually, he became one with the celestial phenomenon. In that moment, he created a realm of his own. All creation and destruction lay within the span of a single thought. Verdant plants, blooming flowers, towering trees, fluttering butterflies, and even galloping deer filled this realm. Here, he reigned over all. Yet, as Tang Yu withdrew from the celestial illusion, everything dissipated into nothingness once more. He found himself still entrenched in the profound depths of the celestial abyss. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. A shadowy figure appeared, seemingly on the verge of vanishing with the slightest breeze. The astonishment in the eyes of the Supreme One had yet to fade. The Tripitaka was indeed a prodigy, having grasped such astonishingly arcane arts even in his fallen state. Chapter 493. You are not a variable, but a constant. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at him, though his mind was preoccupied with pondering the latter's intentions. So it is the Supreme Sage, he reflected, regrettably. I, a mere useless being, cannot rise to greet him. Useless being? Tang Yu remarked dondondat. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun regarded him, a faint smile gracing his lips. I doubt that is the case. Tang Yu instinctively sought to evade his gaze, feeling as though he were laid bare beneath the penetrating scrutiny of the Supreme Lord. This sensation was quite unsettling. Unexpectedly, despite his physical frailty, he had grasped such profound techniques. The Supreme Lord furrowed his brow, his eyes unwaveringly fixed upon Tang Yu, as if he sought to penetrate the very essence of his being. After a brief contemplation, Tang Yu spoke. Even I was unaware that it would manifest this way. In truth, if it were not for the residual power of Hong Jun within me, I would not have achieved this. Given his current state of incapacitation, he could not conceal anything from the Supreme Lord, and thus, it seemed more prudent to speak candidly. Yet, what was his purpose in coming here? Was it to save himself? Unlikely. If anyone were to carelessly seek his salvation, it would be Tong Tian. As for the Supreme Lord, it was amusing to consider that a fragment of the celestial Tao's essence had been commandeered by him, capable of being externalized. But how could this be? The Supreme Lord found himself perplexed, as even he could not discern the transformations occurring within Tang Yu. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced a few steps, appearing to be lost in thought. The power of the celestial Tao transmuted into various celestial phenomena was indeed beyond human comprehension. After walking a few paces, the Supreme Lord suddenly regarded Tang Yu with a semblance of a smile. The integration of the celestial Tao's essence within you may not necessarily be a boon. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, only to hear the Supreme Lord continue. Your path is one of strength substantiating the Tao, and in merely a few short years, your accomplishments are rare indeed. I believe that with your innate talent, if you persist, you shall inevitably reach greatness, transcending the heavens. However, this fragment of the celestial Tao's essence, deeply entwined within you, complicates matters. To truly take that final step may prove exceedingly difficult. He could elevate you, yet he could also confine you. The Supreme Lord cast a deeply contemplative gaze upon him. Tang Yu pondered for a moment, a wry smile gracing his face. So it is, yet I find myself unable to completely expunge this power from my being. You, like Hong Jun, may also face limitations. The Supreme Lord slightly frowned. Perhaps this is not merely a game of the celestial Tao. If that were indeed the case. His eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity as he regarded Tang Yu. You are not a variable. You are a constant. The celestial Tao's game has ensnared you. With that, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha. If this is true, it is indeed intriguing. Variables becoming constants. The causality within this scenario warrants thorough examination. For reasons unknown. A chill coursed through Tang Yu. The Supreme Lord's laughter resonated with calmness and warmth, yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of cold indifference. It was evident that he perceived Tang Yu as a pivotal gateway to ascend to a higher realm. Tang Yu's mind was a tumultuous storm. Could it be that he truly was a constant? In the depths of the 19th layer of hell, the Earth Mother had once expressed her doubts. Moreover, during his conversation with the mother of Li Mountain, even Tong Tian had harbored suspicions. The rapid progression he had made in merely a few years might not be devoid of the celestial Tao's fortuitous influence bestowed upon him. The great Tao extends to 50, with the myriad transformations of 49, retreating from 1. The Supreme Laozi spoke softly. If your original variable becomes a constant, then there must undoubtedly be another variable. This is the inherent law of operation, which even the celestial order cannot fundamentally alter. Even if one were to discern who the variable is and orchestrate its removal, new variables would inevitably arise. Rather than passively awaiting the emergence of new variables, it is wiser to closely observe the current one. Once its movements are detected, especially if they possess an overwhelming force against the heavens, then one should strategize to eliminate it. But who, then, is the true variable? The Supreme Laozi furrowed his brow, his fingers deftly calculating. Perhaps he is unaware that he himself is the variable. After a long pause, the Supreme Laozi sighed. Regardless of whether you are a variable or a constant, your presence alongside me brings great benefit, and I cannot help but assist you. The Supreme Laozi turned his gaze towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu's heart raced. At this moment, he no longer cared if he was merely a test subject in the eyes of the sage. He eagerly inquired, how does the Supreme Sage intend to assist me? Is there a way to restore my physical form? There is no way. If you do not manifest your path through strength, your corporeal body is merely a vessel. Yet, you have chosen to tread the path of strength. It seems that the primordial body is your only hope, but alas, your fortune is still far from sufficient. Being ensnared here leaves you incapable of maneuvering to earn it. The reason Hongjun has not slain you, and instead commanded the Jade Emperor to imprison you here, is perhaps to prepare for a greater Tao. The Supreme Laozi explained. He wishes to observe how you, as a variable, will transform, whether you can truly achieve resurrection and reclaim the world. Thus, he has stripped you of all hope, merely to witness how this variable will unfold. Tang Yu offered a bitter smile. Regrettably, I seem to be a disappointment. A mere failure. At this point, I have lost all hope myself. A failure? The Supreme Laozi chuckled. Regardless of whether you are a variable or a constant, there is still hope. If you are a variable, you possess infinite possibilities. If a constant, you are crucial within the celestial game of the Tao. And even the heavens would not allow you to languish in this state. If you are a constant, transcending this existence will not be an easy feat. The essence of the Tao has merged with your being. Like Hongjun, you are constrained. A glimmer of profundity appeared in the Supreme Laozi's eyes. Born of the great heavens, nurtured by the universe, all exists between heaven and earth. How can one transcend? Then, from the perspective of the Supreme Sage, how should one proceed? Tang Yu inquired. Act in accordance with the flow, rise against the current. Both surrender and resist are viable. Tang Yu, perplexed, heard once more the tranquil voice of the Supreme Laozi. All occurs according to the laws of nature, the operational rhythms of the heavenly Tao. To transcend is to break this rhythm, to erase oneself from its confines, or to merge with the totality of the universe's laws. You, Sun Wukong, seek to shatter this very order. Years ago, Niwa intentionally utilized the hands of others to shatter the essence of the sages, seeking to erase herself from this cosmic order. Conversely, figures like Yuan Shi Tianzun and Jie Yin aspired to integrate into this very order, albeit with infinitesimal chances of success. Thus, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti established Buddhism, endeavoring to merge with sentient beings and the underlying principles therein. A sudden surge coursed through Tang Yu's body, and he seemed to grasp something profound. He articulated with deliberate clarity, me, tua, fo. In chapter 494, No More Smoke, Panic Arises. Tang Yu had previously sensed that the phrase Amitabha was coalescing the power of faith within Lingshan. Yet, It also extracted the myriad emotions and desires from sentient beings. As he incessantly recited Amitabha, his passions diminished, ultimately leading to a state of emptiness, rendering him a mere puppet, a follower of the Buddha. However, he harbored doubts. The influence of Amitabha seemed to transcend this singular effect. Now, he comprehended fully that it was intricately tied to the paths of Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti. They walked the path of integration into the cosmic order, with Amitabha taking root in the hearts of sentient beings. These beings gathered faith for them. And through the continuous recitation of Amitabha, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti became intertwined with the personal destinies of individuals. This signified that once all beings transformed into followers of the Buddha, all invoking Amitabha, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti would be thoroughly absorbed within them. The sentient beings would become them, and they would embody the sentient beings. Even if one day they faced death, as long as someone perpetually chanted Amitabha, there remained the possibility of reconstituting their consciousness, allowing them to return against the heavens. The so-called flourishing of Buddhism was not primarily for the faith itself, but rather for the paths of the two individuals. At the cost of detaching sentient beings from their emotional desires, they sought to mold them into their puppets. Taishang Lao Jun nodded slightly. The path of integration lies within the unique rhythms of each sentient being. Sentient beings are Amitabha, and Amitabha is also the sentient beings. Indeed, this realization struck Tang Yu profoundly. However, he regarded them as mere minor paths, never having placed them in high esteem. As he spoke, Taishang Lao Jun cast a glance at Tang Yu. Even if they are sentient beings akin to Amitabha, they will struggle to achieve greatness. Integration is not merely a simple merging with the masses. It necessitates an immersion into diverse experiences, embracing various forms of life to truly understand their intrinsic laws. Taishang Lao Jun continued. First, one must immerse oneself and experience the laws of different forms of life. I have traversed such a path myself. He sighed deeply. Once, I transformed myself into a blade of wild grass, taking root in the earth, enduring the gusts and rains, the cycles of the seasons. I also became an ant, crawling forth only to be trampled and crushed by mortals. Such integration is not merely about experiencing their laws. It is about fully immersing oneself, becoming a blade of grass, an ant, and empathizing with their existence. It sounds effortless, yet the execution is exceedingly challenging. To compel a person to forget their true self and embody various life roles, grasping their distinct rhythms, Tang Yu stared at him in astonishment, shivering at the thought. Will this not lead to a form of mental disarray? Later, with my own magical prowess, erasing that blade of grass and that insignificant ant from the order of existence was a trivial endeavor. This truth is evidently clear. After all, they pose no threat to the celestial laws and thus elicit no concern. Much like how, when walking, you, Tripitaka, do not notice the ants beneath your feet. Do you ever care for them? Only that which threatens one's existence garners attention and importance. The Supreme Old Lord sighed heavily. To completely erase oneself from this order is no easy feat. He cast a glance at Tang Yu. In general, your path is more straightforward than that of Sun Wukong. Once you attain enlightenment through sheer force, you can shatter the heavens and transcend. Break, merge, erase. The Supreme Old Lord remarked. Every path is fraught with difficulty. Tang Yu fell into silence. The Supreme Old Lord regarded him. However, the power of the celestial origin has brought about profound changes for you. Yet, it can equally bind you. Breaking free is no longer a simple matter. I am well aware of this, and I thank the Supreme Sage for your concern, Tang Yu replied calmly. Presently, this primal force could not be wholly purged from within him. Moreover, this essence of origin had bestowed upon him significant benefits. This is the celestial origin, the most formidable and terrifying pure power in the cosmos, imbued with mysteries beyond imagination, something countless individuals yearn for. Indeed, it can constrain his journey, but he can also utilize it for enlightenment. After all, it is within human agency. As long as one is sufficiently powerful, even the celestial laws cannot confine them. How much less so the origin of those laws? Yet, upon reflecting on his circumstances, Tang Yu sighed softly. Whether it is a limitation or not, it all hinges on the moment he can recover. If it remains this way forever, would he still care about restrictions? Furthermore, this essence of origin is his sole hope for liberation. At some point, the Supreme Old Lord had departed. Tang Yu found himself perplexed, unsure of the purpose behind his visit. Yet, it was likely to observe his current state. After all, as he had stated, whether he is a variable or a constant. There is a certain understanding and inspiration derived from his path. After a lengthy interval, Tang Yu once again immersed himself in the celestial phenomena he had perceived, repeatedly experimenting and contemplating. At that moment, he felt a shift in his demeanor and hastily withdrew from the celestial vision. The entire celestial prison fell once more into profound silence. Before him, a faint light materialized. The morning star approached slowly, gazing at him, and after a considerable time, softly called out, "Tang Seng." Tang Yu let out a light laugh. "What's this? Not even calling me third brother anymore." "Tang Seng, I wish to exchange for some cigarettes." The morning star stated directly, his tone somewhat forceful. "I have none," Tang Yu replied flatly. "Having lost my magical power, I naturally have no cigarettes." Although he said this, he could still exchange for them through the system. The morning star's gaze sharpened, and his heart raced. Does this not imply that there will be no more cigarettes in the future? What shall we do? The great white star was somewhat anxious. This is indeed a matter of utmost importance. It is imperative that I report to His Majesty and seek his decision. The great white star hurriedly departed. Upon hearing the report, the Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Is the absence of cigarettes truly such a significant issue? The Jade Emperor fell into deep contemplation, lighting a cigarette for himself. His brow furrowed, smoke curling around him, a visage of melancholy. The investigation into the theft at the Great White Star's shop had been thoroughly conducted. It was indeed the Buddha who had orchestrated the theft, confiscating everything in one fell swoop. Consequently, many in the heavenly court were now deprived of their supplies. If Tang Seng is unable to procure more, it is likely that the remaining scant cigarettes in the Buddha's possession are of immeasurable value, perhaps even deemed priceless. The Jade Emperor pondered, his expression shifting between somber and contemplative. Would it truly be worth waging war against the kingdom of 10,000 demons over these cigarettes? It seemed rather disproportionate. Furthermore, the heavenly court was no longer a match for the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Had the Buddha still been at the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the west, the Jade Emperor would not have hesitated to lead an expedition to compel the return of the stolen cigarettes. However, he had since left, taking his followers and leaving the Buddhist realm nearly vacated, aligning instead with the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Especially after the last great battle, the kingdom of 10,000 demons had decisively defeated the heavenly court. Setting aside the question of whether these cigarettes warranted a war, the fact remained that they could not prevail in battle. "I shall devise a solution to this matter," the Jade Emperor declared solemnly. The Great White Star offered a slight bow and retreated. The entire heavenly court had succumbed to a period of despondency as the majority faced shortages, leaving the deities listless and restless, even causing a noticeable decline in their work ethic. The preciousness of cigarettes rendered them hesitant to waste even a single puff, only indulging when absolutely necessary, taking a deep drag and carefully extinguishing the end, fearful of waste. At this moment, anyone producing a cigarette would attract envious glances from the deities, and worse still, conflicts and thefts had erupted over them. The Jade Emperor even contemplated whether to seek out Hong Jun at the Purple Cloud Palace, requesting a temporary restoration of Tang Seng's powers. However, this thought was fleeting. Even he, the Jade Emperor, now dared not smoke an entire cigarette, typically snuffing it out after just half. Such items had become exceedingly rare. Each cigarette smoked meant one less in existence. Reflecting on the past, he would often discard half a cigarette, but now, in the face of diminished glory, he could not afford such extravagance. At Ling Mountain, only a few venerable Buddhas, including the ancient Buddha of Lamp, remained to guard the realm. It was unfathomable that such a vast Buddhist community had dwindled to merely a handful of individuals. Some had even been contemplating their next steps. As long as the Buddhist sect experiences a resurgence, they are diligent practitioners, and it is likely that they will be honored as bodhisattvas without issue. However, as time drags on, restlessness begins to set in. A lack of cigarettes has left them somewhat perturbed, prompting contemplation about seeking refuge in the kingdom of 10,000 demons to serve the Buddha. After all, it appears that the Buddhist order has utterly collapsed, leaving no hope in sight. The once cherished dreams of becoming bodhisattvas have crumbled under the weight of reality. A few individuals began to murmur amongst themselves. Thus, on a dark and tempestuous night, they collectively departed from Ling Mountain, leaving only the ancient Buddha of Lamp to preside over the desolate landscape. He reported the matter to the sages behind him. Yet, the two sages were far too preoccupied to attend to such affairs. With the collapse of the journey to the west, they were consumed by various anxieties, unable to find peace, constantly fearing that the heavenly Tao might suddenly demand repayment. Seeing the empty cigarette box, Kunti cursed under his breath, "Damn that little fellow." After a moment of contemplation, he dispatched a clone downward towards the kingdom of 10,000 demons. This time, he did not come with malevolent intent. He merely wished to reprimand the little fellow and perhaps retrieve some cigarettes. Surely, Buddha would not intervene? In the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the arrival of several Buddhas brought great joy to the little fellow, who felt a sense of accomplishment in his endeavors, indicating his commendable character. He even endured the pain of parting with some of his precious erguotu to celebrate with his fellow Buddhas, indulging in meat as well. He was no longer a member of the Buddhist sect, but the leader of the Bald Brotherhood. Although the heavenly Tao had not honored its promises, he had completely severed ties with Buddhism, leading his band of followers. Naturally, an organized and disciplined gang must be established. The title of leader momentarily bewildered Maitreya Buddha, stirring memories of a time when he too had been addressed in such a manner, commanding a multitude. With a single call, thousands would respond in unison, shouting, "Leader!" Such grandeur. "Leader, I toast to you," Lingji Bodhisattva declared, raising a drink to the little fellow. With a cigarette in his mouth and a slightly dazed gaze, the little fellow replied, "Let us drink to the bright future of our Bald Brotherhood." But is there a future? Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled wryly to herself as she stepped outside. How far the once noble bodhisattvas of Buddhism had fallen. In the distance, some minor demons in the kingdom of 10,000 demons cast sidelong glances at Guanyin Bodhisattva, whispering amongst themselves. In the past, who among them did not fear the followers of the Buddhist order? Now, they were left to rely on the very kingdom that sustained them, prompting disdain among the demons. Guanyin Bodhisattva pondered deeply. If Tang Seng were truly incapacitated, where would she go? Must she truly follow this Bald Brotherhood down a dark path? Yet, since Tang Seng was a variable, it was unlikely he would fall so easily. There must be a glimmer of hope. After inquiring with a minor demon, she learned of Sun Wukong's whereabouts. At this moment, in a certain room, Sun Wukong, Zixiao, Lan Shuling, Zhu Beiji, and Ruoshui were engaged in a crucial discussion. Waiting indefinitely was not an option. So Sun Wukong proposed to continue the assault on the heavenly court, thereby compelling them to release Tang Seng. If not, a relentless conflict between the demon kingdom and the heavenly court would ensue. Ruoshui had regained her once ethereal beauty, yet it was merely an illusion. Her spiritual essence bore severe wounds, and the fissures in her soul were ever widening, making it nearly impossible for her to contain. If this continued, she would soon vanish from the mortal realm. Zhu Beiji gazed at her with tender eyes, yet behind that glimmer of compassion lay an abyss of sorrow. "I shall make my way to the Doshui Palace to seek a pill from the Supreme Lord Laozi," Sun Wukong addressed Ruoshui. "I am confident that the Supreme Lord will possess a solution, and I will also inquire about Master S' whereabouts. Brother Monkey, having reached this impasse with the heavenly court, should you recklessly reveal yourself there?" Zhu Beiji began, but Sun Wukong interrupted with a wave of his hand. "It matters not, as long as the sage remains uninvolved. I can come and go freely within the heavenly court, and none can impede me. Besides, we have the support of Lady Hutu. I trust the sage will refrain from intervening." He then grew serious. "Let us discuss our next course of action. Since you have made your decision, I, old pig, will accompany you to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace." Zhu Beiji inhaled deeply, his demeanor transforming into that of a valiant general, meticulously analyzing the battle strategy. He pointed to the map of the heavenly court, declaring, in all directions, north, south, east, and west, the four great celestial gates are defined. The southern gate is the strongest, the northern gate somewhat weaker, followed by the eastern and western gates. Under normal circumstances, we would surely choose the most vulnerable gate as our point of breach. Suddenly, a formidable presence enveloped the demon kingdom, followed by a thunderous voice echoing, "Rely." A profound silence fell over the demon kingdom, until a voice emerged from a certain location. "Who dares to disturb me? The chief here? Go away." With that, the speaker belched loudly. Chapter 496. The appearance of Hutu the speaker, initially filled with grievances towards Zhuan-Ti, had grown weary of his incessant nagging. Now, having ventured out on his own and indulged in a bit of drink, he found himself emboldened. His boisterous shout reverberated throughout the skies of the demon kingdom, causing onlookers to gasp in awe, their eyes filled with admiration. Such audacity to confront a sage. Zhuan-Ti, taken aback, could hardly fathom that the Buddha R'lyeh would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Although no longer under his command, he was still one of the few esteemed sages in existence. Should not all who beheld him bow in reverence? Sun Wukong materialized not far away, grasping his golden staff. His gaze fixed upon Zhuan-Ti. Unfazed even in the presence of a sage, he radiated powerful waves of magical energy, his battle spirit soaring to the heavens. R'lyeh, come forth. Zhuan-Ti gasped deeply, his chest heaving violently, revealing the extent of his agitation towards Lai Go. He bore no ill intentions, merely seeking a packet of cigarettes. A simple negotiation would suffice. If one were to hand him a pack, he would depart quietly, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Yet, confronted by Lai Ji's aggression, he found himself unable to retreat gracefully. To depart in such a cowardly manner would jeopardize his standing in the realms of the 3 worlds and 6 paths. Lai Go, his breath reeking of alcohol, stumbled into view, a half bottle of erguotu clutched in his hand. With squinted eyes and a flushed face, he regarded Zhuan-Ti with utter disdain. His tone was harsh and dismissive, clearly underestimating Zhuan-Ti. However, Lai Go, displaying a modicum of cleverness, emerged from the confines of the room while remaining within the confines of the Wanyao kingdom. A furtive glance at Sun Wukong reassured him. He no longer feared. In that moment, Lai Go felt triumphant, standing tall, recalling the countless times he had been slapped. The memory of past humiliations stung his cheeks, a reminder of bygone disgrace. He hastily gulped down more erguotu, forcing himself to forget those painful recollections. This was the dawn of a new era for his bald gang. The sorrows of the past had receded into memory. A promising future lay ahead. Zhuan-Ti glared fiercely at Lai Go. In former times, he would have struck him without hesitation. Yet, within the Wanyao kingdom, he dared not unleash his wrath indiscriminately. A palpable gaze from the underworld bore down upon him, warning that should he act rashly, the Earth Mother would summon the cycle of reincarnation to intervene. Lai Go, basking in a sense of liberation, felt as if the grievances of years past had finally been avenged. Zhuan-Ti regarded him, a flicker of divine authority illuminating his eyes, the aura of a sage radiating forth. Instantly, the denizens of Wanyao kingdom fell to their knees in reverence, unable to resist the overwhelming force. Sun Wukong took a step back, brandishing his golden staff and pointing it at Zhuan-Ti. At that moment, Lai Go instinctively recoiled, a response ingrained in him over the years. A shiver coursed through him at the sight of Zhuan-Ti raising his hand. Are you truly prepared to act against me in the Wanyao kingdom? Sun Wukong demanded, his staff crackling with energy. Suddenly, a blurred figure materialized from the underworld, gazing steadily at Zhuan-Ti. With her appearance, the divine aura that had enveloped Zhuan-Ti dissipated into nothingness. Caught off guard, Zhuan-Ti hastily exclaimed, misunderstanding. I merely seek a pack of cigarettes. The Earth Mother remained silent, stepping forward, her form flickering as if existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Ultimately, she vanished completely, enveloping Zhuan-Ti within the cycle of reincarnation. The outcome was inevitable. This was but an incarnation of Zhuan-Ti himself. Even if the embodiment of Zhuan-Ti were to arrive at this moment, it would be no match for Hutu, who effortlessly crushed the avatar. Within the depths of chaos, Zhuan-Ti's countenance turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, uttering a curse. Damn it. He then inquired, Hutu, what is your intention? His voice reverberated across the 3 realms. With a resounding crash, Hutu tore through the chaos, materializing a short distance before Zhuan-Ti. Zhuan-Ti instinctively took 2 steps back, questioning, what do you intend to do? Hutu replied with an unervingly calm demeanor. Did you not ask for my intention? I shall demonstrate it through action. Are you truly seeking battle? Jiejing's figure appeared beside Zhuan-Ti, gazing at Hutu as he said, do you genuinely believe that by refining the 6 paths of reincarnation, you have rendered yourself invincible? You disregard my brother and me entirely. This is an intolerable affront. Without hesitation, Hutu had obliterated the avatar, leaving no room for inquiry. Who could have anticipated her decisive nature, manifesting so forcefully within the chaos? Zhuan-Ti's expression betrayed a sense of grievance and sorrow. He had never intended any harm towards the myriad demons, merely seeking to request a simple favor. Yet, he had unwittingly stirred a colossal predicament. Having shattered the avatar, Hutu now stood before him in the chaos, an undeniable display of superiority. I have never considered myself invincible. It is only you two that I have never regarded with any seriousness, Hutu stated coolly. Initially, she had managed to intimidate the assembled sages. Since Zhuanti had appeared in the myriad demon kingdom with an avatar, she might as well instill a further sense of awe, ensuring that they understood, at the very least, that the myriad demon kingdom was beyond their reach for the moment. Jiejing and Zhuanti's faces darkened to an extreme. Such words were indeed hurtful. Jiejing inhaled deeply, stating, "The appearance of my junior brother in the myriad demon kingdom is merely a personal matter, and it has not inflicted any damage upon it. To stir such chaos and delve into the chaos itself is rather excessive, don't you think?" "I delight in doing excessive things," Hutu replied nonchalantly. "Do you truly wish for battle?" The tone of Jiejing had grown cold. "Having refined the 6 paths of reincarnation, I have yet to truly unleash my power. I am keen to test my strength now," Hutu declared, her eyes shining brightly as her aura surged forth. Tong Tian erupted into hearty laughter from a distance, while Yuan Shi Tianzun appeared on another side, as if eager to witness the extent of Hutu's strength. "Yuan Shi, as the leader of our sect, I have recently gained some insights. Why not engage in a spar to validate my newfound understanding?" Tong Tian said with a smile. Yuan Shi Tianzun paused, snorted, and chose to remain silent, his gaze fixed ahead. Zhuanti and Jiejing bore expressions of grave concern. Boom! The surging magical energy radiated outward, reminiscent of the wails of countless vengeful spirits echoing in their ears. The 6 paths of reincarnation rolled forward, exuding a formidable might capable of shattering the heavens and earth. "Do you wish to cast me into the 6 paths of reincarnation?" Zhuanti scoffed. "I transcend the 6 paths. How could you possibly cast me into them?" Chapter 497. Cast into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Light laughter resonated from various corners of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the midst of chaos, the melodious laughter of Hutu resonated, as clear as the chime of silver bells, standing in stark contrast to the recent wails of vengeful spirits. The expressions of Jiejing and Zhuanti grew grave, for the weight of the 6 paths of reincarnation pressed upon them. They exchanged a glance, and in unison, they unleashed their powers. Ordinarily, such a clash of magical energies would unleash an unimaginable force. However, an eerie silence enveloped them, with not even the faintest sound escaping. Jiejing and Zhuanti widened their eyes, unable to comprehend the scene before them. It was as if their powers had merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation, explaining the silence. At that moment, the 6 paths advanced, leaving no time for contemplation. With a thunderous roar, the 6 paths began to turn, a terrifying aura spreading throughout the chaos. Indeed, it was formidable. Yuan Shi Tianzun's countenance darkened, while Tong Tian, clad in flowing black robes, bore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. The 6 paths enveloped Zhuanti, and a gust of wind swept past their ears, carrying the anguished cries of countless vengeful souls. Vague figures emerged within the 6 paths, manifesting as countless spirits, all revealed at this moment. Among them, a delicate, white arm extended forth, and slender, pale fingers pointed gently at Jiejing. A sense of dread washed over Jiejing as he rapidly retreated, desperate to escape the encroaching grasp of the 6 paths simultaneously. The 6 paths vanished, transforming into Hutu's form. Appearing above Zhuanti, Zhuanti shouted in defiance, his magical power surging forth. With a resounding crash, he was propelled backward, the 6 paths re-emerging behind him, seemingly intent on casting him into its depths. Panic-stricken, Zhuanti felt himself drawn uncontrollably towards the 6 paths. The 6 paths rolled ominously, completely enveloping Zhuanti. In that instant, a scene unfolded before all present. An old yellow ox, mercilessly whipped by its master, toiling day and night. The ox's mournful bellows were met with yet another strike of the whip. This was inconceivable. Zhuanti was struck with horror. How could he be reduced to the state of a mere ox? Absolutely impossible. As a sage, how could the whip of an ordinary mortal inflict pain upon him? It was utterly inconceivable. Yuan Shi Tianzun involuntarily took a step back, his eyes filled with dread. "Shitty!" Jiejing cried out, yearning to rush forward and extract Zhuanti from the clutches of the 6 paths. Yet, the 6 paths spun, occasionally transforming into a hand, a finger, obstructing Jiejing's advance. The old ox, laboring incessantly, ultimately collapsed and perished in the field. Its master then sold it to a butcher, who slaughtered it. The scene shifted, revealing Zhuanti transformed into a sickly, desolate old man. enduring suffering before ultimately succumbing to pain. It was as if he had traversed countless cycles of reincarnation. Ho-Tu let out a snort, her figure materializing with a pallid expression. With a piercing howl, Zhuan Ti's countenance turned exceedingly grim. Clad in tattered garments and disheveled hair, he appeared remarkably disheveled, having been cast into the cycle of reincarnation by Ho-Tu's day. He suspected that Ho-Tu had intentionally sought to humiliate him, transforming him into various forms, ensuring that he would not meet a favorable end. Both Jie and Zhuan Ti gazed silently at Ho-Tu, their expressions unyielding. The countenance of Yuan Shi Tianzun was also laden with gravity. You may transcend the cycle of reincarnation, yet you have not transcended my realm of reincarnation, Ho-Tu stated calmly. While it seemed effortless for her to cast Zhuan Ti into the cycle, she had, in fact, exerted her utmost strength. Defeating them was not a daunting task for Ho-Tu, but to thrust them into the cycle of reincarnation required all her might. And she could not sustain it for long, given their status as sages. Were it a mere quasi-saint, Ho-Tu could condemn him to an eternal descent within the cycle, rendering him incapable of escape. Casting a knowing glance at Jie and Yuan Shi Tianzun, Ho-Tu departed from the chaos with a light laugh. Truly terrifying. Jie sighed. Ho-Tu is deliberately employing this method to humiliate us. It is exceedingly oppressive. Yet, lacking the skill to counter her, we find ourselves powerless. In the Zixiao Palace, all of this did not escape Hong Jun's notice. A flicker of solemnity emerged in his gaze as he paced back and forth. The current strength of Ho-Tu surpassed imagination. Should he seek to dislodge the cycle of reincarnation from Ho-Tu, he had methods at his disposal, albeit at a significant cost, particularly since Lao Jun had already revealed his treacherous intentions. However, with the control afforded by the fallen sage elixir, he was, for the time being, deterred from taking action. Moreover, having severed the celestial vows of the Tathagata and utilized the power of heavenly law against Tang Seng, had already strained his essence. Even so, what storms can you stir? Hong Jun scoffed. In the kingdom of 10,000 demons, after confronting Zhuan Ti, Lai Ge felt an immense uplift in spirit. He beckoned to the members of the Baldi's gang, and they resumed their revelry. Sun Wukong returned to the chamber, continuing discussions with Air Daisy regarding their impending assault on the heavenly court. Bajia, in your opinion, how should we approach our strategy? Sun Wukong inquired. Brother Monkey, I mentioned earlier that the western heavenly gate is the weakest link. Logically, we ought to target the northern heavenly gate as our point of incursion. However, I propose we take the opposite approach and choose the southern heavenly gate to penetrate the heavenly court. Meeting Sun Wukong's puzzled gaze, Zhu Beiji continued. Our primary objective is to exert pressure on the heavenly court, compelling them to release our master. Thus, we must strive to minimize casualties. As for the north heavenly gate, we can dispatch troops to create disturbances, leading the heavenly court to mistakenly believe that we intend to breach that point. Consequently, they will likely send reinforcements. The nearest gate to the north heavenly gate is the west heavenly gate, and if the heavenly court's reinforcements seek the fastest route, they will undoubtedly mobilize from there, rendering the west heavenly gate the most vulnerable entry point. Hence, we can deploy our demon army to the west heavenly gate to incite further chaos. As for Monkey King, with his extraordinary powers, he can maneuver within the heavenly court, drawing the attention of key figures. If he can successfully divert the gaze of significant personnel in the heavenly court, we shall utilize our demon army to disrupt the north, west, and east heavenly gates. The south heavenly gate, though slightly farther from the three gates, is nearest to the Lingxiao Palace. Thus it will certainly have a substantial military presence stationed there. However, due to the turmoil at the three gates, the heavenly soldiers will require support, leaving the south heavenly gate defended only by the four heavenly kings and the remaining soldiers. Subsequently, we shall gather our demon forces and march upon the south heavenly gate, ultimately entering the Lingxiao Palace. As he spoke, Zhu Beiji cast a glance at Sun Wukong. Monkey King, if the heavenly court truly refuses to release him, you wouldn't really resort to violence, would you? He already harbored an answer in his heart. Yet he could not help but ask. Sun Wukong chuckled. What do you think? Chapter 498. The 7 Emotions and 6 Desires. Zhu Beiji sighed. Monkey King, have you considered the consequences if we truly proceed with such a course of action? Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then replied, I have considered it. After a brief pause, he continued, I am no longer the person I was many years ago. I must naturally contemplate the repercussions. But can we simply stand by and watch as our master remains imprisoned in the heavenly court? Sun Wukong retorted. Zhu Beiji managed a bitter smile, regardless of the outcome. I respect your decision, Monkey King. Let us proceed as you suggest, Beiji. We shall launch our assault on the heavenly court. The entire demon nation will be under your command, Sun Wukong declared, acknowledging that in matters of military leadership, he could not rival Zhu Beiji. No one in the demon nation could compare to him in this regard, and even among the beings of the three realms, few could match his prowess in commanding troops. Very well, Zhu Beiji acquiesced. At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva entered the room slowly, inquiring about Tang Seng's condition. She was well aware of the impending assault on the heavenly court by the demon nation. However, she perceived it as somewhat impulsive. Being an outsider, she felt uncertain about how to dissuade them. It was indeed somewhat ironic. Those who once vanquished demons and believed themselves to embody compassion had now allied with them. After a prolonged period, Zhu Beiji took the hand of Ruoshui and departed. Sun Wukong and Zixia also moved to the side. Not far away, a dark figure fixed its gaze upon Sun Wukong, observing him intently, the coldness in its eyes seemingly softening slightly. As the simpleton walked a short distance, he encountered the presence of Gao Zuolan. After a brief hesitation, he approached and inquired, "Do you still remember our master?" Gao Zuolan was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Those who renounce the world find emptiness in all things." "Those who renounce the world?" Zhu Beiji chuckled. "Are you still such a person now?" A flicker of confusion crossed Gao Zuolan's eyes. By the time she regained her senses, Zhu Beiji and Ruoshui had already departed. As she gazed at their receding figures, a sense of disorientation washed over her. What was wrong with being a demon? There were no celestial rules to adhere to, and one could be with their beloved. Zhu Beiji turned to Ruoshui with a gentle smile. "If I truly cannot, do not speak nonsense. Monkey King has mentioned he will venture to the heavenly court. The Supreme Saint surely possesses elixirs to heal the primordial spirit. You need not worry." Zhu Beiji interrupted her. Ruoshui smiled. "To be with the marshal until now. I have no regrets in this life. Not just until now. There are infinite moments ahead, and I shall accompany you always," declared the simpleton with conviction. Not far off, a grove of peach trees bloomed, petals cascading like a soft rain, swirling in the air with tenderness. This grove would never wither, preserved in its most exquisite moment by Sun Wukong's immense power. Deep within the grove, Sun Wukong reclined on the ground, resting his head upon one arm, his leg bent. Zixia sat beside him, petals dancing down upon them. "Have you visited the queen again?" Zixia asked. "Soon. I shall head to the Doshui Palace to inquire if the Supreme Lao Jun possesses any elixirs to heal Ruoshui's injuries, and then I will proceed to the underworld." Sun Wukong replied as he sat up. "Will you accompany me?" Zixia smiled brightly. "Of course." In the heavenly court, the gods appeared listless, including the Jade Emperor, who bore a troubled expression, feeling an unsettling emptiness within. Why? Was it not due to the absence of smoke? At this moment, the heavenly court had completely run out of provisions, with not even a scrap of tobacco in sight. The Jade Emperor paced back and forth, his brow furrowed, laden with worry. Ultimately, he made his way to the heavenly prison to seek out Tang Seng. Deep within the heavenly prison, Tang Yu tirelessly practiced celestial phenomena. Time and again, each attempt brought him profound insights, honing his skills to perfection. If he were free now, returning to his original saintly essence, his power would surely soar. Alas, it remained but a fleeting thought. With the might of celestial phenomena, he forged a long blade to strike against the heavenly lock, yet it left no trace. Transforming celestial phenomena into thunder, he struck again, but the result remained unchanged. Tang Yu felt no surprise at this. Even if he were to break free from the heavenly lock, he would still be powerless, unable to escape the heavenly court. Moreover, being confined here was not without its advantages. At the very least, he could concentrate on refining various spells. Many of these incantations he had never practiced before, and now he had the time to ponder and cultivate them. He was unaware of how long he had been here, as the passage of time had ceased to exist. From the very beginning, he had missed the likes of Li Shan's old mother, the king of the kingdom of daughters, by Susu, Xiao Dai, and Gao Zuolan. However, as time passed, he realized that he had not thought of them for quite some time. On the brink of despair, having lost everything, he came to understand that the one he truly loved was himself. "I love you. I stand in front. Love resides within, and you linger behind. If one loses oneself, how can love ever exist?" Perhaps this sentiment is somewhat selfish, but it is the truth. Only by loving oneself can one truly extend love to others. If you do not love yourself, who will love you in return? In the endless darkness, he revisited the memories of his past lives. It was as if the river of time had reversed, flowing backwards. He relived the life that belonged to him once more. Under such circumstances, his state of mind inadvertently elevated significantly. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face. The boundless celestial phenomena, resonating with his emotions, transformed into an overwhelming sense of desolation. Steeped in profound sorrow, his heart and the celestial phenomena intertwined, with melancholic emotions suffusing the heavens. Suddenly, Tang Yu comprehended something significant. If he could wage war against the sorrowful celestial phenomena at that moment, he could similarly ensnare his opponents in sadness. He began to manipulate the celestial transitions according to his emotional state, infusing his sentiments into the cosmic manifestations. If this were indeed possible, he could wield the 7 emotions and 6 desires to govern the celestial phenomena, thereby influencing the emotions of others. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire comprise the 7 emotions. The eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind represent the 6 desires. Among all living beings, none can escape the grasp of these 7 emotions and 6 desires. If he could truly merge into the celestial phenomena, he could even control the joys and sorrows of others. In chapter 499, merging with the celestial phenomena, he realized that within these phenomena, he could create anything. He could even draw others into the celestial realm to impose various forms of suppression. If he could indeed blend the 7 emotions and 6 desires into the celestial phenomena, he could control the joys and sorrows of all beings. Even those with immense powers could be reduced to tears or laughter, all within the span of a single thought. Tang Yu trembled with excitement, his entire being vibrating with anticipation. The sorrow he had just cultivated transformed into an infinite lament, permeating every corner of the celestial realm. At this moment, if the celestial phenomena enveloped others, even those entering the depths of hell would feel this profound sorrow. It could even elicit the sorrow hidden deep within their hearts, merging with the celestial phenomena. Alas, at this moment, he could only grasp the essence of sorrow. This was the sorrow imprisoned by solitude, embodying all the despair of his life, condensed and fused into the celestial phenomena. As for the rest, unless one truly empathized and merged into the celestial realm, they could not grasp it. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, desire. From his observation, joy appeared to be the most elusive. It was not merely about feeling joy. It required one to immerse completely in that elation, gradually coalescing it until it fused with the celestial phenomena. Meanwhile, desire seemed comparatively simpler, for every individual harbors their own desires. Yet, Tang Yu found himself at an impasse, needing to consolidate his desires to encompass the celestial phenomena. In order to harness the 7 emotions, he must first embody them himself. To relinquish material possessions, one must first possess them. To disregard women and forsake love, one must first have experienced profound affection. However, Tang Yu felt increasingly troubled. In that fleeting moment, there was an intense resonance, a deep sorrow. Should he forcefully pursue this consolidation, he risked failing altogether. With even the slightest misstep, he could be utterly consumed by the celestial phenomena, transforming into a creature devoid of joy and sorrow. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and relaxed his entire being, attempting to merge through desire. Curiously, he found himself unable to fully integrate with the celestial phenomena. Time and again, he tried in vain, invoking the celestial through desire, yet each attempt ended in failure. What is desire? It is the essence of yearning. To put it simply, when faced with hunger, one longs for a satisfying meal. With wealth, one desires even greater riches. The thirst for power, the yearning for a beloved, this is desire. Akin to an abyss, boundless and unending. When one masters desire, it becomes a source of motivation, the impetus for ascension. But when desire dominates you, you become its puppet, potentially leading to your own destruction. The celestial phenomena transformed dramatically, as if he had been transported back to a previous life, many years ago. He found himself kneeling in the snow-laden winter, begging. The cold and hunger were overwhelming. If only he could have a bun or some warm clothing. Tang Yu shuddered, his expression marred by anguish, as he seemed to merge with his past. Yearning for a bun, a thick garment, He ultimately rose, dashing frantically into the distance. Seeking warmth through motion, he could not afford to pause. Stopping would mean freezing to death. Amidst the biting cold wind and piercing snow, he ran like a madman. Yet afterward, the hunger intensified. The gnawing emptiness was unbearable. In a daze, he envisioned steaming white buns and fragrant rice. Suddenly, the entire celestial scene shifted, transforming into a myriad of delicacies. The youth from yesteryears rushed forward, indulging in a feast. A hint of satisfaction flickered across Tang Yu's face, soon followed by a glimmer of confusion. No, this path would lead him to be consumed by desire. The echoes of past hunger haunted his mind, the sensation so potent. Clarity emerged in his gaze as he forcefully severed the connection with the celestial phenomena, shattering it. His expression turned pale as he gasped for breath, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. That was close. He had almost been devoured by his own desires. In that moment, it was desire that controlled him, rather than the other way around. The 7 emotions and 6 desires govern each individual. No one can evade them. Yet he audaciously sought to merge his own desires with the celestial phenomena. Such boldness was truly remarkable. The moment one loses even a modicum of control, they risk being consumed by the celestial phenomenon. There lies a greater chance of becoming a monster. After quite some time, he finally calmed himself and tentatively sought to merge with the celestial spectacle once more. In that fleeting moment, he had already immersed himself within it. Yet, he hesitated to fully surrender, fearful of being engulfed by the cosmic forces, thus opting for a cautious approach. With the first experience behind him, he now felt an extraordinary lightness. Gradually, he allowed himself to merge entirely. It was not desire that governed him, but rather his mastery over desire. The resonance between the celestial phenomenon and his state of mind thundered vividly in the depths of his consciousness. Within the celestial display appeared countless treasures and beauties. Yet Tang Yu remained unfazed, perceiving them as mere illusions. Ultimately, all of it vanished. In that moment, desire was absorbed into the celestial realm, which then transformed into sorrow. Thus, he repetitively experimented. A surge of joy filled Tang Yu. He hoped that the star of destiny would arrive soon to allow him further experimentation. By manipulating the celestial phenomenon, he could delineate the hidden desires lurking deep within their hearts, potentially ensnaring them in its grasp. Flecks of light seeped in, causing Tang Yu to squint slightly. The Jade Emperor approached with a commanding presence. As he stood a few paces before Tang Yu, he regarded him with a calm demeanor. "Your Majesty seems quite leisurely, finding time to visit a mere prisoner like me," Tang Yu remarked with composure. "Do you not know the purpose of my visit?" The Jade Emperor inquired, a hint of expectation in his tone. "Surely, it is for the cigarettes," Tang Yu surmised. "How could I possibly know your intentions?" Tang Yu replied, a trace of melancholy in his voice. The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes, as if attempting to penetrate Tang Yu's very essence. He believed that Tang Seng could easily produce cigarettes, suggesting that he possessed some treasure. However, after thorough examination, he found nothing. Could it be that the treasure had been refined and merged into his soul? The thought was not entirely implausible. If that were indeed the case, unless Tang Seng willingly offered it, outsiders would have no hope of obtaining it. "I wish to procure a few packs of cigarettes from you," the Jade Emperor stated, somewhat reluctantly. Tang Yu smiled faintly. "I mentioned to the Star of Destiny that I currently lack the magical power to produce any cigarettes." A glimmer of understanding appeared in the Jade Emperor's eyes. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Tang Yu had indeed refined the magical artifact, merging it with his soul, and thus the cigarettes resided within that artifact. Instantly, the Jade Emperor felt a wave of frustration and began to pace before Tang Yu. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a half-burnt cigarette but nearby. It was evident that he had discarded it after taking a few puffs during his last visit. Chapter 500. Master, I have come to rescue you. The Jade Emperor hurriedly picked it up, brushed off the ash at the butt's end, and eagerly placed it between his lips. After taking a puff, a long-forgotten sense of relief washed over his face. Observing this, Tang Yu found it somewhat amusing. After enjoying a puff, the Jade Emperor quickly surveyed his surroundings. Once again, several cigarette butts caught his eye, and he hastily picked them up, treating them as treasures of utmost importance, carefully placing them aside in fear of waste. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor grew increasingly troubled. This was insufficient. It seemed imperative to find a moment to venture to the Purple Cloud Palace and seek counsel from Hongjun, hoping he might restore some of Tang Seng's magical powers. At the very least, it would be beneficial to temporarily loosen the constraints of the heavenly lock, preventing Tang Seng from being consumed by it upon the slightest recovery of his abilities. However, a troubling thought struck the Jade Emperor. His meridians were completely severed. Even if the heavenly lock were to be undone, he would be powerless to summon the cigarettes. This was a calamity, an utter disaster. The Jade Emperor found himself at a loss. Tang Yu observed him with confusion, pondering what could be occupying his mind, as he occasionally furrowed his brow, consumed by worry, and let out audible sighs. Regaining his composure, the Jade Emperor momentarily set aside the troubling matter, indulging in a cigarette, which instantly invigorated him and cleared his mind. Old 3, can you guess what the kingdom of 10,000 monsters is planning? He inquired with a newfound depth of intrigue. Tang Yu frowned. They wouldn't be planning to assault the heavenly court again, would they? Indeed, the Jade Emperor replied with a faint smile. They intend to use this method to coerce me into releasing you. A profound shock coursed through Tang Yu. This was madness. Should a war break out in the heavenly court, chaos would surely engulf the three realms. Hongjun could not idly stand by. Was this monkey truly intent on leading the kingdom of 10,000 monsters to its irreversible doom? The best course of action was to wait until Nuwa awakened and successfully transformed. Otherwise, it would be a path to certain death. What do you believe their chances of success are? The Jade Emperor continued, observing the furrowed brow of Tang Seng. By the way, Zhu Beiji has also rebelled against the heavenly court and is now in the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. The Jade Emperor chuckled. Marshal Tianping's prowess in battle is unparalleled among the beings of the three realms. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu replied in a hushed tone. Even if he excels in warfare, without sufficient strength, it amounts to little. In the face of absolute power, any schemes or tricks fall flat. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow and inquired, So, Old 3, how much do you believe they stand to gain? If it is merely the kingdom of 10,000 monsters against the heavenly court, without the intervention of a sage, they are no match for us. Tang Yu remarked with a hint of laughter. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly. You are correct. Based solely on the heavenly court's strength, the kingdom of 10,000 monsters would indeed be outmatched. Even that monkey would find no one capable of subduing him. However, I am the sovereign of the three realms, maintaining the order of heaven and earth. If a great war were to erupt in the heavenly court, it would cause turmoil throughout the realms. Thus, the Jade Emperor expressed a peculiar anticipation for their arrival, a sudden smile breaking upon his face. Tang Yu's expression turned icy, leveraging the hands of a sage to eliminate Wukong and even eradicate the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. Once Hongjun intervenes, their defeat is inevitable. Even with Hutu, it would be of no avail, as Hongjun could easily suppress her. As for the Supreme Old Lord, he was in a worse position. So as soon as Hongjun gave the command, with the intervention of the two saints from the west and the primordial heavenly sovereign, did the 10,000 demon kingdom still stand a chance? Tang Yu's voice turned bitter. And you are just taking this opportunity to clarify your stance, aren't you? The Jade Emperor nodded. Indeed, otherwise, the 10,000 demon kingdom would truly be a thorn in my side. The current strength of the 10,000 demon kingdom had become formidable, causing the Jade Emperor to feel quite unsettled. Tang Yu let out a self-deprecating laugh. I truly regret not having eliminated the denizens of your heavenly court back then. From the very beginning, he had always held back against the heavenly court. The only consequence was the destruction of the physical forms of Li Jing and others. In his heart, he had consistently believed that the Jade Emperor was slightly stronger than Lage. However, it appeared that it was not so, and perhaps Lage was even superior. Old 3, do you still call this not having killed anyone from my heavenly court? The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling how many had lost their physical forms. All of this stemmed from Tang Seng. Hearing this, Tang Yu burst into laughter. In comparison to the Buddhist sect, I have never held back. However, you from the heavenly court have always been granted a sliver of hope. Consider the losses of the Buddhist sect, and how do yours compare? The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback, letting out a sigh. Old 3, no matter how you perceive me or the heavenly court, it matters not. As the sovereign of the three realms, I must maintain order, just like if you had the choice. I would also prefer that you did not fall to such a state. However, in comparison to the stability of the three realms, our friendship. The Jade Emperor continued, I trust you understand my meaning. Friendship? Your Majesty jests. We have never shared any camaraderie, Tang Yu replied calmly, gazing at the Jade Emperor. However, if Wukong were to perish, I would dismantle your heavenly court. The Jade Emperor scrutinized him closely, a glimmer of appraisal in his gaze. Old 3. Have you truly fallen so low? Is there no hidden card left to play? He was, after all, a variable. Even in such a dire state, he likely still possessed a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the Jade Emperor felt a weighty concern. Tang Yu remained silent, merely gazing at him intently. Old 3. You have reached this point. Why still concern yourself with the safety of others? The Jade Emperor remarked. After all, you have your own survival to think of, correct? Tang Yu interrupted him. But remember my words. If they perish, I will bring down your heavenly court. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent for a long while before stepping outside. You cannot confine me. One day I will rise against the heavens and fight against the world, and by then, I shall be stronger. Tang Yu murmured, yet inwardly, he felt a rising worry. If Wukong were to attack the 10,000 Demon Kingdom at this moment, defeat would be inevitable. The best course of action was to wait. However, he was now rendered powerless, unable even to summon Sun Wukong. After a considerable time, Tang Yu faintly heard the sounds of battle outside. He was puzzled. Who dared to act so recklessly in the heavenly court? Suddenly, the gates of the heavenly prison opened, light flooding in. A figure emerged, covered in blood. Tang Yu stared in disbelief at him. The figure approached swiftly, wielding the magical staff of demon subjugation, adorned with 9 skulls around his neck, gasping for breath. A commotion erupted in the heavenly prison as several celestial soldiers entered. With a mighty shout, he swung the staff, causing the celestial soldiers to instinctively retreat a step. He advanced 2 more steps, standing before Tang Yu, gasping, Master, I have come to save you. Chapter 501, You Cannot Save Me. Tang Yu gazed at San Lung Zi in disbelief. At this moment, San Lung Zi was drenched in blood, bearing numerous scars across his body, appearing quite disheveled. Yet, he emanated an astonishing aura, filled with indomitable fighting spirit. No celestial soldier dared to approach recklessly. In truth, Tang Yu had long sensed that there were not many celestial soldiers guarding him here, for this was the deepest part of the heavenly prison, and he was bound by the heavenly lock. Even in the absence of guards, no one could rescue him. The blood on San Lung Zi was evidently from his descent from the heavenly prison, having fought his way through. Once a formidable general, he was inherently familiar with places like the heavenly prison. Holding the staff high, Sha Wujing struck heavily upon the heavenly lock. Suddenly, the lock unleashed an overwhelming force. Rebounding violently, the staff slipped from his grasp, and San Lung Zi was hurled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. A look of anguish crossed his face as he spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and terrifying, especially his hands, which were drenched in blood, revealing ghastly bone in places. Observing his hands, a flicker of pain crossed his features. Go, hurry, you cannot save me, Tang Yu shouted desperately, urging San Lung Zi to flee. The heavenly lock, forged by Hong Jun, could not be severed by anyone, not even Wukong. A glimmer of resolve ignited in San Lung Zi's eyes as he charged forward once more, frantically pulling at the heavenly lock. With a loud thud, he was sent flying by the lock's force. Leave now, quickly, Tang Yu pressed on, fearing that if the Jade Emperor and his entourage arrived, escape would be impossible. The celestial soldiers gradually parted to the sides, allowing the Jade Emperor to stride forward, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed Sha Wujing. San Lung Zi managed to roll over and struggle back towards Tang Yu. Gritting his teeth, he reached out to touch the heavenly lock, shouting as he channeled all his magical power in an attempt to break it. However, he was once again repelled by the lock's might. Suddenly, Li Jing stepped forward, and a squad of celestial soldiers pinned San Lung Zi firmly to the ground. Simultaneously, the celestial ropes bound San Lung Zi tightly. Looking at Tang Yu, San Lung Zi offered a self-deprecating smile. I am sorry, Master. I remain as powerless as ever, unable to save you. Tang Yu gazed at him, his voice tinged with bitterness. You are remarkable. How dare you, Sha Wujing, trespass into the heavenly prison? Do you not know the gravity of your crime? The Jade Emperor inquired sternly, his irritation palpable even in the absence of smoke. Upon departing from Tang Yu, he found himself within the celestial library of heaven, perusing countless ancient scrolls in search of a solution to the enigma of the cigarettes. Indeed, he uncovered a critical insight. Even after refining a magical artifact and integrating it into one's soul, as long as a person retains consciousness, communication with the artifact remains possible. In simpler terms, this connection does not stem from magical power, but but rather from awareness. Thus, he concluded that Tang Seng's inability to produce the cigarettes was not due to a lack of magical ability, but rather an unwillingness to share them. This revelation caused the Jade Emperor to tremble with excitement, hastily lighting another cigarette for himself. At that moment, a celestial soldier arrived to report that Sha Wujing had intruded into the heavenly prison. The Jade Emperor pondered briefly, realizing he had yet to devise a method to retrieve the cigarettes. It would be unreasonable to resort to punishment. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly led Li Jing and others to the scene. The naive one, head bowed in silence, seemed to have accepted his fate. Casting a significant glance at Tang Yu, the Jade Emperor commanded, "Take Sha Wujing away and execute him." Tang Yu's eyes reddened in an instant. "Jade Emperor, do you dare?" "I, as the sovereign of the three realms, fear nothing. Furthermore, Sha Wujing's transgression is indeed a capital offense according to the laws of heaven," replied the Jade Emperor. Fixing his gaze on Tang Yu's eyes locked onto his, and he suddenly broke into a smile. "Release him." The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what leverage does the third have to negotiate?" "Master," the naive one cried out, only to be met with a punch from Li Jing. "Wah!" The naive one gasped, blood spewing forth once more. "Li Jing, if you dare lay a finger on him, I shall take your life." Tang Yu's voice was devoid of emotion, echoing hollowly. Li Jing, poised to deliver a mocking retort, found himself shivering under Tang Yu's gaze, swallowing the words that had formed on his lips, merely huffing in response. "Cigarettes. You desire them, do you not? I shall provide them, if you release him and allow him to depart," Tang Yu stated calmly, looking at the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. From the very beginning, Tang Seng could produce the cigarettes. He simply chose not to. The Jade Emperor remained silent, observing Tang Yu, his intent unmistakable. "First, you must present the cigarettes for me to see." Soon, 5 packs of cigarettes materialized before Tang Yu. The Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly seized one and lit it. With a deep inhalation, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. "In that case, I shall make an exception this time. Consider it settled. However, should there be a next time, there will be no mercy." After a brief reflection, he instructed Li Jing, "Take Sha Wujing and administer 30 lashes, then cast him down to the mortal realm." "As you command, Your Majesty," Li Jing responded, leading a contingent of celestial soldiers to escort the naive one away. The Jade Emperor offered Tang Yu a faint smile before turning to leave. He then ordered the guards of the heavenly prison, "From this moment on, no one shall approach this place without my consent." For now, Tang Seng was still capable of producing cigarettes. At this moment, the Jade Emperor found himself scheming, contemplating whether he might engage in a small enterprise. Perhaps he could provide salaries for the deities of the heavenly court, only to have them purchase cigarettes from him in return. This way, the magical artifacts would eventually find their way back. Such cleverness. Indeed, it was remarkably astute. Due to the recent incident of theft, the heavenly court was already experiencing financial strain, with even last month's salaries undisbursed. After a moment of reflection, the Jade Emperor issued a command, summoning the deities to the Lingxiao treasure hall. He then proceeded to the heavenly prison, retrieving additional cigarettes from Tang Yu. Seated upon his dragon throne, flanked by 2 palace maids each holding a tray laden with cigarettes, the deities gazed upon the offerings with eyes wide in anticipation, akin to starving hounds spotting a feast of leftovers. With a cigarette between his lips, the Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly before flicking off the ash and addressing the assembly. Due to the economic difficulties faced by the heavenly court, the salaries of the deities have not been disbursed last month. As you can see, we now have cigarettes available again. Therefore, I have decided that those who wish to acquire cigarettes may do so by deducting from their salaries. Chapter 502. The great sage visits the heavenly court. The deities exchanged glances, well aware that they had been deprived of provisions for quite some time. Faced with such an abundance of cigarettes, their interest was ignited. "Your Majesty is indeed wise," they chorused in unison. "Excellent," the Jade Emperor replied with a subtle smile, instructing the palace maids to distribute the cigarettes in exchange for the deity's salaries. Meanwhile, he announced the reopening of the Tai-Bai Jinxing convenience store. However, the formerly sole proprietor, Tai-Bai Jinxing, now found himself overshadowed by the Jade Emperor's dominant stake. Though displeased, he dared not voice his concerns, smiling and exclaiming, "Your Majesty is indeed wise." From that point onward, the former glory of Tai-Bai Jinxing's establishment seemed to fade. Moreover, the Jade Emperor issued a strict decree, apart from himself. No one was permitted to approach the heavenly prison without caution. It was evident that he was monopolizing the market. If everyone were to flock to the heavenly prison seeking cigarettes from Tang Seng, this business model would crumble. I will pay you salaries. And you shall use those salaries to purchase cigarettes, he mused, admiring his own cleverness. In fact, he even raised the cigarette prices slightly in Tai Bai Jingxing's name. This incited secret anger among the deities, who unleashed their frustrations upon Tai Bai Jingxing. Tai Bai Jingxing was aware of their discontent, but could do little more than offer a bitter smile. What could he do? Was it not the Jade Emperor's design? In front of the deities, the Jade Emperor chastised Tai Bai Jingxing, deliberately lowering the prices just a tad, yet they remained significantly higher than before. The benevolence was all attributed to the Jade Emperor, while Tai Bai Jingxing bore the brunt of the blame, his grievances bottled up with no outlet for expression. He found himself in an unjust predicament. Perhaps he should no longer be called Tai Bai, but rather too difficult. In the realm of the 10,000 beasts, Sen Lungzi crawled over, battered and bruised. Already injured, he had endured an additional 30 lashes. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped in a haze of blood. Struggling, he gazed at the feeble little demon and, with great effort, raised his head to utter, "Tell your demon king, my name is Sha Wujing." The little demon hurriedly went to convey the message. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong and Zixia had just departed. Everything in the kingdom of all demons was under the care of the foolish one. Upon hearing this news, he hastily emerged. "Brother Sha? Master is imprisoned in the deepest part of the heavenly prison." The dim-witted one exerted all his strength to speak this sentence, even failing to discern the identity of the person before him, before collapsing into unconsciousness. Zhu Beiji personally carried Sha Wujing back into the kingdom of all demons, producing some elixirs to feed him. Sha Wujing's pallid complexion improved slightly, though he remained in a state of unconsciousness. The foolish one frowned slightly. "What is happening?" asked Ruoshui softly. "He must have gone to the heavenly court," replied the foolish one. "Yet it is strange that the Jade Emperor would release him. Trespassing in the heavenly prison is a capital offense." Ruoshui pondered for a moment. "Is he all right?" "Nothing serious," Zhu Beiji assured. At that moment, Sun Wukong, accompanied by Zixia, had ascended to the heavenly court. It was uncertain whether it was intentional, but they were headed towards the Doshui Palace. With Sun Wukong's arrival, an immediate tension enveloped the entire southern heavenly gate. The heavenly soldiers hastily reported to the Jade Emperor. The entire heavenly court was plunged into a state of heightened alert. The Jade Emperor even summoned the Haoyin Tower. Yet, he was acutely aware that if this monkey truly intended to act, he would be powerless to resist. However, as the leader of the heavenly court, he could not simply flee. "Sun Wukong, what brings you to my heavenly court?" the Jade Emperor inquired sternly. A throng of heavenly soldiers surrounded Sun Wukong and Zixia at the center. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the soldiers' legs trembled with fear. With each step forward that Sun Wukong took, they involuntarily retreated. "Excuse me," Sun Wukong said softly. The line of heavenly soldiers parted, with some collapsing to the ground, unable to stand due to their trembling legs. "Sun Wukong, what is your true purpose in my heavenly court?" the Jade Emperor repeated, his aura of quasi-saintly power subtly radiating around him. "Do not be so tense. I merely wish to pass through," Sun Wukong replied. "Of course. If you desire to engage in battle, I would gladly oblige." The Jade Emperor snorted coldly, a smirk crossing his face. "Step back and let them through." At the Emperor's command, the heavenly soldiers quickly parted, watching as Sun Wukong and Zixia walked past them. As they observed Sun Wukong's receding figure until it vanished from sight, the Jade Emperor scoffed. "This time, I shall show leniency and not stoop to your level. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for being unkind." Even the smallest ruffians of the mortal realm would utter harsh words. How much more necessary for him, the Jade Emperor, the sovereign of the three realms, to assert his dignity. Speaking a few harsh words was essential to preserve his face. "I am not afraid of him. Rather, I am magnanimous and choose not to engage with him on such terms." Outside the Doshui Palace, Sun Wukong performed a slight bow and expressed his desire to meet the Supreme Sage. The Doshui Palace was enveloped in silence. After a considerable time, the grand doors of the palace creaked open, allowing Sun Wukong and Zixia to enter. The Supreme Old Lord ambled back and forth with one hand resting behind him, seemingly lost in deep contemplation. Glancing at the two, he inquired, You audacious monkey, how bold of you to stride in from the heavenly court. Speak, what brings you here? I have come for the weak water, Sun Wukong replied candidly. The Supreme Old Lord's expression betrayed no surprise as he tossed a pill to him, the Gathering Spirit Pill, capable of mending her spiritual injuries. Sun Wukong's face reflected a hint of astonishment at the unexpected ease with which the elixir was bestowed upon him. Do you have any further matters to discuss? The Supreme Old Lord queried. Casting a glance at Zixia beside him, Sun Wukong responded, it concerns her. At the White Bone Ridge, he shattered her once immortal heart. Now, her heart is no longer indestructible. If it suffers destruction once more, she will undoubtedly perish. I possess no means to assist, the Supreme Old Lord stated calmly. Sun Wukong had anticipated this outcome, yet he could not suppress a lingering sense of disappointment. It matters not. You will protect me, Zixia smiled softly, adding, besides, I have attained the cultivation of a quasi-saint. She playfully shook her delicate fist before Sun Wukong, asserting, I am formidable as well. Indeed, I shall safeguard you. No one shall harm you. Sun Wukong vowed unwaveringly, though a faint melancholy lingered within him. The Supreme Old Lord regarded him with a penetrating gaze. Do you truly intend to assault the heavenly court, plunging the three realms into chaos? Should that happen, would the Supreme Sage intervene? Sun Wukong ventured cautiously. The Supreme Old Lord erupted into laughter. What concern is the chaos of the three realms to me? Besides, it is not my responsibility to fret over such matters. Chapter 503. Enlisting the assistance of the Buddhist sect amidst the hearty laughter of the Supreme Old Lord lay an undercurrent of inherent coldness. Sun Wukong scrutinized him intently before glancing at the Gathering Spirit Pill in his hand. Yet, if I were to proceed with such actions, I would still hold no advantage. He spoke with a tinge of bitterness. The intricacies of certain interests were already clear to him, yet at times, one is compelled to act regardless. A true man, born of heaven and earth, must discern when to act and when to refrain, he reflected. If I do not take action, I shall never find peace, and I would be forever haunted by my own conscience. The Supreme Old Lord chuckled heartily, gesturing dismissively. This matter is yours alone. It bears no relation to me. Even if you were to clash violently, turning heaven itself upside down, it remains outside my purview, for there are others above as well. As he spoke, the Supreme Old Lord made his way deeper into the Doshui Palace, the slowly opening doors signaling their release. Let us depart, Sun Wukong said, taking Zixia's hand as they gradually exited. As they stepped outside, the gates of the Doshui Palace slowly closed once more. Accompanied by Zixia, Sun Wukong plunged directly into the underworld, descending into the depths of hell until he reached the 19th level. The woman lay in the ice coffin, still soundly asleep. Yet the overwhelming aura emanating from her sent waves of dread through Sun Wukong's heart. This sensation was far more terrifying than any encounter he had ever faced with the saints. It was a true sense of helplessness. Approaching the ice coffin, Sun Wukong knelt and declared, My lady, I have returned. Zixia followed suit and knelt beside him. From the darkness, a vague silhouette emerged. Hutu appeared not far behind them, observing the pair with calm composure. After a prolonged silence, they rose and offered a slight bow. We pay our respects to Lady Hutu. Hutu nodded slightly, scrutinizing Sun Wukong as she spoke. After the cycles of past and present, all your powers and experiences have merged into one. Beneath the saints, you have become the foremost. However, you remain beneath the saints. Sun Wukong replied calmly. Once a saint intervenes, I still stand no chance. After gazing at him for a moment, Hutu inquired, Do you truly intend to mobilize forces against the heavenly court? I have no choice. My master is imprisoned in the heavenly prison. How can I pretend to be unaware of it? This is the only way I can compel the heavenly court to release him, Sun Wukong murmured. Do you desire a definitive outcome? Hutu said thoughtfully, This is not the time for rash decisions. Even Tang Seng would likely not wish for you to act against the heavenly court at this moment. Sun Wukong smiled wryly. Yet, I have no alternative. He paused before continuing. In truth, I do not require many demons. I only need them to create chaos. Ultimately, I seek to. As he spoke, a formidable aura erupted from him. In this manner, even if I were to perish in battle, the kingdom of 10,000 demons shall not be extinguished. With you, my lady Hutu, even the saints would not dare to tread lightly upon our realm. As long as the kingdom of 10,000 demons remains stable and does not disrupt the order of the three realms, Hongjun would be unlikely to intervene. Throughout, he contemplated a series of subsequent events. If he could not foresee these outcomes and continued to act on impulse, he would lead the kingdom of 10,000 demons to inevitable ruin. What difference would there be from the demon kings who ventured westward? It would merely result in the needless slaughter of countless demon soldiers, replaying the tragedies of years gone by. Zixia was taken aback and gazed at Sun Wukong, seizing his hand with a hint of defiance. You cannot abandon me. I must go, for he is my master, and if I do not, a shadow will linger in my heart, preventing me from ever making that final breakthrough. Sun Wukong replied gently, stroking her face and smiling softly. Thus, I have no choice but to proceed, just as I did for you all those years ago, but now it is for my master. Huta sighed softly. I fear I will be unable to intervene at that time. Hongjuan's gaze is fixed too closely upon her. The fusion of the 6 paths of reincarnation had compelled even Hongjun to take notice. Once she exhibited any signs of movement, Hongjun would seize the power of the heavenly Tao to suppress her. Initially, she believed that having refined the 6 paths of reincarnation, she was nearly on par with Hongjun. If he were not to rely on the strength of the heavenly Tao, she indeed possessed the capability to engage in battle. However, the moment he invoked the heavenly Tao, she would find herself inexorably restrained. The last time Tang Seng faced tribulation, at that moment, she was utterly incapacitated, entirely subdued by the might of the heavenly Tao. I understand it is unnecessary for you to intervene, Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly. At that time, we shall create the illusion of an assault on the heavenly court by the demon army, and I shall single-handedly breach the heavenly prison. These plans had long been formulated in his mind. Even his companions, such as Beiji, were not privy to his ultimate intentions. Should the demon army truly invade the heavenly court, a great war would likely ensue, potentially prompting the intervention of the saints, reminiscent of tragedies from years past. All he required was this ruse to deceive the heavenly court. He was also aware that the heavenly lock resided with Tang Seng, one he could not unravel. Yet, if everything proceeded smoothly, he would relocate the entire heavenly prison, and regarding the heavenly lock, he would find a way to dismantle it in due course. Huta gazed at the figure within the ice coffin, murmuring, if only you could wait a little longer. I understand, but I cannot afford to wait, Sun Wukong replied. When will the Empress awaken? I do not know, Huta softly responded. Her saintly essence has already reassembled. Logically, she should have awakened by now. As for why she has not yet done so, or how long it will take, I have no answers. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong and Zixia departed from that place. Observing their retreating figures, Huta sighed, her gaze flickering as if pondering something. Approaching the ice coffin, she looked at the woman within, whose form gradually faded away, vanishing from sight. Zixia turned to Sun Wukong, several times attempting to speak, but hesitating. I know what you wish to say, but I must go, Sun Wukong stated earnestly. The 10,000 demon kingdom still requires your oversight of the demons. Although Beiji's martial prowess in battle is unparalleled, his time there is still short, and he lacks the absolute authority to command respect. Thus, your presence remains essential. So, in the end, you must still go alone? Zixia inquired, gazing at him. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong smiled. The monks of the Buddha's sect are currently enjoying the comforts of the 10,000 demon kingdom. It is high time they contribute their efforts. Chapter 504. Controlling Tai by jinxing. Upon hearing this, Zixia felt a mixture of amusement and bitterness. The two did not return directly to the 10,000 demon kingdom, but wandered through the 3 realms instead. Sun Wukong transformed into a graceful young man, appearing as an ordinary mortal while traversing the realms. He even indulged in local delicacies at various distinctive locations. Zixia felt at peace. For as long as she had company by her side, the uncertainties of tomorrow mattered little. Together, they roamed the world as mere mortals. Regardless of what the future holds, the beauty of the present shall bloom in our memories like an everlasting flower. The unforgettable, the reminiscences we cherish, are already sufficient. In the realm of Wanyao, at this moment, Zhu Beiji bears full responsibility. San Lungzi has also regained consciousness, choosing to remain here, intending to join Sun Wukong and others in their celestial conquest. The atmosphere in Wanyao has grown tense, as all beings are acutely aware that a great battle is imminent. Consequently, many are diligently training, striving for a final breakthrough. The overall morale is commendable, buoyed by Sun Wukong's return, which has invigorated the demon army, elevating the spirits of Wanyao. The very thought of assaulting the heavenly court is exhilarating. Even in death, there would be no regrets. It is essential to remember that they have always been the ones pursued by the denizens of the heavenly court, never before having the opportunity to retaliate. In black attire, Lan Shuoling gazes into the distance, while not far behind her, a pair of eyes gazes longingly in her direction. The Buddha, along with the assembly of monks, enters Wan Yao, accompanied by the golden-winged Great Peng. After a moment's hesitation, he approaches her with a smile, remarking, "This place bears a striking resemblance to the former lion-turtle kingdom. It is my first time here. Would you be so kind as to show me around? What is there to explore? With your profound cultivation, you could easily comprehend every corner of Wan Yao with a mere glance," Lan Shuoling replies coldly. As if accustomed to her demeanor, the golden-winged Great Peng chuckles. "That peach grove is exquisite." He gestures towards the distant grove, saying, with great magical power, "Let us preserve this moment, where flowers bloom eternally." Lan Shuoling's eyes flicker. That was left by our king for the demon queen, capturing everything at its most beautiful moment, allowing this grove to blossom, forever in bloom. Indeed, quite a grand gesture, the golden-winged Great Peng observes. "Do you wish for one? I could offer you a piece." "I do not desire it." "Is it truly that you do not wish for it? Or do you simply not wish for my gift?" Lan Shuoling's expression remains unchanged, her voice chillingly firm. "Both. Must you be so straightforward?" The golden-winged Great Peng shakes his head with a wry smile. "You are perpetually so cold that I find myself at a loss for words." "What words are necessary?" Lan Shuoling responds. "They are merely inconsequential chatter." He sighs. "A few days ago, I beheld your smile. It was truly beautiful." With that, he closes his eyes, seemingly lost in recollection. Lan Shuoling's expression falters slightly, and she silently huffs. "What a pity it is, not for me. Had it been for me, even amidst the realms, dissipated into nothingness, I would have no regrets." The golden-winged Great Peng laments. "How many years have we known each other? It seems this is the first time I have seen your smile. Indeed, it is as beautiful as I imagined." Lan Shuoling furrows her brow. "Boring? How can that be boring? I believe it is the most beautiful thing." The golden-winged Great Peng insists, laughing. "I had always thought you incapable of smiling. It appears you simply do not smile at me. You're delusional." With that, Lan Shuoling turns to leave, her silhouette retreating into the distance. This is a distance that one can never truly reach in this lifetime. How could it be considered madness? You may label me as such, yet you cannot dismiss my affection for you as a mere obsession." The golden-winged rock murmured softly, a hint of self-mockery reflected in its demeanor. "Nevertheless, this arrangement suffices. Merely being able to see you every day is already a blessing. At the very least, it gives me the impression that we remain in the land of lions and eagles together." In the heavenly realm, the Jade Emperor had previously acquired a substantial amount of smoke from Tang Seng. However, after the distribution of salaries, little remained. Yet, this posed no issue, for the suppliers were confined within the heavenly palace, allowing for unrestrained indulgence. Smoke was abundant. However, the Jade Emperor, preoccupied with affairs, could not frequently venture into the underworld, which would be inappropriate. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message to the Star of Destiny, instructing him to go to the underworld, retrieve more tobacco from Tang Seng, and also procure some ergo too. The Star of Destiny wore a bitter expression. Initially, he had planned to amass wealth in solitude, but unexpectedly, the Jade Emperor intervened, becoming the principal stakeholder while he was relegated to a minor role. How could he not feel discontent? Having received the decree, he proceeded towards the underworld. Originally, the Jade Emperor had issued a strict order prohibiting anyone from approaching the underworld except for him, with heavenly soldiers stationed as guards. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential, as Tang Seng bore the heaven-binding lock, rendering escape impossible, even in the absence of guards. However, the matter of tobacco was significant. The heavenly soldiers guarding the underworld intercepted the Star of Destiny. Presenting the Jade Emperor's golden token, he gained easy access. Within the underworld, Tang Yu had completely merged sorrow and desire into the celestial phenomena. As for the remaining 5 emotions, he attempted to embody malice. Yet he could never fully integrate into the celestial realm. With a thunderous roar, the underworld opened, light streaming in. Upon seeing the Star of Destiny, Tang Yu squinted slightly. "I was just looking for you. Let us use you for an experiment." "Tang Seng, I have come to request some tobacco," the Star of Destiny stated bluntly, his tone rather stiff. To him, Tang Seng now appeared as a mere prisoner, destined to never rise again, eternally shackled in this place. Tang Yu smiled faintly, locking eyes with the Star of Destiny. Upon meeting Tang Yu's gaze, the Star of Destiny paused. What kind of eyes were those? They radiated endless sorrow and desolation, akin to a barren, lifeless grave. Deep within, the Star of Destiny felt an overwhelming wave of sadness, nearly moved to tears. The celestial phenomena enveloped him in sorrow, plunging him into a state of profound grief. Then, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened. The Star of Destiny's expression shifted, revealing a tumult of emotions, confusion, resentment, and a flicker of anger, as Tang Yu infused desire into the celestial realm, delving into the Star of Destiny's mind. This strand of desire continually expanded within his mind, unknowingly influencing him. Tang Yu distinctly sensed this desire merging into his consciousness. He could even control the desires of the Tai Bai Jinxing. Similarly, if he wished, he could effortlessly extract this fragment of desire from Tai Bai Jinxing's mind. I shall become the Jade Emperor, Tai Bai Jinxing shouted in bewilderment, his eyes glinting with a hint of madness. Chapter 505, The Desire of Tai Bai Jinxing. Tang Yu, through desire, meticulously delineated the innermost longings of Tai Bai Jinxing's heart. This is why he so recklessly uttered such blasphemous words, merely a reflection of the deepest desires hidden within him. At this moment, Tang Yu manifested these desires through celestial phenomena. Tai Bai Jinxing's gaze was filled with a frenzied desperation as he suddenly erupted in curses. Why him? He is the Jade Emperor. But why can't I be the Jade Emperor? The idea of wealth through smoking was mine. Why has it been usurped by him? This was the voice of discontent hidden within Tai Bai Jinxing's depths, now fully unleashed under Tang Yu's temptation. All of this was merely a seduction orchestrated by Tang Yu, primarily stemming from the deepest desires of Tai Bai Jinxing's heart. The desire gradually coalesced into a simple, pure line, submerged within Tai Bai Jinxing's mind. This faint line resembled a fishing line, ultimately controlled by Tang Yu. He could coax Tai Bai Jinxing's desires to the surface at any moment, or even obliterate all of Tai Bai Jinxing's desires, rendering him entirely devoid of longing. All of this lay within Tang Yu's will, should he choose to act. Tai Bai Jinxing, with a dazed expression, took a considerable time to regain his senses. What did I just say? Although Tang Yu acted as a tempter, it was primarily the desires deeply rooted within Tai Bai Jinxing that drove him. Thus, he remembered everything distinctly. At that moment, fear glimmered in his eyes, and his body involuntarily trembled. How could he have uttered such blasphemous words? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. The desires of the human heart often lie hidden in the deepest recesses of the soul, perhaps even beyond the grasp of one's self-awareness. Yet, under the reflection of Tang Yu's celestial phenomena, his innermost desires were completely lured out. Even so, Tai Bai Jinxing found it hard to believe. In his view, he had never harbored such intentions, and thus would never articulate such words. Oh, you just said you wanted to be the Jade Emperor, Tang Yu remarked leisurely. Tai Bai Jinxing instinctively glanced around, his face paling, his eyes filled with terror. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This cannot be real. He swallowed hard and involuntarily took a step back. Tang Seng, you are employing sorcery. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu chuckled. I am now devoid of meridians and stripped of all magical power. How could I possibly conjure spells? In the celestial realm, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are intricately woven and subtly guided. Moreover, Tang Yu possesses the ability to manipulate these forces. Yet, not even the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing, nor a quasi-saint for that matter, could discern the underlying truths, for these are merely manifestations of their own innermost desires. Tai Bai Jinxing was taken aback, his breath quickening in a frenzy. He endeavored to regain his composure, relieved that no one else had overheard him. As this thought crossed his mind, he settled into tranquility. I, Tai Bai Jinxing, hold unwavering loyalty towards your majesty. How could I falter? He reassured himself that all of this was but an illusion. Tang Seng, swiftly hand me the incense, he commanded. For reasons unknown, a sense of inexplicable fear washed over him, prompting an urgent desire to depart. Tang Yu offered a faint smile, conjuring some incense before him. Tai Bai Jinxing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily gathered it up, letting out a heavy snort toward Tang Yu before hastily exiting the celestial prison. That fleeting desire would inevitably amplify his cravings, revealing the deepest recesses of his inner longings. Observing Tai Bai Jinxing's retreating figure, Tang Yu smirked in silence. The celestial prison was firmly sealed behind him. With a calm demeanor, Tang Yu began to extend his malevolence toward the celestial phenomena, casting an eerie glow throughout the prison. Upon exiting, Tai Bai Jinxing was filled with trepidation, bewildered by the audacious words he had uttered. If they were to reach the ears of a discerning individual, it would surely spell his doom. Reflecting on the incident, he felt a shiver of apprehension. Outside the celestial prison, he inhaled deeply, clutching the incense as he made his way toward the Ling Xiao Bao Dian. Could he not directly return to his small shop? Why, you ask? It was imperative that it be inspected by His Majesty himself. After all, the Jade Emperor was now the principal stakeholder. To recklessly bring it into his own shop would undoubtedly arouse gossip. It must be said that Tai Bai Jinxing was quite astute in his considerations. Gazing at the incense he had procured, the Jade Emperor feigned nonchalance, declaring, "There is no need to report such matters to me henceforth. I place my trust in you." Utter nonsense. I trust you, indeed, Tai Bai Jinxing muttered inwardly, chastising himself for his audacity. Realization dawned upon him. What had he been thinking? How bold to internally berate His Majesty. Should the Emperor learn of this, it would surely be a death sentence. Though the matter of the incense may seem trivial in the eyes of the Emperor, who governs the three realms and contemplates their affairs, it was of great significance within the heavenly court. Thus, it was only fitting for His Majesty to review it. With a face adorned in obsequious smiles, Tai Bai Jinxing felt a deep-seated resentment brewing within him. The esteemed ruler of the heavenly court, the sovereign of the three realms, could not even contend with the kingdom of 10,000 monsters, being bested by that monkey in a disastrous defeat. Had it not been for the intervention of a sage, he might well have met his own demise. Not long ago, Sun Wukong had approached the southern heavenly gate. As the Jade Emperor, he exhibited no authority whatsoever, willingly parting the way for Sun Wukong to pass. It is indeed a disgrace to the majesty of the Lord of the Three Realms. The Jade Emperor smiled faintly, acknowledging the truth in the words. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Like a dog summoned at will, the thought crossed the mind of the Great White Star. If he were the Jade Emperor, perhaps things would be different. Hastily lowering his head, he seemed fearful of revealing his thoughts to the Emperor, and with a slight bow, he retreated. For reasons unknown, dissatisfaction towards the Jade Emperor welled up within the Great White Star, a sentiment he had never felt before. How could this be? Not far off, Li Jing approached, a smile evident on his face from afar, clearly intending to purchase some cigarettes from the Great White Star. However, recalling the theft of his small shop, which had led to Li Jing stepping in and starting to sell cigarettes as well, the Great White Star's discontent grew. Coldly, he passed by Li Jing without uttering a word. This left Li Jing perplexed. What could have transpired? It seemed the Great White Star was in a foul mood. Perhaps he had been reprimanded by the Emperor. With this thought, Li Jing hastened to catch up. Ah, Great White, I would like to buy 2 packs of cigarettes. Chapter 506. The great battle is about to begin. The Great White Star cast a glance at Li Jing, suppressing the urge to scold him. How many do you wish to purchase? He inquired. Li Jing produced some magical treasures. In the past, these would have sufficed to buy 3 packs. But now they only covered 2. Despite cursing the Great White Star under their breath, the gods had no choice but to return to him for their purchases. With a stern expression, the Great White Star handed him 2 packs of cigarettes and turned to leave. Li Jing silently scoffed. After all, he was just a vendor of cigarettes, yet he acted so proud. At this moment in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, Zhu Beiji was training troops, preparing for the impending assault on the heavenly court. This assault would be a fierce battle. Although the strength of the kingdom of 10,000 demons had greatly increased, they still faced slim odds against the heavenly court. During this time, Zhu Beiji analyzed the heavenly court's gates and overall strength. At present, the kingdom of 10,000 demons appeared capable of launching an attack on the heavenly court. However, should a true war erupt, and if the saints intervened, what then would become of the kingdom? Zhu Beiji also visited the library of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. By the order of Sun Wukong, he had risen to a position of significant power within the kingdom. Meanwhile, Sha Wujing sat in the rear, lost in thought. Not far away, a fellow named La Gu stepped outside for some air, just as he lit a cigarette and caught sight of Sha Wujing, his eyes widening in shock. The cigarette slipped from his mouth. Damn it, it's all Sha Wujing's fault. One moment of brilliance from the Buddha nearly cost me dearly. If it were not for Tang Seng's subtle guidance, several saints might have been left unperturbed. At this thought, the esteemed brother Lai could not help but touch his face. Paying homage to the Buddha, he noticed Xiao Wujing giving a slight bow, initially filled with anger. Brother Lai's ire dissipated into a long sigh under the weight of this gesture. He had not anticipated that in these times, Xiao Wujing would still recognize him as the Buddha and offer his respect, since arriving in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Such feelings of reverence had become a distant memory. Even some lesser demons had grown arrogant, blatantly ignoring him as if he were invisible. In earlier days, Brother Lai would have insisted on redeeming them, but now, living under another's roof, enduring the disdain of certain individuals seemed somewhat understandable. He bent down to pick up a cigarette from the ground, brushed off the ash, and placed it between his lips. Observing Xiao Wujing, especially in his prostrated state, Brother Lai's mind swirled with complex emotions. It had been ages since he experienced such a moment of prominence. "Rise, for I am no longer the Buddha," he sighed. Xiao Wujing stood, still appearing somewhat anxious. Witnessing his demeanor caused Brother Lai to exhale another sigh. For reasons unknown, he was reminded of the ease he once found in sharing drinks with his old friend, Lao San, where conversations flowed freely. After finishing a cigarette, Brother Lai turned to depart. His supply was dwindling, yet hope lingered as the kingdom of 10,000 demons was on the brink of assaulting the heavenly court. Should they achieve a resounding victory, they could easily extort cigarettes from the Jade Emperor. After all, it was Tang Seng who had instigated this conflict against the heavenly court. Once he was rescued, cigarettes would once again be plentiful. With this thought, Brother Lai lit another cigarette for himself. Sun Wukong and Zixia had roamed the mortal realm for quite some time before finally returning to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Regardless of the outcome of this impending battle, they had no regrets. Upon their return, they promptly presented the elixir to Ruoshui. As she consumed it, the deep-seated injuries within her primordial spirit began to heal gradually. Zhu Beiji rejoiced and grasped Ruoshui's hand tightly. However, he soon noticed something peculiar about both Sun Wukong and Zixia. Zixia remained largely silent, her gaze fixed upon Sun Wukong, who seemed lost in thought. "Brother Monkey, with the strength of the 10,000 demons, we are more than capable of breaching the heavenly court," Zhu Beiji remarked after a brief pause. "With the saints intervening, victory is assured." "Yes, I understand," Sun Wukong replied. "At that time, we shall draw the attention of the heavenly deities with the demon army and enter through the southern heavenly gate." However, Sun Wukong continued, pausing for effect. "If they sense something amiss, the demon army must retreat immediately." Zhu Beiji scrutinized Sun Wukong, his brow furrowing slightly. "Brother Monkey, are you concerned about the saints?" "Indeed," Sun Wukong affirmed. "Therefore, when we have fully lured the deities out, that is when you must retreat." Sun Wukong spoke in a deep voice. "As for me, you need not worry. I possess the cloud somersault." The inexplicably present Zhu Beiji felt a sense of unease. However, it was reasonable for Sun Wukong to say so. "All right, Brother Monkey, I understand," Zhu Beiji nodded and said. "Now that the armies of the demons have gathered, we can strike at the heavenly court at any moment." Sun Wukong grinned. "In that case, let us turn the heavenly court upside down." He gazed at Zhu Beiji and added, "As for those from the Buddhist sect, they shall follow me into the celestial palace." Zhu Beiji was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "You're right, Brother Monkey. Let us allow the followers of the Buddha to accompany you." Meanwhile, the heavenly court was also entering a tense moment. Emerging from the purple cloud palace, the Jade Emperor bore a faint smile. Soon, Hongjun Laozu would suppress Hutu, and the elixir of destruction would threaten Tongtian. As for the attitude of the supreme sage, it was somewhat ambiguous, but it was unlikely he would assist the demon race. Thus, it seemed that, regardless of the circumstances, this battle would undoubtedly lead to the defeat of the myriad demon kingdom. There was no suspense whatsoever. As a spokesperson for the heavenly Tao, Hongjun could not idly watch as the three realms descended into chaos. Even though the demons were numerous, once a sage intervened, their numbers would be of no avail. Hence, the Jade Emperor was absolutely confident about this battle. Moreover, it would serve to eradicate the myriad demon kingdom. Why not seize such an opportunity? The Jade Emperor felt elated. He was already aware that the myriad demon kingdom would soon assault the heavenly court, yet he paid it no mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his way toward the heavenly prison. The celestial phenomena became increasingly adept and powerful, causing Tang Yu's consciousness to strengthen significantly without his notice. Thus, he naturally sensed the arrival of the Jade Emperor and hurriedly concealed the celestial phenomena. Old 3, the myriad demon kingdom is about to attack the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor stated directly. What is your opinion on this battle? Tang Yu gazed at him calmly, saying nothing. Regrettably, you may find it difficult to witness such a battle. The Jade Emperor sighed, producing an ancient mirror and placing it before Tang Yu. This is the Xiantian mirror, which allows one to see every corner of the heavenly court. I shall show you how I will annihilate the myriad demon kingdom and eliminate Sun Wukong and the others. Hearing this, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened as he looked at the Jade Emperor. Do you remember what I once said? If they perish, I shall raise your heavenly court, and all within it shall accompany them to the grave. The Jade Emperor chuckled lightly, clearly disbelieving Tang Yu's words. Old 3, have you truly fallen to such a state? Even if you possess such power, the heavenly court maintains the order of the 3 realms. Should the heavenly court be destroyed, all realms would descend into chaos. The Jade Emperor replied softly, surely, you would not forsake the safety of countless beings? Despite his words, the Jade Emperor could not help but ponder. Had Tang Seng truly fallen to such depths, could he possibly still have some hidden power? It seemed impossible. Now, his sage's essence was destroyed, and his body was in ruins. There would be no chance of reversal whatsoever. With this thought, the Jade Emperor felt a profound sense of relief. What connection do the 3 realms have with me? Tang Yu stated coldly, if one cannot even protect those they cherish, then what purpose does the 3 realms serve? The Jade Emperor shook his head, sighing, Old 3, accept your fate. He did not believe that Tang Seng could stir up any further turmoil. Yet he still uttered the words, urging him to resign himself to his destiny. Do not dwell on futile thoughts. He shall remain imprisoned here for eternity. Even if he manages to break free from the heavenly lock, his body is already ruined, rendering him a mere invalid. Tang Yu gazed at him, declaring, if they perish, I will ensure that you pay the price. After scrutinizing him for a moment, the Jade Emperor shook his head and exited, paying no heed to Tang Yu's words. After all, in his eyes, Tang Yu was already a worthless being. In the kingdom of 10,000 demons, numerous demons gathered, including those from the Buddhist sect. Everything was managed by Zhu Beiji, which meant that, at this moment, the Buddhists were subordinate to him. This arrangement left the Buddhists feeling utterly discontented. Yet they were powerless to change their circumstances, being at the mercy of others. However, it mattered little to them as they were numerous. Mobilizing troops to the heavenly court was in perfect alignment with his intentions, providing an opportunity to sow chaos. Lanshuling, you are to lead a squad of demon troops to the northern gate of the heavenly court and create a distraction. Once the reinforcements arrive at the western gate, retreat immediately, commanded Zhu Beiji, clad in silver armor and wielding a rake. Lanshuling said nothing, casting a deep glance at Sun Wukong before taking hold of her short blade and leading the demon army into action. The king of the golden-winged rock hesitated briefly before following her lead. By Susu, you will take a squad of demon troops towards the western gate. When the guards at the western gate move to assist the northern gate, that shall be your moment to strike. Chen Jia, being older and eager for battle, I shall grant you this chance. Proceed to the eastern gate. The elderly demon Chen Jia stood amidst the crowd, his aged eyes glinting with a spark of vitality, reminiscent of the gallant spirit of years gone by. As for the rest, they would accompany me to the southern gate. We shall enter through there. Zhu Beiji's plan from the outset was to infiltrate via the southern gate, as these demon troops created diversions to mislead the heavenly soldiers. They drew the attention of the celestial forces. Although the southern gate was heavily guarded, ultimately, they would be unable to provide any meaningful support, thus confronting only a few guards. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others from the Buddhist sect were tasked with penetrating the Lingxiao treasure hall. This would ensure that all the upper echelons of the heavenly court would be occupied. It could be said that, barring any intervention from the saints, the kingdom of 10,000 demons was destined for victory in this battle. However, would the saints remain uninvolved? With a flash of golden light, Sun Wukong stood high in the heavens, embodying an unparalleled presence. His arrival captured the attention of all. Draped around his neck was a purple silk ribbon, fluttering gently in the wind, as the Rui Jinggu Bang manifested in his hand, pointing resolutely towards the heavens. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the ethereal purple figure, and he nodded slightly before bellowing, "Those of the Buddhist order, follow me." With that proclamation, he strode forth, wielding the Rui Jinggu Bang, heading towards the heavenly court. Lai Gu also raised his voice to rally the spirits of the Buddhist followers, declaring, "If we vanquish the heavenly court, we shall have an endless supply of incense to enjoy." This statement served as a tremendous source of encouragement for the members of the bald-headed gang. The prospect of defeating the heavenly court and compelling the Jade Emperor to surrender the incense ignited a fervent response. As the gathered Buddhists echoed their battle cry and followed Lai Gu towards the heavenly court. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor sat imperiously upon his dragon throne. His expression stern, yet his gaze profoundly contemplative. The atmosphere was inexplicably heavy, particularly given that the myriad demons of the 10,000 demon nation had already mobilized. In terms of present strength, the heavenly court could hardly withstand such a formidable foe. Nevertheless, the emperor maintained an air of unwavering confidence. Your Majesty, the northern heavenly gate is under siege by the demon army, currently engaged in battle with the heavenly soldiers. Their numbers are overwhelming, and our forces are on the brink of collapse, a panicked heavenly soldier reported as he rushed in. The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, commanding, "Dispatch troops from the western heavenly gate to provide reinforcements." Was the intention to use the northern heavenly gate as a point of breach? Indeed, it was the most vulnerable entryway into the heavenly court. However, the proximity of the western heavenly gate allowed for swift reinforcements. Yet, the Jade Emperor hesitated momentarily, pondering the military strategies managed by Zhu Beiji in the 10,000 demon nation. Given Zhu Beiji's leadership skills, one would expect a more formidable approach. Regardless, the Jade Emperor remained unfazed, confident in the inevitable defeat of the 10,000 demon nation. With the intervention of a sage, the demons would stand no chance. At the northern heavenly gate, chaos reigned supreme. The demon army charged fearlessly, akin to madmen, proclaiming, "Let my blood be spilled here in the heavenly court." To die in battle against the heavenly court was their greatest honor. For years, demons had suffered under the merciless slaughter by the heavenly beings and Buddhist practitioners. Now, they finally marched boldly into the heavenly court, unleashing their full fury. The demon forces surged, their momentum overwhelming the heavenly soldiers. Lan Shuling, wielding her curved blade, danced like a startled swan, akin to a soaring dragon. The blade seemed to possess a life of its own, as each strike felled a heavenly soldier. Blood splattering in the wake. The golden-winged great Pung closely followed her, manifesting its wings and creating a tempest. Wherever the storm swept through, the heavenly soldiers wailed in agony, collapsing in droves. Neither the heavenly court nor the demon army occupied his thoughts. His sole concern was the protection of the woman beside him. "Retreat. Reinforcements from the western heavenly gate have arrived," commanded the golden-winged great Pung King, sensing the approaching legion of heavenly soldiers. With a flourish of her blade, painting the ground crimson, Lan Shuling uttered a low command, "Retreat." Chapter 508. Sun Wukong battles the heavenly court again at that moment. The guards of the northern heavenly gate were collectively bewildered. "What is happening? You seem to have the upper hand. How could you suddenly retreat? Could it be that you sensed the arrival of reinforcements from the western gate, prompting your withdrawal?" Upon reflection, this seems quite plausible. A resounding force emanated from the western gate, indicating that Bai Susu and her demon army had also commenced their assault. At present, most of the forces from the western gate had been dispatched to support the northern gate, leaving the western gate vulnerable. Thus, at this critical moment, Bai Susu, leading her demon army, swiftly breached the western gate, though she did not advance further inside. Instead, she lingered at the entrance of the northern gate, engaging in combat with the celestial guards. This was all part of Zhu Beiji's meticulous plan. While it appeared that they were aiming to breach the celestial gates, their true intention was merely to divert the attention of the majority of the heavenly soldiers. Should they penetrate deeply into the celestial gates and the main forces of the heavenly army arrive, their retreat would not be as facile. Although the demon army at the northern gate had retreated, there remained a fear of a sudden counterattack. Thus, heavenly soldiers continued to guard the northern gate, while the rest hurried towards the western gate to provide support. Another powerful force surged forth, this time from the eastern gate, followed by the tumultuous entrance of the demon army. The cacophony of battle ensued. "Report, Your Majesty, the demon forces at the eastern gate are numerous, and our heavenly soldiers are unable to withstand them." "Report, Your Majesty, the troops from the western gate have proceeded to support the northern gate, and the western gate has now been breached." "Report, Your Majesty, the eastern gate has been overrun by the demon army." Upon hearing the reports, the Jade Emperor's countenance turned pale with alarm. From the outset, he had underestimated Zhu Beiji. Relying solely on the northern gate as a point of breakthrough was evidently implausible. Unexpectedly, Zhu Beiji had targeted all three celestial gates simultaneously. Now, The heavenly soldiers were scattered among the three gates. No matter how reinforcements were dispatched, it would be utterly futile. The demon army would undoubtedly infiltrate. Report. The demon forces at the northern gate have suddenly retreated. Report. The demon forces at the western gate have also unexpectedly withdrawn. We suspect this is a deliberate tactic of the demon army, withdrawing to advance. Should we show any sign of relaxation, the demon army will surely counterattack. Your Majesty, a swift decision is imperative. If we continue to deliberate, the entire heavenly realm shall be overrun by the demon army, who will infiltrate through all three gates and advance directly to the Lingxiao Palace. After all, from their perspective, this is clearly a strategic retreat to gain ground. What is the situation at the southern gate? The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, growing increasingly anxious. At this moment, he was particularly wary of Sun Wukong and Zixia. However, he surmised that their inaction was likely due to waiting for the higher echelons of the heavenly court to make a move. Report. The southern gate remains tranquil. How perplexing. The Jade Emperor was befuddled. While the other three gates were embroiled in fierce battles, the southern gate exhibited no activity. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of foreboding, as if a storm were brewing. The kingdom of 10,000 demons. At this moment, all the demons eagerly awaited Zhu Beiji. A brand new set of silvery white armor appeared in Ruoshui's hands, identical to that of the former Marshal Tianpeng. With a gentle smile, as soft as water, she said, "Marshal, allow Ruoshui to assist you in changing attire." Zhu Beiji nodded and rose to his feet. Once dressed, he exuded an aura of remarkable majesty. Although his countenance remained pig-like, it did not detract from his inherent charisma. Gazing at his own unappealing visage, Zhu Beiji hesitated briefly before transforming into a figure of refined elegance. Reminiscent of the former Marshal Tianpeng, handsome and distinguished, emanating an air of authority. When first encountered, he had donned this very armor. Ruoshui gazed into his face, a hint of nostalgia glimmering in her eyes. Back then, Zhu Beiji had just assumed his role as Marshal Tianpeng. In those days, the two were celestial beings in the heavenly realm. Now, it seemed as if everything had changed, yet paradoxically, nothing had altered. It was as if they had returned to the moment of their initial meeting. As the humble Marshal Tianpeng, may I inquire your esteemed name, fair maiden? Zhu Beiji murmured. Ruoshui chuckled softly in response. I am called Ruoshui. A moment later, Zhu Beiji surveyed the assembled demon army, his spirits soaring as he gestured grandly, leading them towards the south gate. At this juncture, beings from the three realms were observing intently. In the underworld, Hutu paced back and forth, glancing up toward the heavens. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she sensed a gaze from high above, elusive yet palpable, fixated upon her. She could even feel the weight of its presence. Should she make the slightest movement, that force could descend upon her. At Bo Palace, Tang Tian sighed, remarking, the monkey has acted impulsively. After a moment of contemplation, he vanished into the chaos. Deep within the chaos, the trio of Jiejing, Zhuanti, and Yuanshi Tianzuan were also paying attention. They had long since received a decree from Hongjun, instructing them to assist the heavenly court in completely obliterating the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Jiejing and Zhuanti, burdened by the fallout of the journey to the west, found it difficult to eat or sleep, fearing sudden retribution from the Tao of heaven. Now, upon hearing that they were still deemed useful and needed by the heavenly court, they felt a temporary sense of relief. At least they were still of value, and the Tao would not demand repayment at this juncture. A faint figure materialized nearby, and Tong Tian's hearty laughter resonated through the chaos. What mischief are you three up to, conspiring together? Upon hearing this, the three saints glared at Tong Tian, their expressions darkening. What a distasteful remark. What do you mean by three conspirators? Zhuanti retorted. Nothing of consequence, Tong Tian replied with a casual smile. I merely sense that the three of you gathered together surely heralds no good tidings. Yuanshi Tianzuan scoffed. Now the kingdom of 10,000 demons dares to brazenly invade the heavenly court. Should calamity befall the court, chaos would ensue across the three realms. Can you bear the weight of such consequences, Tong Tian? The master has just commanded us to assist the heavenly court in utterly vanquishing the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Are you intending to obstruct that? Should you three worthless beings, this master would undoubtedly intervene, Tong Tian coldly stated. Yet, since it is the teacher's command, Tong Tian feels powerless to obstruct, which is not to say he does not wish to. The implication of this statement is quite evident. Because I cannot surpass Hanjun. I am unable to intervene. Were I capable of doing so, I would certainly obstruct. The three sages quietly scoffed. In the heavenly court, at this moment, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brows, for the current situation was decidedly unfavorable for the heavenly court. Nonetheless, it is certain that a sage will eventually take action. However, should they delay their intervention, the losses to the heavenly court would be considerable, especially since Sun Wukong and his companions have yet to make their appearance. This only deepened the Jade Emperor's concerns. The deities involuntarily turned their heads upward. A faint golden shimmer flickered, revealing a figure adorned with a flowing purple satin drape around his neck, gently swaying. He held the golden cudgel, pointing towards the supreme being of the three realms seated not far ahead. His voice resonated throughout every corner of the heavenly court and echoed in the hearts of the deities. Sun Wukong has come to battle the heavenly court once more. Chapter 509, Jade Emperor, Surrender the Incense. Upon seeing that yellow figure, the deities instinctively took a step back. Only the Jade Emperor, standing before them, slightly furrowed his brow. Sun Wukong, how audacious you are! Do you not comprehend what the heavenly court represents? This is the order of the three realms. Haha. The order of the three realms. Why should it be dictated by your heavenly court? Sun Wukong laughed heartily. The beings of the three realms are no different from ants in your eyes. Just because mortals show disrespect, you think you can punish them? Just because demons do not heed your commands, you seek to eradicate them? Who bestowed upon you such authority? You claim to govern the order of the three realms and maintain the balance. Yet why must the three realms be under your control? By what right do you dictate? With the golden cudgel in hand, he pointed towards the supreme being of the three realms. In the past, I led countless demons into the heavenly court, and today, I, Sun Wukong, have returned once more. You believe yourselves to be above all, ruling the three realms. I, Sun Wukong, do not yield. He stepped forward through the void and shouted, Jade Emperor, come and battle with me. Sun Wukong's aura surged, his magical power radiating, enveloping the deities. The deities below involuntarily retreated 2 more steps. Sun Wukong, are you seeking death? The Jade Emperor rose, his voice low and commanding. As the sovereign of the three realms, how could he endure such questioning? What of his dignity? Buzz. The Jade Emperor, atop the Haotian Tower, appeared opposite Sun Wukong. Come, let us battle. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, brandishing his iron staff to meet the challenge. The Haotian Tower emanated an overwhelming power, descending upon Sun Wukong. The golden cudgel and Haotian Tower collided with a thunderous roar. Boom. The force radiated outward, causing the deities below to stumble and fall to the ground. A flicker of surprise appeared in the Jade Emperor's eyes. Logically, with Sun Wukong's magical prowess, such a strike would be overwhelmingly powerful. The Jade Emperor firmly believed this, as he was certainly no match for Sun Wukong. However, in this clash, their powers appeared equal, with Sun Wukong seemingly at a disadvantage. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that he was on guard against the saint's intervention, hence not exerting his full strength? Upon reflection, this notion appears quite plausible. Sun Wukong, today I shall obliterate you here, and your kingdom of 10,000 demons shall equally face the fate of annihilation. The Jade Emperor declared with a commanding voice, raising the Haotian Tower above his head, and took the first step forward. This time, the kingdom of 10,000 demons shall be utterly destroyed, along with you, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong darted through the air, evading numerous attacks, only to vanish from sight and reappear behind the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor seemed to have sensed this in advance. The Haotian Tower emitted a gentle chime, showering countless rays of light that enveloped the Jade Emperor entirely. In that moment, the Jade Emperor exuded an unparalleled majesty, appearing remarkably divine. With a hum, the Haotian Tower spun, unleashing a tremendous force that repelled the heavy strike of the golden cudgel. Sun Wukong was unexpectedly sent flying backward, and in the next instant, the golden cudgel in his hand expanded dramatically, sweeping toward the Jade Emperor. As it passed, resplendent golden light surged forth, accompanied by the faint sound of the void fracturing. The Jade Emperor, filled with newfound vigor and confidence, proclaimed, Sun Wukong, I initially believed you to be formidable. However, it appears you are rather mediocre. Regardless of how well you conceal your strength, once a saint intervenes, you stand no chance whatsoever. Thus, the Jade Emperor dismissed Sun Wukong entirely, convinced of the heavenly court's inevitable victory. Sun Wukong remained silent, once more approaching with his staff. At the southern heavenly gate, the sounds of battle surged intensely. Zhu Beiji led the multitude of demons toward this location. The guards at the southern heavenly gate involuntarily retreated several steps, terror evident on their faces as they gazed at the endless array of demons. The 4 heavenly kings manifested, appearing at the southern heavenly gate, each wielding a magical artifact, their expressions laden with vigilance. Impudent, Tian Peng, how dare you consort with the kingdom of 10,000 demons? You even have the audacity to lead them into the heavenly court. This is a capital offense. Do you understand your crime? Emily Hai bellowed. Zhu Beiji merely smiled nonchalantly, undeterred, as he stepped forward, grasping the hand of Ruoshui. Among the demon army, a figure clad in purple soared into the air, her garment fluttering like a purple butterfly, unfurling its wings. She gracefully descended before the throng of demons. Instantly, the 4 heavenly kings exchanged glances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, outrageous kingdom of 10,000 demons, how dare you aspire to invade the heavenly court? If you withdraw now, we can report to His Majesty and spare you from punishment. Kill. Zhu Beiji took the lead, charging into the southern heavenly gate. He hurled his rake, which instantly magnified several times. An overwhelming, terrifying force emanated from the rake, surging directly into the southern heavenly gate. The surrounding celestial soldiers cried out in agony as they turned to ash. Kill. The army of demons roared in unison, recklessly storming into the southern heavenly gate. The 4 heavenly kings and the guards of the heavenly court found themselves unable to fully impede the advance of the demon army. Soon, the demons surged inside. The demon queen led the way, stepping through the void, her figure ethereal, akin to a celestial maiden gliding upon the waves. Upon witnessing the dire turn of events, the 4 heavenly kings exchanged glances of alarm and promptly fled. The rake struck horizontally. The faces of the 4 heavenly kings changed dramatically as they exerted all their strength to withstand the blow. Meanwhile, the demon queen appeared, her purple satin billowing, radiating boundless power. The satin shimmered as if transformed into a colossal dragon, enveloping the 4 heavenly kings entirely. The 4 heavenly kings, taken aback, shattered into countless fragments. Their spirits, resolute yet desperate, turned without a glance back and fled. The demon empress and her allies chose not to pursue. Their souls were all that remained, devoid of the capacity to engage in battle. Kill. The demon army roared in unison, launching a full-scale assault on the heavenly court. Within the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun maintained an impassive demeanor, his expression unreadable as he observed the unfolding chaos. His eyes, profound and unfathomable, then shifted toward the Jade Emperor, who was locked in combat with Sun Wukong. With a dismissive snort, Hong Jun inquired, a clone perhaps? He calculated with a flick of his fingers and turned his gaze towards the realm of the heavenly prison. Not far from the heavenly prison, a figure materialized, striding forward with unabashed confidence. The celestial soldiers instinctively retreated, not daring to obstruct his path. He glanced back at the Lingxiao treasure hall, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the distance, the glow of Buddha's light began to radiate. Inside the Lingxiao treasure hall, the sky was filled with flickering Buddhist radiance. Leish, puffing on a cigarette, appeared, flanked by a host of Buddhas. How bold of you, Tathagata! You forsake the dignity of the Buddhist faith to align yourself with the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the Jade Emperor reproached. Have you truly fallen so low? Leish found himself in this predicament against his will. Had it not been for Xuan Ti's resounding slap, he would not have taken such a path. The reality of siding with the kingdom of 10,000 demons, living under another's roof, weighed heavily on his heart. He cast a glance at Sun Wukong, furrowing his brow in confusion. What was this monkey doing, concealing his strength? Quickly subdue the Jade Emperor. I need to indulge in my cigarette, he thought, realizing he was no longer a part of the Buddhist order. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, Leish declared, Jade Emperor, surrender your cigarettes. In the midst of the fierce battle with Sun Wukong, the Jade Emperor shot a fierce glare at Leish, momentarily distracted. Sun Wukong, do not hide your strength. I shall join you in taking down the Jade Emperor, Leish exclaimed, his spirit unyielding as he charged forward. Once the Jade Emperor was subdued, there would be plenty of cigarettes to enjoy. However, Leish's participation in this conflict was not solely for the kingdom of 10,000 demons. It was primarily for the sake of his beloved cigarettes. Despite his spirited demeanor, anxiety gnawed at him. What if the kingdom of 10,000 demons faced defeat? the repercussions would be dire. Unwittingly, he found himself bound to the fate of the kingdom. Now, as he followed Sun Wukong deeper into the heavenly court, Leish was concerned about being merely a pawn in the monkey's game, yet he felt powerless to extricate himself. Ultimately, his pursuit of cigarettes drove him forward. With Leish entering the fray, the Jade Emperor felt the pressure mount significantly. Meanwhile, the celestial beings and the Buddhist disciples below had also engaged in fierce combat. The denizens of the kingdom of 10,000 demons had yet to arrive. The battle had already begun. Upon entering the southern heavenly gate, Zhu Beiji paused momentarily and commanded, "Convey my orders. The demon army shall decelerate." The marshal inquired why. "Because many of the demon forces have yet to arrive. We shall proceed at a measured pace, awaiting the arrival of Lan Shuling and her companions, so that all demons may gather before entering the Lingshao Palace," Zhu Beiji articulated with conviction. In the distance, the Lingshao Palace radiated with a celestial light, enveloping the skies. Zhu Beiji squinted slightly. With his command, the demon horde immediately slowed their advance. For many of these beings, this was their first venture into the heavenly court, prompting them to meander and explore as if it were a scenic excursion. It felt as though they were treating the heavenly court as a tourist destination. Yet, Zhu Beiji's brow furrowed in concern. Everything seemed to be proceeding too smoothly. Despite the fact that events unfolded according to his meticulously crafted plan, such ease seemed implausible. "Marshal, do you not sense that our progress is too untroubled?" asked Ruoshui, who shared his unease. The demon queen stood a short distance ahead, her eyes reflecting a wistful reminiscence, as if recalling the brutal battles of yore, when blood stained the heavenly court and celestial soldiers clashed with demon armies. She could almost visualize a figure wielding an iron staff, confronting two quasi-saints while she remained captive, helplessly watching the chaos unfold. Now, as countless demons prepared to battle the heavenly court once more, she pondered the outcome of this impending conflict. "Indeed, I too feel it," Zhu Beiji confessed. "For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition lingers in my mind." He turned to Ruoshui and said, "Should misfortune arise, I shall do everything in my power to ensure your safety." Ruoshui smiled faintly, grasping his hand tightly. "Where you are, I shall be, in life and death. I shall follow you without regret. With you, I find my sanctuary, unreservedly." Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji's body trembled, and he clasped her hand firmly. The southern heavenly gate erupted once more with commotion as a multitude of demons surged in, alongside Lan Shuling, Bai Susu, and others returning through the remaining gates. At that moment, the legion of demons was wholly assembled. In the depths of chaos, several saints remained vigilant. Upon witnessing the arrival of Brother Lai leading the assembly of Buddhas, both Jane and Zhuanti widened their eyes in astonishment, particularly Zhuanti, whose breath became labored, his chest heaving with intensity. "Damn it," he muttered. "These were originally our Buddhist brethren, now led astray by Brother Lai into the demon nation, conspiring against the heavenly court." Tong Tian erupted into boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "What a splendid Buddhist faction!" His words struck Jane and Zhuanti like a resounding slap, igniting a fiery sting across their faces. The profound foundation of Buddhism, having deceived so many over the years, was now being exploited by Brother Lai. And now, they were engaged in fierce combat with the heavenly court? Curse that Brother Lai, Zhuanti seethed, wishing for nothing more than to manifest before the heavenly court and deliver a sound thrashing. Observing the demons, Tong Tian sighed deeply. "Ah, monkey, you have acted impulsively." Jane and Zhuanti remained still, clearly intent on ensnaring the demon nation in its entirety and eradicating it once and for all. In the present day, Hutu has been firmly bound by the imposing authority of Hongjun. The moment she exhibits any sign of movement, Hongjun will undoubtedly employ the power of the heavenly Tao to subdue her. As for myself, if not for Hongjun's interference, I would have indeed been able to withstand the three saints. Furthermore, the Supreme Laojun is surely observing this scene from the shadows. Yet, his intentions remain a mystery to Tong Tian, who is uncertain of the side he aligns with. At the Lingshao Treasure Hall, a fierce battle rages between the multitude of Buddhas and deities. As the conflict with Sun Wukong and Leish intensifies, the Jade Emperor increasingly perceives Wukong's combat prowess waning. It appears that this monkey seeks to exploit my strength to engage in a confrontation with the Tathagata, hoping for mutual destruction so he may seize the aftermath. In a fleeting moment, the Jade Emperor comprehends the entirety of this scheme, invigorating his spirit even further, his aura radiating with formidable might. The Haotian Tower transforms into a cascade of resplendent light, descending to strike at the two combatants. Lingji, now truly enraged, spreads his palm to reveal the 9-grade Golden Lotus. The clash of the 9-grade Golden Lotus against the Haotian Tower creates a tremendous force. Simultaneously, Lingji's hand expands dramatically, advancing forward. Below, Lingji Bodhisattva wields a willow branch, sweeping it through the fray as the deities scatter amidst their anguished cries. Yet, Guanyin's gaze inadvertently drifts towards Sun Wukong, having noticed his peculiar behavior. No matter how one conceals their strength, it should not manifest in such a manner, especially retreating under the might of the Haotian Tower. Suddenly, Guanyin's expression sharpens, as if she has grasped a revelation, Buddha. However, before she can articulate her thoughts, a thunderous roar erupts as Lingji and the Jade Emperor each retreat 2 steps. Their overwhelming presence causing the deities and Buddhist practitioners below to stagger back, some even being hurled backwards, grievously wounded and spitting blood. Amidst this surge of power, Sun Wukong's form slowly begins to dissipate. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers widen their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the Jade Emperor has slain Sun Wukong? Such a notion seems impossible. Yet, Wukong's body undeniably fades before their very eyes, ultimately transforming into a solitary golden hair that drifts downwards. Instantly, the Jade Emperor's countenance shifts dramatically. Cursed be it. He had presumed that Sun Wukong was merely concealing his true strength to prepare for unforeseen events. However, he never anticipated that he had been battling nothing more than a single strand of monkey hair. This golden hair fell before the spectators, landing on the ground before vanishing without a trace. Lingji's expression mirrored the incredulity of the Jade Emperor. Cursing under his breath, Lingji exclaimed, "Sun Wukong, you scoundrel!" Initially, he had intended for Wukong to assist them in holding the heavenly court within the Lingxiao treasure hall, allowing Lingji to seize the opportunity to procure some incense. Yet, to his astonishment, Wukong's true form had never appeared. All of this has inadvertently thrust the Buddhist faction into the fray, and now, the Buddhas and heavenly beings are locked in a battle from which they cannot easily withdraw. Chapter 511. Being used, Li Gu felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Indeed, he had been manipulated by the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. The myriad of creatures from this kingdom surged forth, an unstoppable force. Yet, they merely entered through 4 gates. The primary combat strength of the heavenly court remained within the Lingxiao palace. This meant that from the very beginning, the kingdom of 10,000 beasts had only faced off against ordinary celestial soldiers. However, the Bald Brotherhood had been exploited, charging directly toward the Lingxiao palace. Confronting the main forces of the heavenly court, Lingji's lips twitched slightly as he held his breath and gazed downward. The members of the Bald Brotherhood were still locked in a fierce battle with the heavenly court, suffering mutual injuries. Yet, the Bald Brotherhood could not afford any losses. The fall of any member would cause Lingji's heart to bleed. After a moment of stunned silence, the Jade Emperor burst into laughter. "You have been used by the kingdom of 10,000 beasts." Yet, recalling that he had battled a mere strand of monkey hair for so long, even feeling a sense of triumph at having scattered Sun Wukong, he was astonished to realize it was merely a strand of fur. The true body was not even present. Damn it, but if the true body is not here, then where has it gone? With this thought, the Jade Emperor gazed toward the distant heavens prison. Even if it had indeed gone there, it mattered little. With Sun Wukong's power, he could not possibly break the heavenly lock. Thus, the Jade Emperor felt no concern. "Sakyamuni, will you surrender swiftly?" he thundered, his voice resonating throughout the Lingxiao palace. Li Gu's expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions, fluctuating between light and shadow. After a brief silence, he proclaimed loudly, "Jade Emperor, if you hand over the cigarettes, I will lead the Bald Brotherhood to retreat immediately, without interfering in the affairs between the heavenly court and the kingdom of 10,000 beasts." He felt that he had been used as a pawn by Sun Wukong. Continuing the battle served no purpose. It would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to obtain some cigarettes and depart. Yet, after leaving, without the protection of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, where would he go? Such concerns were secondary now. Securing the cigarettes took precedence. "Sakyamuni, if you do not surrender, the saints will intervene soon, and you know the consequences. I do not fear telling you. Today the kingdom of 10,000 beasts will meet its demise here." The Jade Emperor snorted, Do you truly believe the kingdom of 10,000 beasts can so easily invade the heavenly court? Lingji's complexion shifted slightly as he raised a finger. 500 packs, just 500 packs, and we shall withdraw immediately. A look of determination crossed Lingji's face. Otherwise, the members of the Bald Brotherhood and the deities of the heavenly court will fight to the bitter end. Currently, the Jade Emperor had his sights set primarily on the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. If he were to hold back the main forces of the heavenly court due to Li Gu, it would not bode well for him. Thus, Li Gu seized the opportunity to threaten, deliberately presenting an air of resoluteness. It seemed that unless the cigarettes were surrendered, he was indeed prepared to fight the heavenly court to the death. The Jade Emperor glanced downward. Both the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect had suffered losses. Continuing the battle would yield no benefits for the heavenly court. Now, the army of the 10,000 demons has breached the heavenly court. The immediate priority is to confront them. As long as Tang Seng remains in the heavenly court, there will be no shortage of supplies. Without the protection of the 10,000 demons, even the two sages behind him would likely not spare him. Realizing this, the Jade Emperor let out a snort and waved his hand, effectively emptying the shop of the Stellar Star. I do not know how much there is, but take it all. Brother Lai responded with a grunt, collecting all the supplies. Members of the Bald Head Gang, retreat with me. The multitude of Buddhas and deities had been engaged in fierce combat, but upon hearing Brother Lai's command, their movements gradually ceased. The members of the Bald Head Gang looked at the Buddha in confusion. Why are we retreating just like that? Move, Brother Lai urged, taking the lead. The members exchanged glances, but ultimately followed him away. The deities glanced at the Jade Emperor, noticing his lack of intent to intervene, and parted ways, allowing the Bald Head Gang to exit. As Brother Lai departed with his followers, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. The expanse of heaven and earth seemed to offer no refuge. With the departure of the Buddhas and others, the deities of the heavenly court released a collective sigh of relief. Reports came in, with Zhu Beiji and his companions leading a host of demons appearing at the southern heavenly gate. A celestial soldier rushed in to report. The southern heavenly gate has been breached. Your Majesty, please decide. The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, swiftly taking his seat upon the dragon throne. He commanded, summon all celestial soldiers to the Lingxiao Palace. Here, we shall engage in a desperate battle with the 10,000 demons. Yes. Seeing the radiant light of the Lingxiao Palace diminish in the distance, Zhu Beiji furrowed his brow. It seemed that the Buddhists had fled. Yet, such matters were of little consequence now. They had already infiltrated the heavenly court, and the forces of heaven could no longer withstand the onslaught of the 10,000 demons. Still, Zhu Beiji wore a grave expression, glancing around warily. He remained on guard against the sages, and he couldn't help but worry about Sun Wukong. What was his fate now? Could he truly rescue their master? This time, the Buddhists had been unwittingly utilized as pawns. Zhu Beiji paid no mind to this, for now. Those who had aligned themselves with the 10,000 demons naturally needed to contribute as well. Within the heavenly prison, Tang Yu was in a state of anxious urgency. Through the Xiantian mirror placed by the Jade Emperor, he witnessed the demon army infiltrating the heavenly court. He saw the spirited Zhu Beiji, as well as Zixia, Ruoshui, and the taciturn Xiao Wujing as they engaged in battle. The system's notification chimes rang out in succession. Ding! Congratulations, host. A great battle has erupted between the 10,000 demons and the heavenly court. The northern heavenly gate has been breached. You have plundered fortune from the heavenly court. Reward, 5 million fortune points. Ding! The western heavenly gate has been breached. Reward, 5 million fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host. The army of the 10,000 demons has entered through the southern heavenly gate, decisively defeating the forces of the heavenly court. You have plundered fortune from the heavenly court. Reward, 10 million fortune points. The system's notifications resonated incessantly in his mind. Soon, he would reach 400 million. He is destined to exchange for the heart of Hongmeng, thus forming the body of Hongmeng. At that moment, he shall defy the heavens and once again battle the world. Yet, his greatest concern lies with Zhu Beiji and the others. The seemingly effortless assault on the heavenly court raises questions. Why have the sages not intervened? Once they do, all hope will be extinguished. Boom! A thunderous rumble reverberated through the entire hell of heaven. The gates shattered into countless fragments, and brilliant light flooded in, illuminating the abyss. A figure emerged slowly, gazing at Tang Yu, who was ensnared by the heavenly lock, his body leaning forward, the lock taut around him. Without it, he might have collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. In Sun Wukong's eyes, flames flickered anew. Once, he bore a similar plight, bound and trapped. Now, however, he had become Tang Seng. Staring blankly at him, Sun Wukong's lips quivered, and he knelt down. Master. Chapter 512. The array surrounds the demon army. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Tang Yu was taken aback for a moment. He quickly urged, Wukong, listen to me. You cannot save me. The heavenly lock was forged by Hong Jun, and with your peak quasi-saint cultivation, you cannot sever it. Besides, even if you were to rescue me, I would remain powerless. It is wiser to accumulate fortune here, to focus on comprehending the heavenly phenomena and the great Tao. You must immediately command the myriad demon nation to retreat. Once you return, restrain the other demons, under the protection of Lady Hotu. No sage will dare to strike against the myriad demon nation. However, your assault on the heavenly court changes everything. Hong Jun will not allow the heavenly court to fall and plunge the three realms into chaos. Moreover, the Jade Emperor likely desires this, seeking to eliminate you with the sage's aid. Do you understand what I am saying? Therefore, you must lead the demons out of the heavenly court and return to the myriad demon nation. Tang Yu spoke urgently, hoping Sun Wukong would leave promptly. Should a sage intervene, their chances would vanish entirely. Master, I understand. I will take you with me. Sun Wukong stood, taking a deep breath as the golden staff materialized in his hand. He struck fiercely at the heavenly lock. Bang! An overwhelming force surged from the lock. Sun Wukong was caught off guard, retreating swiftly, executing several somersaults in midair before regaining his balance. Hurry, you cannot save me. Trust your master. They cannot hold me forever. I will return one day. Tang Yu urged desperately. Unmoved, Sun Wukong unleashed a mighty shout, emitting a radiant light from his palm that enveloped Tang Yu. He then began to swing the golden staff wildly around him. Each strike resonated with powerful collisions against the hell of heaven, yet the structure remained unyielding. He sought to annihilate the hell to rescue Tang Yu, but it was evident that he could not achieve this. This place was fortified by the sage's power as well. It's futile, you must leave. Tang Yu furrowed his brow and remarked, if you consider me your master, then depart swiftly. Master, I, Sun Wukong, stood there bewildered, wielding the golden staff. The constraints of the celestial prison were insurmountable. Even the hell of heaven lay beyond my reach. There was no means to extricate Tang Yu. Stop the idle chatter, leave at once. Just as Tang Yu's words faded, a brilliant light flickered before him, and Sun Wukong vanished entirely from sight. The sage had intervened. In an instant, Sun Wukong found himself atop the Lingxiao Palace, yet he was now beset by a grave demeanor. He gazed towards the heavens, where the myriad demons of the demon nation halted in their tracks at the command of Zhu Beiji. Glancing back, he noticed the southern heavenly gate was emanating a formidable force. It was evident that escape from the southern heavenly gate was utterly impossible. The same fate likely awaited the other three gates. No wonder Zhu Beiji sensed something amiss. How could they have breached the heavenly court with such ease? Thus, the heavenly court aimed to ensnare them like fish in a barrel. Zixia furrowed her delicate brows, initially intending to wait a moment longer for Zhu Beiji to lead the demons in retreat, preserving the strength of the demon nation. However, it seemed they were now ensnared. Zhu Beiji sighed, having anticipated this outcome all along, yet feeling powerless. Such a powerful seal of magic must surely have been cast by a sage. Regardless of the might of the demon nation, once a sage intervened, there remained no glimmer of hope. The other demons remained oblivious to the predicament, still marveling at the sights of the heavenly court, occasionally uttering sounds of astonishment. Only Zhu Beiji, Weakwater, and Lan Shuling appeared grave. Zixia stood high in the heavens, her figure flashing as she materialized beside Sun Wukong in the Lingxiao Palace. With a gentle smile, she whispered, "It seems we cannot leave." "I am aware," Sun Wukong replied calmly, his gaze fixed upon the supreme being of the three realms before him. "Sun Wukong, today you shall meet your demise here. And the demon nation shall likewise vanish without a trace," declared the Jade Emperor, rising with an air of authority. "In that case, let us engage in a decisive battle," Sun Wukong proclaimed, brandishing his golden staff towards him. "Does the Jade Emperor dare to fight?" The Jade Emperor's expression faltered. This was not merely a transformed hair of the monkey, but the true embodiment of Sun Wukong. He had just grappled for so long with a single strand of fur. Facing the true form of Sun Wukong, he harbored no hope of victory. With the four great heavenly gates now firmly sealed, the demons faced insurmountable odds. Yet why had the sage not acted? The Jade Emperor began to feel anxious. If you do not intervene, my heavenly court shall be doomed, and I may very well meet the same fate. The clamor of confusion echoed throughout. Zhu Beiji, leading the forces of the demon nation, had now arrived. The celestial soldiers of the heavenly court gathered at the Lingshao Palace, standing in confrontation with the demon army. If a battle were to ensue here, what would become of the heavenly court? Zhu Beiji inquired. What shall become of the heavenly court, I do not know, but I am certain of one thing. You demons, treacherous and rebellious, shall surely meet your end here today. The Jade Emperor sat solemnly upon his dragon throne, uttering a low command. The Jade Emperor summoned the battle. Sun Wukong let out a resounding howl, his golden staff instantly swelling in size, radiating an overwhelming might that bore down upon his adversary. The Haoyan Tower reverberated, clashing with the force of the golden staff. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the very heavens to tremble. Kill! The demon army bellowed in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. In an instant, they clashed with the celestial forces. Magical energy surged through the air, and blood splattered before their eyes. Sun Wukong wielded his iron staff, compelling the Jade Emperor to retreat repeatedly. The Jade Emperor, in a state of frantic urgency, cursed silently within, questioning the absence of the sages. If this continued, the heavenly realm would be utterly doomed. It was as if the fabric of space itself was tearing apart. Gentle waves of magical energy spread forth, shaking the three realms with their might. Countless demons wailed as they were reduced to ash. The Jade Emperor sighed in relief. Recognizing the formation, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he struck the Jade Emperor back with his iron staff. He stood tall in the skies, suddenly transforming into a colossal ape. His entire being surged with magical energy, exuding an unparalleled power that struck the heavens. The onlookers instinctively closed their eyes as an infinite golden light dazzled before them, akin to the sun shattering at that moment, intense and blinding. Above, the formation whirled, releasing an onslaught of murderous intent that spread outward. The demon army howled, suffering innumerable casualties in an instant. Sun Wukong unleashed a mighty roar, delivering a powerful blow against the formation. With a resounding crash, the entire heavenly court trembled. The radiant golden light seemed to be torn asunder by the formation, scattering uncontrollably in all directions. Where the force passed, demons and celestial soldiers alike wailed as they turned to ash. The monkey returned to his original size, hurtling backward, flipping in midair in an attempt to stabilize his form. The Jade Emperor's gaze fixed intently, and he flickered into existence behind Sun Wukong, the Haoyan Tower cascading down with myriad rays of light that enveloped that figure. Chapter 513. The sage's intervention. The demons were taken aback. Zixua's eyes widened in disbelief, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. The Haoyan Tower emitted an overwhelming aura, shrouding that figure. A powerful wave of magical energy spread outwards. The Haoyan Tower emitted faint chimes, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared to tremble slightly. With a forceful crash, the Haoyan Tower was sent flying. Amidst the overwhelming might, the figure stood proudly, wielding the iron staff. The figure flickered, rapidly shifting through the air towards the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was struck with dread, his complexion paling as he hastily retreated, ultimately losing control and crashing to the ground. Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor's face turned a ghastly shade, each word enunciated with a chilling clarity. Sun Wukong remained silent, merely gazing at the descending formation from the heavens. Even with his utmost effort, he found it challenging to breach the formation. Undoubtedly, this was the work of a sage. A faint buzzing resonated in the ears of the gathered demons. It is unclear why, but the myriad of demons were seized by an inexplicable chill, a pervasive sense of dread enveloping their beings. It felt as though a vast, oppressive cloud loomed overhead, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present. Despicable, Sun Wukong uttered solemnly, fixing his gaze upon the Jade Emperor. Suddenly, the formation began to subtly shift, unleashing an overwhelming aura of malevolence that enveloped the surroundings, ensnaring the entire demon army within its grasp. The array resembled an enormous net, seemingly poised to ensnare the demon forces before drawing them in. A deafening resonance filled the air as an infinite energy permeated the atmosphere. In an instant, several demons cried out in anguish, disintegrating into nothingness. Sun Wukong wielded his iron staff, valiantly resisting the formidable pressure emanating from the formation. In contrast, Zixia danced gracefully with her silken purple fabric, her violet garments fluttering in the wind. Together, two figures stood side by side, embodying the hues of gold and purple. Within the array, three indistinct silhouettes emerged: primordial heavenly venerable, Jane, and Zhuanti, mere avatars of their true selves. Yet even these incarnations were beyond the reach of those less than sanctified, especially as they melded seamlessly into the formation. Sun Wukong's voice reverberated, echoing throughout every corner of the heavenly court. Despite wielding his iron staff, his legs trembled beneath the weight of the oppressive force. "Do you dare to fight?" he roared, his visage a tempest of madness, defiance, and arrogance. Undeterred by the might of the saints, exuding an air of invincibility. "Is that all you have?" Primordial heavenly venerable retorted, dripping with disdain. "And you think you can challenge me?" Sun Wukong locked eyes with him, his spirit ablaze, his entire being radiating with burgeoning power. The cries of the demon army echoed in his ears, while blood splattered before him, mingling with the ashes of disintegrated foes. "General," Weak Water called out in concern. Zhu Beiji remained silent, his brow furrowed in worry. All the heavenly soldiers had gathered at the Lingshao Palace, including the water army of the Heavenly River, now gazing anxiously at Zhu Beiji. Primordial Heavenly Venerable took a step forward, his saintly aura pervading the air. Countless demons wailed as they were reduced to ashes. "In that case, I shall obliterate you completely today," he declared, his divine presence casting a shadow over Sun Wukong. The latter trembled under the immense strain, visibly burdened by the colossal pressure. Meanwhile, in the depths of the heavenly prison, a series of system alerts rang out incessantly. Yet, Tang Yu was consumed with urgency as he observed the dire situation of Sun Wukong and his companions through the Xiantian mirror. The lamentations of the demon army echoed as they were annihilated, while Sun Wukong sought to confront the saint's avatar alone. Clenching his teeth, he fixated on the Xiantian mirror, desperate to intervene, yet powerless to act. He intermittently opened the system interface to assess his fortune points, yearning to purchase the primordial heart and attain the primordial body. With the primordial body, he could transcend the heavens and challenge the world. The essence of the saints would return in an instant, making him even more formidable than when he first entered the realm of sanctity. However, his fortune points were woefully insufficient. A suppressed groan escaped Tang Yu's lips, his frustration reaching a critical point. The celestial lock upon his body emitted a clear sound, followed by a flicker of realization in his eyes. Deep within the chaos, Tang Tian fixed his gaze upon the primordial supreme being, sneering, "Primordial supreme being, for one of your exalted status, you truly seem to be regressing." The primordial supreme being merely snorted in response, silent. "Perhaps it is you three imbeciles who have prepared in advance," he continued, arranging formations and subsequently deploying avatars to utterly annihilate the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Tong Tian's tone grew grave. "You are indeed cautious. Originally, your saintly avatars would have rendered the kingdom of 10,000 demons defenseless, yet you have even set up formations. This clearly indicates your intent to eradicate the kingdom entirely." The monkey seeking to confront the primordial supreme being was merely courting death. Even an avatar was beyond the capacity of a mere quasi-saint like him to withstand. The invasion of the kingdom of 10,000 demons into heaven, disrupting the order of the three realms, is unforgivable. Furthermore, demons are inherently malevolent. Their eradication is only just, declared the primordial supreme being. "I believe that after this, there shall be no more kingdom of 10,000 demons in this world." Inherently malevolent? Huh. Tang Tian chuckled mockingly. All beings coexist for a reason. How can one determine a lifetime of sin based solely on their lineage? The Jie sect embraces all without discrimination. Eradicating the kingdom of 10,000 demons, Zhuanti said coldly. He calculated the location of the others and prepared to discipline them immediately. As for those who had been taken away, as long as they recognized their mistakes, they could still be considered disciples of the Buddha. After all, having saved so many, it would be unreasonable to start anew. Boom, boom. A formidable force erupted from Zhuanti, radiating outward. Under this overwhelming pressure, the primordial supreme being and Jane were left stunned, unable to comprehend what Zhuanti was attempting. Although they were not harmed by the force, they appeared quite disheveled. Their garments torn, and sparks flickered in their hair, releasing the scent of charred material. Zhuan-Ti, bearing the brunt of the impact, turned pale. What was happening? How could the seven-colored marvelous tree suddenly explode? This tree had always been integrated into his soul. Now, with its unexpected detonation, the powerful force had even injured his soul. Tang Tian observed the scene in astonishment, watching the three individuals now shrouded in darkness and debris, before bursting into laughter. Damn it! Zhuan-Ti, eyes closed, spewed forth a cloud of black smoke. He had sensed something was amiss with the seven-colored marvelous tree, and now it became clear. Someone had tampered with it. To enact such a covert operation on his precious tree, only unforeseen variables could facilitate this, namely Tang Seng. He recalled that when the heavenly treasure vault had opened, the seven-colored marvelous tree was entrusted to Xiao Lai, who subsequently exchanged it for incense with Tang Seng, only to have it reclaimed later. However, at that moment, he had already discerned that the rainbow marvel tree seemed somewhat altered. Yet, he could not pinpoint the exact difference and momentarily dismissed it from his mind. Now, he finally comprehended the truth. There had been foul play involved. His own innate treasure had detonated, injuring him in the process. Chapter 514. The resurrection of Nuwa. The rainbow marvel tree had long been swapped by Tang Yu. The one originally possessed by Zhuan-Ti had been exchanged by him already. Presently, the one in Zhuan-Ti's possession was cultivated by the system. During the time he was pursued by the three saints, he had contemplated detonating the rainbow marvel tree. However, even if he had proceeded with that plan, it would have only delayed Zhuan-Ti for a brief moment, failing to alter the dire circumstances of his pursuit. Thus, he refrained from taking such drastic measures, intending to use it later. At this moment, Tang Yu could no longer afford to deliberate. He needed to earn fortune points without reservation, yet it still fell short. Tang Yu felt nearly hopeless. Nevertheless, the system's voice continued to resonate incessantly. It was merely a meager accumulation of fortune points. If this continued, he would soon amass enough. But time was of the essence. Any further delay could lead to the complete annihilation of the entire demon realm, putting Sun Wukong and others in jeopardy. In the depths of Hell's 19th layer, Hutu furrowed her brows, sensing an overwhelming presence enveloping her. The moment she exhibited any sign of movement, this force would bear down upon her, rendering her immobile. Was she truly bound to take such a course of action? Hutu found herself in a quandary. She gazed at the distant ice coffin and murmured, "What should I do?" Suddenly, an immensely powerful aura surged forth, shaking the three realms. Under this pressure, Hutu involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, incredulity washing over her as she turned her gaze towards the location of the coffin. At that instant, the coffin disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. The woman who had been resting within the ice coffin opened her eyes. "Sister," Hutu softly called out. The woman rose gracefully, an overwhelming force radiating from her. She regarded Hutu with hollow eyes devoid of emotion. Under her gaze, Hutu retreated 2 more steps, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from the woman. "Sister," she called again. A flicker of confusion appeared in the woman's eyes, and then, suddenly, she lifted her gaze to the heavens, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun furrowed his brow, sensing Nuwa's presence. He could clearly feel this overwhelming force. If judged solely by her inherent strength, she was likely not weaker than himself. Had her transformation been completed? No, not yet. Although the essence of the saint had been reassembled, her consciousness had yet to return. At this moment, all her actions were instinctual, unconscious responses. In the Daoshui Palace, Taishang Laojun burst into laughter. How intriguing. Now that Nuwa has emerged from the underworld, it seems that Yuanshi, Jin, and Zhuan-Ti may no longer be her equals. This battle, which once appeared to seal the fate of the myriad demons' kingdom, has been transformed by Nuwa's presence. He paced back and forth within the Daoshui Palace. The last time he wielded the power of the heavenly Tao, he must have sustained damage to his essence. At this moment, you suppress Hutu with the power of the heavenly Tao, preventing her from leaving the underworld. Now that Nuwa has awakened, how will you defend against her? To suppress Hutu with the heavenly Tao's might and then subdue Nuwa? It seems that this is your only recourse. If so, relying on the power of the heavenly Tao may soon reach its limit. The gaze of the Taishang Laojun flickered, his formerly gentle and serene eyes sharpening with intensity. In the depths of chaos, the saints stood in stunned silence. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the 3 others furrowed their brows. The merging of Hutu with the 6 paths of reincarnation had already instilled fear within them. Fortunately, with Hongjuan's restraint, She remained confined to the underworld. However, now a more terrifying force has awakened. The might just displayed reverberated throughout the three realms. Even Hutu, having fused with the 6 paths of reincarnation, could scarcely exude such boundless terror. It seems that Nuan now rivals Hongjun in power. Tang Tian erupted in laughter, initially believing the myriad demons' kingdom was doomed. Yet it appears the situation is not as dire as it seemed. With Master subduing Hutu, does he still possess the strength to confront Nuan? After all, it was you three who had once banished her. Now that she has returned, one wonders if you still hold that power. Tang Tian repeatedly referred to them as fools, inciting the ire of the 3 saints. If they could overpower him, they would have already flayed him alive. Yet Tang Tian merely raised an eyebrow, wearing a provocative expression, seemingly awaiting their move. In the heavenly court, time appeared to freeze at that moment. Everyone looked in disbelief at the figure that had suddenly appeared. Her overwhelming presence forced all to retreat involuntarily. The formation that enveloped the heavenly court now emitted an unusual sound, as if it could no longer withstand her might, and threatened to shatter. Your Highness, Sun Wukong, Zixia, and Lan Shuling called out in unison. The deities of the heavenly court stared in disbelief at this spectacle. The Jade Emperor blinked, feeling disoriented. Once confident in easily obliterating the myriad demons' kingdom, he now sensed impending doom with the return of this woman. The entire situation had flipped in an instant. Nuan gazed at Sun Wukong, then at Zixia. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in her eyes before they reverted to a hollow stare. Fixated on the 3 saints' avatars high above, she appeared momentarily lost. Then, she gently extended her palm. Boom! The formation emitted a piercing sound, followed by a resounding crack as it shattered. Her palm's might surged forth, rendering everything to nothingness, as even space itself began to collapse. Shrouded above in the lofty heavens were the incarnations of the 3 saints, an overwhelming force akin to the very pressure of the cosmos itself, rendering resistance futile. In an instant, the avatars of the 3 saints were shattered. Nuan stood high in the skies, her gaze clouded with a trace of perplexity once more. With a mere gesture, she effortlessly dismantled the formation, obliterating the saints' manifestations. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. The goddess, alongside Sun Wukong and Zixia, sought to approach that ethereal figure, yet the boundless aura emanating from it kept them at bay. With a fleeting glance cast their way, Nuan's form flickered and appeared amidst the chaos, her expression growing increasingly bewildered. Upon her arrival, the likes of Yuan Shi Tianzun and Jiayin braced themselves defensively. Haha! Tang Tian erupted in laughter, directing his gaze towards Nuan, his brow slightly furrowed. He discerned that this was not a genuine revival. Her consciousness had yet to fully return. You 3, he pointed accusingly at Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others. You struck the blow back then. It is time for you to pay for your past transgressions. Chapter 515. Nuan battles the 3 saints instantaneously. The expressions of Yuan Shi Tianzun and his companions shifted. Zun Ti cast a glance at Nuan, a spark of cunning igniting within his mind as he pointed at Tang Tian, stating, "It was not us, it was he. All that transpired back then was orchestrated by him. You must avenge us by slaying him." Nuan appeared to be in a state of profound confusion, and if utilized wisely, she could even become an ally in their endeavors. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Jiayin swiftly grasped this notion, collectively pointing at Tang Tian, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is him. Eliminate him." "You are truly despicable," Tang Tian muttered under his breath. He was one of the few saints amidst the universe, yet they dared to cast the blame upon him. Were it not for the inopportune timing, he would have summoned the sword array of extermination to demonstrate the full extent of his wrath. Nuan's gaze grew increasingly dazed until a fleeting clarity washed over her eyes. She stepped forward, emitting a soft cry. The immense power radiating from her was boundless and terrifying, instilling a primal fear within all who beheld it. Tang Tian, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Jiayin, and Zun Ti instinctively took a step back. Nuan's form became ethereal, blurring as she vanished from sight, transforming into countless silhouettes, each exuding the same overwhelming force. Yet, whether intentional or not, in that moment, Tang Tian found himself retreating hundreds of miles in haste, observing them in silence. Nuan's myriad forms gradually dissipated, ultimately manifesting as an unfathomable might that loomed over Yuan Shi Tianzun and his companions. Tang Tian laughed heartily. Did you truly believe her to be foolish? Her consciousness is merely in a temporary state of unawareness. Huh. Worthless creatures, still attempting to slander me. Yuan Shi Tianzun, Jie and the others regarded the oppressive force above them with grave expressions. The overwhelming presence transformed between the form of Nuwa and the very essence of this realm, as if all had fallen under her dominion. In this space, she was the embodiment of the heavens. The unfathomable pressure evoked an unsettling sense of dread within Yuan Shi Tianzun and his companions. Such terrifying and boundless might. They had only ever felt it emanating from Hongjun. This was the suppression of the Tao's decree. Under this force, it seemed they had no room to retaliate. Had she truly taken a half-step forward? Tang Tian was struck with astonishment and fear. Although he had long known of her completed transformation and that her power must have vastly improved, he never anticipated such sheer terror. Perhaps her strength now rivaled that of Hongjun himself? This was indeed the essence of Hongjun's power. If he were to harness the strength of the heavenly Tao, he could still overpower her. Gradually, the overwhelming might began to dissipate. In the depths of chaos, countless exquisite flowers bloomed. Within the petals, the hollow and bewildered eyes of Nuwa emerged. A red butterfly unfolded its wings and gently landed upon the flower's core. Suddenly, the butterfly leapt into the air again, its wings beating forward, causing the void to collapse in its wake. An unfathomable terror pressed upon the heavens and the earth. Damn it! How can she be this powerful? Yuan Shi Tianzun cursed, reluctantly summoning the three treasures Jade Rui, prepared to defend against the impending threat. The expressions of Jane and Junti shifted drastically. Before them, the red butterfly fluttered its wings, slowly soaring towards the three of them. Simultaneously, the flowers surrounding them erupted with a strange radiance, completely enveloping the trio. Bang! The sound of the void shattering echoed within each person's psyche. Boom! A hand emerged from the heart of the flowers. In an instant, countless blossoms transformed back into the figure of Nuwa, converging from all directions. Under this overwhelming force, Yuan Shi Tianzun and his companions could only endure. Nuwa was too formidable. Even in confrontation with the three of them, she appeared effortless, as if she were merely toying with them. Though she had only taken half a step, such a realm was beyond their reach. Bang! Junti was sent flying through the chaos, not knowing how far he had been thrown. Junior brother, Jane exclaimed in shock. His pupils dilated as he helplessly watched a resplendent flower explode, revealing Nuwa's form. A delicate hand slowly reached towards him, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace, yet he could not evade it. Bang! Jane's face turned pale. Yuan Shi Tianzun was alarmed. At this moment, thoughts of retreat began to stir within him. However, having already sustained severe injuries, both Jane and Junti were in dire straits. If this continued, he too would not fare well. Yet, surrounded by such overwhelming power, even the thought of escape seemed futile. Boom, boom. In the high heavens, dark clouds thickened in an instant. The clouds gathered and slowly began to swirl, resembling a colossal eye, cold and indifferent, gazing upon the world. Emerging force spread throughout the surroundings. Nuwa's figure appeared, gazing up at the gathering storm. Greetings, Master. Yuan Shi Tianzun offered a slight bow, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, transforming into an old man who stepped forth. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Hongjun looked at Nuwa and smiled faintly. Indeed. Jane and Junti hurriedly bowed. We pay our respects, Master. At this moment, the two appeared somewhat disheveled, especially Junti. The originally vibrant seven-colored miraculous tree had exploded, injuring their souls, and now they were grievously wounded at the hands of Nuwa. Nuwa's expression remained bewildered, yet her aura intensified significantly. It seemed she instinctively sensed the terrifying nature of this individual, which made her grow increasingly wary. Is this the fruit of your transformation? Hongjun remarked appreciatively, casting a glance at Nuwa. Not bad, but if this is all there is, it remains insufficient. Nuwa, in a daze, moved her head slightly, as if struggling to recall something. Tang Tian had unknowingly stood beside Nuwa, his demeanor grave. Although it appeared she had successfully transformed, her self-awareness had yet to fully return. Defeating the three saints of Yuan Shi Tianzun with ease was merely a manifestation of her combat instinct. If Hongjun were to intervene, she would still stand no chance. Her self-awareness has not yet returned. Even if her combat instincts are formidable, they are still quite remarkable, Hongjun mused softly. In the three realms, apart from me, you are already the foremost. Yet, this is still inadequate. Her consciousness had not entirely resurfaced. How could she comprehend the master's words? Tang Tian scoffed lightly. In the 33 heavens, at the Doshui Palace, Lao Juan's eyes gleamed with interest as he observed the unfolding scene. Indeed, by employing the power of the heavenly Tao to suppress hoodoo, and now seeking to use that same power against Niwa, I presume you have reached your limits? Lao Jun chuckled. After a brief hesitation, he stepped forth into the chaos, standing elegantly with his azure robes billowing, hands clasped behind his back. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the other two exchanged glances and approached Hongjun, bowing in unison, Master. Chapter 516, The Heart of Hongmeng. Throughout the chaos, an overwhelming aura pervaded the atmosphere, yet it inexplicably grew stifling. Although there were a few individuals present, they had unwittingly become three opposing factions. With the turmoil in the heavenly court and the chaos of the myriad demons, you should lend your assistance to the Jade Emperor. Hongjun instructed. Yes, Master. The three, after bowing, prepared to head towards the heavenly court. Suddenly, Niwa's aura surged violently, spreading throughout the chaos. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others came to an abrupt halt. Go, Hongjun chuckled lightly, his own formidable aura also manifesting. He cast a deliberate glance at Lao Jun before shifting his gaze back to Niwa. This transformation is indeed commendable. Tang Tian watched intently as Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others departed the chaos, his brow furrowed deeply. Yeah. Niwa suddenly let out a long, piercing cry. Her eyes shone with an intense light, an overwhelming and terrifying presence directed towards Hongjun. Her figure moved as well, standing above, her garments billowing in the wind. She slowly extended a hand, from her fingertip blossoming a withered flower branch. Suddenly, the withered branch burst forth with vibrant green light, and an enchanting flower bloomed upon it. The gentle hum resonates, akin to the delicate dance of bees, as a butterfly flutters its wings and alights upon the flower's core. Niwa vanishes from sight, leaving only the enchanting crimson blossom and the quivering winged butterfly. The air thrums with life, petals swirling in a chaotic ballet, while the very fabric of the void crumbles beneath their passage. The butterfly, with its tremulous wings, glides forward slowly. Hongjuan's expression grows grave, yet his lips utter. It is ultimately insufficient. With that, he strides forth, relying not on the power of the heavenly Tao, but on his own formidable magic. He seeks to ascertain the true strength of this transformed woman at this moment. With a resounding crash, Hongjun engages in battle with Niwa in the celestial court. As the formation shatters, Niwa effortlessly obliterates the avatars of the three saints. The Jade Emperor nearly breaks into tears, having believed in an assured victory, only to witness the downfall of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Yet, unexpectedly, the tides of battle shift in an instant. Kill. The armies of the 10,000 demons roar forward in a fierce assault against the celestial soldiers. Purple silk cascades downwards, as Zhu Beiji and the river spirit, weak water, charge ahead together. Nearby, Sha Wujing wields his magical staff, striking at the celestial troops. Though the Buddhist disciples have retreated, the golden-winged Great Peng remains, steadfastly guarding beside Lan Shuling. Gazing across the battlefield, one sees the celestial court drenched in crimson. The cacophony of battle reverberates through the air, as blood splatters and countless demon soldiers and heavenly troops fall, wailing in despair. Sun Wukong laughs heartily, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang, radiating golden light as he clashes with the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor retreats incessantly, appearing somewhat disheveled, his crown long lost, hair unkempt. Above him, the Haoyan Tower looms silently, its gaze coldly fixed upon Sun Wukong. Could Hongjun truly stand by and watch the celestial court meet its demise? Chaos engulfing the three realms is utterly unimaginable. The Jade Emperor believes that aid must surely arrive. Yet when will that assistance come? Must they wait until the celestial court is utterly annihilated? In this moment of desperation, the Jade Emperor feels a profound urgency, but is left powerless, struggling to maintain his composure. If you release my master, I, Sun Wukong, shall withdraw my forces, he declares loudly. In your dreams, the Jade Emperor grits through clenched teeth. Without further ado, Sun Wukong delivers a heavy strike. Under the immense pressure, the Jade Emperor is sent flying. Your Majesty, the denizens of the celestial court exclaim in shock. The morale of the heavenly troops wanes, while the demon forces surge with renewed vigor, their battle cries echoing mightily. Suddenly, An overwhelming wave of pressure sweeps across the battlefield, obliterating countless demon soldiers. Sun Wukong crashes heavily to the ground, a flicker of pain crossing his visage as he gazes skyward. Three figures stand resolutely above, embodying the essence of heaven itself. Time seems to freeze in this pivotal moment. Sun Wukong's eyes widened with fury as he beheld the three silhouettes, a formidable aura descending upon him. A trace of anguish appeared on Zixia's face, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Kill! The command, once uttered, unleashed an inexorable will of annihilation. With that single word, an endless wave of murderous intent surged forth, reducing myriad demon soldiers to mere ashes. Lan Shuling felt as though her very being was on the verge of shattering. The golden-winged great Peng cast a glance at her, transforming into a majestic bird, its wings beating toward the heavens, releasing a fierce cry. Soaring high, it cast one last look back at Lan Shuling before resolutely ascending into the sky, embodying the irresistible might of the sage. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Zixiao exchanged glances, and together they ascended into the sky, their garments billowing, golden light shimmering around them. The entire heavenly realm trembled slightly under the weight of the sage's power, an influence that was utterly unassailable. Yet they managed to divert the force, instantly alleviating the pressure upon the demon army. Let us go. Sun Wukong's voice resonated. Amidst the overwhelming might, a multicolored stone radiated brilliant hues, dazzling and blinding to behold. Beside this stone, a heart pulsated vigorously, a drop of blood cascading from it. A collective cry of anguish, infused with indomitable spirit and fervent battle intent, echoed from the demons, who stood transfixed by the scene. In the depths of the celestial prison, Tang Yu clenched his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm, determined to maintain composure in this critical moment. As his fortune soared to 400 million, he eagerly exchanged it for the primordial heart. Instantly, his entire being felt as if it had been plunged into a sea of flames, his blood boiling, consumed by the primordial heart. Panic washed over him. His own frail body was inadequate, and the primordial heart demanded a vast reservoir of magical energy for sustenance. Devoid of such power, it began to refine his very essence and flesh, threatening to reduce him to naught but a handful of ash. Desperation gripped Tang Yu as he fixed his gaze upon the heavenly binding lock encircling him. His body trembled, akin to a drowning soul grasping at a last straw of hope. With great effort, he steadied himself, directing the primordial heart to consume and refine the lock. The heart surged, ravenously absorbing the magical energy from the binding. Instantly, the pressure upon him diminished. With a resounding crack, the lock around his waist shattered, completely devoured by the primordial heart. Following suit, the locks on his limbs also fractured, dissipating into dust before his eyes. Was that enough? Tang Yu struggled, enduring the searing pain akin to being scorched by lightning, writhing on the ground like a worm, exhausting every ounce of strength. He reached out to touch the Shantian mirror placed not far from him by the Jade Emperor. With a hum, the Shantian mirror was promptly consumed by the primordial heart. Meanwhile, the heart of Hongmeng suddenly erupted within him. Chapter 517, A Tragic Scene. As the heart of Hongmeng burst forth, his entire corporeal form felt both real and ethereal, as if every bone, sinew, and vein had been transformed into the power of the heart of Hongmeng. At this moment, the heart of Hongmeng had completely integrated into his being, merging him into a singular entity. It was gradually reshaping his body into an unparalleled form, the body of Hongmeng. In this instant, Tang Yu appeared to be enveloped in profound silence, as if he had become an embodiment of infinite void. He steadied his mind and diligently sought to comprehend the profound utility of the heart of Hongmeng. Although the outside world, with Sun Wukong and the others, was fraught with peril, he understood the necessity of focusing his thoughts to swiftly mold the body of Hongmeng. In the heavenly court, with the saint's intervention, the entire demon army wailed and fled in disarray. The earlier momentum vanished without a trace in the presence of the saint. Sun Wukong, Zixia, and Jinshi Dapeng channeled their entire magical power, confronting the overwhelming might of the saint from the heavens above. It felt as if time had come to a standstill in that moment. Zhu Beiji and Ruoshui held their breath, while the deities of the heavenly court gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Boom! The entire heavenly court trembled as boundless power surged forth, compelling everyone to retreat. The scorching brilliance was blinding, rendering vision impossible. A small, burning feather gently descended, landing upon the shoulder of Lan Shuling. She turned her expressionless face to regard the feather, recognizing it as that of the Jinshi Dapeng. Flames flickered on the feather, extinguishing as the wind blew, leaving behind wisps of smoke and the scent of charred remnants. Lan Shuling's gaze shifted slightly, yet her demeanor remained as cold as ice. A colossal figure plummeted from the heavens, its vast wings casting shadows over the land. It seemed that with a mere flap, it could soar across the vast skies once more. Yet, its entire body was charred and blackened, emanating tendrils of smoke. The Jinshi Dapeng's eyes opened wide in bewilderment as it slowly descended from the sky, as light as a feather, devoid of weight, transforming back into human form. It turned its head with great effort, gazing at a distant dark figure, smiling with a hint of pride, though its lips struggled to form a single word: leave. Sun Wukong, Zixiao, and he, the three of them, had somehow managed to divert the saint's overwhelming might. Perhaps this was their final opportunity. But was there truly a chance? Once the saint acted, none would have the opportunity to escape. Lan Shuling approached the Jinshi Dapeng, crouching beside him, her expression a complex weave of emotions as she gazed at him. Why endure this? I have no regrets. I am quite happy, the Jinshi Dapeng replied with a smile. Gasping for breath. The first time I saw you, your cold demeanor seemed so solitary, yet also beautiful. The Jinshi Dapeng struggled to keep his eyes open, blinking not once, as if he wished to imprint this moment into his memory. Lan Shuling closed her eyes, a solitary tear gliding down her cheek. A single tear fell upon the eyes of the golden-winged rock, trickling down as he suddenly smiled. This tear is for me. That is sufficient. One tear is enough for my contentment. With these words, he continued to smile, his form gradually transforming into a wisp of smoke, drifting before him. He smiled as he vanished into the ether, gazing deeply at the place where he dissipated. Blue Snow Ling rose to her feet, her gaze fixed upon the heavens. At this moment, the boundless majesty still lingered in the air. A radiant stone, shimmering with hues of the rainbow, lay before her, alongside a heart that pulsed with vibrant life, seemingly shielding against the might of the sage. However, upon closer inspection, a minuscule crack marred the surface of the stone. The heart continued to beat with a resonant strength, ultimately transforming into the silhouette of Zixia, who now wore a joyful expression. She turned her eyes towards the radiant stone, where the aura of power began to dissipate, revealing the figure of Sun Wukong. Yet, at this moment, he appeared particularly disheveled, his fur singed black, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and the once bright, lively glimmer in his eyes now replaced with a vacant emptiness. He looked towards the purple figure beside him, a radiant smile blossoming before him, so exquisitely beautiful. The purple figure extended her hand, gently grasping his, and with a soft laugh, declared, "My rainbow stone, this time you shall not abandon me." Instantly, Sun Wukong's eyes welled with tears. "I shall never leave you again." He opened his arms and embraced the purple figure. "We can be together for eternity, for all ages to come." The purple figure smiled like a blooming flower. The sage's might continued to pervade the air, sweeping away countless demon armies into oblivion without a trace of bloodshed. The demon legions, thrown into disarray, fled in terror. But how could they possibly escape the sage's power? Bai Susu lay on the ground, bloodied and weak. Her once jet-black hair now bore the scent of singed flesh, and her white robes were shrouded in wisps of smoke. With great effort, she blinked her eyes open, as if glimpsing a tiny white mouse scurrying through the grand hall of the Spirit Mountain. The Buddha preached, and the assembly of monks sat solemnly, their expressions grave yet benevolent. Beneath the flickering oil lamp, the oil wafted through the air. Thirsty, the little white mouse climbed onto the lamp, but the flames of the burning wick deterred its approach. The mouse squeaked pitifully twice, lifting its gaze to see a monk smiling gently at it. The light of the flame illuminated the monk's face, revealing an extraordinary beauty. Fearful, the white mouse scurried a few steps away. The monk offered a faint smile, seemingly beckoning it closer, and inadvertently extinguished the burning lamp. Observing that the mouse did not approach, the monk shook his head softly, returning to his seated position, his gaze fixed upon the Buddha. The white mouse cautiously advanced a few steps, ultimately climbing onto the candle and drinking the lamp oil. The sound of the Buddha's voice resonated throughout the hall. Startled, the white mouse hurriedly sought refuge nearby. The handsome monk offered a slight bow. Addressing the Buddha, "Might I inquire, O Buddha, What prompted you to extinguish the candles? I beseech you, Buddha, a white mouse was parched and yearned for lamp oil. Yet, fearing the flame, I extinguished it, replied the disciple. While I was imparting teachings, you chose to disregard my words. To disturb the tranquility for the sake of a mere mouse is truly disheartening. Jin Chan, as my disciple, you have failed to maintain your purity of mind. The handsome monk continued. The white mouse traversed the great thunder sound temple, drawn by my teachings. It is natural to feel thirst. I merely acted in accordance with the circumstances. How can this be deemed impure? Dare I question your authority, O Master? The disciple replied, I merely observe that all beings are equal in Buddhism, and I find myself perplexed, not knowing where I have erred, nor do I dare to question your intent. Chapter 518. Tragic grandeur. The small white mouse watched from its hiding place, witnessing the unfolding events. Ultimately, the monk who had extinguished the flame was cast down to the mortal realm, and she too descended from the sacred mountain. Yet, the reason for her forgetfulness remained a mystery. Suddenly, Bai Susu smiled, and in a daze, she beheld the monk. Under the flickering candlelight, his serene eyes glimmered with faint flames, illuminating his exquisite visage. He smiled and extended his hand toward the white mouse, as if beckoning it closer. In that final moment, Bai Susu smiled once more. With a resounding thud, the overwhelming presence of the sage descended, and amidst her smile, Bai Susu's form exploded into fragments. The butterfly spirit gazed at the spot where Bai Susu had vanished, tears streaming down her face as she smiled, dissolving beneath the infinite might. Ruo Shui collapsed softly in Zhu Beiji's embrace, her gaze fixed upon the face that haunted her dreams. Marshal, take care. Ruo Shui shall depart first. Zhu Beiji's eyes widened in disbelief, a drop of crimson tear welling within. His body trembled as he held Ruo Shui tightly. Alas, she would never be his wife. Zhu Beiji, with a surge of emotion, gazed at Ruo Shui and called out, Ruo Shui, would you consent to marry me? His voice resonated throughout the heavenly realms, as if declaring a vow to the universe itself. With heaven as my witness and the stars as our mediator, I hereby swear, I wish to be eternally united with you, never to part in life or death. Ruo Shui gazed at him with eyes as gentle as flowing water, striving to lift her hand to caress his face. Yet, her smile gradually froze, and her hand slowly fell. Just as her palm was about to graze his cheek, Zhu Beiji grasped her hand firmly and placed it back upon his face. Look at this smoke of war and the drums of battle. They are our ceremonial candles and joyful music, our celebration in the cosmos. Zhu Beiji's voice thundered, echoing in every corner of the heavenly realm. He remained unwavering, staring blankly at the tumultuous world before him, holding tightly to the one in his arms, as if she were his last refuge. After a moment, he lowered his gaze to the person nestled within his embrace and softly inquired, Ruo Shui, are you listening? Within his arms, Ruo Shui gradually dissipated, ultimately transforming into a single droplet of water that fell into his palm. Gazing at the droplet of water, he appeared to be contemplating the most precious treasure in the universe. A gentle smile graced his lips as he sealed and preserved this droplet with his mystical powers. He beheld the irresistible might of the celestial sage high above. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from his lips, his eyes wide with madness. The heavenly river's water army exchanged glances, urging, Marshal, we must retreat. They implored Zhu Beiji to hasten his departure from this perilous place. Zhu Beiji turned his gaze towards them, then glanced at the countless demonic troops disintegrating into dust. His eyes dimmed with despair. Marshal, the water army continued to urge him. Suddenly, they scattered in all directions, surrounding him. It was as if the world had fallen silent. Even the wind ceased to stir at that moment. The heavenly river's water army vowed to follow Marshal Tianpeng to the death. Zhu Beiji was taken aback, his eyes brimming with rage. What do you intend to do? The figures of the water army slowly ascended, one after another, exploding into a brilliant display. They fought solely for Marshal Tianpeng. If there is a next life, we shall still follow our marshal. No. Blood trickled from the corners of Zhu Beiji's eyes as he cried out to the heavens. The heavenly river great formation hummed ominously. An endless and terrifying force radiated from the point of self-detonation of the water army, ultimately coalescing into an overwhelming power that surged into Zhu Beiji's body. In an instant, Zhu Beiji's form expanded, towering like a giant. The rake in his hand erupted with resplendent light, challenging the divine might of the celestial sage. Simultaneously, a force was reflected back from the rake, shattering the seals of the 4 heavenly gates. Bang! An unfathomable and terrifying force surged forth. The demonic troops fled in panic towards the heavenly gate, seeking to descend to the mortal realm. Witnessing this, the Jade Emperor felt an urge to strike down Zhu Beiji. How infuriating! His water army had made such tremendous sacrifices, even giving their lives for Zhu Beiji. In the heavens, the ethereal figures cloaked in gold and purple embraced each other, becoming increasingly elusive, as if they could vanish into thin air at any moment. Boom! Zhu Beiji's figure plummeted from the heavens, bloodied and cracked, as if he were on the verge of shattering. He fell heavily to the ground. Boom! A resounding force resonated from the direction of the underworld. Everyone turned to look, feeling the weight of that immense power. In the depths of chaos, Hong Jun, still locked in battle with Nuwa, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Tang Seng, his saintly essence has been restored. How is this possible? Tong Tian was equally astonished, gazing incredulously towards the underworld. Nuwa, bewildered, looked towards the heavenly court. A prolonged howl echoed through every corner of the heavenly court. A figure burst forth from the underworld, shrouded in an overwhelming aura. He stepped forth into the Lingxiao treasure hall, where the golden and purple figures in midair gradually dissipated. Transformed into a heart, a vibrant gemstone. Yet both the heart and the gemstone were marred by countless fissures. Tang Yu's entire body trembled violently. With a wave of his hand, the heart and the gemstone flew into his grasp. He gazed at them, his eyes awash with an overwhelming sorrow that seemed insurmountable. Master! Erdaisi attempted to struggle to his feet, but his body began to crack and fragment. Ultimately, he slowly dissipated before Tang Yu's eyes. Tang Yu stared vacantly and hollowly at this scene. Master! San Lungzi staggered before Tang Yu, kneeling down, his body drenched in blood. He gasped for breath, and as he knelt, his head gradually drooped. Wukong, Beiji, Wujing, Tang Yu yearned to call out, yet it felt as though something obstructed his throat, rendering his voice a mere whisper, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Jin, and Zhuanti looked at Tang Yu in disbelief. Could it be that he had once again defied the heavens? He had reassembled the essence of the saints. The formidable aura enveloping him made their hearts tremble with trepidation. The Jade Emperor stood in stunned silence, as if time itself had come to a halt in that moment. Tang Yu gazed at the cracked heart and gemstone in his hand. Did you kill my disciple? He directed his gaze towards Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others. His voice barely above a whisper, yet each word felt like a colossal stone, pressing down upon their hearts. They glanced up at Tang Seng, startled. What kind of eyes were those? An endless sorrow spread forth, reminiscent of a desolate grave, devoid of any expression, evoking profound grief within them. Before the three could speak, Tang Yu continued, if that is the case, then you shall meet your demise. Chapter 519. The surge of killing intent. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others looked at Tang Yu in disbelief, still unable to regain their composure. The essence of the saints had been shattered, his physical form obliterated, even ensnared by the heavenly lock. Yet, unexpectedly, he still rose against the heavens. A powerful aura surrounded him, causing their hearts to race. He was stronger than ever before. This was the impression they shared. Tang Yu raised his gaze towards the three, stepping forward with an overwhelming pressure. You killed my disciple, thus you shall perish. Suddenly, Tang Yu bellowed, heavenly phenomenon. Boom. In an instant, an endless darkness enveloped the three. The darkness was so profound that one could not see their own hand before them. Yet, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Jin, and Zhuanti were struck with terror, sensing the dreadful fluctuations spreading around them. A faint light began to seep through. A brilliant star hung in the firmament. Suddenly, the star plummeted, erupting with a thunderous crash. Bang! Yuanshi, Tianzuan involuntarily stepped back, a strange pallor washing over his face. The stars shattered, cascading down like meteors. The primordial heavenly sovereign and the other two were left with only the ability to defend themselves. What on earth is this? Zhuanti was taken aback, for such a method was beyond his experience. Yet, he felt as if they were ensconced in a realm entirely apart from their own. This very realm had transformed into Tang Seng, omnipresent, yet seemingly absent from their location. Suddenly, Zhuanti cried out in alarm. The shattered stars coalesced into the figure of Tang Seng, who gripped Zhuanti's neck with one hand, his gaze cold and devoid of compassion. Junior brother. Jia Yin exclaimed in horror. but the falling stars obstructed his advance. In this space, he exerted all his might, attempting to shatter the confines around them, yet to no avail. What manner of technique is this? You killed my disciple? Tang Yu's voice was icy as he tightened his grip on Zhuan Ti's throat. With a resounding crunch, he crushed Zhuan Ti's physical form. The latter's soul, now adrift, gazed in shock at Tang Seng. Tang Yu extended his hand, the stars above swirling chaotically. A terrifying aura distorted Zhuan Ti's soul, instilling within him a profound sense of impending doom. This feeling, one of genuine fear and a primal urge to flee, had not surfaced since his ascension to sainthood. At that moment, Tang Yu unveiled his ultimate trump card, a boundless intent to kill consuming his heart. The visage of Sun Wukong flashed before him, alongside the goofy smile of the simpleton, the culinary antics of the clumsy cook, and the faces of Bai Susu, the butterfly spirit, Zixia, and Lan Shuling. Tang Yu gasped, "Is it raining?" The primordial heavenly sovereign and the others instinctively looked up in caution, unaware that it was not rain, but Tang Yu's tears. He had merged completely with the celestial phenomena, his tears cascading like raindrops. His heart ached with an unbearable anguish, leaving only an insatiable desire for vengeance. Kill. A single, softly spoken word reverberated through the celestial realm. Suddenly, countless images of Tang Yu emerged, all simultaneously striking out towards the three saints before them. With a thunderous impact, the primordial heavenly sovereign was sent hurtling backwards. Tang Yu, in a frenzy, unleashed a flurry of punches upon them, while the entire heavenly court bore witness to this astonishing spectacle. In an instant, Tang Seng had obliterated Zhuan Ti's physical form, and now he pressed forward, raining blows upon the primordial heavenly sovereign and Jiayin. The primordial heavenly sovereign summoned all his treasures, yet faced with Tang Yu, he found no opportunity to escape. He retreated repeatedly, glancing around as if seeking a chance to flee. Thinking of escaping? Leave your life here. The very cosmos seemed to resonate with the essence of Tang Seng. With a resounding crash, Jiayin's form was annihilated in an instant, his very soul grievously wounded. At this moment, fear enveloped him entirely. The methods of Tang Seng were truly unfathomable. The way of heaven is immortal. The saints are indestructible. Today, I shall see if I can extinguish you. At that moment, Tang Yu's figure materialized, delivering a seemingly effortless punch, devoid of any visible fluctuation of power. Only the primordial supreme being displayed a dramatic change in expression, the essence of the heavenly Tao. Bang! He was forcefully propelled backward, his body gradually cracking until it ultimately exploded. Filled with astonishment, he gazed at Tang Yu in disbelief. Impossible! How could you possess the essence of the heavenly Tao? Moreover, it has been refined by you for your own use. This is absolutely inconceivable. Even Hongjun cannot refine the essence of the heavenly Tao. He can merely borrow the power of the heavenly Tao temporarily to engage in battle. It is utterly impossible for him to integrate the essence of the heavenly Tao into himself. Deep within the chaos, Tong Tian erupted in laughter, casting a deliberate glance at Hongjun. It seems that at that moment, the master borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao, which inadvertently allowed a trace of its essence to merge into his body, thus enabling him to refine it. The will of heaven indeed. Hongjuan's complexion darkened to the extreme. The smile that played at the corner of Lao Jun's mouth was tinged with an inexplicable amusement. He was equally astonished by Tang Seng's sudden ascendance. It appears that my earlier conjectures might indeed hold true. Perhaps he is not merely a variable, but a predetermined factor, capable of refining the essence of the heavenly Tao and rising against the heavens once more. Nuwa's expression was somewhat bewildered, however. Upon witnessing the revealed essence of the heavenly Tao, her eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight, as if a thought had dawned upon her. Humph! Hongjun snorted coldly, emanating an overwhelming aura. Simultaneously, he extended his hand, seemingly traversing countless distances, penetrating into Tang Yu's celestial phenomenon. With a single grasp, he seized the souls of the primordial supreme being and the other two. Now, he had no choice but to intervene. The power of the essence of the heavenly Tao within Tang Seng could indeed obliterate the souls of saints. Once again, he wielded the power of the heavenly Tao, having no energy left to concern himself with the underworld. Fortunately, Sun Wukong and the others had already perished. A long howl reverberated through the underworld, as the six paths of reincarnation instantaneously enveloped the heavenly court, consuming all the souls and consciousness of those who had fallen here. The 6 paths of reincarnation faded, transforming into the figure of Hutu. "Give it to me." She reached out towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu gazed at the cracked multicolored stone in that heart, closing his eyes as he handed it over to Hutu. "Is there still hope?" His voice trembled. Hutu remained silent, her figure dissipating as she descended into the underworld. At this moment, the inhabitants of the heavenly court could scarcely believe the figure that loomed above them, radiating a majestic might that was beyond compare. Casting a cold glance at the Jade Emperor, he felt as though his very soul might fracture, overwhelmed by an irresistible urge to submit. "Can you save me from those I wish to kill, Hongjun?" Tang Yu flashed into the chaos, gazing far at Hongjun. Chapter 520. Battle with Hongjun. The might emanating from Hongjun intensified. Tang Tian involuntarily took a step back. Tang Yu remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. While the power of the heavenly Tao exerted pressure on Tang Tian and the others, it bore no effect on Tang Yu whatsoever. Because he inherently possesses the essence of the heavenly Tao, a force that is intrinsically linked to the Tao itself, he now stands fearless against Hongjun, who can wield the power of the Tao. The might of the Tao cannot inflict harm upon him. However, should Hongjun resort to his own magical prowess, he could still inflict severe injuries upon him. Upon witnessing Tang Yu, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the other two could not help but reveal a flicker of trepidation in their gazes. The effortless destruction of their physical forms was something Hongjun could certainly achieve. Yet, the sorcery of Tang Seng was profoundly enigmatic. The trio felt an invisible suppression, to the extent that even the Jade Emperor could not retaliate. This was a feat Hongjun could not replicate. Therefore, at this moment, the pressure exerted by Tang Seng surpassed even that of Hongjun. "When I declare your demise, it shall come to pass." Tang Yu spoke coldly, his gaze shifting to Hongjun. "Do you believe you can shield them?" Stepping forward, his aura surged like a raging torrent, enveloping the surroundings. The entire chaos was imbued with a stifling sensation. "Tang Seng, you are truly remarkable," Hongjun sighed. "How many times have I sought to retain a fragment of the essence of the heavenly Tao for my own enlightenment? Yet, I could only perceive it when borrowing the power of the Tao. I never anticipated you would refine it for your own use. All of this is thanks to you," Tang Yu replied coldly. His gaze once more fell upon Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others, as he slowly advanced, an overwhelming force cascading toward them. The three instinctively took 2 steps back. A cold smile graced Hongjuan's lips as he emanated a powerful wave that countered Tang Yu's might. The thought of Sun Wukong and the others made Tang Yu's heart bleed. "Do you truly believe you can protect them?" With a punch imbued with profound sorrow and rage, he surged forward. The air crackled with the sound of collapsing space. The force of his strike altered the very heavens and earth. Taishang Laojun and others felt a chill in their hearts, involuntarily comparing Tang Seng to themselves in that moment. Hongjuan's expression shifted slightly as a gentle force attempted to block his punch. However, the momentum of the strike was relentless. Hongjun extended his palm, and their magical powers collided, sending a powerful wave radiating outward. "So it is," Hongjun mused, furrowing his brow. He had just attempted to use the power of the Tao to intercept Tang Seng's punch, only to realize he was mistaken. With Tang Seng now embodying the essence of the Tao, the power of the Tao could hardly harm him. Hongjuan's expression turned grave. His elevated status stemmed primarily from his ability to wield the power of the Tao in battle. Yet now, an unforeseen variable had emerged. He could disregard the power of the Tao. This realization weighed heavily on Hongjun. At this moment, he silently regretted not having eliminated Tang Seng when he had the chance. With a single strike, Tang Yu soared into the air, his formidable magical energy sending ripples through the void. He charged towards Hongjun, engaging in an epic battle. The onlookers were transfixed, their eyes unblinking as they witnessed this clash. The power of the heavenly Tao was no longer capable of restraining Tang Seng. Thus, Hongjun was compelled to rely solely on his own magical prowess. To the spectators, it seemed that even without the aid of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun could effortlessly subdue Tang Seng, who was merely a remnant of a saint. After all, Hongjun had already taken half a step forward. At this moment, Nuwa was also in a similar state, having taken half a step. Though it was merely half a step, it was incomparable in significance to a saint. Nuwa's consciousness had yet to fully return, yet by instinct alone, she could contend with Hongjuan's innate strength. Should her consciousness fully awaken, it was likely that she would ascend to Hongjuan's level. If Hongjun refrained from utilizing the power of the heavenly Tao, Capturing the fully transformed Nuwa would not be a simple endeavor. The Tongtian patriarch began to feel a twinge of concern. In his view, even Hongjuan's power alone rendered Tang Seng no match for him. However, matters often unfold in the most unexpected ways. Tang Seng grew increasingly valiant in battle, his immense magical energy radiating outward. Various spells were executed with breathtaking precision. Suddenly, Tang Yu's figure vanished from the sight of the crowd. Yet, an oppressive weight enveloped them, as if Tang Seng were still present beside them, an unsettling sensation indeed. The Supreme Laozi watched intently, his gaze unwavering, as if attempting to penetrate the essence of Tang Yu's celestial phenomenon. Such an enigmatic and unpredictable technique was unprecedented. The Supreme Laozi was already astounded. But now this spell had evidently progressed further, leaving even him in awe. Heaven itself seemed to have been redefined. How could this be possible? Absolutely impossible. Hongjuan's expression changed dramatically. With his cultivation, he discerned the profound intricacies of Tang Yu's celestial phenomenon. It could indeed be described as a realm of its own. For this was Tang Yu's domain, where he embodied the essence of heaven. Above, an endless array of stars shifted and transformed. A gust of wind swept through, thickening the dark clouds. Boom, crack, thunder erupted, resonating deep within the hearts of the spectators. Stalwart bolts of lightning crackled and blazed, descending from the heavens. Aimed directly at Hongjuan, the infinite stars swirled and vanished, morphing into a realm dominated by thunder. The air crackled with the sound of lightning, an overwhelming cacophony of thunderous booms. With each strike of lightning, Hongjuan found himself engulfed in a torrent of relentless thunder and lightning. This was but a minor path. Watch as I shatter you. Hongjuan's magical energy surged, his battle fervor ignited. He extended his hand slowly, and as he did, it was as though countless stars were plummeting, extinguishing the lightning. The celestial phenomenon bore down upon Hongjuan, obscuring him from view, as if he had been consumed by an endless darkness. What sort of spell is this? Tongtian's face mirrored astonishment, as even he felt a sense of dread. The venerable Laozi wore a grave expression, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the location where Hongjuan had vanished. He was acutely aware that Hongjuan had not truly disappeared. Rather, he had been enveloped by the peculiar sorcery wielded by Tang Seng. A thunderous and terrifying force surged forth instantaneously, shaking the very heavens and earth. A figure materialized, blood streaming from 7 orifices, hurtling backward. "You shall wait for me," came a voice, laden with resentment, echoing through the chaos. In an instant, his form vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Hongjuan's silhouette reappeared at the original spot. At this moment, Hongjuan's garments were tattered, his complexion pallid, with blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Gazing at the gravely injured Hongjuan, Laozi's eyes suddenly deepened with intensity. Chapter 521. The Path of Laozi. The crowd was astonished, unable to believe their eyes as they beheld the wounded Hongjuan. Tang Seng had single-handedly inflicted a severe blow upon Hongjuan. Although Hongjuan had not harnessed the power of the heavenly Tao, his own strength was not to be underestimated. In confronting beings of their caliber, he was undoubtedly formidable. After all, he had taken that half-step, which in relation to the saints, constituted an absolute dominance. It was akin to a great Luo Golden Immortal facing a quasi-saint. No matter how powerful the great Luo Golden Immortal might be, they stood no chance against a quasi-saint. Yet, Tang Seng, merely a saint himself, had managed to grievously wound Hongjuan through sheer strength. His injuries were certainly not as grave as those of Tang Seng, but they were nonetheless significant. A low cough reverberated through the chaos. Hongjuan lifted his head to gaze at Nuwa, his eyes now filled with wariness. He could scarcely fathom the extent of Tang Seng's newfound strength. Should this power continue to grow, it would surely one day eclipse his own. At this moment, Hongjuan was engulfed in regret, lamenting his decision not to eliminate Tang Seng when he had the chance, thus leaving himself with a lingering threat. Tang Seng had fled, albeit severely injured. However, Nuwa remained, a formidable presence who had also taken that half-step. In comparison, she was arguably even stronger than Tang Seng. Therefore, Hongjuan felt compelled to exercise caution. Fortunately, the power of the heavenly Tao could still restrain Nuwa. As long as he could harness that power, he would remain invincible. Yet, he was currently gravely wounded, and invoking the heavenly Tao could very well exacerbate his injuries. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. Yuan, Shirtianzun, and Jiayin stood on his side, yet the three had been reduced to mere souls, even those souls battered by Tang Seng's might. Laozi had long harbored ulterior motives. As for Tong Tian, he was fundamentally opposed to him. Were it not for the control of the fallen Saint Pill, he might have already taken action. The realization of Tang Seng's extraordinary strength, coupled with his enigmatic methods, sent shivers through Laozi's heart. Should he confront Tang Seng, he feared he would not emerge victorious. Laozi stepped forward, casting a glance at Hongjun, and softly inquired, "How severe are your injuries, master?" Hongjun squinted slightly, responding, "Though I bear some wounds, they are of little consequence." A subtle yet formidable aura emanated from him, with the power of a sage. The battle-scarred master took a step forward. Indeed, Tang Seng proved to be an unpredictable variable. Taishang Laojun offered a faint smile. Tongtian's gaze flickered, intentionally or not, towards Niuhua. At that moment, Niuhua appeared utterly bewildered, standing motionless as if stripped of all consciousness, leaving behind only an empty shell. My elder brother speaks true. Tang Seng's strength is truly unparalleled at this moment. Even more alarming is his apparent immunity to the forces of the heavenly Tao, Tong Tian remarked. Taishang Laojun smiled gently. He has refined the essence of the heavenly Tao, intertwining his power with it. Thus, the forces of the heavenly Tao cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon him, rendering him unafraid of its might. What surprises me further is his ability to match the magical prowess of his master with the strength of a sage, which genuinely astonishes me. At this juncture, Taishang Laojun turned his gaze towards Hongjun, saying, "The master considers himself as the ultimate authority, controlling all things. Yet Tang Seng now seems to have transcended his grasp. The power of the heavenly Tao cannot harm him, and it appears that his own magical abilities are not vastly inferior to those of his master." Hongjun snorted, remaining silent. Suddenly, Taishang Laojun stepped forward, a subtle wave of magical energy emanating from him. The onlookers gazed at him in disbelief. Hongjun cast a penetrating glance in his direction. "Do you wish to engage in combat with me? Do not forget the fallen sage Dan within you. Even without it, you are no match for me. Even in my injured state, you remain no threat. I am well aware that I cannot contend with you, master," Taishang Laojun replied with a calm smile. "However, I still wish to spar with you." With a deep sigh, Taishang Laojun lamented, "This sage's form has imprisoned too much. The fallen sage Dan controls the soul, and it seems I am also under your influence. Born and nurtured within the universe, all my deeds transpire between heaven and earth. How can one transcend? Now, I have gained some insights and wish for the master to validate them." A brilliant light suddenly erupted from his eyes, his aura soaring as he unleashed his magical energy without restraint. Hongjun snorted again, a powerful presence suddenly radiating from him. The forces of the heavenly Tao surged forth. In his injured state, if he refrained from utilizing the power of the heavenly Tao, he might not stand against Taishang Laojun. He had always been wary of Taishang Laojun. As for the fallen sage Dan, he did not wish to use it unless absolutely necessary. The sage's destiny is entwined with the fortunes of the heavenly Tao. Should they truly perish, it would not bode well for Hongjun either. Taishang Laojun maintained a calm demeanor, his hands weaving gracefully, brilliant light bursting forth in his wake as he advanced towards Hongjun. Hongjun coldly scoffed, extending his hand gently. All magical fluctuations seemed to coalesce in his grasp. With a firm squeeze, everything dissipated into nothingness. Taishang Laojun involuntarily stepped back. Is this the might of the heavenly Tao? Truly fearsome. However, a brilliant and piercing light erupted in his eyes, as if stirred by excitement. If that is the case, then I hope the teacher can shatter this saintly form. Taishang Laojun's entire being was enveloped in concealed power. Yet at this moment, he appeared even more formidable. He charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Hongjun. However, with the might of the heavenly Tao fortifying him, Hongjun left him with no room to retaliate. What was he truly intending? Tong Tian was filled with confusion. Even if Hongjun were gravely injured, Taishang Laojun would still not be his match. Moreover, unlike Tang Seng, he could not disregard the power of the heavenly Tao. A flicker of clarity emerged in Niuhua's bewildered gaze. A faint mental wave resonated within Tongtian's mind, echoing, "Return all to the heavens. Without destruction, there can be no establishment." This voice resonated intermittently in Tongtian's mind as he turned to look at Niuhua. Yet at that moment, Niuhua appeared lost once more. Boom! Taishang Laojun's figure materialized. his body shattered, his soul even more unstable. His presence seemed ethereal, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Hongjun stared at him in astonishment. With one final strike, Taishang Laojun did not use his power to defend. Instead, he bore the brunt of the attack with his own flesh, even inadvertently drawing the power of the heavenly Tao into his body. Despite being a saint, Taishang Laojun could not withstand such overwhelming force. He laughed heartily. After years of obsession, today I finally returned to my true self, a being of freedom. Amidst his booming laughter, Taishang Laojun gradually faded from the sight of the onlookers. Chapter 522. The conclusion of the great battle. Yuan Shi Tianzun and others gazed in disbelief at this scene. Had Taishang Laojun truly perished? Slain by Hongjuan's hand, Tong Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating Nuwa's earlier words. He recalled Taishang Laojun's saying, "Born amidst the heavens and the earth, nurtured within. All endeavors transpire between them. How can one transcend?" Had he employed this method to shatter himself, to establish anew? Tong Tian transmitted his thoughts to Nuwa, inquiring. Yet Nuwa, once again, had returned to her state of confusion, remaining silent. Tong Tian felt a wave of exasperation. "Could you not utter a word? Is he truly dead?" Jiejing exclaimed in astonishment. "No." Hongjuan's gaze deepened. "He borrowed my hand to dissolve all, allowing himself to dissipate within the heavens and the earth. Yet a fragment of his consciousness remains." "Cursed be it," Hongjun muttered inwardly. It was evident that Taishang Laojun had employed this method to escape the grasp of the fallen Saint Pill. Now that his soul had scattered, the fallen Saint Pill would naturally dissipate as well. However, Hongjun knew that one day, he would gather his spirit once more and return. It was likely that Taishang Laojun had long prepared for this moment. One must admit, he had chosen the timing impeccably. Weakened by his encounter with Tang Seng, Hongjun now found his injuries exacerbated by the power of the heavenly Tao. To achieve a complete recovery would surely require some time. As the Supreme Lord Laojun dispersed a fragment of his spiritual essence, Hongjun, in his severely injured state, was unable to discern its concealed location. Moreover, he was under the watchful gaze of Nuwa. Thus, at this moment, Supreme Lord Laojun deliberately utilized Hongjun to shatter all obstacles. While he secretly concealed that fragment of spiritual essence to undergo transformation, an opportune moment indeed. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Jane exchanged knowing glances, deducing that Supreme Lord Laojun was employing this method for his metamorphosis. This thought led their gazes toward Nuwa, reminiscent of years past when she had harnessed their strength to shatter her own limits. Now, as the essence of the sages converged once more, returning against the heavens, her power had vastly intensified compared to before. Was it possible that Supreme Lord Laojun was treading a similar path? A formidable aura radiated from Hongjun. Yet at that moment, he resembled a frail elder, his pallor strikingly alarming. A faint cough emanated from his lips, and his eyes, though barely open, betrayed a hint of fatigue. Having sustained grievous wounds at the hands of Tang Seng, he had forcefully drawn upon the power of the heavenly Tao, exacerbating his injuries further. "Master," Yuan Shi Tianzun gazed at him with concern. Hongjun merely shook his head, dismissing the worry. He then turned his attention to Nuwa, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your spiritual essence has yet to return. Perhaps when it does, you may possess the strength to contend with me. However, do not forget, I can still draw upon the power of the heavenly Tao. Even if your transformation is complete, what of it?" Nuwa appeared bewildered, silent, and lost in thought. Amidst his low coughs, Hongjun's figure gradually faded, taking with him Yuan Shi Tianzun and the other two. Tong Tian turned to Nuwa, opening his mouth as if to speak, but thought better of it. After all, she was in a state of confusion, incapable of uttering a word. "Shall I escort you back?" Tong Tian finally ventured, having held his tongue for some time. His apprehension of Nuwa's bewildered demeanor left him uncertain about her ability to return. At that moment, a glimmer of clarity flickered in Nuwa's eyes. Her form slowly dissipated, reappearing in the 19th layer of hell, where she closed her eyes, seemingly slipping once more into slumber. In the heavenly court, chaos reigned supreme. Countless celestial soldiers lay dead or wounded, particularly the Heavenly River Army, who had perished due to Zhu Beiji's actions. This left the Jade Emperor's countenance darkened with fury. Cursed be it, he seethed, for they were his soldiers. What he had believed to be a certain victory had turned into a disaster, with hopes of eradicating the nation of myriad demons dashed. The unexpected emergence of Nuwa had already taken him by surprise, yet he felt he could still manage the situation. But then, in an instant, Tang Seng had shattered the three sages. Were it not for Hong Jun's timely intervention, they might have perished there. The Jade Emperor surveyed the devastated heavenly court, letting out a heavy sigh. The losses incurred this time were far graver than those suffered in the past battle against the myriad demons. Fortunately, it seemed that Sun Wukong and his companions had perished. However, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, finding himself wishing for their safety. Due to Tang Seng's defiance against the heavens, he possesses far greater power than even Sun Wukong and his companions. If Tang Seng were to harbor a grudge, how could they expect to live in peace? After some contemplation, the Jade Emperor instructed his subordinates to manage the aftermath of the battle, while he made his way to the Purple Cloud Palace to report to Hong Jun and seek advice on how to proceed. As a sage of exceptional strength, Tang Seng posed a significant threat, and the Jade Emperor feared that should he take offense at the heavenly court, it could spell doom for all. Upon reaching the Purple Cloud Palace, the doors were firmly shut. Despite several attempts to seek an audience, no response was forthcoming. Hong Jun, gravely injured, was preoccupied with his recovery and had no time for such trivial matters. With a heavy sigh, the Jade Emperor departed, resolving to return on another day. Thus, the battle concluded, leaving the kingdom of 10,000 demons in a state of devastation, with its key figures perishing in the conflict. Blood stained every corner of the heavenly court, silently narrating the indomitable spirit of the fallen. For some demons, this was a mark of honor, while others fled back to the mortal realm, returning to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, bewildered and uncertain of their next steps. As for Lai Gu and his companions, they gathered at Mount Luojia, temporarily taking refuge in the sanctuary of Lingji Bodhisattva. The Buddhist monks wore expressions of concern, realizing that without the protection of the kingdom of 10,000 demons, their own survival was at stake. However, had they continued to fight alongside the demons, they would have surely met their demise. In light of this, Lai Gu admired his own cleverness in retreating at the right moment. Reflecting on the current situation, he lit a cigarette, frowning in deep thought. With both Western saints gravely injured, it was unlikely they would pose a threat in the immediate future, granting Lai Gu a glimmer of hope. This hope, he believed, lay with Tang Seng. Now that Tang Seng had attained sainthood, his formidable power could protect them. If they could locate him, they would no longer fear the two saints and could continue to survive. This was their sole path. Should the saints recover, they would face dire consequences, possibly even severe repercussions. Contemplating this, Lai Gu absent-mindedly touched his face and began to calculate. However, Tang Seng was adept at concealing heavenly secrets, and now as a sage, Lai Gu found it impossible to divine his whereabouts. With a heavy sigh, he declared, "Our immediate priority is to locate Tang Seng." Chapter 523. The methods of Hutu. Lai Gu realized that if they could find Tang Seng and take refuge under his protection, they would be safe. Although their faction was not exceptionally powerful, it was certainly not weak. Once they located Tang Seng, with his approval, it would effectively unite all members of the Bald Gang under his banner. Lai Gu was confident he would not refuse. However, the pressing question remained: where to find Tang Seng? The assembled monks exchanged glances, equally at a loss. Yet, the expression of Lingji Bodhisattva took on a peculiar nuance. From the beginning, she had always been an ally of Tang Seng. The fact that he could once again defy the heavens brought her a sense of solace. For at least she had not chosen the wrong side. Guanyin harbored no such concerns as those of the Buddha. After all, should the two saints truly come forth, the first to bear the brunt would be the Buddhist realm. As for her and her companions, they could simply admit their errors, claiming to have been misled by the Buddha, and she was certain the saints would not hold it against them, allowing them to return beneath the Buddhist umbrella. Thus, Guanyin appeared rather unconcerned by the Buddha's trepidation. However, the pressing question remained: where could she find Tang Seng? He was gravely injured after his confrontation with Hong Jun. Maitreya Buddha furrowed his brow, inwardly regretting his independent actions alongside the Buddha. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have acted differently. Now he found himself in a dilemma. With no refuge at hand, they could only temporarily consider Guanyin's place, Mount Luojia, as a sanctuary. Yet, once the saints regained their strength, locating them would be effortless. Lai Gu was acutely aware of this. The time he could seize was limited to the period of the saints' injuries, during which he must find Tang Seng and seek his protection. Only then would they be safe. Lai Ge's brow furrowed. Now that the saints are incapacitated, we must capitalize on this moment and locate Tang Seng post-haste. After a brief contemplation, he commanded, "Members of the Bald Gang, heed my orders. All of you must mobilize to search for Tang Seng." With his decree, the entire Bald Gang sprang into action, wandering through the three realms in search of Tang Seng. This was their final avenue, indeed their sole path. Once they found Tang Seng, the saints would remain powerless against them. However, at that very moment, the Tang Yu they tirelessly sought had already descended into the underworld. In his battle against Hong Jun, at the final moment, Hong Jun unleashed his full power, shattering Tang Yu's celestial phenomena, transforming his entire essence into a singular force that struck between Tang Yu's brows. This was indeed remarkable. Had it been any other saint, such a blow from Hong Jun would have likely shattered their essence, perhaps even leading to their soul's dispersion. Yet, despite being gravely injured, Tang Yu found himself recovering with unexpected swiftness. This rapid recuperation was attributed to his primordial body. The intricacies of the primordial body were still shrouded in mystery, awaiting his exploration. For instance, he had anticipated that this severe injury would necessitate a significant period of rest. He had even prepared to communicate with the system to exchange for healing elixirs. However, the primordial energy coursing through his body rapidly mended his wounds in an instant. Now, possessing the essence of the Tao, he could recover from even the gravest injuries in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Tang Yu felt an uncanny premonition. It seemed he had become truly indestructible. He was unlike Hong Jun, who existed merely as a manifestation of the Tao. In simpler terms, Hong Jun is the Tao, but the Tao is not solely Hong Jun. Hong Jun's demise bore no injury to the heavenly Tao. However, should the heavenly Tao collapse, Hong Jun would undoubtedly perish. He appeared to yearn for liberation from the heavenly Tao, yet he was compelled to uphold it, maintaining the balance of the three realms and purging all those suspected of transgressing its boundaries. This predicament was indeed pitiable for Hong Jun. In contrast, Tang Yu was different. Although he possessed the primordial essence of the universe, it was his primordial body that rendered him truly immortal and indestructible. Even if the essence of the heavenly Tao were to vanish, he would suffer no detriment. Yet, he hesitated to take that final step, remaining beneath the heavenly Tao's dominion. Should the heavenly Tao shatter and return to chaos, he too would inevitably vanish from this realm. This was not due to a lack of strength, but rather his reluctance to transcend that last threshold. The primordial body had crafted an everlasting platform for him, yet he remained too feeble, tethered to the heavenly Tao. As the heavenly Tao fractured, all things would return to the void, the three realms reverting to chaos, a calamity even the sages could not evade. Thus, they yearned fervently to escape this realm. In the underworld, with Tang Yu's arrival, the king of hell knelt trembling upon the ground. In this moment, Tang Yu's unstable state of mind exuded an aura of divine authority. With but a thought, he could obliterate the 18 layers of hell. The king of earth appeared astonished, gazing at him. When Tang Yu turned to look at him, a mere glance sent chills through the king of earth, as if he were the prey of a primordial beast. He dared not move. The king of earth acutely sensed Tang Yu's formidable presence. Should he desire destruction, it seemed a single thought would suffice. By the time he regained his composure, Tang Yu had already departed unnoticed, entering the 19th layer of hell. Within the 19th layer of hell, Hutu sat cross-legged. The 6 paths of reincarnation flickered within her being, and shadowy figures danced in the periphery. A cracked, multicolored stone, a battered heart, and a reed emerged from her essence. At that moment, the multicolored stone and the heart fully manifested before her. Hutu opened her eyes, rose, and approached Nuwa's slumbering form. She extended her hand, pressing it against Nuwa's heart. A drop of alluring crimson blood materialized upon her palm. With a wave of her hand, the essence of blood dispersed, enveloping the multicolored stone, the heart, and the reed. The sanguine hue gradually faded, as if absorbed entirely by these 3 objects. The multicolored stone, heart, and reed drifted from the air, landing in Hutu's hand. With a soft sigh, Hutu gestured, and a powerful surge of magical energy emanated, merging into the formation enveloping the 19th layer of hell. In the haze, 3 figures emerged, Luer the monkey, Tongbei the monkey, and Chiki the monkey, all bowing before Hutu, each wielding an iron staff. Though they knelt straight and respectfully, the glint of battle fervor shone in their eyes as they regarded one another. Had it not been for the presence of the Earth Mother, they would have likely already engaged in battle. The multicolored stone ascended, faintly revealing a hazy crimson hue upon its surface. Simultaneously, the heart began to pulse gently, seemingly resonating with the sanguine essence of the stone. The stone emanated a radiant glow of 5 colors, enveloping the heart within its luminescence. The heart beat softly twice, merging into the ethereal light of the stone. An overwhelming sense of joy subtly emanated from both the multicolored stone and the heart, as if they were intrinsically one, inseparable. Chapter 524. Assault on the Zixiao Palace. With a wave of her hand, the Earth Mother summoned forth a flow of vivid red from the multicolored stone, revealing faint veins upon its surface. A single droplet of blood gradually descended from the stone. The multicolored stone shimmered with its radiant hues, seemingly resisting the Earth Mother's command. Yet, the droplet ultimately detached from the stone and was absorbed into the heart. With the infusion of this blood, the heart began to throb robustly, and the numerous cracks that marred its surface faded away unnoticed. Magical energy infused the multicolored stone. Concurrently, a luminous aura emanated from the other 3 monkeys, and the stone slowly differentiated, blurring into 3 distinct fragments. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to morph into the silhouette of a monkey, Sun Wukong. However, his form was riddled with cracks, as if a mere touch would shatter him into pieces. Soon after, he transformed back into the multicolored stone, splitting into 3 beams of light that entered the bodies of the other 3 monkeys. Thus, the multicolored stone vanished completely. The Earth Mother sighed softly, grasping the heart and the reed in her hand. She approached the resting place of Nuwa and once more drew 2 drops of essence from her. These were respectively infused into the heart and the reed. The heart's beating intensified, and the reed radiated brilliant light. With a graceful motion of her arm, the heart and reed were concealed beneath the great array of the 19 layers. "Withdraw," the Earth Mother murmured, a hint of weariness etched upon her brow. The 3 monkeys exchanged glances, each emitting a cold snort before vanishing from sight. They nourished their essence from the same root, and despite the apparent fractures of the multicolored stone, its essence remained unextinguished. However, should it truly shatter, one would inevitably revert to their original form. Fortunately, preparations had been made. The Earth Mother furrowed her brows slightly. She seemed to sense something and turned her gaze aside. A figure materialized before her. Tang Yu observed her quietly, as if he had unknowingly endured the passage of time's trials. "What of them?" Tang Yu's voice was hoarse and hollow. After gazing deeply at him, the Earth Mother replied, "Sun Wukong and Zixia, along with Lan Shuling, will inevitably awaken in due time." "And what of Zhu Beiji?" Tang Yu pressed on. The figure of Hutu began to flicker, the cycle of reincarnation manifested, and a small orb of light was grasped in her hand, the final remnants of their souls left by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Within the orb, the faint silhouettes of Zhu Beiji and Shao Wujing emerged. A bittersweet sensation spread within Tang Yu, who was about to communicate with the system to inquire about a means of rescue. Hutu continued, stating that retaining even a trace of their final souls still offered a glimmer of hope. However, for them to fully return, time would be essential. With a slight smile, she remarked that all of this was largely thanks to the array set up by the primordial supreme being and others. It had trapped the myriad demons, and likewise preserved their last souls within, preventing complete dissolution. Tang Yu gazed at her in confusion, recalling the moment when Nuwa revived the underworld. Hadn't the array been shattered then? Indeed, the array was broken, but it was still linked to the essence of the primordial supreme being and the other 3. Thus, not long after, it reformed. Fortunately, this allowed their souls to remain intact rather than dissipating entirely, encased within the array. Otherwise, reuniting them would have proven exceedingly difficult. Hutu continued, explaining that by Susu and the butterfly spirit had completely vanished, with only a fragment of consciousness remaining. Consequently, she had no choice but to arrange for their reincarnation, hoping they might reunite one day. Even in reincarnation, with their souls incomplete, they would be but foolish beings. Casting a glance at Tang Yu, Huda hesitated before continuing. However, as for weak water, she was born of weak water and has now returned to it. Yet, in her final moment, Zhu Beiji managed to retain a drop of that water. Although her soul has dissipated, her consciousness remains. Relatively speaking, she is the one who can recover the most easily and swiftly. That is good. That is good. Tang Yu's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with a shivering sensation. Although their revival would demand considerable time, it mattered not, for he had ample time to wait. In that moment, Tang Yu feared hearing any unfortunate news from Hutu. Now, he felt utterly reassured. Hutu chuckled softly, observing Tang Yu. At this moment, you truly instill fear in me. What surprises me even more is that, despite being gravely injured at the hands of Hong Jun, you have recovered so swiftly. You can face the power of the heavenly Tao without fear. It seems you have become a thorn in his side. The power of the heavenly Tao cannot inflict any harm upon me. While Hong Juan's own magic could indeed slay me, I could take half of his life in return. With your presence, he would not dare to act recklessly against me, Tang Yu replied calmly. Hutu nodded slightly. That is indeed true. Sighing softly, she added, at this moment, even if I were to merge with the 6 paths of reincarnation, I fear I would not stand a chance against you. Tang Seng's magic is exceedingly profound, leaving even me feeling a sense of trepidation. Most importantly, Tang Seng has refined the essence of the heavenly Tao, which he can use to counter me. Tang Yu remained silent, listening as Hutu continued. What are your plans moving forward? To kill? Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of resolute light passing through. Hutu stared at him in astonishment, quickly realizing his intent. He was determined to battle Hong Jun once more. Due to his astonishing recovery, he has completely healed. However, it is likely that Hong Jun's injuries will not mend so easily. Tang Yu's figure gradually faded away. In the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun coughed softly twice, a peculiar flush appearing on his face. The three, including Yuanshi Tianzuan, exchanged bewildered glances. Teacher, he murmured, it is of no consequence. Hong Jun spoke softly. Severely wounded by Tang Seng, he had once again drawn upon the power of the heavenly Tao. His injuries were grievously severe. Yet, it was fortunate that he had also inflicted significant harm upon Tang Seng. At present, he should no longer pose a formidable threat. In that moment, he concentrated all his magical energy into a single finger, intending to severely injure Tang Seng, believing it would be sufficient to vanquish him. However, to his astonishment, it merely left Tang Seng gravely wounded, revealing the latter's formidable might. Suddenly, Hong Juan's gaze sharpened, and darkness enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Ah! Juan Ti cried out in agony, his soul twisting in distress. A shadowy figure materialized, gripping Juan Ti's soul, standing nearby, coldly regarding Hong Jun. Tang Seng. Hong Jun articulated each word with emphasis. Chapter 525. A renewed assault on Hong Jun. The others gazed at Tang Seng in disbelief, particularly Hong Jun, who had recently believed that Tang Seng was gravely injured and would not be able to stir up any trouble for the time being. Yet, shortly after, Tang Seng advanced with renewed vigor. How could he have recovered so swiftly? What was truly happening? At that moment, Hong Jun was engulfed in confusion. Juan Ti's soul was firmly grasped in his hand. The heavenly Tao is eternal, and sages are indestructible. Such notions were non-existent for Tang Yu, for he truly possessed the power to annihilate sages. Junior brother, Jane exclaimed in shock. Tang Seng, what do you intend to do? Release my junior brother. Tang Yu's expression remained indifferent. At that time, when you harmed my disciple, why did you not say, release my disciple? Meanwhile, Hong Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, letting out a scoff. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth. A hand reached out before him, appearing feeble and frail. Tang Yu's expression altered, and he unleashed his magical energy, delivering a sudden punch. Boom! The force radiated outward. Simultaneously, the disembodied souls of Yuanshi Tianzuan and Jane prepared to strike. Tang Yu crushed Juan Ti's soul. At this moment, Juan Ti's spirit was utterly dazed, weakened to its utmost limit. Boom! Tang Yu's manifestation of the heavens enveloped Yuanshi Tianzuan and Jane's souls within its grasp. Ah! They both cried out in pain. He raised his gaze to meet Hong Jun's calm eyes. Slowly, Hong Jun lifted his hand and gently waved it. It seemed as if countless galaxies were descending, dimming the stars above. Boom! The stars within the heavenly manifestation erupted, transforming into a cataclysmic punch. Hong Jun's expression shifted dramatically. This punch carried the boundless might of heaven and earth, powerful beyond measure. When palm met fist, it produced but a faint sound, akin to a gentle touch. However, Tang Yu was violently propelled backward. Hong Jun involuntarily took 2 steps back, his complexion paling with an unusual pallor. He opened his mouth, blood splattering forth. Simultaneously, Tang Yu crashed heavily within the confines of the Zixiao Palace. Without the slightest hesitation, he sprang to his feet, preparing to depart. Inflicting further injury upon Hong Jun was sufficient. His recovery abilities were astonishing, allowing him to return shortly thereafter. This cycle of battle would continue, repeatedly bringing Hong Jun to the brink of defeat. Did he truly believe that he could not be vanquished? Just as he was about to leave, Tang Yu's gaze fell upon a stone a short distance away. The stone stood about 3 feet high and measured merely a foot in width. Ordinarily, such a stone would not capture Tang Yu's attention. Yet, oddly enough, he sensed a hint of danger emanating from it. Anything that could invoke such a feeling in him was surely no ordinary object. He seized the stone and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Hong Jun's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. With that, he expelled another mouthful of blood. He could hardly fathom the astonishing recovery capabilities of Tang Seng. Despite his grievous injuries, he seemed to have fully recuperated. At this moment, Hong Jun furrowed his brow. If this relentless assault continued, how could he endure such continuous confrontations? The thought deepened the intensity of his gaze. Already severely wounded, he found himself once again gravely injured at the hands of Tang Seng. Junior brother, Jane exclaimed, observing the utterly weakened Zhuan Ti. Master, please save junior brother. Zhuan Ti's spirit appeared dazed, with even a faint crack beginning to form upon it. Hong Jun coughed softly twice, his palms stained with blood. Under the relentless assault, even his very essence had been gravely wounded. At this moment, Hong Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of danger flashing within them. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret for not having completely dispatched Tang Seng when he had the chance, allowing him to rise once more and gain formidable strength. Master, that stone. Yuan Shi Tianzun's lips trembled. Guisu? Hong Jun narrowed his eyes, turning to Yuan Shi Tianzun, who hastily lowered his head and remained silent. He extended his hand towards Jane, grasping Zhuan Ti's spirit, and moved towards a nearby hall. From time to time, coughing sounds escaped Hong Jun's lips. At this moment, his figure appeared aged, his back hunched, and strands of white hair had begun to appear, resembling an ordinary old man from the mundane world. Guisu? What is this Guisu? Jane inquired in confusion. As a sage of the heavens and earth, he had never encountered these two words before and remained oblivious to their meaning. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression still bore signs of shock, but upon hearing Jane's voice, he snapped back to reality. He gently shook his head, clearly reluctant to elaborate. However, a hint of apprehension flickered across his face. After some time, Jane finally heard 4 words from Yuan Shi Tianzun, the land of Guisu. A moment of surprise crossed Jiayan's face, swiftly followed by a profound change in expression. Has the master entered the realm of the Guishu? The primordial lord remained silent. Tang Yu dashed out, a trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth, yet he secretly smiled. Though he was gravely injured once more, he surmised that Hong Jun's wounds would be far more severe. The primordial body seemed to transform into an endless essence, coursing through his being. With each circulation of this essence, his injuries healed a little more. This was the remarkable advantage of the primordial body, its astonishing recuperative powers. He had merely achieved the primordial body, yet he had yet to fully comprehend its profound mysteries. Tang Yu harbored a premonition. If the primordial body were to grow stronger, even the gravest injuries could heal with astonishing speed, akin to truly becoming an indestructible entity. Unless someone could shatter his primordial spirit in an instant, he could not be utterly vanquished. But was such a feat even possible? Even Hong Jun could not accomplish that. Moreover, with the formation of his primordial body, his primordial spirit had long since scattered, merging into every corner of his body. His soul and body had become one. Hence, even if someone truly could obliterate him, as long as a single drop of blood remained, he could fully restore himself. This was the terrifying aspect of the primordial body. At this moment, Tang Yu scrutinized the stone closely. With his cultivation level, he inexplicably sensed a wave of dangerous energy. Guishu. The voice of the system resonated in Tang Yu's mind. Guishu? Tang Yu murmured. What does it mean? This stone originates from Guishu, the forsaken land of the heavenly Tao, the place where all things return to nothingness. The system responded. In Guishu, everything shall return to the void, even time becomes stagnant, a realm of utter emptiness. Gazing at the stone, Tang Yu was taken aback. Such a stone, originating from beyond the heavens. Could it be that Hong Jun entered Guishu and retrieved this stone? Tang Yu questioned in confusion. The system remained silent. After several attempts to elicit a response, Tang Yu pondered and delved deeper into the underworld. The figure of Hutu materialized, her expression one of astonishment, followed by a light chuckle. You have once again severely injured Hongjun? Chapter 526, The Realm of Guishu. Hongjun, the master of the heavenly Tao, had never been in such a dire state. Yet, he had not anticipated being repeatedly wounded at the hands of Tang Seng. Moreover, upon closer examination, Tang Seng's injuries were rapidly healing. This revelation astonished Hutu. What kind of terrifying recuperative ability is this? Does it mean that as long as he cannot be killed, he can restore himself in an instant? Without uttering a single word, Tang Yu produced the stone. Hutu's gaze sharpened, her eyes filled with disbelief. Guishu. What manner of stone is this? Tang Yu inquired. Why do I feel a sense of dread emanating from it? The astonishment in Hutu's eyes remained unabated as she meticulously examined the stone. Indeed, it originated from the Guishu. How could Hongjun venture into the Guishu? And what was his intent? Tang Yu remained silent, his gaze filled with inquiry as he looked at her. After a considerable pause, Hutu spoke. Guishu, a realm forsaken by the heavenly Tao. Tang Yu inquired. Is there truly a place abandoned by the heavenly Tao? Indeed, Hutu replied softly. The legendary Guishu, where all things return, even time is suspended. Even if a sage were to delve into it, they would likely face death rather than survival. She scrutinized the stone closely, pondering. It seems that Hongjun merely extracted this stone from the periphery to gain insight. In that realm, he can only rely on his innate power, unable to harness even the strength of the heavenly Tao, for it lies beyond its reach, in a domain forsaken by the heavenly Tao. It appeared that Hongjun had long harbored a plan to transcend the heavenly Tao. Hutu sighed softly. Thus, he ventures into the Guishu, seeking enlightenment through that which exists beyond the heavenly Tao. Turning her gaze to Tang Yu, she continued, You are correct. Even I sense the inherent danger of this stone. After a brief silence, she urged, Use your innate power to attack this stone. Tang Yu, perplexed, complied nonetheless. He gently struck it with his palm. With his power, he could easily obliterate not just this stone, but even a mountain. Yet, strangely, his power seemed to flow into the stone, much like water merging into a river. As it was absorbed by the stone, Tang Yu's expression turned to one of astonishment. How can this be? The stone remained ancient, suffused with the essence of time. Yet, for reasons unknown, as it absorbed Tang Yu's power, it seemed to transform. Intriguingly, he felt the primal essence of the heavenly Tao within him fluctuate, as if in fear. However, he distinctly sensed an exhilarating voice emanating from the stone, almost yearning for him to strike it once more with his power. Truly, it was a product of the Guishu. Hutu's tone grew serious as she lifted her gaze to Tang Yu. Do you comprehend the origin of our realm? Of course. Tang Yu replied without hesitation. At the dawn of chaos, the great Pangu wielded the axe of creation, cleaving the void to separate heaven and earth, subsequently transforming his body into mountains, rivers, stars, and celestial bodies. Hutu smiled gently. What? Am I mistaken? Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Yes, but the endless chaos he split was merely a minuscule portion, which is our realm. This realm, akin to our cultivation, allows us to perceive everything with a mere thought. Hutu explained. Yet, the boundless chaos remains beyond our complete exploration. The Guishu exists outside the heavenly Tao, a land abandoned by it. Hutu added, there is also a legend that claims the great Pangu was born in the Guishu, though its veracity remains unknown. She paced thoughtfully for a few moments before continuing. After the creation of heaven and earth, the great Pangu transformed into all things. After the formation of this realm, the land of Guishu was born therein. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu inquired, where is the land of Guishu? A sense of curiosity stirred within him. What manner of place could the land of Guishu be? The demon realm, Hutu replied with a light chuckle. Though your combat prowess is extraordinary, far surpassing that of ordinary saints, it is advisable to avoid the land of Guishu. The demon realm? Tang Yu was taken aback. The demon realm had been sealed by Hongjun, and the four seas, where the dragon kings resided, served as the guardians of that seal. His thoughts then turned to a certain individual, Luo who, back then, shortly after his birth, he had been pursued by 3 saints, and Tang Yu pondered on his fate, unaware of any news regarding him. However, he was unwilling to believe that Luo who had perished, for he possessed the world-extinguishing Black Lotus. a force that made death a triviality. Recalling that Luo whose birth was linked to Zhu Beiji, Tang Yu couldn't suppress a smile. I know, it's merely a fleeting curiosity, Tang Yu remarked, gazing at the stone before him, his brow furrowing slightly. He couldn't shake the sensation that something lay within. As he reached out to touch the stone, his heart suddenly thumped powerfully, as if countless crimson veins were connected to it. The anguished howls of myriad beasts echoed in his ears, and blood splattered before his eyes, the air thick with a nauseating metallic scent. Abruptly, Tang Yu regained his composure, stepping back in astonishment as he regarded the stone. As a saint, he felt as though he had been momentarily overtaken by bloodlust and fury. A flicker of murderous intent surged from deep within him. Yet, what purpose did Hongjun intend for this stone? To comprehend, Hutu softly stated, to gain insight from that which lies beyond the heavenly Tao. To replace the heavenly Tao, one must indeed seek understanding through external entities. A smirk of disdain crept across Hutu's lips as she continued, his ambition is truly grand. He wishes to usurp the heavenly Tao, yet the heavenly Tao itself may well desire to eliminate him through the strength of others. Hutu sighed pensively. Perhaps we are mere pawns in the heavenly Tao's design, pieces it employs against Hongjun. Or perhaps the heavenly Tao stratagem harbors an even greater purpose. And you, it seems, are the most vital piece in this game. Having refined the essence of the heavenly Tao, you have rendered yourself impervious to its power. Your strength now rivals that of Hongjun. I have long suspected that you may not be a variable, but rather a constant. Tang Yu listened in silence. Whether variable or constant, it mattered little to him. Hutu continued, in just a few short years, you have achieved such heights. Do you not find it peculiar? Perhaps all of this is the heavenly Tao's design, nurturing your growth, for you exist because of Hongjun. The heavenly Tao utilizes you as a shackle upon Hongjun, a tool against him.